Star Odyssey chapter 1774 to chapter 1824. Lu Yin's eyes lit up when he heard Xiao Huangqing's words. Compensation? Pick anything? Lu Yin asked. Xiao Huangqing nodded. That's right. Regardless of whether it's the treasury or my personal collection, as long as Alliance leader Lu likes it, you can take it as compensation. Although the Divine Gu dynasty rarely interacts with the outside world, we are not inhospitable. If news of what happened today spreads, it will be a loss of face for the Divine Gu dynasty. Little Mountain God gritted his teeth and stared at Xiao Huangqing. What was this guy trying to do? Was he going to deal with Lu Yin or not? Wen Yao and the others couldn't see through Xiao Huangqing, but no matter how he dealt with Lu Yin, it had nothing to do with the Wen family. Since your majesty is so generous, I won't be polite. Lu Yin was in a good mood. Who wouldn't like something that was free? He wanted to see if he could find anything useful. Xiao Huangqing immediately ordered someone to bring Lu Yin to the treasury. He wanted to take care of the others, but Lu Yin refused. I want him to take me. Lu Yin was referring to Yi. Xiao Huangqing's eyes flashed. Alliance leader Lu, this kind of person will be punished severely. There's no need to trouble you. Lu Yin laughed. Don't worry, I'm not going to deal with him. I'm just leading the way. Your Majesty, rest assured that I won't do anything to him. He's not worth breaking my promise. Xiao Huangqing glanced at Yi, who was still screaming, and nodded. All right. He then looked at the man sternly. Take Alliance leader Lu to the treasury. If you value anything, you can take it. Yi's skin had been torn apart by his own scratches, and he looked extremely miserable. His eyes were filled with fear, and his arms and body were covered in blood. Yes, your majesty. This servant understands. At that moment, Changwu woke up, and the first person he saw was Lu Yin. He thought that he was dreaming and gritted his teeth. It's all your fault. I was tortured because of you. I'm already dead, but you still won't let me go. It's all because of you. Everyone looked at him sympathetically. This guy was really unlucky, and he had been completely implicated. Lu Yin pursed his lips. You're not dead. Take a good look at where you are. Changwu was stunned and quickly looked around. He saw Xiao Huangqing sitting nearby, who had the highest status. He then saw the miserable Yi, and everyone else around him. Eh? What about the injuries? What happened to his injuries? His injuries were quickly healed by Lu Yin's upgraded pills, and even he himself couldn't believe it. Men, send him out. Don't make things difficult for him in the future, said Qin Xiaohuang. Chang Five stared blankly at Lu Yin, his eyes filled with helplessness. Lu Yin nodded. Go. No one will make things difficult for you in the future. Chang Five was taken away in a daze. From the beginning to the end, he did not know what had happened. However, from then on, his fate changed. Whether it was good or bad, he did not know. Some people were sure that his future would not be good, while others were sure that his future was bright. Under the steward's guidance, Lu Yin left the banquet and headed for the treasury. The treasury was located in a spatial tear in a corner of the palace, and it was guarded by several enlighters. There were also countless unknown defensive measures, the most common of which was Gu. Lu Yin was looking forward to seeing what was in the Divine Gu dynasty's treasury. Yi Guan was trembling in front of him. He was no longer as arrogant and despotic as before, facing a person who could really kill him at any time. He was trembling as he walked. As you wish, Lu Yin suddenly spoke up. Yi Guan's body trembled, and he slowly bowed. Lu Alliance leader Lu. Lu Yin looked at him with a deep gaze. Does Qin Xiaohuang know that you captured Chang Five? Yi Guan was shocked, and his face went pale. His Majesty, of course His Majesty does not know. Lu Yin looked at him for a while. Is that so? The two continued towards the treasury, and before long, they had crossed almost half of the palace when an indescribably terrifying spiritual force swept out. It instantly swept through Gu King City, causing the sky to change color. Qin Xiaohuang suddenly stood up, and her expression changed. Not good. She was not the only one to sense the spiritual force, as everyone else felt it as well. This spiritual force came from the second Night King. As the spiritual force wreaked havoc, a resentful voice spread throughout Gu King City. "Brat, you didn't think that I would be waiting for you here, did you? I told you that I would capture you and bring you to the Day-Night clan's ancestral land stone tablet to torture you for 10,000 years. After that, an even more terrifying spiritual force exploded in the void and destroyed Gu King City's defenses. On Gu King City's walls, the strange toads instantly exploded, and the poisonous gas that had been protecting the city turned into droplets that rained down. This time, Qing Xiaohuang's expression truly changed. If this poisonous rain fell on Gu King City, not many people would be able to survive. He cursed under his breath and immediately took action, reversing the poisonous rain above the city. Grand Tutor Yuan and the rest were shocked, but they did not even have a chance to act. "Second Night King, aren't you afraid that the head inquisitor will find you?" Lu Yin's anxious voice traveled into everyone's ears. Following that, the palace building between Lu Yin's voice and the banquet was destroyed. Everyone was pushed aside by the strong wind, and they subconsciously looked over. The Second Night King raised a hand and pressed down on Lu Yin. "You don't have a chance." The void froze and then shattered, allowing everyone to see the astral source universe. This was the might of the Second Night King's spiritual force, and in the eyes of countless people, regardless of their cultivation, they were like ants. Lu Yin's eyes went wide, and he raised his head to face the spiritual force head-on. He stepped forward like a mayfly trying to shake a tree, but he was also like a stubborn rock facing a storm. This attack had been part of Qing Xiaohuang's plan, but it had also been ordered by Lu Yin. He was the one who had sent the Second Night King. Gu King City's defenses had been easily destroyed by the Second Night King's spiritual force, which was Lu Yin's goal. At the same time, he also wanted to see how much he could resist the Second Night King. With the pressure of the Second Night King's spiritual force, Lu Yin began to recite the primogenitor scripture. At that moment, the world around them changed. At that moment, whether it was when Xianxia, Ling Gong, Grand Preceptor Yuan, Prince Huan, or even young Empress Qing and the Second Night King, their spiritual force was unconsciously affected. It was as if they had heard a voice from ancient times. Under the long river of time, from the beginning of humanity to the present day, everything had converged into a single voice. It was like a prayer or a chant that traveled into everyone's ears, forming the sound of heaven and earth. The Second Night King's pupils shrank, and he looked at Lu Yin in disbelief. He did not know where the voice was coming from, nor did he know who was affecting him, but he guessed that it was definitely Lu Yin. What had he done? He had clearly increased the power of his spiritual force to the same level as when he had knocked Lu Yin unconscious in Xianxia's ruins, but it had been completely useless. Yang Qing's giant two-headed centipede soared out from his back, which was his gu. As the two-headed centipede charged out, its body grew infinitely larger and hovered above Gu King City, casting a shadow over the city. "Second Night King, leave Gu King City." The Second Night King set aside his distracting thoughts. He did not care where the voice that was affecting him came from, as it did not pose a threat to him at the moment. "Young Qing, this has nothing to do with you." He then raised a finger and pointed out. The two-headed centipede wailed as one of its heads exploded. "Immortal guides the way." An intense chill descended and froze Gu King City. Yang Qing was furious. He had given the Second Night King a chance to kill Lu Yin, but he had also warned him not to affect Gu King City. However, the Second Night King's two attacks had caused Gu King City to suffer heavy losses. Many enlighters within. Gu King City tried to defend themselves against the chill, but they were all frozen as well. Helpless, Yang Qing tore open the void and allowed the chill to enter the astral source universe. Golden battle force appeared on Lu Yin's body. "Second Night King, the head judge's cultivation is shocking, and he can appear at any time. Why aren't you leaving?" The Second Night King coldly replied, "I'll skin you alive today." Then, an even more terrifying spiritual force transformed into a sharp blade that slashed down. The Night King heaven-splitting technique had not been part of Lu Yin's calculations, as it had been a test by the Second Night King. If he had wanted to, he could have used the sealed cage technique to dispel it, but he did not. This attack did not have a power level of 700,000, and it only looked shocking. He wanted to use his own strength to resist it and see how far the primogenitor scripture could push him. The spiritual force blade slashed towards Luin, slicing through space as it shot out from the astral source universe. Luin raised his arms and unleashed a series of empty palms, but they were all reduced to nothingness by the spiritual force blade. He had underestimated the Second Night King. Even though he was an enlighter and could fight against an emissary, the Second Night King was not an ordinary battle technique. The Night King heaven-splitting technique was a battle technique that could silence an entire era. All of Lu Yin's techniques were useless against the Second Night King's Night King heaven-splitting technique. In the end, the spiritual force blade swept past. Everyone stared blankly. Was Luin dead? Xiao Huangqing, Little Mountain God, and the rest were all excited, hoping that Luin would die. Yuan Miao Miao was so nervous that her fingers had turned white. Yuehua Mavis' expression turned grave. That was an attack from the Second Night King, an ancient powerhouse. Mr. Yu gritted his teeth and watched on excitedly. Die, it'd be best if he died. But in the end, Luin slowly raised his head and looked directly at the Second Night King. You were too heavily injured before, so you can't kill me. He then took out a blood-red bell, which was the head inquisitor's token, and gently shook it. Ding ding ding. Everyone felt as if a giant hand had replaced everything they had seen, and it crushed down on them. It was the head inquisitor's strength. Pfft. The Second Night King's eyes flickered, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood. His hair was disheveled, and his face was deathly pale. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. The head inquisitor's token. What are you waiting for, Xiao Huangqing? Let's kill Luin together, and no one will know that you did it. Luin suddenly turned around and glared at Xiao Huangqing, his eyes cold. Xiao Huangqing was shocked and furious. What nonsense are you spouting, Second Night King? The Second Night King growled, kill him and say that I killed him. No one will trace it back to you. That's what we agreed on before. As long as the result doesn't change, we'll kill everyone else. The others were shocked, and they all looked at Xiao Huangqing warily. Xiao Huangqing gritted her teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. Nonsense, Second Night King. Luin raised the blood-red bell again. The Second Night King couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood, and his eyes were bloodshot. Xiao Huangqing, if you don't kill him now, you'll regret it. He then tore through the void and disappeared. Luin ignored the Second Night King's departure and instead stared at Xiao Huangqing, his eyes filled with vigilance and killing intent. Half of the palace had been destroyed, and the two-headed centipede had returned to its original position. The poisonous rain had been scattered all around King of Gu City, causing the area to become barren and desolate. Below the centipede, the cold aura of immortal guides the way slowly dissipated. At this moment, it wasn't just Luin. Yuehua Mavis, Wen Yao, and the rest all stared at young King Qing with wary eyes. Young King Qing met Lu Yin's gaze and said, Alliance Leader Lu, the Divine Gu dynasty invited you here without any ill intentions. Otherwise, it would be a slap to my own face. You don't believe the Second Night King's words, do you? Lu Yin's expression darkened. Why would the Second Night King appear in the palace? And ambush on the way to the treasury? Young King Qing, don't tell me that this is all a coincidence. Young King Qing's eyes narrowed. With the Second Night King's strength, there's nothing in the universe that can trap him. Even Kun's escaped. Alliance Leader Lu, you were there as well, so you should know how powerful the Second Night King is. But he was heavily injured by the Inquisitor, and he can't even use half of his strength. He can't even kill me, so how could he have entered the palace without you knowing? Luin shouted. Everyone looked at young King Qing. Indeed, while the Second Night King seemed powerful, he was only strong in appearance. If he couldn't even kill Luin, how could he have hidden from young King Qing? If the Second Night King really had the strength to hide from young King Qing, then how could he not have killed Luin? The Second Night King attacked me, and with your strength, you should have been able to protect King of Gu City while dealing with him at the same time. But you didn't, and you didn't even try to stop the Second Night King from escaping. You were the one who cooperated with the Second Night King from start to finish. Luin shouted again. Young King Qing's eyes widened, and he wanted to say something, but Luin continued, the Divine Gu dynasty was established with the help of the Night King clan, and your Qing family's ancestors were indebted to them. Am I right? The 3 consecutive questions left young King Qing speechless. This was the truth, young King Qing had never thought that the second Night King would not be able to kill Luin. Not only that, he had even exposed Luin. He had never expected the second Night King to expose him at the last moment. Why? He couldn't understand how Luin had managed to block the second Night King's killing intent. Even a fool could tell that the second Night King and young Queen Qing had some sort of relationship. This was also why Luin had sent the second Night King to young King Qing's side. Young Empress Qing, you must give me an explanation. Otherwise, from this moment on, the Divine Gu dynasty will become the enemy of my Great Eastern Alliance, Luin threatened. Imperial Tutor Yuan hurriedly stepped forward. Alliance Master Lu, please don't jump to conclusions before things are clear. The second Night King is proficient in spiritual force, and he could have easily controlled others to bring him into the palace. Yes, control. He then pointed at the unconscious eunuch Yi. It's that servant. Everything was caused by that servant. He was the one who captured Chang Wu and forced Alliance leader Lu to take action. That's why the Qing Emperor was willing to compensate you. The compensation for the national treasury might have been part of Manager Lu's plan, and all of this was orchestrated by the second Night King. His words caused young Empress Qing's eyes to light up. That's right. Before this, that servant did tell me that Alliance Master Lu has an unusual fondness for resources. If he accidentally offended you, he could let Alliance Master Lu go to the national treasury to choose what you like. That's why I thought of sending you there. Now that I think about it, it's all because of that servant. Lu Yin sneered. How can a servant influence your decision? Do you think I'm an idiot? Young Empress Qing's eyes darkened. Alliance Master Lu, I've already explained everything that needs to be explained. What else do you want? Lu Yin raised his head. Seal off the Gu flow zone. No one is allowed to enter or leave until we find out the truth. Everyone we investigate. He then stared at young Empress Qing. Including you, Empress Qing. Young Empress Qing was furious. Lu Yin, don't be impudent. This is Gu King City. Imperial Tutor Yuan hurriedly said, Alliance Master Lu, there's no need to be so extreme. The Jackal Prince's heart thumped. He had a good understanding of Lu Yin, and he knew that this guy was not someone to be trifled with. The little mountain god was so happy that he was about to jump up and down. Their main goal in coming here was to incite the Divine Gu dynasty to deal with the Great Eastern Alliance. Now, it seemed that they did not even need to do so, as Lu Yin had already stirred up trouble himself. This guy was really stupid. Even if young Empress Qing and the second Night King wanted to kill him, he still had to endure it. Wasn't this just making enemies for no reason? Who said that Lu Yin was smart? Lu Yin coldly asked. How long has it been since someone tried to assassinate me like this? If I don't do anything, then others will think that I'm easy to bully. This is Gu King City, so the Divine Gu dynasty needs to give me an explanation that I'm satisfied with. Otherwise, no one from this Gu flow zone will be able to leave. Young Empress Qing slowly clenched her fists, but Imperial Tutor Yuan was still trying to dissuade her. Suddenly, the two-headed Garuda descended from the sky, its body rapidly shrinking as it circled around the palace. Then, its head and tail connected as it suddenly descended, trapping Lu Yin in the middle. Lu Yin hurriedly attacked and unleashed a series of empty palm attacks, but it was useless. Young Empress Qing's combination with her Gu allowed her to unleash a terrifying power level of over 800,000, which was not something that Lu Yin could deal with. Lu Yin was trapped in the middle by the two-headed Garuda, forming a cage. Young Empress Qing had really attacked Lu Yin. Everyone was shocked, especially those from the Innerverse large and small flow zones. They knew that things had gotten out of hand, and the Divine Gu dynasty was openly joining forces with the Sword Sect and the other powers. The Innerverse was about to face off against the Divine Gu dynasty, but that was assuming that Lu Yin could survive. Young Empress Qing probably would not dare to kill Lu Yin since his background was too deep. Your Majesty, what are you doing? Grand Tutor Yuan was shocked, and he hurriedly tried to persuade young Empress Qing. Yuan Miao Miao's face paled, and she covered her mouth. Qing Long Long, Prince Weasel, and the others' hearts sank. Young Empress Qing's attack meant that there was no turning back for Lu Yin. The Divine Gu dynasty and the Great Eastern Alliance were about to go to war. Young Empress Qing ignored the Grand Tutor and turned to look at Li Zimo. Sword Sect, either you take action and deal with the Great Eastern Alliance while my Divine Gu dynasty traps Luyin, or my Divine Gu dynasty will join the Great Eastern Alliance and help Luyin unify the Innerverse. Choose now. Elder Lian Xin had entered the Divine Gu dynasty to persuade young Empress Qing to join forces with the Sword Sect to deal with the Great Eastern Alliance. But now, due to the Second Night King's unforeseen circumstances, young Empress Qing had no choice but to make a choice. She could either completely fall out with Luyin and start a war, or she could apologize. Given Lu Yin's temperament, the Divine Gu dynasty had to join the Great Eastern Alliance. There was no third option, and young Empress Qing had been forced into this. Her initial plan had only been to poison Luyin, and she had succeeded in doing so. The Second Night King had only attacked Luyin to return a favor to the Day-Night clan. If she had been lucky, then the Second Night King would have killed Luyin, and the universe would not have so many problems. Never in her wildest dreams would she have imagined that the Second Night King would expose her. She was a powerhouse with a power level of over 800,000, but she had been forced into two choices. What does Your Majesty Empress Qing want to do? Li Zimo asked, as he was representing Elder Lian Xin. Young Empress Qing's gaze swept across the crowd. Most of the people here are from the inner universe. Most of the people in the universe view the Great Eastern Alliance as their enemy. I, young Empress Qing, have been forced to this point by Luyin. He forced my Divine Gu dynasty to become his enemy, and since that's the case, my Divine Gu dynasty has nothing to fear from the Great Eastern Alliance. Contact sect leader Lu and tell him to act according to our previous plan. I want the Great Eastern Alliance to not have a single enlighter. Everyone will vanish, and no matter how many people they have, they'll still be nothing more than ants. All right, Li Zimo hurriedly replied. The little mountain god was excited. We've been waiting for a long time. Don't worry, Your Majesty Empress Qing. Ling Gong looked at Luyin, who was still trapped inside the two-headed centipede compound, with a complicated expression on his face. He could only blame himself for being too arrogant. From now on, even if the Great Eastern Alliance no longer existed, with his background, no one would dare to provoke him. Just focus on your cultivation. There were too many important figures behind Luyin, but everyone knew that as long as Luyin's life was not in danger, those important figures would not take action. What happened to the Great Eastern Alliance had nothing to do with them. This was also the plan that Elder Lian Xin had discussed with young Empress Qing when she had first entered the Divine Gu dynasty. They wanted to completely eliminate all enlighters in the Great Eastern Alliance. Once there were no enlighters left, how could the Great Eastern Alliance resist the Innerverse? Just relying on Luyin alone was not realistic. The smaller flow zones could suppress the Great Eastern Alliance, such as the Northline flow zone. Northgate Taisui alone could deal with everyone aside from Luyin, so what was the point of the Great Eastern Alliance existing? Moonlight Mavis and the others sat quietly, as the matters of the Innerverse had nothing to do with them. Mr. Yu was gloating. Balsam looked at the two-headed centipede compound. What was Luyin thinking? With this person's personality, he would not be too radical. However, everything that he had done just now seemed to have intentionally forced young Empress Qing into an opposing position. What exactly was he planning? Only those who understood the Great Eastern Alliance the best knew that Luyin was not the only person who wanted to deal with him. There was also the person behind him. The so-called person behind him was not just the important figures who were inextricably linked to Luyin, but also the three intelligent people. Xianxia had allowed the Great Eastern Alliance to become increasingly wealthy. Not only did they not need Lu Yin's funding, but they could also rely on their economy to suppress their enemies. Wei Rong was adept at scheming outside of the battlefield. The Sixth Mainland had opened up Ironblood Wee's battlefield because of him, which had given the Great Eastern Alliance some breathing room. This scheme to deal with the Divine Gu dynasty had come from Wang Wen, as well as Lu Yin's own hidden strength. Luyin had both strength and intelligence, but most people tended to overlook intelligence and only consider strength. Several days later, outside of the blazing mist flow zone, Lu Qianjue, Ling Qiu, and the mountain god appeared. There was also an unfamiliar envoy-level powerhouse who was an expert from the Phoenix family, Abel Phoenix. Finally, a graceful figure walked out. It was Madame Yu, the master of the secluded court. Everyone, from today onwards, there will be no more Enlighters in the Great Eastern Alliance. We will return peace to the Innerverse, Xianxia announced loudly. After that, the 5 envoys broke into the astral source universe and headed towards the blazing mist flow zone. At the Divine Gu Dynasty's palace, everyone who had attended the banquet returned to their residences. However, they were not allowed to leave Gu King City, as the young empress was not allowed to divulge what had happened over the past few days. They could only leave after the matter with the Great Eastern Alliance was completely resolved. Even Li Zimo and the others were not allowed to leave. Within the two-headed centipede compound, Luyin was very calm. Everything had gone as he had expected, and he had been waiting for this day for a very long time. The Outerverse had long since been unified, so it was time for the Innerverse to be unified. From the moment that Lu Huang and the Second Night King had been brought out of Kuan's swamp, the Innerverse fate had been sealed. It sat there calmly, its two heads moving slowly as it exuded a pressure that would cause ordinary cultivators to tremble. On the ground, the specks of light reflected by the two-headed centipede slowly condensed, and a familiar cold aura descended. Luyin suddenly opened his eyes, but he could not see any rune lines. However, he was familiar with this feeling. This was half a set, which meant that it was one of the 7 sky gods. Is the Cape Galaxy incident related to you? A cold voice asked. It seemed to be speaking right next to his ear, and he could not tell if it was a man or a woman. Luyin did not turn around, as he knew that he could not see. Cape Galaxy? It has nothing to do with me. Where were you when Xianxia died? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Who are you? I'll ask and you'll answer. It's not up to you to ask me. Lu Yin sneered. What if I don't answer? Then die. Lu Yin laughed. You don't care about the sorcerer god's plan? Which of the 7 sky gods are you? It's not the sorcerer god or He Wuxian. He's on the other side of the 5th mainland. I'm the Forgotten Ruins deity. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Forgotten Ruins deity? Why are you here? Is the Cape Galaxy incident related to you? The Forgotten Ruins deity asked again. Lu Yin coldly replied, it has nothing to do with me. Where were you when Xianxia died? The Forgotten Ruins deity asked again. It was the same question, but this time, Lu Yin answered, I was in seclusion. Where is he going to cultivate in seclusion? Planet Aegis. Why did you go there? The Forgotten Ruins deity clearly hesitated, as he had not expected Lu Yin to give such an answer. They had investigated and found that Lu Yin was definitely not at the border between the Great Eastern Alliance and the 6th mainland when Xianxia died. The Forgotten Ruins deity had expected Lu Yin to answer that he was there, which meant that Lu Yin was hiding something. Lu Yin took a deep breath and said, in any case, the Cape Galaxy incident has nothing to do with me. As for why I went into seclusion on planet Aegis, it has nothing to do with you. Stay away from me. The Great Eastern Alliance has been attacked, and the Innerverse wants to exterminate all cultivators above Enlighters. You won't have anyone you can use, including Wang Wen and the others, the Forgotten Ruins deity said. So? You have to help me, Lu Yin mocked. It's not impossible. Then I'll help you become the universe's public enemy. We have our ways, as long as you hand over that thing. Lu Yin frowned. What? Something from the Horn Galaxy. I've already said that I have nothing to do with the Horn Star system. Lu Xiaoxuan's identity has been exposed. Perhaps due to certain reasons, they won't become an obstacle to you, but they won't help you either. Even if the Neoverse wants to help you, it'll be too late. The Great Eastern Alliance will become a pile of loose sand. Do you wish for the Great Eastern Alliance that you worked so hard to establish to disappear? How will we fight against the 4-way scale in the future? God of Forgotten Ruins asked. As long as you hand over that item, we can protect everything that belongs to you. We can even help you unify the Innerverse as quickly as possible. How many times do I have to tell you before you believe me? What happened in Cape Horn has nothing to do with me. I have nothing to give you. Tell me the real reason why you went to Aegis for seclusion. You know that even if you don't tell us, we can still find out. The God of Forgotten Ruins said. Lu Yin muttered to himself for a moment before helplessly replying, there's an entrance to the Mysterium sect within Aegis. The God of Forgotten Ruins was confused. The Mysterium sect? An ancient sect that contains an aura of death, Luin said. He wasn't afraid that the Neo-Human Alliance would discover the aura of death, as he still had Kuan-Zhe. If he didn't tell them the truth, the Neo-Human Alliance would keep an eye on him, which would make things even more troublesome for him. Furthermore, the Neo-Human Alliance's eternal kingdom contained an aura of death, so it wouldn't make a difference if there was one more or one less. The god of Forgotten Ruins was astonished. Aura of death? The Mysterium sect has aura of death? I remember now, the Mysterium sect. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Is the Mysterium sect very famous? The god of Forgotten Ruins did not answer. I can trust 30% of your words. Lu Yin's face twitched. Why not 10%? 70%, and I need to verify it personally. Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine. The god of Forgotten Ruins was about to attack him. He didn't know what the god of Forgotten Ruins had, but he was still one of the 7 sky gods. Suddenly, the 2 heads were crushed before they could even cry out. Behind Lu Yin, a scale appeared beneath the feet of the figure condensed from light. The god of Forgotten Ruins was supported by one end of the scale while the other end was covered in endless darkness. In the distance, young King Qing coughed up blood. The death of the 2 heads was a huge blow to him. He stared at the endless darkness in shock, his eyes flickering. That was the Interstellar Arbitration's head judge. Ding ding ding. Lu Yin suddenly turned around and saw the scale supporting the condensed light. The other end of the scale was in the darkness. And he was delighted. Lord Judge. The scale represented judgment. The god of Forgotten Ruins' voice was extremely cold. You're not even a half-ancestor, yet you want to judge a half-ancestor? Qing Ping, you're too arrogant. Do you really think you can deal with the 7 sky gods? A calm voice rang out from the darkness. Judgment, laws, inner world. The moment the voice finished speaking, the boundless darkness suddenly vanished and was replaced by a clear and bright sky. It was clear and pure, and it replaced the sky of the Xingu continent as well as the Gu Flow Zone's starry sky. It was as if the stars in the sky had shifted. Lu Yin was shocked. This was changing the sky. The god of Forgotten Ruins slowly rose up, and the scale pressed down on the head judge. You haven't even become a half-ancestor, but you've already cultivated an inner world? No, this isn't an inner world. It's just a manifestation of your cultivation, but it's comparable to a half-ancestor's inner world. Qing Ping, I can't let you live today. The god of Forgotten Ruins was in disbelief as he shouted. The sky was clear, and lightning appeared in the pure sky, forming a crack that split the sky apart. Following that, countless blurry sounds appeared, accompanied by the descent of a piece of land that pressed down on the scale. The scale shifted, and the god of Forgotten Ruins descended while the head judge was raised up. Lu Yin watched on nervously. The head judge was not a half-ancestor, but he wanted to compete with a half-ancestor's inner world. His opponent was one of the 7 sky gods, and it seemed like the 7 sky gods were not as simple as half-ancestors. Even though Lu Yin had confidence in the head judge, he was not so sure anymore. This senior of his was too daring. Rumble. The land pressed down on the scale, pushing the god of Forgotten Ruins down, but it was unable to destroy the scale. The god of Forgotten Ruins was shocked. Since it can't be destroyed, then I'll use your own rules to judge you. With that, the scale fell faster and faster, and in the blink of an eye, the god of Forgotten Ruins was level with the head judge. Lu Yin clenched his fists, and a blood-red bell appeared in his hand. He pondered for a moment before shaking it. In the distance, Xiao Huangqing was equally nervous. On one side was the head judge of the Interstellar Court, who was rumored to be Lu Yin's backer, while on the other side was one of the Neo-Human Alliance's 7 sky gods. However, neither side would benefit him, and he hoped that both sides would suffer. Qing Ping, you must die today. You asked for it. The god of Forgotten Ruins was pleased with himself as he pressed down. On the other side, the head judge's voice rang out. Your weakness is too obvious. How can this body's inner world withstand my judgment? With that, the scale stopped, and the bright sky once again enveloped the Gu Flow Zone. On this day, the Gu Flow Zone's wonders would forever be recorded in the annals of history. Even the darkness of space was replaced by the bright sky. Following that, the head judge slowly descended, and the scale's judgment shifted in a direction unfavorable to the god of Forgotten Ruins. The specks of light that the god of Forgotten Ruins had gathered slowly dissipated. If I were you, I definitely wouldn't have exposed myself. Today, your exposure is the cause, and in the future, your death will be the effect. With that, the specks of light completely disappeared, and one end of the scale was empty. Luin heaved a sigh of relief. The god of Forgotten Ruins had left, and he did not know if he had been defeated. If he had been defeated, then the head judge was too powerful. Even a half-progenitor could only chase away one of the 7 sky gods, but his senior had directly judged him. The scale disappeared, and so did the bright sky. It was still that familiar darkness. Luin hurried forward. "Greetings, head judge." Xiao Huangqing also hurried forward, her voice weak. "Greetings, head judge." Within the palace, Grand Tutor Yuan, Prince Ruan, Qing Long Long, and the rest of the Divine Gu dynasty's people all paid their respects. Following that, Wen Yao, Balsam, and the rest all came forward to pay their respects to the head judge. Everyone was bewildered, as they did not understand why the head judge would appear here. Xiao Huangqing was the most apprehensive, as there had always been rumors that Lu Yin's background was as powerful as the heavens. The Hall of Honor, the Interstellar Arbitration, the Board of Governors, and even a peak half-progenitor were all his backers. That was why many people had been so cautious when dealing with him, and it was also because of this that Xiao Huangqing had not tried to kill Lu Yin. He had thought that no matter how powerful those backers were, as long as they did not harm Lu Yin's life, they would not act. He had never expected the head judge to appear to protect Lu Yin. What was their relationship? Just how powerful was Lu Yin's background? Why did the 7 sky gods appear? The head judge asked. Even though they could not see him, everyone knew that he was asking about Lu Yin. Lu Yin replied, "The god of Forgotten Ruins wants to know if this junior has anything to do with the Horn Galaxy incident." "Is there a connection?" the head judge asked again. Lu Yin did not hesitate. "No connection." The head judge fell silent. Xiao Huangqing could not hold back any longer. "Head judge, it is the Divine Gu dynasty's honor that you have come, but the palace has been destroyed. Please forgive this junior's rudeness. May I know why you are here?" The head judge calmly replied, "The Neo-Human Alliance." "You already knew that the 7 sky gods would appear?" Xiao Huangqing could not understand. Lu Yin answered, "It wasn't the 7 sky gods. I was the one who invited you here." He met Xiao Huangqing's gaze, and his lips curled up. "You should know why." Xiao Huangqing's gaze turned sinister. The Interstellar Arbitration represents the Hall of Honor, and it is the highest authority that upholds human order. The head judge is also the representative of humanity's fair and just judgment. He would not come to my Gu flow zone just to help you. Lu Yin laughed, as this fellow was trying to use righteousness to bind the head judge. At the head judge's level, righteousness was nothing more than a shackle that bound themselves. Righteousness was meaningless to them, and even if the head judge openly helped Lu Yin deal with the Interverse's various powers, no one would be able to say anything. Lu Yin's expression changed. "This junior did not invite you here for a personal grudge, but to report that the Divine Gu dynasty is suspected of colluding with the Neo-Human Alliance." Young Empress Qing was shocked, and the Weasel Prince angrily shouted, "Don't spout nonsense, Lu Yin." He hadn't said anything before because he didn't want to offend Lu Yin, but also because there was no point in saying anything. Dealing with the Great Eastern Alliance would not be a problem. No matter how powerful Lu Yin's background was, the worst that could happen was that he would be defeated. However, if he was accused of colluding with the Neo-Human Alliance, then things would be different. That was a crime that would implicate all races. Let alone collusion, even if there was any suspicion of collusion, they would still be eliminated. This was the attitude of the Hall of Honor. Lu Yin was too vicious. He actually wanted to use this move to deal with the Divine Gu dynasty. Imperial Tutor Yuan was so angry that he coughed. "Alliance leader Lu, even if His Majesty is your enemy, you shouldn't randomly frame my Divine Gu dynasty." This. Young Empress Qing glared at Lu Yin. "Lu Yin, you either have to prove that my Divine Gu dynasty is truly colluding with the Neo-Human Alliance, or else, I, Young Empress Qing, will definitely not let you off." Even if I have to report this to the Board of Governors or even to Elder Chan, I will still demand an explanation. I won't rest until I'm dead. Lu Ying faced the head inquisitor and slowly bowed. Lord Inquisitor, I'm here because someone reported that the Divine Gu dynasty's former Grand Tutor had colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance to develop death, the poison of life, in Gu Flow Zone. Qin Xiaohuang suddenly looked at Grand Tutor Yuan. Grand Tutor Yuan's expression changed drastically. Alliance Leader Lu, don't speak nonsense. Lu Ying looked at Grand Tutor Yuan. The person who made the report is Yuan Miao Miao. The Imperial Tutor, Qin Xiaohuang, and many others all looked into the distance. There, Yuan Miao Miao was walking over and slowly bowing to the crowd. Miao Miao reports that the Imperial Tutor, Yuan Zhong, colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance to develop a poison. The evidence is irrefutable. Gong Hollow was a remote area in the Gu Flow Zone that was close to the Divine Gu continent. Its periphery was filled with poison, and it was difficult for ordinary people to get close to it. Even space-exploring cultivators would have a slim chance of surviving if they entered. The innermost part of the hollow was filled with a type of poisonous metal known as a gong. Although this metal was poisonous, it was not very useful, which was why not many people went to Gong Hollow. Lu Ying had invited the head inquisitor to Gu Flow Zone because of Yuan Miao Miao's report. Her words alone were enough to convince the head inquisitor to make a trip, but whether or not it was true would depend on the head inquisitor's judgment. It had nothing to do with Lu Ying. Lu Yin's greatest worry was that the head inquisitor's arrival would coincidentally coincide with the second Night King's arrival. In that case, he would have no choice but to allow the second Night King to remain imprisoned in Kuan's Marsh. This was a step that had to be taken. Ever since Miao Miao had told Lu Ying that Grand Tutor Yuan had colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance to develop the life poison, Lu Ying and Wang Wen had decided on a plan that would push Xiao Huangqing into the abyss. This was the most important step in unifying the Innerverse. The head judge led Xiao Huangqing, Lu Ying, Yuan Miao Miao, and Grand Tutor Yuan to the Gong cavity. Everyone could only wait. Balsam's eyes flickered. There really was a problem here. If that was the case, then when she recalled that Lu Qianjue and the others had attacked the blazing mist flow zone, would Lu Ying have been prepared? If Lu Ying had been prepared for all of this, then he would have been too ruthless and too calculative. Of the Innerverse 8 great flow zones, the first flow zone, the Beast Tamer's flow zone, and the Spirit Seal flow zone were all attacking the blazing mist flow zone. Lu Ying had personally taken action against the Gu flow zone, while the Day-Night flow zone and Chaos flow zones were already half crippled. Erudite flow zone did not dare to make a move. If all of this was related to Lu Yin's scheme, then the entire structure of the Innerverse would change. She had clearly heard that the Gu Flow Zone's banquet had been a result of the Sword Sect and the other powers scheming against Lu Ying, so how had it ended up like this? In the Gong cavity, the head judge led Lu Ying forward. He waved his hand, causing the poison to disperse. There were close to 20 planets in this area, but because they had been corroded by the Gong cavity's poison for many years, there were no signs of life. Grand Tutor Yuan glared at Yuan Miao Miao, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Lu Ying blocked Yuan Miao Miao's side and looked at Grand Tutor Yuan. Since you're already here, then just tell me the location of the poison of life. Perhaps the head judge will be lenient with your punishment. I won't be lenient. You'll definitely die, the head judge said coldly. Lu Ying was speechless. Alliance Master Lu, the one who offended you was Xiao Huangqing. It has nothing to do with me. Why are you causing trouble for me? Are you trying to slander me? Grand Tutor Yuan gritted his teeth. Xiao Huangqing also stared at Lu Ying. Lu Ying, don't think that you can slander my divine venomous dynasty just because you found a random place. You might have already thrown out some poison of life here to slander me, but the head judge won't be fooled by you. Suddenly, the head judge made a move and tapped out with a finger. The Gong cavity split apart, and pairs of scarlet eyes opened. There were quite a few hidden corpse kings here, and one of them used its red eye transformation. Its rune lines surpassed Grand Tutor Yuan's, and its power level surpassed 1,000,000. Lu Ying was shocked. That had been close. Fortunately, when Yuan Miao Miao had told him the location, he had not explored it himself and had instead told the head judge about it. Otherwise, he would have been in deep trouble, and even the second Night King might not have been able to save him. A red-eye transformation corpse king with a power level of 1,000,000 was quite powerful, and it would have been a cosmic imprinter in the sixth mainland. However, it had not stood a chance against the head judge's Libra judgment and had been instantly killed. There were indeed many traces of the poison of life here in the gong cavity. Xiao Huangqing was in disbelief. How? Is that possible? It's fake, it's all fake. He glared at Luyin. You're slandering me. It's definitely you. Luyin sneered. Are you saying that I have the ability to capture a corpse king with a power level of 1,000,000 and throw it here to slander you? If that's the case, then why don't I just get the corpse king to kill you? It's the Neo-Human Alliance's doing, and there's no evidence pointing to me. Xiao Huangqing was speechless, and he turned to look at Grand Tutor Yuan. Grand Tutor Yuan's face was ashen, and his eyes were filled with despair. When he saw Grand Tutor Yuan's expression, Xiao Huangqing understood, and his face paled. It's you? You colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance? Why? I've treated you well, so why did you collude with the Neo-Human Alliance? Grand Tutor Yuan clenched his fists and glared at Yuan Miao Miao. I should have killed you. I should have killed you. Yuan Miao Miao closed his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. Stop pretending, Xiao Huangqing. You were the one who told Grand Tutor Yuan to collude with the Neo-Human Alliance to develop the poison of life. Perhaps the poison of life was secretly developed by your Divine Gu dynasty from the start, and then you sold it to the Neo-Human Alliance, Luyin said. Xiao Huangqing roared, and his eyes widened. Nonsense. My Qing family rules over the Gu flow zone. Why would we collude with the Neo-Human Alliance? You're trying to slander me. Luyin picked his ear. That's the truth, and you still want to deny it? Grand Tutor Yuan was right in front of you, and with your strength, how could you not have seen that he was colluding with the Neo-Human Alliance? Stop pretending. Xiao Huangqing was furious, and he grabbed at Luyin. Nonsense. He barely took a step before he was unable to move again. The head judge coldly said, impudence. Just those two words woke Xiao Huangqing up from his daze, and he thought of the worst possible outcome. Regardless of whether or not Grand Tutor Yuan's collusion with the Neo-Human Alliance had anything to do with him, he would still be taken away for investigation. Given the Hall of Honor's attitude towards the Neo-Human Alliance, there was no way he would be safe. If he returned to the Divine Gu dynasty, then where would the Divine Gu dynasty go? He looked at Luyin with uncertainty in his eyes. This person had set his sights on the Divine Gu dynasty, and if he was around, then this would be the outcome. The more he thought about it, the colder Xiao Huangqing became. His heart was cold, and his body was even colder. Lord Judge, I've been wronged. This junior definitely did not collude with the Neo-Human Alliance, Xiao Huangqing said bitterly as he tried to prove his innocence. Whether or not you've been wronged will be determined after the trial, the head judge coldly replied. He then fixed the void around the Gong Depression to prevent anyone from entering and brought Luyin and the rest back to the palace in Gu King City. When everyone saw the ashen-faced and despairing Grand Tutor Yuan and the pale-faced Xiao Huangqing, they knew that Lu Yin's report was true. The Jackal Prince and the rest felt as if the sky had collapsed. Yuan Zhong colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance and will be brought back to the Realm Mountain for investigation. Xiao Huangqing will also be investigated. No one from the Divine Gu dynasty is allowed to leave the Gu flow zone, and they are to be investigated at any time, the head judge declared coldly. Luyin immediately agreed. The Great Eastern Alliance will definitely assist the Hall of Honor in the trial of the Divine Gu dynasty. Bring the little saint back. We'll do our best to assist the little saint. Bring him back. These were Xiao Huangqing's last words before he was taken away. It had clearly been a banquet to celebrate a breakthrough, but it had ended up being a prelude to Xiao Huangqing's capture and trial. Everyone looked at Luyin, not knowing how to face him. The Jackal Prince looked at Luyin with a complicated expression. Regardless of whether or not Xiao Huangqing had colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance, his future would not be good. The best outcome would be to be imprisoned for a period of time, and it would be impossible for him to regain control of the Divine Gu dynasty. The Hall of Honor would definitely investigate the Divine Gu dynasty, and he could not even begin to imagine how many people would be implicated. He himself might be implicated as well. With The Hall of Honor's methods, although the Divine Gu dynasty would not be completely destroyed, it would still be severely damaged. Qing Longlong walked in front of Luyin and glared at him. She then looked at Yuan Miaomiao. What happened? Tell me. Yuan Miaomiao's eyes dimmed. Longlong, Yuan Zhong is not my grandfather. He killed my parents and colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance. What does that have to do with my father? Qing Longlong shouted at the top of her lungs. Yuan Miaomiao shook her head. I don't know if it has anything to do with His Majesty. I'm only reporting Yuan Zhong. Qing Longlong was stunned. Indeed, Yuan Miaomiao had only reported Yuan Zhong, not Xiao Huangqing. Xiao Huangqing had only been taken away for trial because Yuan Zhong had implicated him, and it had nothing to do with Yuan Miaomiao. Even if it had not been Yuan Miaomiao who had reported Yuan Zhong, Xiao Huangqing would still have been taken away for trial because he was the emperor of the Divine Gu dynasty. Why now? Why? Qing Longlong asked weakly. Yuan Miaomiao looked at her. If it wasn't now, would I have the ability to report it? Would it even work? You can report it to my father. I don't have any evidence. The evidence was determined by the head judge, and I don't even have the chance to tell His Majesty. If I do, I'll die, Yuan Miaomiao said bitterly. Qing Longlong loosened her grip. Indeed, if Yuan Miaomiao had reported this to Xiao Huangqing, Tutor Yuan would have died, and so would Yuan Miaomiao. This matter could not be spread, and anyone who knew about it would have to die. Yuan Miaomiao had only thought about herself, so she could not blame her. She could only say that Luyin had come at the perfect time, and she had been the one to pull the strings and allow Yuan Miaomiao and Luyin to meet. This was all her fault. At this moment, many cultivators from the Divine Gu dynasty surrounded Luyin and stared at him with murderous intent. Since Luyin was young King Qing's enemy, he was naturally the Divine Gu dynasty's enemy as well. In the sky and on the ground, countless Gu worms and cultivators surrounded the imperial palace, waiting for an order to kill Luyin. Little Mountain God and the rest were relaxed. Although young King Qing had been taken away by the head inquisitor, he had asked for it. In any case, the Great Eastern Alliance was probably out of luck, as they would not have a single enlighter. As for an emissary? That was even more impossible. They did not care about the Divine Gu dynasty's fate, as they were all here to watch the show. Lu Yin's gaze swept across the crowd before finally landing on Prince Huan. Is this the Divine Gu dynasty's attitude towards me? Prince Huan's expression was gloomy as he looked at Luyin. Everything that had happened flashed through his mind, and in the end, he raised a hand and waved. Your Highness, His Majesty was harmed by this person. Please allow us to kill him, someone shouted, looking at Luyin with hostility. Many people agreed, including some of the Divine Gu dynasty's ministers. These cultivators who could appear in the palace all had venomous insects, and all sorts of venomous insects surrounded Luyin. In the distance, outside the palace, Little Fa and the other participants of the competition were being chased away from the palace. Iguan woke up with a dazed expression. His luck had been pretty good, as he had relied on the life-extending butterfly to survive the Second Night King's attack and had even avoided being captured by the head inquisitor. Otherwise, with his relationship with young King Qing, he would have been captured as well. Where's His Majesty? Iguan was at a loss. As soon as he spoke, Prince Huan raised his hand and transformed it into a claw. With a swipe, Iguan slowly fell to the ground, dying with his eyes wide open. Luyin looked at Iguan's corpse with a strange expression. Although the Second Night King's attack had not been powerful, it had still been enough to kill this person. However, Iguan had been able to survive because of the life-extending butterfly, and the Second Night King had not attacked him after that, allowing him to survive. In the end, however, he had died at Prince Huan's hands. Prince Huan looked at Iguan with disgust. Many things had been instigated by this person, including Elder Lianxin's meeting with his brother. It was also this person who had instigated his brother to be hostile towards the Great Eastern Alliance. This person should have been dead a long time ago. Alliance Master Lu, my divine venomous insect dynasty has absolutely no ill intentions towards you. We trapped you inside the two-headed centipede because we sensed that someone was trying to assassinate you. It was a form of protection. The facts have proven that someone was indeed trying to assassinate you, Alliance Master Lu, said the cunning prince sincerely. Luyin looked at him strangely. Luyin wasn't the only one, everyone else also looked at the Prince of Harem strangely. Just how thick was this guy's skin to say something like that? The group of people from the Divine Venom dynasty looked at the cunning prince with a strange gaze. Was this the cunning prince who did not care about court affairs, was occasionally arrogant and conceited, but was also afraid of death? Was it that Prince Naughty, who was good at protecting himself? Although Lu Yin's words were shameless, they dissolved the most direct hostility between the Divine Venomous Beast dynasty and Lu Yin. Not only that, but killing Director Yi was also an explanation to Lu Yin. It was only now that Lu Yin truly understood the benevolent prince. This person was even more patient than young Empress Qing. Back then, Lu Yin had thought that the benevolent prince had no desires and was merely afraid of death. Now, however, it seemed that the benevolent prince was more suited to rule the Divine Gu dynasty than young Empress Qing. At least he was thick-skinned. Lu Yin smiled. So you're saying that the Divine Venomous Beast dynasty has no enmity towards me? Of course, the cunning prince said seriously. When the Great Eastern Alliance first entered Fennel Flow Zone, that was the gateway to our Gu Flow Zone. My Divine Venomous Beast dynasty did not make things difficult for you, and we even helped you. Today, we've invited Alliance Master Lu here to express our goodwill. That slave offended Alliance Master Lu, and as an apology, my royal brother is willing to allow Alliance Master Lu to enter the treasury and choose whatever you like. As for the second Night King's assassination, it was a complete accident. The Day-Night clan was trying to sow discord, and I hope that Alliance Master Lu does not believe them. Alliance Master Lu should understand the Day-Night clan better than we do. When Night King Jinwu fought with Alliance Master Lu, he actually poisoned you beforehand. How can the words of someone from that clan be taken seriously? Qing Longlong felt as if this was the first time she had met the cunning prince. This uncle of hers who did not like to talk much seemed to be able to see through many things. The cunning prince's explanation was not very convincing, and it could only be said that he was thick-skinned. Now that Qing Longlong had been taken away for trial, Lu Yin no longer had any thoughts of making an enemy out of the Divine Venomous Beast dynasty. His goal was to get Gu Flow Zone to join the Great Eastern Alliance, not to make enemies. Since the cunning prince had already shown his friendliness, Lu Yin did not mind giving him a way out. Your Highness is right. The Day-Night clan cannot be trusted, Lu Yin said with a sigh. The cunning prince relaxed. His standpoint was different from Qing Longlong's. Even if Lu Yin did not join the Great Eastern Alliance, the cunning prince still did not want to offend this person. This person was too ruthless. Your Highness, Qing Longlong views Lu Yin as a great enemy. It was because of him that the palace was destroyed, and it was also because of him that the Divine Venomous Beast dynasty was surrounded by the Great Eastern Alliance. Have you forgotten all of this? Mr. Yu asked. The Great Eastern Alliance is about to disappear, Ling Gong mocked as he stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin blinked and looked at Ling Gong. The Great Eastern Alliance is about to disappear? What do you mean? Ling Gong coldly replied, the blazing mist flow zone should be very lively. Why don't you ask around and find out for yourself? Lu Yin glanced at Yue Hua Mavis and Xianxia before sweeping his gaze across Wen Yao, Wen Sansi, Qing Longlong, Ling Ke, and the rest. It seems like something happened while we were trapped inside the two-headed centipede. Actually, I wanted to invite everyone to watch a show when we left, but the appearance of the Neo-Human Alliance and the head Inquisitor disrupted the flow of events. It's not too late to watch it now. Lu Yin raised his hand and activated his gadget to connect to someone. Not long after, a screen rose up and gradually expanded until it floated above the palace's destroyed building. An intense battle was taking place within the screen. On one side was Chen Huang, a giant that was too eye-catching. On the other side was a similarly enormous creature, the mountain god. The battle between Chen Huang and the mountain god shook the stars. Aside from Chen Huang, there was another inconspicuous figure who was also battling the mountain god. The figure was Luo Huang. Chen Huang and Luo Huang were working together against the mountain god, but they were still at a disadvantage. Alliance Master, the mountain god is still the leader of one of the 8 great flow zones. Although he might be the weakest, he's still not weak. He's not someone that Chen Huang and Luo Huang can deal with. Following that, Chen Huang's 9-lined battle force was shattered, and his enormous body was pushed back. The mountain god viciously pressed down, causing Chen Huang to spit out blood. The mountain god clearly had the upper hand, but for some reason, the little mountain god did not feel happy at all. This was because the person who had spoken to Lu Yin had sounded very relaxed. Lu Yin replied, "If you can't beat him, then switch opponents. Don't die. There's no need for that. Someone will come to help soon." As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 rings of plum blossom froze the sky. The Ice Empress of the Royal Frost Continent arrived and attacked the mountain god. Further away, an undying bird was frozen in the void. When the Ice Empress appeared, Lu Yin no longer cared about the battlefield. Contact Wei Rong. Following that, another screen rose up that also showed a great battle between 2 women. One was Ling Qiu, the leader of the Lingling clan. The other was the leader of the secluded court, Madame Yu. Madame Yu? Ling Gong and Ling Ke were shocked. Impossible. The secluded court is controlled by the sword sect. Why would Madame Yu attack the Lingling clan? In terms of absolute power, Madame Yu was not stronger than Ling Qiu, but she was from the Yu family of the 7 courts, and her foundation surpassed that of the Lingling clan. It would be difficult to determine a victor between the 2 women. Contact Ku Wei. Another screen rose up, but this one was trembling. The person recording the battle was constantly retreating. Sword chi swept across the screen, and the void was torn apart. No one could see the person on the screen. "Master, I don't dare to go any closer." "That's the battle between Lu Qianjue and ancestor Ling Taizu," Ku Wei said. Ling Gong suddenly stepped forward and stared at the screen. Although he could not see it, there was no mistaking it. The person fighting against ancestor Ling Taizu was definitely Lu Qianjue, but why? Shouldn't Lu Qianjue be fighting against the Great Eastern Alliance? Why was he fighting against the Lingling clan? Lu Yin was astonished. Ancestor Ling Taizu? I never thought that there would be such an expert. What's going on? Little mountain god cried out and turned to glare at Li Zimo. Why is the sword sect helping the Great Eastern Alliance? Ling Gong, Wen Yao, Mr. Yu, and the rest all looked at Li Zimo. The sword sect had changed sides, and Lu Qianjue and Madame Yu had both helped the Great Eastern Alliance. This had directly affected the battle situation, and even ancestor Ling Taizu, who had been hiding all this time, had joined the battle. This was the show that Lu Yin had brought them to watch. Li Zimo was very calm, and he did not speak. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back, and his voice reverberated throughout the entire Xingu continent. The Day-Night Flow Zone, Chaos Flow Zone, Blazing Mist Flow Zone, and the First Flow Zone all belong to the Great Eastern Alliance. The Gu Flow Zone has been sealed and is now facing the Interstellar Arbiter's investigation. What else do you have to resist? He then looked at Wen Sansi. What's the Erudite Flow Zone's stance? Wen Sansi looked at Lu Yin deeply. My Wen family has always been friendly with the Great Eastern Alliance, and we have never been enemies. Lu Yin smiled. From today onwards, the Great Eastern Alliance will officially join the Interverse's 8 Great Flow Zones. Everyone stared at him in shock. The cunning prince was currently representing the Gu Flow Zone, but he could not refute Lu Yin's words, nor did he dare to. Young King Qing's fate was a perfect example. Little Mountain God and the rest stared blankly at the battle on the screen, not knowing what to do. Today should have been the day that the Great Eastern Alliance would decline, so why had things turned out this way? What had gone wrong? Why was the sword sect helping Lu Yin? Lu Yin looked down at the crowd. It was not enough, and this was only the starting point. It would take some time before the Interverse would truly join the Great Eastern Alliance, but that time was running out. This region of space would eventually belong to Lu Yin, and no one would be able to stop him. Regardless of whether it was Lu Qianjue or Ling Taizu who won, the Great Eastern Alliance would definitely win in the end. There was still Emperor Lu, who had yet to make a move. Emperor Lu had hidden himself out of fear of Kuan-Zhe, or else he would have made a move long ago. Just as Lu Yin was thinking about this, there was a sudden change. A beam of sword chi slashed through space and sliced the entire universe horizontally, revealing the astral source universe. It was Emperor Lu's sword chi. Lu Yin's eyes widened. There's someone else? Space crumbled as a palm was cut off, turning into a strange branch that fell to the ground. Emperor Lu streaked past the stars and disappeared in a flash. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. This person was not with Ling Taizu and the rest, and he had attacked in secret. Furthermore, Emperor Lu's attack had come from within the Ross Empire's stronghold. This person had entered the stronghold. This shocking turn of events completely stunned the people of the Spirit Palace. There were still hidden peerless fighters in the Great Eastern Alliance. Deal with it as soon as possible. Following his command, the starry sky sword chi swept out. A beam of sword chi cut off the mountain deity, another beam severed Ling Qiu's arm, and another beam injured Ling Taizu. It was Emperor Lu's sword chi. His strength far surpassed these people. There was no one in the Innerverse who could match Emperor Lu's innate gift. Even the second Night King would need time to make up for it, otherwise, he would not be Emperor Lu's opponent. Seeing that Spirit Taizu and the others had been defeated, those from Spirit Palace turned pale. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Everything happened too quickly, too suddenly. Lu Yin turned off the screen and looked at the people from Linggong. Was this show good? The Imperial Palace was silent. They had all witnessed the defeat of the Innerverse 8 great flow zones, and they had also witnessed the Great Eastern Alliance dominating the Innerverse. Actually, Lu Yin had not expected that the war with the 8 great flow zones would end in such a manner. However, it was such a coincidence that Yuan Miaomiao's report had allowed Lu Yin to gain control over the Divine Venomous dynasty. Lu Qianjue's betrayal had also left the Lingling clan and the other powers powerless to resist, and they were naturally suppressed by the Great Eastern Alliance. From then on, the Innerverse no longer had the power to resist the Great Eastern Alliance. There was no power to resist, but the power of the sovereign was watching. Mr. Wright immediately contacted the board of directors and informed the entire Hall of Honor. When the Great Eastern Alliance had unified the Outerverse, the Hall of Honor had not paid much attention to it, just like how no one had cared when Lu Yin had headed to the Neoverse as an Outerverse master. However, unifying the Innerverse was different. There was a fundamental difference between the Innerverse and the Outerverse. There were about 10 light emissaries in the entire Innerverse. Even the behemoths in the Neoverse did not have that many emissaries on their own. The Hall of Honor only had this many emissaries on the surface. The Great Eastern Alliance had unified the Innerverse, which meant that Lu Yin's power had reached a level that could rival the behemoths of the Neoverse. This did not even include the powers behind him, such as Leon's Armada or Lu Yefei, who had mysteriously helped him. The Innerverse and Outerverse belonged to the Great Eastern Alliance, which meant that Lu Yin had the right to speak up in the Fifth Mainland. He also had the right to bargain with the 3 Dark Hands and the Hall of Honor. Their statuses were worlds apart. No one had expected Lu Yin to act so quickly and so unexpectedly. Mr. Yu had witnessed the entire process. There had been no warning at all from the very beginning, and it had been the enemy who had taken the initiative to attack the Great Eastern Alliance to unify the Innerverse. Lu Yin did not stop Mr. Yu from informing the board of directors, as he wanted to contact Elder Chan himself. If Elder Chan was unwilling to allow the Great Eastern Alliance to unify the Innerverse, then everything that Lu Yin had done would have been for naught. That might not be the case. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. He still had Kuei Luo, so it wasn't as if he didn't have the qualifications to compete. Please return to your residences, Lu Yin said as he swept his gaze across the crowd. Everyone he saw lowered their heads. Little Mountain God, Wen Yao, and even Mr. Wright didn't dare to look him in the eye. Ling Gong stared at Lu Yin stubbornly, but Lu Yin ignored her as she was dragged away by Ling Quebecuihua. Mavis was the first to leave, followed by Balsam and the others. Gradually, only the people from the Divine Venomous dynasty were left in the dilapidated Imperial Palace. Lu Yin activated his gadget and contacted Elder Chan. Not long after, Elder Chan's voice was heard. Congratulations. Lu Yin's expression was solemn. If Senior does not wish for the Innerverse and Outerverse to be unified, then this Junior can immediately dissolve the Great Eastern Alliance. Elder Chan replied, the Hall of Honor has its own concerns. With its strength, it can easily control everyone in the Innerverse and Outerverse, but it cannot do so. The Hall of Honor is too tyrannical, and the interstellar arbitrators represent judgment. To everyone, the Hall of Honor is like a blade that can fall at any time. The Great Eastern Alliance is different. It seems like a loose alliance, but because of their own interests, they have joined together. It is not just for you, Lu Xiaoxian, but also for themselves. They joined the Great Eastern Alliance because the Great Eastern Alliance can bring them benefits, not because they fear death. The Great Eastern Alliance is not a hegemony. It is an alliance. This is the purpose of the Great Eastern Alliance's establishment. If there comes a day when they realize that the enemy they are facing is undefeatable, will they still firmly support you? Lu Yin lowered his voice. Senior, this junior has already said that I will not lead the Great Eastern Alliance to become enemies with the cosmic trees for my own selfish desires. I will not let the Eternals benefit. Elder Chan sighed. After the Autark tournament, the Hall of Honor decided to fully support you. Whether it is unifying the outerverse, the innerverse, the cosmic sea, or even the neoverse, as long as you have the ability, the Hall of Honor will not stop you. In fact, we will even help you. That is because you are Lu Yin. Do you understand? Lu Yin suddenly asked, can this junior ask senior a question? Speak. Did the primeval surnames really abandon the fifth mainland? There was no response from the other end of the gadget. Lu Yin was not in a hurry, so he waited patiently. After a while, Elder Chan finally spoke. Why do you ask? Lu Yin sighed. Because the upper three gates are located at the battlefield behind the cosmic trees. That's because there is a battlefield behind the cosmic trees. Elder Chan remained silent. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Although I lost my memories, I more or less understood the Lu family during my time in the cosmic trees. The Lu family is very popular there, and at least the Lu family, the Nong family, and Memory Idler Academy are not willing to become enemies with the Lu family. Countless people are looking forward to the Lu family's return, and they would rather die than submit to the four-way scales. I don't believe that the Lu family would abandon their ancestral lands. I am both Lu Yin and Lu Xiaoxian. Neither Lu Yin nor Lu Xiaoxian are people who would abandon their ancestral lands. That means that the Lu family will not do so either. The truth is that the fifth mainland was indeed abandoned by the sixth mainland. The Lu family is the only one who has the ability to take away the mother tree and abandon the fifth mainland, Elder Chan said in a low voice. If there is no battlefield behind the cosmic trees, then the fifth mainland and the sixth mainland would not be able to resist the Eternals, and the fifth mainland would not even be able to resist the 12 Marquises. Can I understand that the cosmic trees are helping the fifth mainland block the Eternals? Lu Yin asked. It's one thing for the primeval surnames to abandon the ancestral lands, but it's another thing for them to block the enemies for the ancestral lands. Even if there is a battlefield behind, it cannot erase the fact that they caused the ancestral lands to be swapped. If the progenitors from the Lu family, the four-way scales, and the other families had stayed behind, the sixth mainland would have been defeated without a doubt. Progenitor Chen would not have had to fight alone, and the symbol ancestor would not have died helplessly while carrying the civilization on his back. The fifth mainland would not have been without a progenitor, Elder Chan said sternly. Lu Yin understood the resentment that Elder Chan and the others felt towards the cosmic trees. It was not just them, their seniors and seniors had all produced half progenitors, but because their skies had been swapped, they had not been able to produce a progenitor. Lu Yin could fully understand the grievances of dying without even having the chance to break through to the progenitor realm. This was what it meant that no matter what the cosmic trees did for the fifth mainland, it could not offset the fact that the fifth mainland's skies had been swapped and abandoned. However, Lu Yin's conversation with Elder Chan also confirmed that the cosmic trees had indeed helped the fifth mainland block the Eternals. Their past might not have been the truth that everyone knew. The current truth was something that those who had remained behind had imagined due to the blurring of time. The fifth mainland was like this, and so was the cosmic trees. They all believed from the bottom of their hearts that the fifth mainland had been abandoned. After understanding this, Lu Yin's heart suddenly brightened, and he no longer felt guilty. Even if Lu Yin could forcefully lead the Great Eastern Alliance to rebel against the four-way scales, if his heart was filled with guilt towards the fifth mainland, then that would eventually become a weakness. But now, that weakness had been fixed. The Lu family did not owe the fifth mainland anything. On the contrary, they might have actively blocked the Eternals for the fifth mainland. Now, he needed the fifth mainland's strength to help the Lu family return. This was the truth that he had to believe. As for the truth that Elder Chan and the others believed that the fifth mainland had been abandoned, Lu Yin chose not to believe it. He wanted to make up for his flaw, and this was the only way. If he succeeded in the end and the Lu family returned, then he could do something based on the truth of the past. However, the prerequisite was that the Lu family had to return. After clarifying his heart, Lu Yin let out a long breath and stopped arguing with Elder Chan. The innerverse and outerverse have been unified, and you now have the qualifications to speak directly with the Hall of Honor. That's why I'm telling you all this. I also want to confirm with you that we will not fight with the four-way scales and not let the Eternals off. This is everyone's bottom line. Everyone's bottom line. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. What if the four-way scale sends someone to kill me? Elder Chan was silent for a moment. They can't do that. Lu Yin's eyes widened. He had thought that Elder Chan would say that they would try their best to protect him or even abandon him. He had not expected Elder Chan to say such a thing. Where did he get the confidence to say such a thing? The four-way scales. Lu Yin felt that something was wrong, as Elder Chan's tone was very certain. The four-way scales could send more than one half-progenitor to the fifth mainland to kill him, and even a progenitor would appear. Elder Chan did not have the qualifications to say such a thing, but he had still said it. Lu Yin thought back to how Elder Chan had protected him on the Realm Mountain, and how helpless Elder Chan had sounded when he had first learned that Lu Yin was Lu Xiaoxian. Elder Chan definitely knew something, and the most likely person was Mr. Mu. Senior, have you heard of Mr. Mu? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Elder Chan fell silent again, and after a while, he said, I've heard of him and met him before. Lu Yin's eyes widened. As expected, Elder Chan had protected him so much because of Mr. Mu. Otherwise, with the Hall of Honor's attitude, they would not have looked into the matter when Lu Yin had been taken to the Eternal Kingdom to be modified. They had even removed the unaging Elder's authority because of this. As expected, it was all because of Mr. Mu. Senior, do you know of my relationship with Mr. Mu? Lu Yin asked. Elder Chan replied, there's no need to ask. You won't be able to get anything out of me. If you have the time, why don't you ask your senior? Head Inquisitor? If he's willing to talk, then so be it. If he's unwilling to talk, then it has nothing to do with me. In any case, even if you are master and disciple with that mister, you cannot shake the fifth mainland's bottom line. The Eternals are humanity's greatest enemy, and you must remember this. Elder Chan ended the call. Lu Yin put down his gadget and relaxed. Elder Chan actually knew about Mr. Mu, and his tone was very respectful. This made things easier, and Lu Yin did not mind using Mr. Mu's name. The gadget beeped, and Lu Yin opened it. Master, we've defeated Master. The entire Innerverse is ours. Little Wei, gather the giants and sweep through the Innerverse. Capture all the disobedient ones, and pick a few beautiful ones to warm Master's bed. Master. Lu Yin frowned. Shut up. Ku Wei hurriedly shut his mouth, not daring to say anything else. The screen opened, and Lu Yin saw Ling Qiu, Shan Shen, Ling Taizu, Abel Phoenix, and the other emissaries. They were all in a sorry state, especially Shan Shen, whose body had been split open by Lu Huang's sword qi. One of Ling Qiu's arms had been severed, and Ling Taizu had blood at the corner of his mouth. He sat down cross-legged and looked at Lu Yin with a helpless expression. Lu Qianjue, Chen Huang, Luo Huang, Madame Yu, and the Ice Empress were all around them. 9 emissaries were gathered on the screen, and they represented most of the Innerverse strength. They can't resist, right? Lu Yin asked. Luo Huang respectfully replied, their bodies have all been sealed by the Ice Empress. Lu Yin nodded. Lock them up. We'll talk about it when I get back. Anyone from the Beast Tamer's flow zone or Spirit Seal flow zone will die. Understood. After ending the call, Lu Yin contacted Lu Huang with a cold expression. Who was it? Lu Huang shook his head. I don't know. I've never fought him before, so he's unfamiliar. He's not very strong, but he's very strange. His power level is probably about the same as Lu Qianjue's. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. What's his goal? I discovered him as soon as he arrived at the stronghold. He probably didn't expect me to be hiding in the stronghold. It wasn't just Lu Huang, as Luyin had also hidden the Sea King to guard against the Seven Courts. The Seven Courts had not been prepared for this, but a mysterious person had appeared. If Lu Yin's guess was right, it was definitely the Leaf King. Lu Yin had guessed that the Leaf King was powerful and had great ambitions, but he had not expected him to be able to escape from Lu Huang. The Leaf King's goal was clearly Lu Yin's sapling. Over at the Gu Flow Zone, other than allowing the Divine Gu dynasty to join the Great Eastern Alliance, he also wanted to take a look at the wireless Gu and try his best to find out that piece of information that might be related to Deep Red Hell. There was nothing else for him to do, and he wanted to quickly settle this and return. Since the God of Forgotten Ruins had guessed that it was him, he would not let it go so easily. He had to think of a way to call Kue Luo over. He did not know what that old man was up to. Lu Yin stayed in the dilapidated palace for half a day and contacted Wang Wen, Wei Rong, Xianxia, and Shui Chuanchao. His main goal was to discuss the unification of the Innerverse. Prince Huan, Qing Long Long, Yuan Miao Miao, and the rest of the Divine Gu dynasty's people were standing far away from Lu Yin, and they could only watch from afar. The rest of the Divine Gu dynasty's people also distanced themselves from Lu Yin. Even though they wanted to attack Lu Yin, they did not have the ability to do so. When the sky turned completely dark, Lu Yin put his gadget away. The matter of the Innerverse, various large and small flow zones joining the Great Eastern Alliance could be left to those few people. Once the 8 great flow zones were taken care of, there would be no other problems. What Lu Yin wanted to check right now was the Divine Gu dynasty's treasury. Reality proved that every time he defeated a powerful force, he would make a fortune. Young Empress Qing asked me to go to the National Treasury to pick out something that I like. Does that still count? Lu Yin looked at the prince with a fervent expression. The wolf prince's face twitched. Yes, of course. I'll lead the way. Lu Yin nodded and waved at Yuan Miao Miao, who hurried over. Now that she had escaped the threat of Tutor Yuan, she was in much better spirits. Go back and wait for me. I'll find you, Lu Yin said gently to her, his eyes shining as he looked at her face. Many people would think that this was a look of fondness, but in reality, Lu Yin was looking at progenitor Chen's symbol beneath the passion flower on her face. Yuan Miao Miao acknowledged softly and was about to leave when she suddenly paused and looked at Qing Long Long. She opened her mouth but did not know what to say. Qing Long Long remained silent in her original spot. Lu Yin asked the Wolf Prince, "Is she trying to find Casanova?" The Wolf Prince nodded. Everyone had heard what young Empress Qing had said before she had been taken away. The future leader of the Divine Gu dynasty would be Casanova, who was young Empress Qing's only son. Actually, I think that you're very suitable to lead the Divine Gu dynasty, Lu Yin said as he followed the Wolf Prince to a corner of the palace. Lu Yin's words stunned the Wolf Prince, and he recalled what Lu Yin had said to him back in the Fennel Flow Zone. This was the second time that Lu Yin had tried to recruit him, but the Wolf Prince had still rejected the offer. Casanova is the true successor of the Divine Gu dynasty. Lu Yin laughed. There's no such thing as a successor of the Divine Gu dynasty. It's just that the successor has too much authority, and others can't resist. If they could resist, who would be willing to be stepped on? You're a prince of the Divine Gu dynasty, and even that servant dared to be rude to you. Do you really not care at all? The Wolf Prince replied softly, "Thank you for thinking so highly of me, Alliance Leader Lu. I really don't want any authority. It's too tiring." Lu Yin looked at him seriously, shook his head, and stopped trying to persuade him. After young Empress Qing had been taken away, the Wolf Prince had resolved the Divine Gu dynasty's crisis with just a few words. At that time, everyone had looked at him in a new light, and Lu Yin had also thought that the Wolf Prince wanted to lead the Divine Gu dynasty. Now, however, it seemed that the Wolf Prince's thoughts ran even deeper. If he took the helm of the Divine Gu dynasty, there was only one path he could take, and that was to join the Great Eastern Alliance. It would be fine if the outcome was good, but if he joined the Great Eastern Alliance and led the Divine Gu dynasty into dire straits, then he would be the greatest sinner in the history of the Divine Gu dynasty. Regardless of whether the Wolf Prince was willing to lead the Divine Gu dynasty, the current situation meant that the position of emperor had to be given to Casanova. Lu Yin never underestimated these seemingly idle people, and he had deeply experienced this from Ming Zhaoshu. It was not that some people did not want to fight, but rather that it was not the time for them to fight. Lu Ying looked down on these people from a higher vantage point, and he could see them very clearly. In that case, were there people like Ming Xiaoshu and the Wolf Prince among those who were on the same level as him or even higher? Right, there was also Undying Yushan. Who could see through such people? Intelligence was a type of strength, and even the most ordinary person's intelligence might surpass that of a half-ancestor. This was Lu Yin's first visit to the Divine Gu Dynasty's imperial palace, and it had already become like this. A corner of the palace was heavily guarded, and there were even enlighters among them. The Wolf Prince was currently in charge of the Divine Gu Dynasty on behalf of young Empress Qing, so he did not need to go through any formalities and could directly enter. However, these people looked at Lu Ying with eyes full of hatred. You should teach them a lesson. Otherwise, I won't be able to hold myself back, and I might cause a storm of blood, Lu Ying said calmly as he followed the Wolf Prince underground. The Wolf Prince's heart skipped a beat. Understood, Alliance Leader Lu. Lu Ying looked at the Wolf Prince. What should you call me? The Wolf Prince's eyes flashed, and he hesitated for a moment, but he did not speak. Lu Ying laughed and continued walking forward. The Wolf Prince relaxed and continued to follow. The Divine Gu Dynasty's treasury was located within a spatial tear, just like the strange sect on planet Aegis. The Blaze Realm's resources had also been hidden in a similar place. Lu Ying looked at the mountain of star essence, as well as the countless poisons, materials, goo, and so on. His eyes lit up with delight. Is the Divine Gu Dynasty that rich? Lu Ying was shocked, as the amount of star essence here far surpassed anything he had found in the Fifth Mainland. Even if it could not compare to the junior progenitor planet in the Cosmic Tree Realm, it was still very exaggerated. The Wolf Prince looked at Lu Yin's delighted expression, as the rumors were true. This person's greatest hobby was collecting star essence. Although the Divine Gu Dynasty does not interact with the outside world, countless people enter the Gu Flow Zone every year to buy Gu poison. Many people also die in the Gu Flow Zone, and their belongings are not leaked to the outside world. Thus, the dynasty naturally collects them. Over time, the Divine Gu Dynasty gained control of a lot of resources. Lu Ying understood now. Everyone else had their own income and expenses, but the Divine Gu Dynasty did not have any income or expenses. If someone entered the Gu Flow Zone, it meant that there was demand, and it was a seller's market. He remembered that Xianxia had once complained about not being able to do business with the people from the Gu Flow Zone. Those people were brainless and would charge whatever price they wanted. They were usually very high, and it was up to them to decide whether to buy or not. They were complete scoundrels in the business world. Now, these scoundrels' resources were benefiting Lu Ying. 5 billion star essence, the Weasel Prince said. Lu Ying took a deep breath. I like the Divine Gu Dynasty. The Wolf Prince was helpless. Actually, a considerable portion of the resources were taken away by my brother. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. What a pity. Aside from star essence, the treasury was filled with poisons, goo, and some other materials. There were also items, power vessels, battle techniques, and so on. With Lu Yin's current level of knowledge, ordinary items no longer caught his eye. However, he still managed to find something useful in the treasury. Although there was only 1 grain of Fate Sand, it was already quite good. He also collected some strange poisons and materials, which he could trade with the Aurora Cosmos Ship Company or Eben City. What about Hellguards? Lu Ying asked. He could not have forgotten about this poison. It was colorless and odorless, and it did not even have rune lines. The Wolf Prince knew that Lu Ying would bring up Hellguards. Hellguards are the poison that my brother values the most, so they can't be stored in the treasury. He always carries them with him. Lu Ying looked at the Wolf Prince, who met Lu Yin's gaze without fear. Lu Ying believed that there was no need for him to hide Hellguards at this moment. He took out an escape bead from his cosmic ring. There should be Hellguards in here. The Wolf Prince hesitated. I don't know, but there should be. Why didn't young King Qing detonate the escape bead to poison me? Lu Ying asked. He probably had misgivings about the adjudicator, the Wolf Prince gasped. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. No, it's because he was certain that he could return. In other words, the reason why he didn't detonate the escape bead to poison me was because he was afraid that the adjudicator would be able to detoxify me, but also because he truly did not collude with the Neo-Human Alliance. Even if he was implicated by Yuan Zhong, he would at most be imprisoned for a period of time before being released. The Wolf Prince was astonished. Alliance leader Lu believes that my brother did not collude with the Neo-Human Alliance? Lu Yin laughed. I'm not the only one who believes that, the adjudicator believes that as well. Otherwise, you and Qing Longlong would not be here. You would have been taken away long ago. The prince wanted to say something, but Lu Yin looked at him calmly. You don't want me to testify for young King Qing, do you? The prince's heart sank when he saw Lu Yin's gaze. Right, why had he thought of that? His brother had been taken in by this person, so how could he let him out? No, Alliance leader Lu, you misunderstand, the prince said awkwardly. Lu Yin looked around. You said that the impermanence poison came from a strange flower that appeared in a spatial crack. Where's the flower? Naturally, it's with my brother, the prince replied. Lu Yin left, taking most of the resources in the treasury with him. Even if there were any left, he didn't care for them. Tell Xiaofei to come see me. Ever since the incident at the palace, the people of the various cities on the Xingu continent had tried their best to stay away from the palace, but they didn't leave. Xiaofei was quickly found, along with 3 other youths, 1 girl and 2 boys. The 2 boys were as timid as Xiaofei, and only the girl dared to sneak a glance at Lu Yin, but she quickly lowered her head. Lu Yin looked at Xiaofei. Wireless goo, can it really ignore distance? Xiaofei nodded timidly. Yes. You don't even know about the Star Source universe, so how can you guarantee that it can ignore distance? Lu Yin was curious. Xiaofei mustered his courage and looked at Lu Yin. What's distance? Lu Yin hadn't expected this question. Tell me. Xiaofei answered seriously, for a normal person, it would take a few months to cross the Gu King city, but for a space-exploring cultivator, it would only take a few days. For a powerhouse like you, it would only take an instant. The distance is the same, but the time is different. For a spacecraft, it can travel through wormholes, and a long distance can be traversed in an instant. Distance is eternal, but the method of traversing it is different. For wireless goo, no matter how far the distance is, it cannot stop them from communicating with each other. They don't have the concept of distance. Lu Yin listened quietly until Xiaofei finished speaking half an hour later. When it came to his field of expertise, Xiaofei spoke very seriously and courageously, but after he finished, he trembled in fear. I don't really understand what you're talking about, but I can try, Lu Yin said. I need to use the wireless goo to contact you. Little Fa took out 2 wireless goo without hesitation, passing one to Lu Yin and keeping the other for himself. Lu Yin looked at the tadpole that could be crushed to death at any moment. How do I contact him? Simple, there are a total of 3,279 passwords, and according to the different sounds, it will have different reactions, using this to inform the other wireless goo. I'll teach you. Xiaofei's eyes shone. It was not easy to meet a big shot who was interested. He had to get this rich man and provide them with research funds. Just teach anyone. All right. Very quickly, Lu Yin learned the first command. He raised his foot, and his figure flashed as he entered Astral Source Universe. He could still see little Fa and the others in front of him, and he could even touch them easily. However, they could not see him. Little Fa and the rest were shocked. They didn't understand the situation at all and thought that Lu Yin had left. They had never come into contact with an emissary-level expert. Young Emperor Qing was not interested in them, and there was no second emissary in the entire Divine Gu dynasty. Thus, they did not know about Star Source Universe, but they were confident in their wireless goo. Reality proved that their confidence was correct, as the wireless goo could indeed connect Astral Source Universe to the real universe. Lu Yin walked out of Astral Source Universe and looked at the wireless goo in his hand. Don't tell me that it really ignores distance. I want to know where the furthest I can contact him is. Little Fa was about to speak when the woman interrupted him. Where do you want to use the wireless goo? Lu Yin looked at her. It has nothing to do with you. Her gaze was stubborn. If it's a war, then forget it. We won't help you create the wireless goo. Luyin laughed. You don't have the right to negotiate with me. The woman stared at Luyin. I know you, Alliance Leader Lu of the Great Eastern Alliance. Your appearance is always accompanied by war, and Her Majesty the Love Empress was taken away because of you. Sister Guagua. Little Fa shouted in panic. The woman called Guagua did not stop and continued, even though we are looked down upon because the goo we cultivate cannot be used in battle, we do not wish for our research to be used in war. The city is a peaceful place, and we do not wish to contribute to war. Lu Yin's lips curled up. What if I destroy the city? The moment he said this, little Fa and the other youths paled in fright. Guagua's face paled as well, and she stared at Luyin. We just want to live a peaceful life. Help me, and you can live a peaceful life. The wireless goo's use has nothing to do with you. Just create the goo, and don't ask about anything else. Otherwise. Lu Yin's expression sank as his spiritual force and domain erupted. The entire sky darkened, and a feeling of the world collapsing enveloped the divine goo continent. Do you believe that if I wanted to, the city could be destroyed in the next moment? Guagua's body swayed, and she almost fell to the ground. Peace was the wish of everyone in the city, but in the face of someone like Luyin, their wish was laughable and insignificant. Luyin did not wish for war, but all peace was brought about by war. As long as people had thoughts, there would be conflicts and wars, and no one could stop them. Since he could not stop them, then he would stop them with war. This was true for both the Four Scales and the Eternals. Now, it's your turn to answer my question, Luyin said to little Fa. Little Fa trembled. I am not sure. In theory, the furthest we can go is the border of the goo flow zone, but we can still communicate. Luyin waved at the Jackal Prince, and his casual attitude frightened little Fa and the rest. To them, the Jackal Prince was someone who stood at the pinnacle of the universe. Do me a favor and confirm the furthest distance that the wireless goo can reach. Send people everywhere, including the astral wilderness. The Jackal Prince nodded. It was a small matter. As long as he could confirm that the wireless goo could really communicate regardless of distance, the city would become Lu Yin's treasure. But before that, he would take away all of the city's research on the wireless goo to prevent anyone from attacking the city. A few days later, Lu Yin and Yuan Miao Miao walked along the river outside Gu King City. Gu King City was close to a large river, and the water was turbulent as it surrounded the city. On the divine Gu continent, whether it was mountains or water, nothing could be easily touched. However, this river was an exception. I don't want to stay in Gu King City anymore, Yuan Miao Miao said in a daze as she looked at the river. Lu Yin looked at the side of her face and gently said, then I'll take you away. Yuan Miao Miao lowered her head and blushed. Thank you. I'm the one thanking you. The Neo-Human Alliance is humanity's greatest enemy, and Yuan Zhong colluded with them to research poisons. If you hadn't exposed him, who knows how many resources the Neo-Human Alliance would have obtained and how many people they would have harmed. You've contributed greatly to humanity, and the Hall of Honor will not forget your contributions, Lu Yin praised. Yuan Miao Miao shook her head. I don't want the Hall of Honor's contributions, she paused and then fell silent. On the great river, there were boats passing by. What followed were pleasant songs and children playing. On this day, Lu Yin and Yuan Miao Miao stayed by the river for a long time. Several days passed, but Casanova still hadn't returned. The Jackal Prince met with Lu Yin and helplessly said, the little saint still isn't willing to come back. He must have gone to the Neoverse. He wants to go to the interstellar arbitration? Lu Yin was astonished. He remembered seeing the Interverse Lockbreaker Society's 5 prodigies in the Lockbreaker world after returning from the Cosmic Tree. Casanova was one of them, and he was most likely still in the Lockbreaker world, which wasn't too far from the arbitration world. He should be, the Jackal Prince said bitterly. Doesn't he want to come back and lead the Divine Gu dynasty? Lu Yin was curious. The Jackal Prince shook his head. If he wanted to, he wouldn't have left and hasn't returned for so many years. Then who has the final say in the Divine Gu dynasty? You or Qing Long Long? Lu Yin asked. The Jackal Prince's face twitched. It should be me. Lu Yin smiled. Alright, then it's time to talk about the Divine Gu dynasty joining the Great Eastern Alliance. The Jackal Prince sighed, as there was no way to escape. The Divine Gu dynasty did not have the strength to contend against the Great Eastern Alliance. Even though the Gu flow zone was special and the outside world could not invade, Luin alone was enough to wipe out the entire upper echelon of the Divine Gu dynasty. Even his brother had been apprehensive, let alone when he wasn't. With Casanova not returning, the Jackal Prince could only agree to join the Great Eastern Alliance for the time being. The Great Eastern Alliance unified the Innerverse, and the various major flow zones were left to Xianxia and the others. Luin did not need to meddle in everything, as he was too busy. After the matters in the Gu flow zone were over, Luin brought Yuan Miao back to the Blazing Mist flow zone. Before leaving, he wanted to visit the Deep Red Hell. Deep Red Hell? Yuan Miao was astonished. That's a forbidden area in our Gu flow zone, and even envoys have a slim chance of surviving. Why would we go there? Luin solemnly replied, the Yuan family controls the secret auction, and I happened to participate once. Someone provided information about the Dehorned Galaxy incident, and that information was eventually taken away by Yuan Zhong. However, he doesn't know that I've already seen the information, and it shows that there's something in the Deep Red Hell that's similar to the one in the Dehorned Galaxy. Yuan Miao was shocked. What is it? Luin shook his head. I'm not sure. I'll find out after I investigate it. Since you've seen the information, why didn't you tell the head inquisitor? Yuan Miao was puzzled. Luin smiled bitterly. Because I wasn't sure if the information was real or not. I came to the Deep Red Hell this time to confirm the authenticity of the information. Once I'm sure, I can report it to the head inquisitor and use it as bait to deal with the Neo-Human Alliance. He then looked at Yuan Miao solemnly. Don't spread what I just told you, or else you'll be killed. Remember. Yuan Miao grunted. Got it. He then looked into the distance, and a strange light flashed through his eyes. With Lu Yin's spacecraft's speed, it would not take long for them to reach the Deep Red Hell. The Gu flow zone was filled with poisonous gas and insects, but these were not a problem for Luin. As the name implied, the Crimson Hell looked like a dark red expanse of space from afar. It was bottomless, and countless people in the Gu flow zone wanted to know what was inside. It was rumored that some people who entered the Crimson Hell would become much stronger after coming out alive, but most people would never come out again. Shui Peng's incident had shaken the Divine Gu dynasty, and it naturally increased the fame of the Crimson Hell as well. Groups of people were sent in to die, and most of them were on the verge of death. There were also many who were chased down by their enemies and had no choice but to enter. Luin saw this scene when he arrived outside the Crimson Hell. Some people roared as they drove their spacecraft into the Crimson Hell with the determination to die. Their eyes were filled with hatred and unwillingness, but those gazes were quickly hidden behind the dark red. The spacecraft stopped, and Luin looked at the Crimson Hell with a solemn expression. Yuan Miao was worried. Be our brother Lu, are you really going in? Luin nodded. I have to. The most important thing to the Neo-Human Alliance is there. As long as it's confirmed, it will be a huge blow to the Neo-Human Alliance. You don't understand the danger that the Neo-Human Alliance poses to us humans. But Yuan Miao wanted to persuade him again, but Luin left the spacecraft without hesitation. Before entering the Crimson Hell, he turned back and smiled at Yuan Miao. Wait for me. Yuan Miao nodded. If you can't come out, I'll go in and look for you. Luin smiled. I'll definitely come out. He then charged into the Crimson Hell. He was getting closer and closer to the Crimson Hell, and just as he was about to enter, a familiar voice sounded out. You won't have the chance. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. It was the Forgotten Ruins deity. How much do you know about the Horn Star System incident and the things inside the Crimson Hell? Let me take a look. The Forgotten Ruins deity's voice was getting closer and closer, as if he was speaking right next to Lu Yin's ear. Luin clenched his fists as an overwhelming sense of danger enveloped him. The Crimson Hell seemed to disappear in front of him, and everything around him changed color. He even forgot where the dark red space in front of him was. Behind Luin, a blurry figure appeared and reached out to grab Lu Yin's head. Against the 7 sky gods, no matter what Luin did, the difference was too great. Suddenly, the scales appeared beneath the Forgotten Ruins god's feet once more. It really did appear. The head inquisitor's voice snapped Luin back to his senses. The moment he regained consciousness, he hurriedly used the secret art of skiing to teleport back into the spacecraft. He looked up and saw that the sky outside the Crimson Hell had become clear. This was the power of the Inquisitor. The god of Forgetful Ruins angrily asked, "Qing Ping, why are you here? I knew that you wouldn't give up on Luin. You just have to follow him," the head judge said calmly, and the scales began to judge. "Only one of us can walk out of here alive." Forgotten Ruins deity said in disdain, "You? Do you really think you can beat me? It's just a shell. I'll just break it." As he spoke, the scales began to tilt. The head inquisitor kept sinking while the Forgotten Ruins god kept rising. The blurry figure actually started to disappear. Gu Flozone's cosmos changed once again. In the divine Gu continent's Gu King city, Prince Harry Wolf raised his head and looked at the overturned cosmos in shock. Another battle between top experts? What happened to my Gu Flozone? In a corner of the Gu Flozone, Master Grass, who had been studying poison gas, looked up in confusion. What was going on? Why had the cosmos brightened again? Suddenly, a violent tremor swept past everyone's ears. At this moment, regardless of whether they were ordinary people or cultivators, they all bled from their orifices. Endless poison gas spewed out of the Gu Flozone. In the flow zone, the forest of green light cracked open while the tributaries of the Astral River boiled. In the eyes of many, a battle between half-martial ancestors was enough to change the world. The spacecraft that Lu Yin and Yuan Miao Miao were on exploded, and Lu Yin subconsciously grabbed Yuan Miao Miao and rushed into the distance. "Qing Ping, I told you that you can't stop me, and you can't beat me," the Forgotten Ruins god said sternly. He then looked at Lu Yin and Yuan Miao Miao and moved. The void overlapped endlessly as he appeared in front of Lu Yin and waved his hand. Lu Yin's mind went blank for a moment, and he could vaguely hear the head judge's voice. "Meditative forgetfulness technique, stop." Meditative forgetfulness technique? Lu Yin's mind raced. That was the astral tree's 4-way scale, a technique from the Wang family. Wang Si had used it on Lu Yin before, and that moment of blankness had caused all 4 of his limbs to be severed. He had been unable to resist at all. The place where the sovereign realm had trapped the 4 young masters was the Meditative Forgetfulness Ruins. This was the Forgotten Ruins god's meditative forgetfulness technique. The 7 sky gods in front of him were from the Wang family. He couldn't hear anything as the meditative forgetfulness technique was activated, and Lu Yin couldn't stop it with his strength. The head judge was furious, as he had been a step too late. The Forgotten Ruins god had actually used the meditative forgetfulness technique, and he hoped that Lu Yin wouldn't forget too many things. At the same time, he extended the scales to the Forgotten Ruins god's feet and forcefully judged him. The Forgotten Ruins god could stop using the meditative forgetfulness technique and focus on dealing with the head judge, but he didn't. He would rather be judged by the head judge than use the meditative forgetfulness technique against Lu Yin. Lu Yin was in a daze, and the moment his consciousness completely disappeared, the primogenitor scripture suddenly rang out, and his vision cleared up. Scram! The weather in the Gu flow zone changed, and a violent spiritual force swept out like an unstoppable tide. The Forgotten Ruins god was shocked. Half-ancestor? The newcomer was Kuei Luo, but his target wasn't the Forgotten Ruins god, but Yuan Miao Miao. Yuan Miao Miao was swept away by the terrifying spiritual force of a half-ancestor and was sent flying. Lu Yin wasn't surprised, as all of this had been arranged by him, as Yuan Miao Miao was the Forgotten Ruins god. The Forgotten Ruins god, who had been judged by the head judge, disappeared the moment Yuan Miao Miao was struck by Kuei Luo's spiritual force. The head judge's scales extended endlessly and chased after Yuan Miao Miao. Yuan Miao Miao's gaze suddenly turned cold and emotionless, and she emitted an incomparably terrifying aura. She looked at the head judge and Kuei Luo as the scales appeared beneath her feet. 7 sky gods, the Forgotten Ruins god, traitor of the Wang family, Kuei Luo walked out and glared at Yuan Miao Miao, his eyes filled with killing intent. The head judge and Yuan Miao Miao stood on opposite ends of the scales. "So you're the Forgotten Ruins god?" The veil on Yuan Miao Miao's face fell, revealing her alluring face. The passion flower imprint was especially alluring, but she didn't care about the head judge or Kui Luo. Instead, she looked at Luyin with a strange gaze. When did you find out? Luyin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The battle at the palace. Yuan Miao Miao was astonished. So you were the one who called Qing Ping and that half-ancestor? I didn't reveal any flaws, and you couldn't have seen through me. I don't need to explain to you, Luyin said in a low voice. Why did you approach me? You're even willing to expose your research on origin gravity and vitality poison? I don't need to explain to you either. Yuan Miao Miao smiled. You brought me to the Crimson Hell and told me about that piece of information to test me. You don't even know about it. Do you dare to bet? Haha, Luyin, I'm starting to admire you more and more. If you can tell me why you suspected me the first time, I'll spare your life in the future. Yuan Miao Miao looked at Luyin with bright eyes. You won't have the chance, Luyin sneered. Yuan Miao Miao ran her fingers through her hair. Xiaoshang said the same thing, but he couldn't do it. Luyin's expression changed. Xiaoshang was progenitor Chen's name. This woman had indeed interacted with progenitor Chen, and the mark on her face was real. Cut the crap. Let's deal with you first. Kui Luo attacked, and the head judge didn't hesitate. Both of them attacked Yuan Miao Miao at the same time. Yuan Miao Miao's gaze was still not on them, but on Luyin. Her lips moved. Luyin's eyes narrowed. The terrifying spiritual force support caused Yuan Miao Miao's body to crumble. She didn't put up much resistance, but Luyin couldn't see this. This was a battle between half-ancestors, and even if he could see through the astral source universe, he couldn't see what was happening. The last thing Yuan Miao Miao had left him was a silent message, I'll be back. These were her last words to Luyin. Everything had gone smoothly from the moment Luyin had discovered her true identity to the moment he had exposed her and then killed her. Everything had gone smoothly from start to finish, so smoothly that Luyin felt like it was surreal. He looked at Kui Luo, but the man didn't seem happy. She said she'll be back for me. What does that mean? She's not dead? Luyin asked anxiously, feeling like he was being watched by a dead person. Kui Luo sighed. It's very difficult to kill 7 sky gods with our strength. The head judge said, it's a shell of 7 sky gods. It's the same. Kui Luo was dissatisfied, and he glanced at the head judge. He had been unhappy with this person for a long time. This person clearly wasn't a half-ancestor, but even Kui Luo couldn't see through him. It's not the same. Luyin couldn't help but ask, what shell? Kui Luo rolled his eyes. The 7 sky gods in the wastelands and the 7 sky gods in the astral tree domain are just shells of the true 7 sky gods. The true 7 sky gods are progenitors, and they're incomparably ancient. They're progenitors that surpass your understanding. Luyin's eyes narrowed. So they really were progenitors? He had been wondering why the 12 marquises had listened to the shaman spirit god and why the 7 sky gods had wandered around the 5th mainland and the astral tree domain without being killed by a progenitor. No wonder. Those 7 old fellows have lived for too long. Even if they roam around the wastelands, they're just shells driven by their strength. You can think of them as power vessels, Kui Luo said. Luyin felt a chill run down his spine. How could there be someone from the Wang family in the 7 sky gods? Kui Luo sneered. More accurately, she's the oldest member of the Wang family. She's clearly so old, but she still chose a young and beautiful shell. How disgusting. Even those from the Wang family would kneel down and pay respects to her. Just how old can she be? Luyin was curious. She has progenitor Chen's symbol on her face. Why? How would I know? Kui Luo casually replied. He then looked at Luyin with a strange expression. Speaking of which, you're quite bold. You actually stayed with the Forgotten Ruins deity for so long. From the looks of it, you guys weren't there? No. Luyin immediately denied it, as he knew what Kui Luo was about to say. Kui Luo rolled his eyes again and let out a strange laugh. Luyin also felt that he had taken a bit of a risk. If the original Miao Miao had attacked him along the way, then no one would have been able to save him. Thank you, brothers, for your support. How did you force the god of forgetfulness to attack? The head judge asked. No matter how Luin guessed, as long as he did not force Yuan Miao Miao to take action, then no one would be able to confirm that Yuan Miao Miao was the Forgotten Ruins god. Even Elder Chan would not be able to confirm this. This was also the greatest advantage that the 7 sky gods had in hiding in the human domain. Luin looked at the deep red hell. There's something there that would drive the Rookie Alliance crazy. It should be related to the Hornstar system incident. When the head judge heard that, he immediately went in. Luin was not worried about his safety. Even the 7 sky gods could not do anything to the head inquisitor in this part of the universe, so there really was nothing that could threaten him. The head inquisitor entered the Crimson Hell, leaving only Luin and Kue Luo. Where's Madame Red? Luin asked. Kue Luo looked at the Crimson Hell curiously and replied absent-mindedly, I didn't bring it with me. What are you looking at? Kue Luo sighed. If I remember correctly, that guy was Qing Ping. Qing Ping was the head inquisitor's name. Luin had only found out about it during the battle between the god of Forgotten Ruins and the Divine Gu dynasty's imperial palace. No one had told him about it before, so he couldn't find out about it. How did you know? Luin was puzzled. Kue Luo sighed. That guy is someone who managed to break through our region. He then looked at Luin. You've done it as well, so you should know that with the strength of your region, you won't be able to gain the slightest advantage in our region. Even the strongest person in your region can't compare to the top characters in our region. Are you talking about me and the 4th young ancestor? Kue Luo rolled his eyes. You're an exception. Besides, you're not from this part of the universe. I grew up and cultivated in this part of the universe, Luin retorted. Kue Luo was annoyed. Do you still want to hear more? Luin quickly shut his mouth. Kue Luo snorted coldly. Every once in a while, someone from the abandoned lands will sneak into the starry sky of the trees to participate in the fight for origin items. This period of time is very long, so long that even half-martial ancestors have forgotten about it. That's why they weren't too vigilant when you sneaked in, because most people have forgotten. Qing Ping sneaked into the starry sky of trees last time. Actually, no one knows about him, except for the Lu family. You don't know about the Frigid Immortal sect? Kue Luo shook his head. I don't think so. He went to the starry sky of the trees because he was discovered by the successor of the Lu family. The two of them fought a great battle. Lu Yin's eyes widened as he stared at Kue Luo. Kue Luo glanced at him. Qing Ping won. Luin was not surprised, as that was the head inquisitor who had been accepted as a disciple by Mr. Mu. Even though he was not even a half-ancestor, he was not at a disadvantage against the 7 sky gods, and he dared to judge anyone. Even if the Lu family's inheritor had many resources, unparalleled techniques, and unparalleled innate gifts, he still might not be able to gain the upper hand. Just like during the supreme battle, if not for the god of death transformation, even if he executed the general appointing platform, he still wouldn't be a match for the prime clear lineage. Shang-Qing, just like Qing Ping back then. How did you know? Luin asked. Kue Luo continued, the Lu clan's history books have records of him. I only remembered him because of his innate talent. Back then, the Lu clan's successor said that he was the 5th genius of the Lu clan, the judgment of peace. I never thought that I'd be able to fight alongside him one day. I was already an emissary back then, and my seniority far exceeded theirs. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Can you tell me more about the Lu clan? Kue Luo sighed. It's best if you understand the Lu clan on your own. All I can say is that the Lu clan is domineering, but also gentle. Their descendants are each more arrogant than the last, but they're also more. Kue Luo paused for a moment before continuing, reasonable. Reasonable? Luin was puzzled. How could these words be related to domineering? Kue Luo thought hard about it. How should I put it? They have their own reasons. I remember that one of your Lu clan's ancestors once said that everything recorded in the books was bullshit, and that we should just listen to him. Luin blinked. He liked this saying, as everyone in the Great Eastern Alliance had to listen to him. Only his words were reasonable. What about my parents? You should know my parents, right? How are they? Do I have any direct relatives? There's also my Lu clan's ancestor, my sworn brothers, the 7 heroes, and I. Alright. You can find out about these things yourself. How would I know about you brats? Kue Luo was rather impatient. What about my parents? Luin asked, looking at Kue Luo expectantly. Kue Luo swallowed and looked deeply at Luin. Your father is a shameless bastard. Luin was stunned and lost. Anyway, remember, don't learn from your father. He's a scoundrel, Kue Luo said hatefully. Why? Luin asked subconsciously. Kue Luo gritted his teeth. Why? Let's not talk about anything else. The simplest example is that your father forcefully took your mother away from you when she was getting married. The reason was that he wanted her to give birth to more children. Luin was at a loss. Give birth to more children? Alright, I'm leaving. Don't look for me if there's nothing else. Right, there'll be a good show soon. Those fellows from the 6th mainland have a lot of secrets. Interesting, ha ha ha. Kue Luo laughed as he left. Luin still had 3 words in his mind: give birth to more children. Luin waited outside the Crimson Hell for a full 3 days before the head inquisitor arrived. Lu Yin's eyes flashed when he saw the giant black crystal in front of him, and he hurried forward. Senior brother, this looks similar to the black crystal fragment from Cape Galaxy. The head inquisitor's tone was solemn. This is a serious matter. I'll take my leave. Luin grunted in acknowledgement. Before leaving, the head inquisitor said, Old man Xianxia was killed by the god of forgotten ruins. From the traces left behind, old man Xianxia was unprepared. He then vanished with the black crystal. Lu Yin's eyes trembled. Unprepared? This meant that the god of forgotten ruins and old man Xianxia either knew each other, or the god of forgotten ruins knew old man Xianxia through another identity. The 7 sky gods' disguise was too terrifying, even the celestial imprint could not detect it. Following old man Xianxia's death, the entire universe was on guard against the Neo-Human Alliance. Lu Yin's main concern was whether Yuan Miao Miao, whether the god of forgotten ruins had informed the Eternal Kingdom about this. If the Neo-Human Alliance found out, then the war might shift from the western weaves of the Outerverse to the Neoverse. His gadget beeped, and Luin looked over to see that it was the head inquisitor. Have the Great Eastern Alliance search the universe for this black crystal. As long as they find it, they can request anything from the Hall of Honor. The Deep Red Hell's black crystal and the death of the god of forgotten ruins will count as your contributions. The Lu Emperor's identity can be revealed, but he must not be revealed to have been imprisoned in Kuenzei. Lu Yin's heart sank. The head inquisitor's senior brother knew about Kuenzei, so it could not have been before. Otherwise, with his temperament, he would have captured the Lu Emperor and the Second Night King long ago. Could it have been at the Shingu dynasty's palace? The Second Night King had pretended to attack Luin, and his senior brother had already arrived at that time. However, he had remained hidden, which made sense. Otherwise, how could there have been such a coincidence that the god of forgotten ruins had attacked Luin just as his senior brother had appeared? Because of the god of forgotten ruins, his senior brother had not captured the Second Night King even when he had discovered him. During the attack at the palace, while others might not have been able to tell, his senior brother had been able to tell that the Second Night King had not truly wanted to kill Luin. From this, he had deduced that the Kuenzei incident had something to do with Luin. Although he had not been the mastermind, he had still managed to capture the Second Night King, the Lu Emperor, and Shui Chuanxiao. Luin relaxed. If he had not forced the god of forgotten ruins and helped his senior brother obtain the black crystal, then the Second Night King and the others would definitely have been captured. Luin himself might have even been put on trial, which would have been troublesome. Now that the Second Night King and the others' identities could be revealed, Luin would be able to do many things. If young Empress Qing knew that the Second Night King was one of Lu Yin's subordinates, she would probably die of anger. Half a month later, Luin returned to the Ross Empire's stronghold and saw the imprisoned Ling Qiu and the others. The Second Night King had returned earlier than him. Luin was now most curious about Ling Taizu. The Lingling clan actually had such a powerhouse whose power level was not much weaker than Lu Qianjue's. No one had known about this before. Ling Taizu also saw Luyin, and his gaze was calm. Are you surprised? Luyin asked. Ling Taizu calmly asked, what are you surprised about? Seniors like you often feel emotional when you see me, Luyin said. Ling Taizu laughed. The universe is full of ups and downs. I've seen a lot, and I've gotten over it. Seen a lot? Life and death are indifferent, let alone other things. He then glanced at the second Night King standing behind Luyin. This one looks familiar. Luyin smiled. Try to recall. Maybe I'll remember. Ling Taizu stared at the second Night King for a while, and then his eyes widened in disbelief. The second Night King? Luyin laughed. So even a senior can be surprised. Ling Taizu was shocked. The second Night King? You're really the second Night King? He looked at Luyin. Why would the second Night King follow you? Luyin shrugged. The universe is full of ups and downs, and you've seen all sorts of inconceivable things. Why are you so surprised? I can also tell you that when you fought Lu Qianjue, you were injured by a sword. That sword came from Emperor Lu. Ling Taizu's pupils shrank. He had been injured by Emperor Lu in that battle, and he had been wondering who had attacked him. He knew that it had been a powerhouse from the sword sect, but he had not expected it to be Emperor Lu. Of course, he knew of Emperor Lu's name. He was the sword sect's greatest genius, and even after his death, he had left his name in the annals of the various powers. Shouldn't Emperor Lu be dead? Could it be? Ling Taizu thought that the sword sect was deliberately hiding their powerhouses. Luyin smiled. You're not even surprised that the sword sect helped me, but you're surprised that the second Night King and Emperor Lu are involved. It seems that senior values cultivation more than anything else. This junior is impressed. Ling Taizu was shocked. Alliance Master Lu, I just want to know how you managed to get the second Night King to help you. The second Night King was not surprised by Ling Taizu's reaction. Anyone who knew of his identity would react this way, and he was already used to it. Although Ling Taizu was old, he was much younger than the second Night King in terms of seniority. Luyin smiled and waved a hand. Ling Qiu, Mountain God, Abel Phoenix, Lu Qianjue, Madame Yu, and Emperor Lu all appeared. This small area had gathered nearly 10 envoys, and there were even supreme powerhouses like the second Night King and Emperor Lu. I'll give you an update. Thank you, Brother Only Windborn, for your tip. Thank you for your support. Continuous update activated. Thank you. Luyin faced everyone with a solemn expression and pointed at the second Night King. This is the second Night King. He then pointed at Emperor Lu. And this is Emperor Lu. Ling Qiu and the rest were shocked, including Madame Yu. They had never imagined that the second Night King, Lu Huang, would appear and help Luyin. More importantly, the second Night King had clearly escaped from Kuan's swamp, so how could Luyin dare to publicly announce his identity? I know what you're all thinking, but I'll be frank with you. The second Night King's identity can be made public, and no one will cause trouble for him, including the head inquisitor. As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed. A prisoner who had escaped from Kuan Zai's prison had revealed his identity, and he had been personally arrested by the head inquisitor. What did this mean? This meant that even the head judges were on Lu Yin's side, which meant that Luyin had the ability to get the head judges to support him. Everyone knew that Luyin was backed by the Hall of Honor and Everlasting Island, and that he could even influence the Board of Governors to a certain extent. However, they had not expected the Interstellar Arbitration Council to support him so much. Lu Yin's lips curled up. This was exactly the reaction he wanted. The second Night King and the others had been legalized because of his contributions, but his contributions could not be publicized. Outsiders could only see the results, and the result was that the head inquisitor had inexplicably helped Luyin. This would have a huge impact on the outside world, especially on Ling Qiu and the others, who were now prisoners. The only feeling they had right now was that their enemies were not just Luyin and his Great Eastern Alliance, but also the Interstellar Arbitration Office and even the Hall of Honor. The Day-Night Clan and the Sword Sect have long since joined the Great Eastern Alliance. The Chaos Flow Zone and the Blazing Mist Flow Zone are now under the rule of the Great Eastern Alliance. The Divine Gu dynasty formally joined the Great Eastern Alliance half a month ago, so only the Spirit Seal flow zone, the Beast Tamer's flow zone, and the Erudite flow zone remain. Luyin looked at Ling Qiu and then at the mountain god. So, what do you think? After being imprisoned for more than half a month, Ling Qiu and the mountain god had not been separated from each other, and they had also discussed the matter. Coupled with the power that Luyin had just displayed, the final result was no surprise. They had naturally agreed to join the Great Eastern Alliance. If the Great Eastern Alliance wasn't an alliance, but rather a force that required the Lingling clan's rule over them, they would rather die than join. However, this was only an alliance. Alliance leader Lu, do we also qualify to participate? Ling Qiu asked as she stared at Luyin. Lu Qianjue and the others also turned to look at him. Luyin smiled. Of course. As long as you're a member of the alliance, you're qualified to participate. Everyone is welcome to compete with me. It's a healthy competition. It seemed fair, but as long as Luyin didn't die, the position of Alliance Master would always be his. When the Great Eastern Alliance had first been established, it had been suggested that the Alliance Master be rotated, and there had even been a time limit. However, who would have dared to mention such a thing? No one. In the past, the Great Eastern Alliance had only included the 72 weaves of the Outerverse, but now, it had joined the various major flow zones of the Innerverse. Out of the 8 great flow zones, only the Erudite flow zone had not joined. Luyin was not in a hurry to deal with the Erudite flow zone. He had Wang Wen and the others organize the Innerverse powers as soon as possible. Anyone who wanted to join the Great Eastern Alliance would naturally have to organize their armies, deploy their experts, divide the borders, and so on. Luyin did not have the energy to deal with such matters. When he saw the various ancient artifacts that had been sent to him, he announced that he was going into seclusion. Back then, in order to delay the Great Eastern Alliance's retreat from the Outerverse, Luyin had promised Ibn City that if Ibn City forced the Sixth Mainland to attack the Genesis Academy, Luyin would break down the materials for them for half a year. However, Ibn City had failed to do so. However, Luyin had cooperated with Ibn City to break down the materials. Luyin expected that Ibn would break them down as well. This was also that Ibn City could keep an eye on the Genesis Academy and inform Luyin as soon as anyone from the Cosmic Tree Society arrived. Luyin took a deep breath as he looked at the dozen or so objects that emitted ancient auras. His eyes burned with passion. He did not know where Ibn City had gathered so many ancient artifacts from. Although the materials that had been broken down would be given to Ibn City, Luyin would also keep some for himself. These materials were all nearly extinct in the universe, and they were all priceless treasures. He raised his hand, and his die appeared. He tapped it, and it slowly spun before stopping at 5 pips. It was useless. He continued, and the die spun again before stopping at 2 pips. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, as he had rolled it so quickly. He immediately picked up the object and tossed it into the disintegration vortex. As he watched the materials disintegrate, his eyes grew brighter and brighter. While Luyin was breaking down the materials in seclusion, in the distant western weaves of the Outerverse, Susan was very nervous and even a little panicked. Ancestor Lingtong had finally decided to break through. Under the starry sky, Ancestor Lingtong had her hands clasped behind her back, and no one knew what she was thinking. Susan and the other members of the Lingtong clan were gathered in the distance, and they all held their breaths. Next to Susan was 16th, and not too far away was Xiang. On the other side were members of the Eyeless clan, as well as many other powers from the Sixth Mainland. Ancestor Lingtong was a pinnacle figure among the world imprinter. The All-Heaven imprinter once said that once Ancestor Lingtong broke through to become a universe imprinter, there wouldn't be many universe imprinters who could defeat him. The Corpse King that had dealt with Ancestor Autumn Frost had only been defeated by the Eyeless clan and Ancestor Lingtong's cooperation. Ancestor Lingtong's breakthrough was a grand occasion for the Sixth Mainland, and even the Heavenly Imprinter was paying attention. Don't worry, third bro, Ancestor Lingtong will definitely break through. He definitely will. 16th encouraged as he stared into the distance. Many people around him were just as encouraged as 16th. Once Ancestor Lingtong broke through, the Lingtong clan's status would change, and they would be on equal footing with the Eyeless clan. Susan was nervous. Master, you have to break through. If you don't, your disciple will be finished. He looked at 16th. 16th was staring at ancestor Ling Tong, and when he sensed Susan looking at him, he turned around and blinked. Third bro, what's wrong? Susan's gaze hardened. Stay away from me. 16th was stunned. Why? Just stay away from me. Susan shouted. 16th was shocked, and he quickly moved away, looking at Susan in confusion. Susan scanned the people around him and said fiercely, all of you, stay away from me. No one dared to talk back, and they quickly moved away like 16th. Everyone was puzzled, but Susan could see very clearly that if ancestor Ling Tong succeeded in his breakthrough, these people would still be his henchmen and cheer for him as usual. Old 16 even swallowed half of the apple that he had eaten and flattered him without any bottom line. However, if ancestor Ling Tong failed in his breakthrough, then it would be over. Old 16 would definitely be the first to kill him. Susan was not stupid, and he did not feel safe being with these people who could bite him at any time. He looked around and realized that something was wrong. He would feel even more insecure if he was alone, so he shamelessly ran to Xianxia's side. Xianxia was disgusted. Stay away from me. Susan laughed shamelessly. You're my fiancé, so we should live and die together. Especially when ancestor Ling Tong is about to break through, we should unite and cheer for him. Xianxia snorted, knowing that she could not chase Susan away. Why aren't you with your lackeys? Are you awake? Susan grinned. Too noisy. Xianxia sneered. You're afraid, aren't you? Susan was confused. Afraid? Afraid of what? Xianxia looked at him deeply. You want ancestor Ling Tong to break through more than anyone else. Otherwise, you're finished. Susan played dumb. Finished? Why? Xianxia did not speak. She just looked ahead with mixed feelings. If ancestor Ling Tong broke through, Susan's status would be higher, and she would not be able to resist. She would have to marry Susan, which she was unwilling to do. However, if ancestor Ling Tong failed to break through, she was even more unwilling. This meant that the Ling Tong clan would decline, and her fate would be no better than marrying Susan. With mixed feelings, Xianxia glanced at Susan again, and her eyes flashed. Although this guy looked wretched, despicable, and tasteless, at least he was not stupid. He knew to stay away from those people, and he was not a bad person either. Marrying him was not a bad idea, and it was better than not being able to decide her own future. Moreover, she was confident that she would be able to suppress him if she married him. Following a loud sound, everyone looked up and saw a pair of eyes in the dark sky. Everyone's scalps went numb. Did the sky have eyes? Ancestor Ling Tong opened her eyes and looked up. Was this the origin tribulation of cosmic imprint? Origin tribulation was only experienced when one broke through to become an emissary. Every time one broke through to become an emissary, an origin tribulation would appear. This increase in combat power was 100,000, which meant that for every 100,000 combat power increase, there would be an origin tribulation. However, this origin tribulation was not very powerful, as one could use many methods to hide one's cultivation. Only those who broke through to become an emissary or cosmic imprint could not hide their cultivation. Breaking through to 1,000,000 combat power was a threshold, just like breaking through to 500,000. At this moment, the origin tribulation that appeared above ancestor Ling Tong's head was the same as his polychoria. It was also a pair of eyes that stared at ancestor Ling Tong like a starry universe. The more one looked at it, the colder it became. As the pair of eyes gradually became clear, ancestor Ling Tong's pupils shrank. She pointed out a finger, gathering light into a finger that was accompanied by 9-lined battle force. It was the bright light finger. Once, the finger's power had pierced through ancestor Qiu Han's body, causing ancestor Wuya to feel a chill. Now, the bright light finger's light disappeared halfway, and a terrifying pressure descended. At the same time, countless blood-red cones appeared. Each one was the size of a palm, but they covered the sky. Ancestor Ling Tong's expression changed. Mingshir's polychoria? His pupils quickly scattered and then merged back together. The void trembled as they swept across the distance. Susan and the others felt their bodies being pushed back. The sky exploded as figures appeared one after another and blocked in front of them. They were all imprinters from the progenitor of Blood Realm, and they took on the aftershocks for everyone. Everyone, back off, someone shouted. Susan and the others retreated with pale faces. Xiang stared at the blood-red cones in the distance and said solemnly, "That's Mingshir's Polychoria innate gift." What Mingshir? Susan did not understand. Xiang's expression turned ugly. There has been more than one cultivator with the Polychoria innate gift in the history of the Fifth Mainland. One of them was called Mingshir, and his Polychoria innate gift allowed him to create countless blood-red cones. Every one of them would land on an enemy's body, and they would not stop until the enemy was dead. I never thought that the Origin Tribulation would reappear with this innate gift of the ancient people. Thank you, Brother Windborn, for your tip. I'll be updating at 2 p.m. for the second day in a row. Thank you. After hearing Xiang's words, Susan's heart sank, and he looked into the distance. Master, you have to hold on. Ancestor Lingtong stared at the sky with his dual pupils. The blood-red owls were being crushed by an invisible force, disappearing piece by piece before quickly reappearing in an endless cycle. From afar, the blood-red owls created by a pair of giant eyes descended. Ancestor Lingtong raised his head and used an invisible force to erase the owls. Aftershock swept out, and an imprinter was caught off guard. He was hit by the aftershocks, and his body split open as he hurriedly fled. At this time, another pair of eyes appeared above Ancestor Lingtong's head, and they turned into dual pupils that stared at him. Everyone's heart sank, as the Origin Tribulation was indeed terrifying. This time, the dual pupils appeared without any visible force, but it caused Ancestor Lingtong to cough up blood. An imprinter appeared behind him, and with a roar, the two pairs of eyes above his head dissipated at the same time. Susan was excited, he had succeeded. However, in the next moment, the sky split open again, and a pair of dual pupils 10 times larger than before appeared. This time, it was not just dual pupils, but also a human face. Although it was not very clear, Ancestor Lingtong's expression changed when this face appeared. The dual pupils on his face overlapped once again, and this time, it was not just dual pupils, but 4 pupils, which created a sense of crisis that caused him to stop breathing. Lai Tiandi. Ancestor Lingtong was shocked. Because his innate gift was dual pupils, Ancestor Lingtong had investigated all cultivators with innate gifts throughout history. Regardless of whether it was the 5th mainland, the 6th mainland, or the other 4 legendary mainlands, he had some understanding of them all. For example, Mingshir had once been a cultivator with innate gift of dual pupils from the 5th mainland. Ancestor Lingtong knew this person very well, and he also knew this person who had appeared now. It was precisely because of this that he was shocked. Lai Tiandi was the 3rd mainland's unparalleled genius, and he had used his 4th pupil to fight against the world. He had challenged all the experts of his generation, and no one had been able to accept his challenge. It was rumored that even the 3rd mainland's Daosor sect's top descendant had been defeated. He was invincible no matter what realm he reached. Unfortunately, he had died during his Origin Tribulation, which was the same as Ancestor Lingtong's current Origin Tribulation. Ancestor Lingtong had never thought that he would encounter Lai Tiandi's innate gift one day. Lai Tiandi's innate talent was at the 4th level, and he had the characteristic of duplication suppression, which meant that he could duplicate with 2 pupils. Above his head, the 4 eyes stared at Ancestor Lingtong. His eyes flashed and an indescribable pressure acted on Ancestor Lingtong's body. Ancestor Lingtong clenched his fists and struck out with the bright light finger again, but it was useless. His eyes also stared at the top of his head. The opposite pressure collided with the descending pressure, causing the void to explode and sweep across the territory. More than half of the territory distorted and boiled over. Countless stars exploded, causing hells of grief and despair. At this moment, another pair of eyes flashed above their heads. Susan and the others were dumbfounded as they watched the sky collapse and crush Ancestor Lingtong. This pressure caused the imprinter in front of them to retreat in horror. Their faces were pale and they didn't dare to approach. Ancestor Lingtong unleashed her bloodline and mutated her body, but she still couldn't withstand the pressure. The pressure came from his dual pupil innate skill. At this moment, he was bearing double the pressure from Lai Wudi's 4 pupil innate skill. Puff Ancestor Lingtong spat out blood and imprinted on the blood progenitor. His face was distorted, and his clothes were torn apart. His body was covered in blood, and his eyes were on the verge of exploding. Everyone found it difficult to breathe. It was obvious that Ancestor Lingtong had reached his limit. In the distance, Ancestor Eyeless appeared and shook his head with a sigh. It was over. The higher one's innate skill, the worse it would be. The stronger the origin tribulation, the more powerful the ancestor's tribulation was. Ancestor Lingtong's tribulation had actually drawn out the power of an ancient character from the third mainland. If he could survive it, he would definitely shock the universe and become a legend. However, he couldn't and had failed. Susan's face was ashen, and his fingernails dug into his flesh. Pass it, master, pass it. You have to pass it. Xiang bit her lip. She was already thinking about where she would go if Ancestor Lingtong failed the tribulation. Even further away, 16th brother and the others were also thinking. From the current situation, Ancestor Lingtong was definitely going to lose. He glanced at Susan with a cold glint in his eyes. Susan felt it, and a chill ran down his spine. He had always been sensitive to danger, and he subconsciously raised his gadget to contact Luin. In front of him, the sky was being compressed, and countless spatial cracks snaked through it like giant pythons. Ancestor Lingtong seemed to be trying to split open the sky, trying to hold it up. Susan couldn't help but shout, "Master, make it through!" Susan! Ancestor Lingtong roared. Susan was stunned. He hadn't expected Ancestor Lingtong to call out his name at such a crucial moment. Was he that important? Xiang, 16th brother, and the rest looked at Susan strangely. Could this guy be Ancestor Lingtong's illegitimate son? Why would he think of him at such a time? Susan, look at me. Ancestor Lingtong barked and turned to look at Susan. Susan subconsciously met Ancestor Lingtong's gaze. He was incomparably familiar with this action. Ever since he had been accepted as a disciple, he had been cultivating his polychoria with Ancestor Lingtong's help. The cultivation method was to look at each other, and it could last for days, months, or even years. After so many years, whenever he and Ancestor Lingtong looked at each other, their gazes would become exactly the same. In an instant, the huge eye above his head suddenly stared at Susan, and an infinite pressure descended, shrouding Susan and Xiang. These people had no chance to react at all. Fortunately, Ancestor Wumu had moved them away. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ancestor Lingtong's eyes were bleeding as he stared at the four eyes above him. The four eyes stared at Ancestor Lingtong again, but no longer exerted a huge pressure, and the four eyes gradually dissipated. The origin tribulation was over. Ancestor Lingtong let out a long breath and closed his eyes, as if he was suppressing something. In the distance, Susan and the rest were still at a loss, not knowing what had happened. Ancestor Wumu's face was extremely ugly, not because Ancestor Lingtong had succeeded, but because he had been used. Ancestor Lingtong had actually thought of a way to teleport the origin tribulation, which was simply unbelievable. The origin tribulation couldn't be avoided, nor could it be transferred, nor could it be blocked by external objects. But he had thought of a way. How did he do it? There was something wrong with Susan. Ancestor Wumu looked at Susan, thinking about something. In the distance, the 16th brother and the rest rushed over and were very attentive. Third brother, are you all right? Third brother, it's great that you're all right. It's a blessing. Nothing must happen to third brother. Third brother, although we've only been apart for a short moment, it's been an endless amount of time to me. Third brother, you can't abandon me again. Susan didn't know what had happened, but the result was gratifying. Ancestor Lingtong had succeeded, and Susan had once again become a powerful second generation, and not just any powerful second generation. Ha ha ha, how could third brother abandon you? You're thinking too much, but third brother wants to talk to his wife. You're an eyesore, Susan said proudly. The 16th brother flattered him. We're the ones who are blind. Third brother, third sister, take your time. Third brother, third sister, take your time. Xiang was speechless and looked deeply at Susan. This guy was still the same as before. Following Ancestor Lingtong's successful tribulation, the 6th mainland gained another cosmic imprinter. Furthermore, he wasn't an ordinary cosmic imprinter, because when Ancestor Lingtong opened his eyes, his pupils changed. They became even more profound and terrifying. Old Man Nong, Shui Jie, and the Sixth Mainland's experts all arrived to congratulate Ancestor Lingtong. Even Savage Archer God had come, which was unexpected. Ancestor Lingtong hadn't expected Savage Archer God to come either, and when he saw him, his pupils shrank imperceptibly for a moment before returning to normal. In the Ross Empire's stronghold, Luin looked at the many materials in front of him that he had just disassembled. He couldn't recognize a single one of them, but that didn't matter. He kept a little of each material since they wouldn't be discovered anyway. After disassembling a city's ancient artifacts, Luin continued to roll his die. This time, he rolled 4 pips and entered the time-stop space. It was time to cultivate. In the technocracy, Kue Luo had insisted that Luin become an emissary before telling him about the Lu family. Luin couldn't wait to start cultivating. The problem was that the Heaven Flame Stone didn't have any flames, so he could only try to absorb star energy with his own ability. After a while, Luin opened his eyes with a helpless expression. The Heaven Flame Stone didn't have any flames, so cultivating normally was very slow, even with the support of the serious art. The more stars one used with the serious art, the faster one could absorb star energy. However, after reaching the 4th level of the serious art, Luin discovered that no matter how much star energy he absorbed, it was mostly used to maintain the star's revolutions instead of absorbing it into his body. In other words, the serious art's support for star energy absorption wasn't as exaggerated as he had imagined. He had once guessed that if the serious art's effects were the same as before, then the serious sex cultivation speed would be much faster. But now, it seemed like it wouldn't be that easy. There was no such thing as an easy thing. Since it was so difficult to increase his cultivation, then he might as well increase something else. He raised his hand, and his die appeared. He spun it and rolled 3 pips. The first time, 1. The second time, 6 pips. What a pity. The third time, he rolled 3 pips. He took out the Philanthropist's tear from his cosmic ring and placed it on the upper screen. This was the most potent poison he had obtained from the Gu King City's pavilion, and it was also the most potent poison in the entire Divine Gu dynasty. It surpassed even a Hellguard's poison, but because it was easy to detect, it wasn't as valuable as a Hellguard's poison. It was said that the Philanthropist's tear could poison a powerhouse with a power level of 700,000 to death. Luin had several external items that could deal with such powerhouses, but he needed something better. Thus, the Philanthropist's tear was his first choice. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched as he watched the Philanthropist's tear fall. 30 million star essence had only been used once, so he continued. 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, all the way until the 6th time. The Philanthropist's tear was upgraded 6 times, and when it fell for the 6th time, the originally nearly transparent Philanthropist's tear began to distort. Luin wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he vaguely saw a strange face smiling at him. He suddenly felt a chill at the back of his head, and he stared at the Philanthropist's tear. It was still transparent, but Luin would never forget that scene. This drop of poison had undergone a strange change. His understanding of star energy had changed Lu Yin's understanding of the universe. A world in a flower was not a joke, every bit of star energy was equivalent to a world. This drop of Philanthropist's tear also contained a world of its own, a world where poisons existed and interacted with each other. The die's 3 enhance had upgraded this world, but Luin could not determine what level this drop of poison could reach. Poisons did not have absolute killing power, and it all depended on how they were used. Luin carefully put the Philanthropist's tear away. He had gained such a powerful weapon, but he had also spent a lot of money on it. He had spent a total of 1.9 billion star essence on it. With his current status, any item that he needed to upgrade would cost hundreds of millions of star essence. This was truly a waste of money. The next item to upgrade was the Extreme Ice Stone. He had obtained it from the Royal Frost Continent, and it was said that it could freeze injuries. It was like medicine, it was useless when not needed, but it could save a life when needed. He still had more than 3 billion star essence on him, and he could definitely upgrade it once more. The Extreme Ice Stone was different from the Philanthropist's tear, which was a foreign object that had obvious offensive properties. It required far less resources to upgrade the stone than the philanthropist's tear. The extreme ice stone had been upgraded 7 times, and the 7th upgrade had only cost 200 million star essence. On the other hand, the philanthropist's tear had cost 1 billion star essence to upgrade it 6 times. However, the philanthropist's tear could only be upgraded 6 times, and Luyin had no idea how many times he could upgrade the extreme ice stone. As the extreme ice stone fell, Luyin did not dare to touch it. The extreme ice stone's color became whiter and whiter until it was almost the most primitive white. All light was swallowed up by this whiteness, and it was like the darkness of the Inquisitors. Furthermore, he had only upgraded it once, and it had consumed 400 million star essence. He thought about it for a bit, but he still couldn't upgrade it. He wasn't sure if he could still touch this thing if he upgraded it any further, or if he would just be frozen. Luyin then took out some gray powder, which was the tear dust that Eben had asked him to dissect. This was a material that he did not know if it could be upgraded, but it would be best if it could. It was said that Ancestor Hui's first wisdom root had been planted with tear dust, and Lu Yin's eyes lit up when he thought about it. He had to get some wisdom roots from Ancestor Hui. Perhaps he could plant some, and he would have tear dust as well. Lu Yin was excited that Lei Chen could be upgraded. If that was the case, then everything would be fine. This was the first time that Lu Yin had seen 1 million star essence, and his heart sank. If such a small amount of material required 1 million star essence to upgrade, then how much would it cost to upgrade it to the maximum? He felt that the star essence in his cosmic ring wouldn't be able to last much longer. Suddenly, he thought of the junior ancestor star of the starry sky tree. If he could take away those 4 planets, he could squander them and thoroughly enjoy the life of a rich man. He continued to let his imagination run wild as he leveled up again and again. The teardrop dust was originally gray in color, but after each upgrade, it became glossy and shiny. It even carried a light sound, like the sound of pearls colliding with each other. It was very pleasant to the ears. As the teardrop dust fell, it carried a strange sense of beauty and emitted light. In the end, the tear dust could no longer be improved. At this moment, the tear dust had become like a delicate jewel. Every grain seemed to have been carefully crafted. Every grain was a regular circle. Holding it in his hand, he felt an indescribable sense of security. It was a strange feeling, but it was very comfortable. Lu Yin looked at the teardrop dust. It had definitely undergone a metamorphosis, and it could be considered a different material. He had upgraded it 11 times in total, and the 10th upgrade had also cost him 1 billion star essence, which added up to 1.96 billion star essence. Lu Yin's heart was bleeding. He didn't know what was going on, but he had somehow managed to upgrade everything. He just didn't know how effective it would be. He just hoped that it would be worth the resources. He still had close to 300 million star essence, which was a lot for others, even enlighters or envoys. But to Lu Yin, it was just a small amount. The Divine Voodoo Empire's accumulation had only allowed him to upgrade these 2 items. He silently sighed and looked up at the time. There wasn't much time left, so he decided to memorize the primogenitor's scripture and wait for the time to end. The scene in front of him changed, and Lu Yin left the time-stop space. He hadn't been in seclusion for long. He had wanted to roll his die again, but not for cultivating or upgrading items. Instead, he wanted to use Enhance. With his current cultivation, almost all of the people who had rolled Enhance were envoys, and they were all useful to him. However, when he looked at his gadget, he saw that there were many missed calls. He had contacted Wang Wen, Wei Rong, and even Master Yuan. Lu Yin knew that something big must have happened, and he immediately contacted Wang Wen. Wang Wen's image quickly appeared, and he had a grave expression. The first thing he said when he saw Lu Yin stunned him. "The corpse god is dead." Lu Yin was stunned. "What?" Wang Wen replied, "The corpse god of the Neo-Human Alliance's 7 sky gods is dead." Lu Yin's expression changed. "When? Wait, how do you know about the corpse god?" The Neo-Human Alliance was one of the human domain's 3 dark hands, and many people knew about it. However, not many had heard of the 7 sky gods, and Wang Wen shouldn't have known about them either. Wang Wen replied, "I've heard of the 7 sky gods before, but I don't know their specific name. It's not just me, everyone knows about the corpse god. How did he die? Tell me the details, Luin asked. The Forgotten Ruins god had died in Guflo Zone, and he wasn't sure if the Neo-Human Alliance knew about this. In any case, he wanted to stay out of this matter, as he couldn't kill the Forgotten Ruins god with his current strength. Thus, he had tried his best to avoid the Neo-Human Alliance's attention. But how many days had it been? Yet another 7 sky gods had died. How could the 7 sky gods die so easily? What a joke. Through Wang Wen's explanation, Luin understood that while he had been in seclusion, the 6th mainland's ancestor Ling Tong had successfully broken through to become a cosmic imprinter. Many experts had come to congratulate him, and they had even attracted Savage Archer God from the All Heavens imprinter. However, ancestor Ling Tong had seen through Savage Archer God's true form, and he had set up a trap for the corpse god. He had then joined forces with many experts under Mr. Jiao San's leadership to kill the corpse god. That battle had been earth-shattering, and the corpse god had revealed his terrifying giant body, which could crush a planet like a marble. Just like progenitor Chen, this battle had affected many weaves of the Outerverse, and even the Great Eastern Alliance's borders had been affected. There had been heavy casualties, and they had been forced to retreat. The 6th mainland had also suffered heavy losses, and Mr. Jiao San had been seriously injured, so he had returned to the Daosor sect to recuperate. It's said that the corpse god was killed by Mr. Jiao San using the martial ancestor's martial imprint, and he even used the martial ancestor's power. If not for that, the corpse god would not have died. This incident has shaken the universe, and we're still trying to figure out what kind of effects it will have. For now, we can only withdraw our borders to the east, and we also need to avoid provoking the Neo-Human Alliance, Wang Wen said. Are there any recordings of the battle? How could there be? That was a battle between half-ancestors. Luin felt that it was a pity, as the battle value of a half-ancestor was very high. The battle between the head inquisitor, Kui Luo, and the god of Forgotten Ruins had opened up his view of the world, and he had also wanted to see the corpse god's body, which was as large as progenitor Chen's. What a pity. You guys did the right thing. The Neo-Human Alliance has lost 7 sky gods in succession, so they will definitely make a move. Avoid them and don't provoke them, Luin said solemnly. Death was an immeasurable loss to the Neo-Human Alliance, and this region of the universe was about to descend into chaos. More importantly, the 7 sky gods were not their original selves, but merely their shells. Luin did not even dare to imagine how many shells they had. The Neo-Human Alliance's strength was far beyond anyone's imagination, and even if he was part of the witch spirit god's scheme, he did not dare to get involved in it. He could only hope that the Neo-Human Alliance did not know about what had happened in the Guflo Zone, or else it would be difficult to deal with. Before you went into seclusion, you ordered the Alliance to search for the black crystal in the Horn Star system. What do you say now? Wang Wen asked. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Continue searching. Spread the word that the Hall of Honor is the one looking for it, not us. We're just helping them. Wang Wen nodded. Got it. The black crystal was very secretive, or else they would not have only discovered 2 after so many years. They had only been discovered by chance. If not for the Horn Star system's black crystal being exposed, the Guflo Zone's Shui Pai would not have appeared. Since it had appeared, Luin believed that more information about the black crystal would appear soon. Be careful. If there's any information about the black crystal, don't leak it. Only when necessary. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Wang Wen nodded. I understand. Are you going to continue your seclusion? Luin replied, it's not the right time to do anything else. Let's see how the Neo-Human Alliance reacts. The first to bear the brunt will definitely be the 6th mainland. This can be considered the second battlefield that the 6th mainland has created. In the distant Eternal Kingdom, 2 of the 7 dark towers had collapsed, as if they had withered along with the deaths of the 7 sky gods. The Forgotten Ruins god and the corpse god are both dead. Everyone, guess who's next? A strange laughter echoed throughout the dark tower. The monkey heard it and shrank back, but then, a hand appeared on his head and gently stroked his fur. The monkey felt a wave of disgust, but he did not dare to be impudent. He was currently in the Sorcerer God's dark tower, and the hand that was stroking him belonged to the sorcerer god. Strangely, there was only an arm and no body. Sorcerer god, are you very happy? A dull voice sounded out, and no emotions could be heard. The sorcerer god laughed strangely. It's just funny. The 7 sky gods actually died at the hands of a half-progenitor. Keek keek. Stop laughing. Have you investigated the Forgotten Ruins god's death? A clear female voice sounded out, and it was very cold. However, the voice caused an indescribable beauty to appear in the minds of those who heard it. She died in the goo flow zone, so I'm not sure. There's no news? You know her temper. She's very strange, and she doesn't get along with us. She has her own ideas, so if she died, then so be it. There's no point to it anyway. The Hall of Honor took away the item from the Crimson Hell, so they'll find out about that item sooner or later. That item will soon be exposed. There's no other way. Unless you have progenitor strength, you won't be able to break into the Hall of Honor. Then distract them. Undying God, how long are you going to pretend to be asleep? The cold voice asked sternly. After a while, a hazy voice sounded out. Who's calling me? The Forgotten Ruins god and the Corpse god are finished. The sorcerer god laughed strangely. So, is it my turn now? The Undying god was puzzled. The cold voice said, after sleeping for so long, it's time to move around. Oh, alright. Let's see how many ancient bloodlines are left in this region. It's time for them to step onto the stage of this region. I've been updating for the 2nd day in a row. Thank you, Brother Only Windborn, for your tips and support. Thank you. Within the Ross Empire's stronghold, Luin watched his die slowly come to a stop at 6 pips. His eyes went wide, his luck was really good, he had gotten 6 pips right off the bat. The balls of light in the mysterious space were dim. Luin looked around and was speechless, as none of these balls were worth fusing with. This was the first time he had encountered one, so he could only casually fuse with one. Otherwise, he might have to wait until all of his star essence was used up before he could leave. He casually fused with one of the balls and opened his eyes. Eh? What a familiar feeling. It wasn't a human, a beast, or a corpse king. Was this a mechanical ant? Luin was astonished, as he had actually fused with the same mechanical ant as before, and it was still a hunter. It was no wonder why the balls of light were so dim. With his current strength, a hunter was too weak. Luin turned his antennae and looked around. There were countless mechanical ants, and the scene he saw was similar to what he had seen before. He controlled the ant to jump up and land on the ant in front of him before jumping up and moving forward. He had done the same thing last time, but there had been too many of them, and he couldn't even see the end of them. This time, however, Luin saw that there were countless mechanical ants in front of him, but he didn't know if they were behind him or not. Quite a few materials were being transported, and the ones transporting them were scavengers. As the scene in front of him changed, Luin returned to his body. He didn't move as he quietly pondered. He had previously guessed that the disappearance of the materials and the technocracy might be related to the scavengers, and he had also guessed that the mechanical ants might be related to them. He had never thought that it would be true. The scavengers were machines that the technocracy used to clean up the universe's trash, and the ones who produced them were probably the mainframe. Regardless of whether it was First City or the Genesis Academy, they both had scavengers. If the mechanical ants were really made from the materials collected by the scavengers, then both City and the Genesis Academy might have been involved. Luin raised his head. This was only a guess, and he wasn't sure of the specifics. However, it was very likely to be true, and if that was the case, then he would have to re-evaluate the technocracy. This time, he had rolled 6 pips, and he had used up a total of 80 million star essence. Fortunately, he hadn't used it all up, and he still had 200 million left, just in case. After resting for 10 days, Luin raised his hand, and his die appeared again. He tapped it and rolled it again. This time, he rolled 2 pips, but unfortunately, he didn't need it. Luin rested for another 10 days before returning. Everyone was waiting to see how the Neo-Human Alliance would react. The Great Eastern Alliance's goal of unifying the Innerverse was currently advancing, and there was no need for Luin to personally appear. Since he had nothing better to do, he might as well enter the time-stop space and recite the primogenitor's scripture. He should be able to roll it. This time, it was 6 o'clock. Luin was surprised, but his luck was pretty good. He had appeared in that mysterious space, and this time, he was no longer surrounded by dim light. Instead, there were many glowing spheres. How could there be so many? Luin was stunned. That shouldn't be the case. With his strength, these balls of light represented an emissary at the very least, and not just any emissary at that. There were a few balls of light that made it difficult for him to look straight at them. What kind of power did they represent? He had never fused with anyone before. He decided to give it a try. Perhaps it would be a powerhouse with a power level of 800,000 to 900,000 or even a million. He wanted to try merging with the most dazzling ball of light, but unfortunately, he couldn't do it. Left with no choice, he could only merge with the ball of light that was still shining brightly, but not too dazzling. The scene changed from the dark mysterious space to a desolate land shrouded in a dark red dusk. Luin had fused with a body. It was a person, but it had no memories. Luin stood there in a daze. No memories. He really had no memories. He looked at his own hands and then at his own body. It was very normal. He was a person of flesh and blood, but there was no warmth. Was this a corpse king? No, there were no violent thoughts in his mind, and he didn't have the urge to destroy everything. He was like a corpse wandering the wilderness. A corpse that could move but had no memories reminded Luin of the meditative ruins in the ruler's realm of the astral tree. However, there was a fundamental difference. That corpse had been unable to control its own body, but it had also been the key to activating the meditative ruins. This was something that Wang Su had discovered. That corpse was just a tool, but the one that Luin had fused with was a corpse that could move freely, but it had no memories. It was also different from a corpse king. Why were there so many of these strange things in the universe? Luin didn't understand. He looked around and saw a desolate land. In the distance, the sun was setting, and white clouds were drifting past. There were clouds? There was also a cool breeze. Was it a sea breeze? Was there an ocean up ahead? Luin controlled the corpse to walk forward, and for some reason, the star-scattered chessboard appeared beneath his feet. His body then disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was quite a distance away from where he had been before. Luin was stunned. Was this the plan's secret art? How could this be? How could this corpse know the plan's secret art? Could it be that his own plan's secret art had activated? Impossible. He had only fused his consciousness, and it was impossible for him to bring the plan's secret art over. Luin wanted to use it, but nothing happened. As expected, it wasn't because of him, but rather because the corpse itself knew the plan's secret art, and it had unconsciously activated it. What the hell? Was this someone from the Su family? Could this be the Seven Quartz Su family? Or was this a place related to the Seven Quartz? Luin continued to walk into the distance in confusion. Not long after, he saw a figure quietly walk over. No, it was jumping. Luin instantly felt his hair stand on end. And a chill spread from the bottom of his heart. He waited in place and watched quietly. Soon, the figure became clear. The figure that appeared in front of Luin was an old man with a flushed face, as if he had drunk too much. His beard reached his calves and was tied into countless braids as he hopped over. The reason he was hopping was because he only had one leg, a wooden one. The other was empty. Luin sighed in relief. So it was a one-legged man. No wonder he couldn't jump. The one-legged old man hopped closer, but it was as if he hadn't seen Luin at all. Luin retracted his gaze and continued walking forward. It seemed that there were more strange corpses like this one. He wanted to see where this was. Time was running out, so he quickened his pace, hoping to activate the plan's secret art. The next moment, the star chessboard appeared beneath his feet, and he activated the secret art of plan. He vanished and reappeared, but he didn't walk far before activating the secret art of plan again. He continued walking, but the corpse seemed to never tire and could activate the secret art of plan indefinitely. The cold wind grew stronger in front of him as he approached the sea. There was only a cliff left, and Luin looked up to see a figure sitting there. Although he couldn't see the face clearly, it gave off an extremely lonely feeling. He heard the sound of the sea. Just as he was about to go forward, there was movement behind him. He turned around and saw a very cute girl smiling at him. Her eyes were full of intelligence as she looked at him. Luin jumped in fright and almost fell over. The girl raised her hand, and under Lu Yin's wary and vigilant gaze, she slapped down at the void, tearing open a spatial tear that disappeared in a flash. The girl then stepped over Luin and continued walking in another direction. Every time she walked a certain distance, she would slap down at the void, accompanied by an adorable smile. It was an extremely strange sight. Luin was speechless and almost scared to death. He subconsciously covered his chest, but then remembered that this body wasn't his and put it down in embarrassment. The girl was probably a corpse as well, but her intelligent eyes were too strange. Ignoring her, Luin turned to look at the lonely figure sitting at the edge of the cliff. He thought about it and decided to go take a look. Perhaps the sea would be different. He activated the planned secret art and directly reached the top of the cliff, where he saw the surface of the sea under the setting sun. It sparkled like a normal sea, but it was deathly still and devoid of any living creatures. He vaguely saw a giant creature swimming across the seabed. Was there a living creature? Luin was surprised and wanted to jump down to take a look, but then his heart skipped a beat as he remembered that there was another person sitting not too far away. He turned around, and his pupils shrank. Was that Progenitor Chen? The scene in front of him suddenly changed, and Lu Yin's consciousness returned to his body. He abruptly stood up, his eyes flashing. There was no mistake, the person sitting alone at the edge of the cliff was definitely Progenitor Chen. He had seen Progenitor Chen's memories and knew what he looked like. Why was Progenitor Chen there? There were corpses everywhere. Was Progenitor Chen one of them? Luin frowned, unable to figure it out. What was that place? People from the Su family had appeared, including that strange one-legged old man, that quick-witted girl, and finally, even Progenitor Chen had been seen. It was definitely not an ordinary place. Could it be Progenitor Chen's tomb? Luin shook his head. That shouldn't be the case, as he had been to Progenitor Chen's tomb before. What kind of place could that be? Progenitor Chen had been sitting alone at the seaside, not moving around like the person he had merged with. He had just sat there for who knew how many years, forever. What was he looking at? What was there to miss about that place? Luin raised his hand, and his die appeared. He really wanted to merge with Progenitor Chen again to see what kind of place it was. The universe was filled with too many secrets, and from ancient times until now, which progenitor had not left behind a secret. Some had even become legends, while others had remained a mystery. Back in the technocracy, Mr. Mu had said that Progenitor Chen's life was a mystery. Was that Progenitor Chen still alive? Or was he dead? Luin shook his head, unable to figure it out. He could only wait for confirmation in the future. He was only an enlighter at the moment, but perhaps when he became an emissary, he would be able to learn more about the secrets of ancient times. He turned on his gadget, but there was nothing major happening in the outside world. Luin closed his eyes and rested for a few days before continuing to roll. Right, how many star essences had I used to merge with Progenitor Chen just now? Luin hurriedly took a look and then blinked. That was it. He had no more star essences left, but he couldn't say that he had no more. He only had a small fraction left. He had used 200 million star essences this time, which was quite ruthless. There were only a few million star essences left in his cosmic ring, which was meaningless. These star essences could only be used to enter the time-stop space to cultivate. Thank you. Moving with the wind, a healthy fat man. Thanks to my brothers, I'll update at 2 p.m. This is the third day in a row. Thank you for your support. He rolled the die twice before rolling enhance. The scene in front of him changed, and he entered the time-stop space once more. This time, he planned to focus on cultivating the serious technique. He had originally planned to memorize the primogenitor's scripture if he rolled enhance, but the scene with Progenitor Chen had shocked him. He recalled the serious technique that he hadn't practiced in a long time, and it was time to start. Wait, why didn't he practice both at the same time? Lu Yin recited the primogenitor scripture while cultivating the serious technique. This was his first attempt. Half a month later, Lu Yin opened his eyes. The stars around his body revolved, and the primogenitor scripture lingered in his ears. He was ecstatic. He hadn't expected that reciting the primogenitor scripture and cultivating the serious technique would go so smoothly. His cultivation speed was much faster than before. Did the primogenitor scripture have a supplementary effect? Why hadn't Kue Luo told him about this? If he had known, he would have started cultivating the serious technique a long time ago. With the primogenitor scripture, cultivating the serious technique was like putting on an accelerator. Lu Yin was encouraged, and he threw all of his remaining star essence into the time-stop space, increasing his time by nearly a year, and began cultivating. Previously, Lu Yin had cultivated the serious technique to the 5th level with 5,700 stars. Now, with the support of the primogenitor scripture, the number of stars increased one by one, and the revolving range of the surrounding stars expanded. It was as if he had created a new universe. 1 month. 2 months. 3 months. 11 months. When there were less than 5 days left in the time-stop space, Lu Yin opened his eyes. At this moment, the number of stars around his body had nearly doubled compared to a year ago. Lu Yin's eyes widened as he looked at the revolving stars around him. Every star was clearly visible, and there were a total of 9,300 stars. This was the result of a single year's worth of effort. The last time he had cultivated the serious technique, he had only gained about 1,000 stars in a year's time. This time, the speed had quadrupled. This was the effect of the primogenitor scripture, and he was still far from being able to completely memorize it. Once he did, his cultivation speed would increase by an unknown amount. The serious art increased the cultivation speed of star energy, and the primogenitor scripture increased the cultivation speed of the serious art. Combined with the time-stop space, Lu Yin's cultivation speed was enough to make anyone doubt their own existence. It was a pity that he did not have any more star essence left. He needed to obtain some more resources and frantically cultivate Sirius. He needed to reach the 5th level of Sirius and see if the pattern on the soles of his feet would be of any use. If Ancestor Chen was still alive, would he lure him out? Lu Yin was looking forward to it. The scene in front of him changed, and it was time for him to return to the real world. He had only been in seclusion for a little over a month, but he had used up all of the billions of star essence he had on him. Just thinking about it made his heart bleed. So much so that when he went out and saw Wang, he wanted to rob him. "What's wrong with your eyes? It's a little dangerous." Wang Wen was very sharp, and he looked at Lu Yin warily. Lu Yin rubbed his eyes. "Training is too tiring." Wang Wen blinked. "Tiring? I say, other people go into seclusion for years, but you've only been in seclusion for a little over a month. At most, you've only been in seclusion for a few months, and you've never been in seclusion for more than half a year. What's so tiring about it?" "Nonsense, of course it's more than that. I don't remember it being that way." "Alright, why are you looking for me?" Lu Yin was getting impatient, as he felt like he had been exposed. Wang Wen gave Lu Yin a plan. "This is the Great Eastern Alliance's newly formed armies and their current distribution. It also includes the number of experts that the Alliance can mobilize. Take a look." Lu Yin looked over. The Great Eastern Alliance had unified the Innerverse 7 great flow zones, which was equivalent to nearly half of the Innerverse. Aside from the erudite flow zone, there was no need to care about the other smaller flow zones. Currently, the Great Eastern Alliance had formed 10 allied armies, as well as 3 special legions. The 1st to 4th allied armies were the same as before, and they were distributed according to Xianxia's plan. Whether it was the marching strategy or the terminology, everything was decided by Xianxia. The 5th Allied Army was mainly composed of disciples from the Sword Sect and cultivators from the Outerverse. Its overall strength was similar to the 1st Allied Army, and it was stationed in Chaos Flow Zone. When he saw this, Lu Yin's eyes lit up. This was to separate the Sword Sect from the 5th Allied Army. The 6th Allied Army was composed of cultivators from the Divine Grade Hall and cultivators from the Outerverse, and it was stationed in Spirit Seal Flow Zone. The 7th Allied Army was composed of cultivators from the Lingling clan and cultivators from the Outerverse, and it was stationed in First Flow Zone. The 8th Allied Army was composed of cultivators from the Day-Night clan and cultivators from the Outerverse, and it was stationed in Erudite Flow Zone. When he saw this, Luyin looked at Wang Wen. Erudite Flow Zone? It'll happen sooner or later, Wang Wen answered matter-of-factly. Luyin chuckled and continued reading. The 9th Allied Army was composed of cultivators from the Divine Gu dynasty and cultivators from the Outerverse, and it was stationed in Day-Night Flow Zone. The 10th Allied Army was composed of cultivators from the Wen family and cultivators from the Outerverse, and it was stationed in Gu Flow Zone. Not only were the disciples under each faction's control separated, but they were also sent to guard hostile flow zones. This was all for the sake of balance. Then, who will be the commander? Luyin asked. Wang Wen was vexed. It's quite troublesome, as we don't have many experts that we can trust. If we let someone from the Innerverse become the commander, then it will bring unnecessary trouble. For example, the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone and the Spirit Seal Flow Zone are enemies. If we let an Enlighter from the Divine Grade Hall become the commander, then I'm afraid that the 6th Allied Army will cause trouble for the Lingling clan. This was a problem, and Luyin pondered it for a moment. Let's transfer the captains of the Great Yu Empire's 13 Imperial squadrons over. Aside from Peach and the others who are cruisers, Kai Jianxiang might not be willing, so we'll transfer Duan Day Night and the Lan family's Elder Iron over. Suitable? Wang Wen was uncertain. Luyin glanced at him. Do you have a more suitable candidate? Wang Wen shook his head. Their foundation is too weak. Alright, that's the only way. Luyin continued reading through the plan. Aside from the 10 allied armies, there were also 3 special legions. They were the Giant Bloodline, Lu Xuanjuan's army, and the newly formed Heavenly Sin army. Lu Xuanjuan's army and the Giant Bloodline did not need to be changed, while the Heavenly Sin army would be formed from the Sylvan Dragon clan and the evildoers from the smaller flow zones. The commander would be Thunder Axe. The Heavenly Sin army had great potential for growth in the future, and Luyin glanced at the Cosmic Tree domain. The four-way scales had placed powerhouses who disobeyed them in the Star Alliance, and the Heavenly Sin army had been created based on this template. In the future, this would be the four-way scales home. Now that the Innerverse was nearly unified, the Great Eastern Alliance had a total of 14 envoy-level powerhouses under its command. They were the Second Night King, Emperor Lu, Ling Taizu, Lu Qianjue, Ling Qiu, Mountain God, Madame Yu, Abel Phoenix, Elder Lian Xian, Chen Huang, Emperor Luo, as well as the Sea King, the Elders, and the Ice Empress, who could be asked for help at any time. If the Erudite Flow Zone joined the Great Eastern Alliance, then 2 more emissaries would be added, which would be Wen Zizai and President Han. The Great Eastern Alliance's emissaries would then reach 16. Including himself, that would be 17. 17 emissaries was something that even the Neoverse behemoths would not be able to achieve by themselves. Perhaps the Hall of Honor could hide many emissaries, but Luyin did not believe that they had that many. Of course, Luyin did not know how many emissaries the Hall of Honor had in total, including their subordinate organizations and the number of modified emissaries. Furthermore, the Hall of Honor's top experts could easily wipe out all of them, which was incomparable. However, Luyin at least had the courage to compete with any organization. He just lacked an absolute powerhouse to oversee the situation, and he thought of Kuei Luo and the Red Madam, who was currently under Kuei Luo's control. After some quick calculations, he realized that he had 2 more emissaries. With a happy heart, Luyin went to the botanical garden and waved at the sapling that was swaying its branches on top of a large tree. The sapling's branches moved, and it immediately ran towards Luyin. It was very happy, but the big tree was so focused on escaping that it even forgot to eat or sleep. The sapling jumped onto Lu Yin's head, but Luyin pursed his lips and grabbed it. I'm not a big tree. Don't get on top of my head. The sapling was very happy, and its branches wrapped tightly around Lu Yin's fingers. Luyin could feel its happiness. Your Highness, these are the astral origin pills that Shamrock Enterprises sent over. Xianxia came over and handed the pills over to Luyin. Shamrock Enterprises had publicly announced the astral origin pills during the Divine Gu dynasty's banquet, and it had caused a huge commotion in the universe. Countless powers had wanted to purchase them, but before that, Shamrock Enterprises had sent astral origin pills to many of the major powers. The one who had sent the pills to the Ross Empire's stronghold had been the Xianxia king. It was also at that time that the Xianxia king had discovered the sapling. Luyin took the sealed astral origin pills, and the sapling wrapped even tighter around his fingers. "What has Shamrock Enterprises been up to recently?" Luyin asked. Xianxia replied, "They've been wantonly promoting the astral origin pills." "Nothing else?" "What about us?" Luyin asked. Xianxia continued, "Right, the Xianxia king invited you to Shamrock Enterprises headquarters as a guest before he left." Luyin nodded. "Got it." Xianxia left. Luyin looked at the astral origin pills in his hand. The person who had tried to charge into the Ross Empire's stronghold but had been stopped by Emperor Lu was most likely the Leaf King. His goal was obviously the sapling. To be able to escape from Emperor Lu, the Leaf King's strength had to be at least 800,000, or even higher. This was a dangerous person. Shamrock Enterprises' strength was not inferior to the leaders of the 8 Great Flow Zones, and they were only slightly weaker than the Day-Night Clan and Sword Sect. Now that they were wantonly promoting the astral origin pills, they must have other plans. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. The leaders of the 8 Great Flow Zones needed to nurture their disciples, and they did not place too much importance on money. However, Shamrock Enterprises was a commercial organization, and even though a portion of their resources were used to research and develop the astral origin pills, they still had a lot of cash left over. If he could obtain Shamrock Enterprises' resources. Lu Yin's breathing quickened. The twig wrapped around his hand tighter and tighter. Luyin looked down and saw that the sapling seemed to be staring at the astral origin pills in his hand with desire. Although it did not have eyes, Luyin could feel that it was staring at the pills. "You want them?" Luyin asked, recalling the scene of the sapling swallowing the astral origin pills. The Xianxia king had only been able to discover the sapling because it had lured the astral origin pills out. A few emerald leaves at the top of the sapling rubbed against Lu Yin's chin. They were very warm and comfortable, and the black and white fog around Lu Yin's chest also calmed down. Unable to resist this coquettish behavior, Luyin opened the lid of the astral origin pills and allowed them to fly out. The sapling hurriedly wrapped them up, and the pills disappeared as the sapling visibly grew. A total of 5 astral source pills had been eaten by the sapling, but it still wanted more. "Don't worry, there'll be more for you soon," Luyin reassured. The sapling stretched out a branch and stroked Lu Yin's chin happily. There was a loud crash as the tree in the botanical garden fell down once more. It kept trying to escape, and its persistence was moving, but it also had a strange habit. Valorer covered his head and entered the botanical garden, where he squatted down beside the tree and whispered something. The tree crawled up and continued to escape. Luyin found it funny. His gadget suddenly rang, and he looked over. "Brother Hui Kong?" "Brother Hui Kong," Luyin answered. "Brother Lu, you're too reckless. You actually went to the technocracy. No wonder you asked me about the technocracy." Hui Kong was furious. Luyin hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, brother. I had my reasons for going." "Then why didn't you tell me? It's better to bring you there than to explore on your own." "Brother, you've been in the technocracy for so many years, and you'll definitely be recognized if you go there again." "I don't want to attract attention." "That's true. I'm as dazzling as the sun in the technocracy. I've been to Ibn City and the Genesis Court, so it's not suitable for me to bring you there." Hui Kong paused and then asked, "How was it? You didn't run into any danger there, right?" Luyin replied, "It wasn't too dangerous. After all, I had the protection of the Realm Mountain's chief." "That's good. You have to tell me when you go to the technocracy in the future." "Right, I forgot that you're working with Ibn City. You'll be more welcome there than you are, haha." Hui Kong laughed. Lu Yin's cooperation with Ibn City could not be hidden from the board of directors. As long as the board knew, the 7 courts would naturally know as well. "I heard that you turned the Divine Gu dynasty upside down?" Hui Kong asked curiously. Luyin recounted what had happened in the Divine Gu dynasty. Hui Kong sighed. I never thought that the mysterious Gu Flow Zone would have someone from the Neo-Human Alliance. I should have thought of this sooner. It was the Hall of Honor's mistake. Lu Yin did not want to discuss this with Hui Kong, so he asked, "Brother, does the Hui family have a root of wisdom?" Hui Kong said, "Hui Jian?" "Yes." Lu Yin was excited. "However, it's not the root of wisdom from Ancestor Hui's time, but my Hui family planted it according to Ancestor Hui's letter. The effect is far less exaggerated than the root of wisdom. At most, it can calm one's heart, but it's not very useful." "Why, do you want it?" Hui Kong asked. Lu Yin was curious. Why can't the Hui family plant a root of wisdom from the time of the Hui ancestor? Do you think it's easy to plant wisdom roots? It's not just the climate and the soil, but also the nurturing of peerless experts. In short, you won't understand even if I explain it to you. The simplest one is that the soil for planting the root of wisdom. This era doesn't have it. Lei Chen? You actually know? You know quite a lot, but Lei Chen is only one of them, and it's not Lei Chen, but Lei Mu Chen. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. Teardrop dust? That's right, the essence of the tear dust. A pile of tear dust would at most have 1 or 2 tear mother dust. That's the best soil to plant the wisdom root. Only Ancestor Hui managed to gather all of it. How could we, the later generations, gather all of it? Hui Kong sighed. Lu Yin suddenly thought of the upgraded Lei Chen. Could that have been the Lei Mu Chen? As long as I have the teardrop dust? The teardrop dust is the most important, but the other materials are also rare. Anyway, even if the Hui family does everything we can, we won't be able to plant a true wisdom root. Don't even think about it. Lu Yin made a request. I want to buy the Hui family's wisdom root. Hui Kong laughed. Buy what? If you want it, I'll give it to you. Bro, this. Alright, don't refuse. It's not a big deal. I'm hanging up. I'll send someone to deliver the wisdom root to you. He then ended the call. Lu Yin put down his gadget and felt a warmth in his heart. Hui Kong was one of the few people who could make him lower his guard and become friends with him sincerely. In the Outerverse, Source Peak Weave. This had once been the center of the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society, but after a battle, the Lockbreaker Society had been forced to move to Frostwave Weave. Now, this place was shared between the 6th Mainland's D and Mo Jiang families. If the D ancestor had not died, then the D family would have possessed the cosmic seal, which meant that they would not have been able to share this weave with others. However, the D family had long since lost its glory, and the Mo Jiang family was the same. The events in Cape Star had escalated continuously, starting with the deaths of Elder Autumn Frost and Old Man Songqiong, and now, one of the 7 sky gods, the Corpse God. The entire 6th Mainland was on high alert, as it was clear that the Neo-Human Alliance was about to make a move. On this day, on a planet where the D family lived, Di Bao and the rest bowed to welcome a young man not too far away. This person was Di Luo, the 6th Mainland's new realmling and the younger brother of the previous realmling, DFA. He was a direct descendant of the D family, while the rest of the D family were merely side branches. Di Luo had come here to replenish his resources. Just as Di Bao and the rest were entertaining Di Luo, a pair of eyes suddenly opened 10,000 meters below their feet. The body stood up straight and passed through the magma and the earth, slowly walking towards the surface. Di Luo was just about to leave when the bottom of his feet suddenly cracked open, and the crack grew larger and larger. He was shocked. Di Bao hurriedly had someone take a look. Suddenly, his gadget beeped and displayed a power level value. There's an enemy. Di Bao was shocked, as there was a power level coming from underground. The power level value continued to rise, going from 10,000 to 120,000, and it was still climbing. Di Luo's gaze turned solemn, as this was a hunter. Fortunately, even if Di Bao's bloodline was just a side branch, they could still deal with a hunter. However, when the power level value climbed to 210,000, Di Luo's expression changed. Even though an enlighter wasn't considered very strong in the 6th Mainland, it was different here. The strongest person in Di Bao's branch was only a hunter, and Lu Yin might not be able to deal with an enlighter. He would have to depend on the other party's strength. The current realmling was quite different from the previous realmling, just like how the current 5th Mainland's Youth Council member was compared to the 10 arbiters. The 10 arbiters of the past could easily challenge and even defeat summon lighters, but the current member could not do so. Attack! Dibao barked, and many cultivators from the D family's side branches used their battle techniques and weapons to bombard the ground. Very soon, the ground shattered, and the planet trembled. Magma spewed out, but Dibao waved his hand to disperse it. A figure walked out of the magma and slowly walked towards the surface. When Dibao and the rest saw who it was, their expressions changed. A corpse king? Not good. Young Master Di Luo, run. Di Luo's scalp almost exploded. Why would a corpse king come here? The Neo-Human Alliance's revenge had appeared. Di Luo and the rest did not even think about attacking the corpse king, and they immediately fled into outer space. The members of the D family's side branches were so frightened that they all fled without any thoughts of resisting. However, the corpse king that had walked out did not take the initiative to attack. Instead, it stood there in a daze. Its eyes were pitch black, which was different from the scarlet vertical eyes of other corpse kings. If Luin had been here, he would have definitely recognized this as the same corpse that had chased after him. This corpse was not a corpse king, as it could even kill corpse kings. Back when Luin had been chased by Darkstar Gorge, he had coincidentally attracted the attention of a Neo-Human Alliance stronghold on a planet where he had been chased down. It was thanks to this corpse that he had been able to break through to the Explorer realm. The mummy stood there in a daze for a while before looking to the west. Ancient bloodline detected. Target confirmed. Kill. After saying that, its legs slowly bent. Perhaps because it had not moved for a long time, its bones began to creak. Then, it suddenly leaped up and rushed out of the starry sky, rushing toward the west at an extremely fast speed. Di Luo saw the corpse fly past him, but it did not attack him. He had thought that he was doomed. What was going on? Di Luo was at a loss, and he quickly reported this matter to his family. At this moment, the same thing was happening in many other places in the universe. The closest was Tyrannical Weave, which had once been the location of Myriad City and represented the most prosperous region in the Outerverse. However, it was now occupied by the Coffin Home. The Coffin Home had a world imprinter like the Corpse Guardian, and no one dared to say anything about it. The Coffin Home lived up to its name, and cultivators could control corpses. Some cultivators even liked to run around with corpses on their backs, such as the Coffin Home's legacy disciple, the Corpse Pickers, who specialized in the corpse palm. The corpse also walked out of the ground and appeared on the planet of one of the Coffin Home's older disciples. The older disciple stared at the corpse in astonishment. He did not think that this was a corpse king, as corpse kings were fundamentally different from corpses. This was clearly a corpse, but why was the corpse moving? Which fellow disciple is here? Don't play tricks on me. Come out, the older disciple said. All of the Coffin Home's disciples could control corpses, and the corpse was clearly being controlled. However, why were its eyes pure black? The corpse stood there in a daze. Which fellow disciple is here? Please come out. If there's anything you need help with, just let me know. The younger disciple spoke again, but there was still no response. He felt uncomfortable. Since you're not willing to come out, I'll help you take a look at this corpse's cultivation. He then walked over to the corpse. The corpse did not seem to see him, and it continued to stare blankly. The older disciple tapped the corpse's forehead to investigate, but suddenly, the corpse raised a hand and grabbed the disciple's arm. With a gentle tug, the disciple screamed as his arm was ripped off, and his face turned pale. Stop. You dash. The next moment, the corpse casually slapped the older disciple's head, causing it to shatter. Primordial bloodline detected. Target confirmed. Kill, the corpse muttered to itself. It then charged into outer space, smashing through an asteroid as it headed in a certain direction. Similar corpses appeared everywhere in the Outerverse, Innerverse, Cosmic Sea, and Neoverse. It was as if they had been summoned, and they all moved at the same time. In the Primal Zone, which bordered Iron Blood Weave, the corpse that had been suppressed by progenitor Wushang's hide also muttered to itself, Primordial bloodline detected. Target confirmed. Kill. Primordial bloodline detected. Target confirmed. Kill. Even though the corpse had confirmed its target, it could not move because of progenitor Wu Shang's hide. On this day, the heavens were bathed in blood, and many people had died because of the corpses. These corpses all had power levels of over 200,000. I've been updating for 3 consecutive days. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Lu Ying quickly found out, and he looked at Bai Shui on the screen. Her face was deathly pale, and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. His gaze swept past Bai Shui, and he saw the dried corpse behind her that was destroying the spacecraft. His eyes flickered, this dried corpse had actually appeared again. Alliance Master Lu, that corpse has the power of an enlighter. Your allied army won't be able to stop it. Whitewater shouted as she hugged Xiao Dai tightly. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. My people are protecting you, but you still need to act. Don't worry, the people who will save you will be here soon. Whitewater turned around and gritted her teeth before using her wind god battle technique. With a bang, the corpse smashed the spacecraft apart and broke through the army's blockade to grab Whitewater. Target confirmed. Kill. Whitewater hurriedly retreated, as her attacks were useless against the corpse. Lu Ying frowned. If he had known earlier, he would have given Whitewater something to protect herself. He had given her a super flash tear gas bomb, but it was obviously useless against the corpse. Fortunately, Night King Yuan Jing had arrived in time to destroy the corpse and save Whitewater. Whitewater had been lucky, as the Great Eastern Alliance had sent an army to the day-night flow zone to prepare to enter. Otherwise, without the Allied army's delay, she would have died. What happened? Lu Ying asked. Within the screen, Whitewater panted heavily, as her injuries were quite severe. I don't know. This thing came to kill me out of nowhere and said that it had discovered an ancient bloodline. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. An ancient bloodline? A primeval surname? Who would want to kill someone with a primeval surname? Lu Ying remembered that the corpse had once slaughtered a corpse king, so it should not be a product of the Neo-Human Alliance. However, who could be sure? Besides the Eternals, who else would attack someone with a primeval surname? At this time, Enya reported that many corpses had been massacred within the Outerverse Great Eastern Alliance and the Innerverse. Some of the victims were cultivators, while others were ordinary people. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he immediately contacted the Sea King to ask the Sea King to send some elders to Earth. There were too many primeval surnames on Earth, and if the corpse found Earth, the consequences would be unimaginable. The entire planet would be destroyed. In just a few days, corpses had appeared everywhere. Lu Ying contacted the Hall of Honor and asked about the origins of these corpses, but Elder Chan did not have the time to answer him. Outside the Ross Empire's fortress, a dried corpse appeared. Ancient bloodline detected. Target confirmed. Kill. The corpse was smashed to pieces by a giant as soon as it finished speaking. Qin Jian looked at his hand. What the hell? In a small flow zone in the Innerverse, a spacecraft was trying to escape into the distance, but it was smashed to pieces by the desiccated corpse. Inside the spacecraft, a middle-aged man's eyes were filled with malevolence. No, I don't want to die. I can't die. My family's inheritance cannot be severed. He roared as he raised his blade, causing a blade shadow to streak through the air. In an instant, the blade shadow formed a strange mountain and river diagram that possessed an indescribable power. It carried an aura that could tear through the void as it slashed towards the desiccated corpse. However, the man was only a cruiser, and no matter how exquisite his blade techniques were, he was unable to resist the mummy's attack and was shattered by a single palm. The man did not have a primeval surname. On a small island in Universe Ocean, flames soared into the sky. A mummy walked out of the sea of flames, looked at the woman lying on the ground, and raised his hand. The woman despaired. She was just a normal person, and she did not know why things had turned out this way. A jade pendant on her chest glowed brightly, and when the corpse king's palm landed, the woman died a tragic death. The jade pendant shattered, and a grain of fate sand fell out, sinking along with the island. In the Neoverse, a desiccated corpse appeared in Astral City. This corpse had a power level of over 400,000, and it battled with the city lord for an hour. In the end, it relied on its physical body to kill the city lord, and it landed in the courtyard of a family within the city. This family's ancestor had been an enlighter who had once served as a guard. The city lord's bodyguard was now just a normal person. The appearance of the desiccated corpse was a disaster for them, and aside from a young boy who was hiding in a corner, everyone else had died a tragic death. The young boy looked at the desiccated corpse in horror as it raised its hand. Despair enveloped him, and he closed his eyes in fear. After waiting for a while, what awaited him was not the desiccated corpse's slaughter, but rather a fragrant wind. He opened his eyes in fear, but the desiccated corpse had disappeared. Only a woman was there, and she gently looked at him. "Child, don't be afraid. Everything's fine now." The young boy wept loudly as he gripped a piece of jade tightly in his hand. Perhaps he had used too much strength, or perhaps he had been too afraid, but his fingernails had dug into his flesh. Blood dripped down his palm onto the jade, and the jade shone brightly before disappearing into the boy's mind. Although it had been quick, the woman still saw it, and she stared at the boy. The boy's gaze was sluggish for a moment, but he soon recovered and wiped away his tears. "Child, did you learn something just now?" the woman asked as she looked at the boy curiously. The boy wiped away his tears and nodded. "Yes, a small person taught me some moves." "What moves?" The woman was surprised, as this was an inheritance of a battle technique. The boy thought for a moment and then made some moves. However, they were just movements, as he did not cultivate and did not have any star energy, so the woman could not see anything. "Tell Auntie, what's the name of this move?" the woman asked. The boy replied, "D. Xianxia needle." The woman's name was Yuan Miao, and she was a lockbreaker elder from the Sirius sect. She had accidentally saved the boy and brought him to the Sirius sect to report the matter of the mummy's pursuit, which had attracted the attention of the entire Sirius sect. When Elder Gong heard the words Xianxia needle, he was shocked and immediately went to meet the boy. "Child, do that action again," Elder Gong said softly. The boy raised his hand and extended it with his palm facing down. He looked up and saw that this move was very ordinary, but it was definitely not ordinary in Elder Gong's eyes. This was the Xianxia needle, an ultimate technique of the Lu family. Back when he had snuck into the astral tree domain, he had also competed with the Lu family's experts. The Lu family's Xianxia needle had left a deep impression on him, as a single gray needle could expel poison and even injuries from the body. "Child, what's your name?" Elder Gong asked. The boy replied, "Chi." Chi? Elder Gong was astonished, as it was a very strange name. It was actually not a surname of Lu. He looked at the boy for a while and then asked Yuan Miao to help him settle down. "Help me contact Luyin." Luyin had been having a headache over the past 2 days, as the Great Eastern Alliance's territory was too vast. More than 10 mummies had appeared within this region, and they were inexplicably slaughtering people. It would be fine if these people were powerful cultivators, but some of them were just ordinary people. However, Luyin had also found a way to deal with this situation, which was for the others to not attack the mummies, as the mummies would not take the initiative to attack. This made Luyin sullen, and he sent out all of the powerhouses under his command. Only enlighters and above were allowed to attack the mummies. However, some of the mummies were not as simple as enlighters, and there were also differences in strength between enlighters. The most powerful mummy that had been discovered so far had killed Elder Lingshan of the Lingling clan, who had a power level of 450,000. This had infuriated Ling Qiu, and she had personally gone to search for that mummy. The Hall of Honor did not remain idle either, and they continuously sent out experts to hunt down the mummies. Many people guessed that these mummies had been released by the Neo-Human Alliance, but they were different from the Corpse Kings. Fortunately, no emissary-level mummies had been discovered yet. Lu Yin's gadget beeped, and he looked over to see that it was Sirius Sect Master, Yuan Qiong. "Sect Master, what's the matter?" Lu Yin opened his gadget and asked directly. He was not overly courteous, and he did not show the reverence that a disciple would show to a sect master. Yuan Qiong did not make a fuss about it, as Lu Yin was not a disciple of the Sirius sect. If not for the diagram on his feet, the Sirius sect would not have bothered with him. "Elder Gong is looking for you." Elder Gong appeared on the screen with a grim expression. "Yuan Qiong, you can leave for now." Yuan Qiong was astonished. Even he had to leave? Lu Yin's eyes flashed, as he vaguely guessed at something. After Yuan Qiong left, Elder Gong looked at Lu Yin. Lu Xiaoxian. Lu Yin smiled bitterly and bowed deeply. I'm sorry, Elder. I lied to you. Elder Chan knew of Lu Xiaoxuan's identity, and he would naturally inform Elder Gong, the sage, Heavenly Master, and the others. Lu Yin had been waiting for them to contact him, but they had not. He had not expected Elder Gong to contact him at this time. Let's not talk about this. Do you know about the Xidigarba needle? Lu Yin was puzzled, but he shook his head. No. Elder Gong looked at Lu Yin for a while and then sighed. It seems like you really have forgotten. Lu Yin raised his brows. Is it related to the Lu family? The Xidigarba needle is an ultimate technique of the Lu family. Lu Yin felt bitter. I've forgotten all about it, but since it's an ultimate technique, I should have learned it before. I'll have to start over from the beginning, and this has nothing to do with me. Elder Gong earnestly explained, today, a child who was being chased by a corpse learned the Xidigarba needle and obtained this inheritance. Lu Yin was shocked. Isn't the Xidigarba needle an ultimate technique of the Lu family? That's right. Outside of the Lu family, no one else can obtain this technique. However, this child used his blood to unlock the inheritance and obtained the Xidigarba needle. Are you saying that this child has the bloodline of the Lu family? Lu Yin was shocked. Elder Gong did not understand. It may or may not be so. The Xidigarba needle has always been an ultimate technique of the Lu family, but it may not have been created by the Lu family. Perhaps the Lu family learned it from somewhere else. Although the inheritance requires a bloodline to unlock, it can be taught to outsiders. Elder, why are you telling me this? Lu Yin was puzzled. Elder Gong's expression was solemn. The corpses are hunting down people with ancient bloodlines. Ancient bloodlines do not necessarily represent primeval surnames. Anyone who is being chased must have an extraordinary ancestral bloodline that is enough to trigger a hunt. This is an era gap, and now, these corpses have connected the era of ancient bloodlines to the current era. The future is about to change. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. As the corpses chase after the corpses, more and more ancient inheritances will appear. This child's father and grandfather never learned the Xidigarba needle, but now they have. When he grows up, this ultimate technique will shine brightly in the universe. This will be the case for the other ancient inheritances as well, but there will definitely be some that will be completely wiped out. Lu Yin looked up. Elder, what do you mean? Do your best to protect those who are being chased. You can also obtain some secrets from the ancient era through them, as long as you are lucky, Elder Gong said. Lu Yin understood. If the mummies were chasing after someone with an ancient bloodline, then the mummies were their targets. Anyone who was being chased by the mummies might have an ancient inheritance, even if it was possible that those inheritances were already gone. I'll be updating at 2 p.m. for the 4th day in a row. Thank you, Brother Only Windborn, for your tips. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Elder Gong had not only sought out Lu Yin, as he had also sought out the Hall of Honor and other major powers. This was all in order to protect those who were being hunted down as much as possible. The Great Eastern Alliance currently covered too many territories, which was why Elder Gong had sought out Lu Yin. Lu Yin immediately ordered the Great Eastern Alliance's experts to search for the mummies and protect those who were being hunted down. It didn't matter if they had joined the Great Eastern Alliance or not. These people might be the key to connecting to the primordial era. Even though the Great Eastern Alliance covered a vast territory and had many experts, it was still impossible for those envoys to listen to orders. Even though the Sword Sect and other powers had joined the Great Eastern Alliance, they did not completely obey Lu Yin's orders. Once the people who were being hunted down by the mummies obtained an inheritance, they would not hand it over to Lu Yin. Thus, Lu Yin did not directly order the Sword Sect and other powers to take action. Instead, he told Lu Qianjue and the others the truth. With benefits to motivate them, these people would act more decisively and quickly. It was better than having these inheritances severed in the hands of the mummies. Lu Yin also asked Elder Gong about the origins of these mummies, and Elder Gong told Lu Yin an answer that was both expected and unexpected: the Everlasting Tribe. The Everlasting Tribe only had corpse kings, so where had these mummies that could search for ancient bloodlines come from? Elder Gong finally gave Luyin a clear answer: the undying god of the 7 sky gods. The undying god was one of the 7 sky gods, and every single one of them had extraordinary origins. For example, the Forgotten Ruins god came from the Wang family of the 4-way scales and was one of the Wang family's oldest ancestors. The undying god was rumored to be even older than the Forgotten Ruins god. The Forgotten Ruins god, the undying god, and the corpse god, whose body was as large as progenitor Chen's, made Lu Yin very curious about the 7 sky gods. He really wanted to know their true identities. The appearance of the mummies caused the universe to put on a show of being hunted down and protected. With the addition of the sword sect and other powers, the people who were being hunted down by the mummies suddenly became extremely precious. All the powers fought to protect them in hopes of obtaining an ancient inheritance. However, almost all of them were disappointed, as there were indeed some ancient items among the people being hunted down by the mummies. Unfortunately, they had either been lost or destroyed due to the passage of time, or the information was incomplete. Even those with ancient bloodlines were unable to fully understand everything, so most people were destined to be disappointed. However, there were still people who succeeded. Half a month later, a piece of news spread. The 6th Mainland's morgue had killed the mummy and saved an old woman. She was the only survivor of her clan, and her clan had gone through countless generations. Her surname had been changed several times due to various reasons. Only a single stone had been preserved and never lost. Even the old woman herself did not know the origins of that stone. She only knew that it had been passed down from her ancestors, and that it could not be lost. There was a part of a landscape painting on the rock. It looked very ordinary, but the age of the landscape painting was so old that it was frightening. According to the World Imprinter's guardian, the landscape painting gave him a feeling of ancientness and vicissitudes, as if time was flowing on it. The Aurora spacecraft company in the Neoverse also saved someone who had been hunted down by the mummy. That person did not have any inheritance, only 4 words: mountain and sea battle techniques. That was all. Those 4 words had been passed down since ancient times, and that person did not think that they had any significance. Many of his friends had also heard of those 4 words, but none of them thought much of it. However, those 4 words were different when they were heard by the Aurora spacecraft company. That person was only a cruiser, and he was at the bottom of the Neoverse. He lived in a heavenly city, and he had never even heard of the Star Tower, let alone the mountain and sea realm. The mountain and sea battle techniques clearly referred to the mountain and sea realm, and even more so to the 9 mountains and 8 seas. When those 4 words reached Lu Yin's ears, he immediately became solemn. He thought back to what he had encountered in the ruins of the Daosor sect. After entering the mountain and sea realm, he had encountered a breakthrough, but he had failed. He had seen the flames burning without any color, and he had also seen a spring constantly flowing out, but he had not been able to see anything. That was the mountain and sea realm's inheritance, so did that mean that the mountain and sea battle techniques were the mountain and sea realm's inheritance? There was also that old woman who had been saved by the morgue. The stone in her hand was probably the same as the stone that the Neo-Human Alliance had set their sights on Lost Radiance Academy. Or rather, they had once been the same stone. If that was the case, then things would be interesting. Those people with ancient bloodlines who had been hunted down by the mummy were indeed quite interesting, and Lu Yin was becoming more and more interested in them. He had someone compile a list of the people who had been hunted down, regardless of where they were or whether they had any inheritances. The entire universe's attention was focused on the ancient bloodlines being hunted down by the mummies. As time passed, both the mummies and the ancient bloodlines increased in number. At this moment, the burial garden appeared. In outer space, a spacecraft was steadily heading towards the cosmic sea. This spacecraft was transporting a lot of goods to and from the cosmic sea to the innerverse for trade. It had originally been a very ordinary transport spacecraft, but when a mummy appeared behind it and tore through the void with a power level of over 200,000, the expressions of the people on the spacecraft changed. With a whoosh, the spacecraft was torn apart, and in an instant, dozens of people fell out of outer space and died quickly. The shattered spacecraft continued to explode, and within the cabin, a youth was hiding under a table in despair, but he was also affected by the explosions. Suddenly, a shadow enveloped him, and the youth thought that he would die without a doubt. The explosion that had affected him was blocked, and he looked up to see a mummy with dark eyes and a withered face. His pupils shrank as his father's words echoed in his mind. "Child, remember, our surname is Wang, and it is a primeval surname. This is our root, but you must never reveal it to the outside world. Otherwise, there will be no place for us to survive in the innerverse. Remember, child." The youth stared blankly at the mummy while the mummy continued to mutter, "Ancient bloodline detected. Target confirmed. Kill." The mummy then grabbed at the youth. At some point in time, a fog had appeared in outer space, and when the mummy grabbed at the youth, a war flag suddenly appeared in front of the youth. It was surrounded by a strange gray current that blocked the mummy. The mummy gripped the flag and exerted force, attempting to crush it. Behind it, a sword flashed past, and the mummy's head fell to the ground next to the youth's feet. Before it died, it continued to mutter, "Ancient bloodline detected. Target confirmed. Kill." The youth's face went pale, and he looked past the mummy. There, a knight was staring at him. For some reason, the knight's figure was sometimes transparent and sometimes very real. The youth was at a loss as to what to do. "From today onwards, Burial Garden will accept you as a disciple." With that, the knight disappeared with the youth, and no one could see them. Similar scenes continued to occur in various parts of the universe. Elder Chan quickly received the news and used a unique method to contact the guardian of Burial Garden. This guardian was one of the 7 demigod progenitors of the human domain, and he was a man of few words. "Is Burial Garden about to open?" Elder Chan asked. "Yes." When the Sea King broke through the upper 3 gates, Burial Garden was about to open, but because of the symbol progenitor's power, it was delayed until now. "Why is it opening now?" "The ancient bloodline is facing a crisis, and we've followed the teachings of our ancestors to preserve the fire of our ancestors so that they won't die in vain. We'll leave behind a legacy. The Hall of Honor can do the same. The entire universe is protecting the ancient bloodline. They just want to obtain the ancient bloodline's legacy and try to establish a connection with the primordial era. They don't know that there are some legacies that they can't covet. With the current situation, there's no need for Burial Garden to open. Have you forgotten about the human demon? If Burial Garden opens, the human demon might be born, but it's also possible that an elite might be born. There are both pros and cons, and protecting the fire of our ancestors is Burial Garden's responsibility." Elder Chan did not speak further. Burial Garden was not something that he could decide. Not long after, tombs appeared in many parts of the universe. They were dozens of meters tall and had tombstones as doors and yellow soil as bolts. The words Burial Garden were engraved on the tombstones. Although there were no words, everyone knew that Burial Garden had opened, and anyone who opened the tombs would be able to enter Burial Garden. But what was Burial Garden? No one knew. At a stronghold in the Ross Empire, Luin stared blankly at the giant tombs that rose from the sea. "Burial Garden? What's going on?" Alliance leader, Burial Garden gates have appeared in many places within the Great Eastern Alliance. Outside of the Great Eastern Alliance, there are also Burial Garden gates in the Innerverse, Outerverse, Cosmic Sea, and Neoverse, Enya reported. Kuwei arrived. "Master, this is Burial Garden, one of the 3 dark hands." "How did this thing appear?" Luin glanced at Kuwei. "You've been to Burial Garden before?" Kuwei grinned. "Yes, but it's just a bunch of dead people. It's too strange." "Master, don't interact with them too much." Luin had no choice but to interact with them now, as Burial Garden's doors were right in front of him. It was obvious that they wanted him to enter, but he did not want to go in now. Who knew what would happen if he did? Those who could be considered one of the 3 dark hands along with the Neo-Human Alliance and the 7 courts were definitely not simple. One of the humans' demi-ancestors had come from Burial Garden, and he was especially mysterious. Luin had wanted to chat with him in the past, but he had been ignored. "How do we open this door? Do we just push it open?" Luin asked. The members of the Great Eastern Alliance arrived one by one, and even Lan Si was the first to step forward. "I'll push it open." Elder Iron hurriedly stopped him. "It's dangerous. Don't be rash." Lan Si looked at the tomb's door. "I've heard of Burial Garden. Although it's one of the three dark hands, it hasn't committed any evil deeds. The only reason it's called one of the three dark hands is because of the way it conducts itself. It's said that there are many inheritances preserved within Burial Garden. Xianxia was completely outdated among the 10 arbiters. The emptiness palm had been developed by Luyin, and he had always been unwilling to give up. The emptiness palm's subsequent techniques were in the Starfall Sea, but he could not obtain them. He urgently needed other inheritances, and Burial Garden's appearance was his chance. Xianxia looked at Luyin with a solemn expression. "We'll go to Burial Garden and obtain the inheritances. Then, we'll have another battle." Luyin smiled. "I'll wait for you." Elder Iron grew anxious. "Do you want the Zhongshan dojo to have no descendants?" Xianxia walked to the door of the tomb. "If I, Xianxia, vanish from the world, what difference does it make whether the Zhongshan dojo exists or not?" After saying that, he pressed his hands on the tomb and pushed fiercely. Unexpectedly, the door was pushed open. It was not as difficult as he had imagined. As the door was opened, a gray vortex was revealed. It was like traveling through a space-time wormhole. At this moment, Xianxia wasn't the only one who had entered the burial grounds. There were others who had encountered danger and had no choice but to enter. However, most people were still observing, as they wanted to see if the people inside would come out alive. The tomb door did not close after it opened. The Great Eastern Alliance had sent a few volunteers to enter and tell them to come out as soon as they entered. However, several days passed, and no one came out. Luyin stood outside the burial grounds and waited for a few days. At the same time, he contacted Master Yuan and the other powerhouses of the older generation, hoping to find out more about the burial grounds. However, none of them spoke in detail, so the only thing Luyin could find out was that a human demon had appeared in the burial grounds. A human demon was a demon among humans, and it was both evil and strong. The last time the burial grounds had opened, a human demon had been born, and it had slaughtered almost everyone who had entered. It had caused a bloodbath on the Fifth Mainland, but it had ultimately been killed by the Hall of Honor. There were pros and cons to opening the burial grounds. It was precisely because of the human demon's appearance that the burial grounds could not be opened so easily. This was what Master Yuan had told him, but Luyin still felt that if the appearance of a human demon alone was not enough to stop the burial grounds from opening, then there had to be a deeper reason. "Alliance Master, someone has come out," Enya reported. "They're on Yima planet." "Let's go." Luyin immediately went over. Yima planet was a very ordinary planet, and its civilization was similar to that of Earth before the apocalypse. It was currently exploring the surrounding planets, and it had no understanding of the universe's general trend. The appearance of the tomb door and the burial grounds had a huge impact on the people of Yima planet. They would never have imagined that a tomb door would appear on the streets one day. When the tomb door appeared, the entire planet was in an uproar. Every country on the planet requested to explore it, but because this planet did not have a cultivation civilization, it was impossible to open the door with just a single person's strength. In the end, they had to use the most powerful technological weapon to blast open the door and send an army in. They had thought that the army would be able to explore the burial grounds with the planet's most powerful weapon, but who would have thought that the army would be massacred before they could even enter? A cultivator had rushed out in a panic and headed for outer space, but he had been captured by the Great Eastern Alliance. This cultivator was only an explorer, and to Yima planet, he was a powerhouse who could destroy the entire planet. However, to the Great Eastern Alliance, a single warship was enough. Yima planet's interstellar era had begun because of the sudden appearance of the burial grounds. This was Luyin's first time on this ordinary planet. Luyin clasped his hands behind his back as he looked at the destroyed buildings on both sides. He was surrounded by the Great Eastern Alliance's first allied army and Lu Xuanjuan's troops. "Tell me, how's it like inside?" Wang Wen asked. He had also followed Luyin here to question the explorer. This person's name was Shirsan, and he was an ordinary explorer. When faced with a colossus like the Great Eastern Alliance, he was so frightened that his limbs went soft, and he blurted out everything that he knew. According to third time, he had entered the burial grounds from a distant small flow zone. After staying inside for a few days, he had accidentally found the exit, and by the time he had exited, he was already on planet Yima. According to him, the burial grounds were filled with dark red soil that looked as if it had been soaked in blood. However, it also seemed as if the soil was not blood, but rather the remains of human bodies. The cemetery's environment was not the same. Luyin had entered the cemetery from the small flow zone and arrived at an area with dark red soil. When he left the cemetery, he arrived at a rusty metal ground. He had passed through two different areas. Rusty, metallic earth? Luyin was astonished. Xianxia's body trembled, and he looked at Luyin. When their eyes met, he hurriedly lowered his head. Yes, it's rusty. Metallic earth. I'm definitely stepping on metal, and it's rusty. No, it's probably been corroded by too much time. The place where you entered the burial grounds was very far from planet Yima. With your strength, how did you get here in just a few days? Wangwen was curious. Xianxia replied, I don't know. I only know that with my speed, I was able to reach planet Yima in just a few days. It seems that while the direction to enter cannot be determined, the direction to exit is fixed. Planet Yima is one of them, but the gates of the tombs in our Ross Empire's fortresses might not necessarily lead to the exit, Wangwen analyzed. Right, besides the differences between the areas, there are also moving corpses, Xianxia suddenly said. Lu Yin's eyes went wide. Explain. Xianxia's voice trembled. One day after I entered the burial grounds, I saw a corpse continuously eating soil. It ate it and spat it out, then ate it again. The cycle repeated itself. How do you know that it was a corpse? Wangwen was curious. Xianxia replied, I'm also an explorer who has cultivated for hundreds of years, so I can still differentiate between a corpse and a person. At first, I thought that it was a corpse king from the Neo-Human Alliance, but I later discovered that it wasn't. However, the corpse's movements were strange, and it kept eating soil. Just one? Luyin stared at him. Xianxia nodded. I only met one. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, but he did not speak. Lords of the Great Eastern Alliance, may I leave now? Xianxia asked carefully. Wangwen grinned. Of course. Xianxia sighed. You just have to hand over the items you found in the burial grounds. Don't worry, we'll buy them at the same price, Wangwen added with a brilliant and sincere smile. Xianxia's heart sank, and his expression turned unnatural. What are you talking about, Lord? I don't know. Wangwen squatted down and faced Xianxia. You're a smart person. And so am I. Since we're both smart people, let's not beat around the bush. Show us what you found in the burial grounds. We might not necessarily want it, right? And even if we want it, we can buy it at the same price. Xianxia gritted his teeth. I really don't know what you're talking about, Lord. Wangwen's expression turned ugly. The first thing you did after leaving the burial grounds was not to observe your surroundings, but to head towards outer space. This is Yima planet, and there are no cultivators who can threaten you. With your strength, you wouldn't have been able to discover the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet, so why were you in such a hurry to leave? Because you had no choice but to leave, or rather, you had to avoid people. There was only one reason, and that was that you obtained something from the burial grounds. Just hand it over. The rules of the universe are survival of the fittest. Our Great Eastern Alliance has a good reputation, and if you had met someone else, they might not have been able to speak to you properly. Xianxia was helpless, and his expression was bitter. He looked at his cosmic ring and struggled internally, but in the end, he poured out everything from within. Luyin looked over and raised an eyebrow. A blood-red oval-shaped object that resembled a fruit entered his eyes. His pupils transformed into runes as he looked at it, and he was shocked to discover that this oval-shaped fruit contained rune lines with a power level of over 300,000. Xianxia picked up the oval-shaped fruit and raised his hand. This is what I found. It was in that red soil. Wangwen took it, but he could not see the rune lines. He looked at Luyin curiously. Luyin picked it up, but he did not know what it was either. There's only one? Wangwen asked. Xianxia, his eyes flickered. Yes, there were two. I ate one. Actually, I just recently became an explorer, but after eating one of these things, my power level doubled in just a few days. Wangwen was shocked. You dared to eat something like that? Aren't you afraid of being poisoned to death? Xianxia was bitter. I didn't enter the burial grounds by myself. There was an enemy, and I had no choice but to fight to the death. After eating this thing, my power level soared, and I killed the enemy. Now, there's only one left. Wang Wen looked at Luyin. How about it? Do you want to eat it? Luyin looked at the fruit for a while, thought about it, and then contacted Master Xianxia. Master Xianxia was the Windrift Hall's hall master and a highly respected doctor. He was the best person to ask about this fruit. Master Xianxia was still in the Gu flow zone, and the screen showed that he was still at the place where the two had first met. What's this? Master Xianxia carefully looked at the fruit in Lu Yin's hand and pondered for a moment. It should be a human blood fruit. Lu Yin's expression changed. Human blood fruit? Master Xianxia nodded. There are some powerhouses who spill their blood on the ground. Because of their special cultivation techniques or because they ate some natural treasures, their blood will not dry up and solidify. Instead, it will settle down and transform the soil, forming this fruit. It's equivalent to using a powerhouse's blood as fertilizer to nourish this fruit. Although there aren't many of these fruits, they've appeared a few times. Eating one can quickly increase one's cultivation, but the increase isn't much. Luyin nodded. I understand. Thank you, Master. Master Xianxia asked, does Alliance Master Lu want to use it to increase your strength? Luyin hurriedly replied, of course not. I can't eat this fruit. Master Xianxia smiled. There are many ways to increase one's cultivation in the universe, and it's not just by absorbing star energy. Some powerhouses have changed the world and created alternative cultivation methods. For example, the Gu flow zone might have been man-made or formed naturally, but it has its own unique culture. There's also the legendary Spectre clan that uses death energy to replace star energy. Alliance Master Lu, if you want to increase your cultivation, there's no need for you to use this human blood fruit. It's unclean. Luyin nodded and closed the call. He casually returned the fruit to Third Shi. Did you hear that? Third Shi nodded. Yes. Do you still want to eat it? Wang Wen asked. Third Shi gritted his teeth. There are many ways to increase one's cultivation, but for this lowly one, the future is bleak. I'm already lucky to be alive. This lowly one will eat this human blood fruit. Luyin waved for him to leave. He wasn't surprised by Third Shi's choice, but he didn't look down on him either. Everyone's path was different, and those who hadn't experienced the path of others had no right to criticize others, much less change their choices. It seems like there's a lot of good stuff in the burial gardens. Different regions might have different treasures. What do you plan to do? Wang Wen asked Luyin. Luyin replied, send someone to guard this place and have the giant army stand guard. Detain anyone who comes out. Anyone who came out of the burial gardens might have brought something good with them. Since they had control over one of the gates, they naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. Send people into all the gates of the burial gardens in the Alliance and see if anyone can come out. Find all the gates and send powerhouses to stand guard. If anyone comes out, don't let anyone go. Thank you for your support, brothers. Although opportunities were dependent on luck, one also needed strength. He did not plan on letting those within the Great Eastern Alliance freely enter and exit the burial grounds. This was his territory, and he was the overlord. As for himself, he planned to enter the burial grounds to explore. The burial grounds did not restrict one's cultivation, and anyone could enter as long as they found the entrance. Xianxia was one of the first to enter, and he had already been in the burial grounds for a few days. Over the past few days, he had been thinking of ways to avoid the wooden hammers that fell on his head. He wanted to curse, but after entering the burial grounds, he had inexplicably found himself in a sunken area. Before he could even take a good look at his surroundings, a wooden hammer had already smashed down on his head. Fortunately, he had reacted quickly enough to see the cracks on the hammer and determine its position. Otherwise, he would have been crushed to death. The wooden hammer was as large as a planet, and it smashed into the ground again and again. Each strike caused the ground to sink and the void to crack. Xianxia guessed that only a giant could use such a wooden hammer. Based on the size of the hammer, this giant was even larger than Chen Huang. In fact, it was so large that it could even grab a planet. Lanzi tried his best to avoid the hammer, but it was useless. The wooden hammer was too large, and even with his speed, he could not escape before the next strike landed. He could only stare at the cracks on the hammer and avoid being smashed by it. Fortunately, the wooden hammer was as large as a planet, and the cracks were as wide as mountains. As long as he did not run around, he would be fine even if he stayed where he was. He endured the first day in this manner, and on the second day, he discovered that the wooden hammer had a strange rhythm when it struck the ground. This rhythm excited him, as it was similar to the overlaying stacks path, but it was also different. The overlaying stacks path was one layer after another, and the emptiness palm was the culmination of the overlaying stacks path. It allowed one to forcefully display the strongest power of the overlaying stacks path with a single palm strike. However, the rhythm of the wooden hammer striking the ground was different. It was as if all of one's strength had been unleashed in an instant. This technique of using strength was even better than the emptiness palm. Lanzi was excited, and he did not want to leave. He wanted to stay here and experience it. Even though he did not know who was striking the ground, he wanted to learn this technique of strength. He was confident that this technique was the most suitable for him. Lanzi could not see who was striking the ground, but Ling Ke could see it from afar. The Lingling clan also had a gate to the burial grounds. He had just arrived and had not intended to come in. He had slipped and accidentally fell in. He would never admit that he had been kicked in by the spirit palace. As soon as they entered the burial garden, they were almost scared to death by the huge tremors. When they looked up, they saw the corpse of a giant swinging a wooden hammer on the ground. At that moment, Ling Ke was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Throughout his entire life of cultivation, he had never seen such a large giant before. Furthermore, it was a corpse. How could a corpse move? Moreover, with this kind of physique, even if he did not cultivate, he could kill him with a slap. He held his breath and wanted to escape. Fortunately, the giant did not seem to care about Ling Ke at all. It continued to swing its wooden hammer on the ground, and for some unknown reason, the ground was filled with craters. Each crater was as large as a planet. It would be hilarious if some unlucky person fell into one of these craters and got crushed to death, Ling Ke thought to himself as he walked into the distance. He had to leave as soon as possible, as this place was not safe. He had only taken a few steps when he tripped over something. He looked down and saw that there was a rope tied to the edge of the crater. Ling Ke was curious, and he grabbed the rope and tugged on it. Something seemed to be tugging on the ground, and he tugged on it. The rope barely managed to pull out a bit, and he continued to tug, and tug until he finally pulled it out. A single source box, a humanoid source box, and that was not all. There was a string of humanoid source boxes. Ling Ke was stunned. What was this? There were strings of source boxes? Furthermore, they were all humanoid source boxes? He had never seen so many humanoid source boxes in his entire life. Whatever, it didn't matter. As long as it was a source box, it was good stuff. Ling Ke stuffed the string of humanoid source boxes into his cosmic ring and then started running. He did not even care that these humanoid source boxes did not contain any danger. Not many people had entered Burial Garden, but as more people left, the situation within Burial Garden would be revealed, and more people would enter. Luin entered through the Burial Garden's gate that was located in the Ross Empire's ocean stronghold. Xianxia's description had led Luin to guess that Burial Garden might be the place where he had once merged with the corpse and seen progenitor Chen. He had to verify this. According to Xianxia's conjecture, after entering the Burial Garden's gate, one would not necessarily appear in a fixed location. This was because Luin would not be able to reach Yima planet in just a few days, so he should appear at random. Luin had brought the second Night King with him as a precaution, but when he looked around, the second Night King had disappeared. Sure enough, they had been randomly separated. Luin appeared on top of a shattered boulder, and as he looked around, he saw shattered rocks everywhere. It was as if they had been shattered by a tremendous force. These shattered rocks should have originated from the same boulder, which was why Luin could not see the end of it. The boulder was very large, and it was comparable to a planet. Perhaps this was not a fragment of a boulder, but a fragment of a star. Luin randomly picked a direction and headed into the distance. He wanted to find the ocean. Not long after, he suddenly stopped and became motionless. His eyes turned into runes as he looked around. His heart sank, he could not see any rune lines in Burial Garden. This place had isolated the rune progenitor's power. Just now, he had sensed that something was following him, but even after releasing his domain and spiritual force, he still could not find it. Luin clenched his fists and continued walking forward, but then he stopped again. There was no mistaking it, something was definitely following him. "Come out!" Luin barked. He suddenly turned around, but there was nothing there. He squinted and spread out his fingers. His power shook the air, but there was still nothing. Luin waited in place for a while, but there was still no aura. He could only continue walking, but then he stopped again. He had sensed that something was following him, but what exactly was it? "Which senior is joking with this junior? Please show yourself," Luin said in a clear voice. Still, there was no movement. Luin snorted and suddenly accelerated into the distance. At the same time, the star-scattered chessboard appeared beneath his feet. He moved and instantly vanished from his original spot. At the same spot where he had been standing, within a crack in the rubble, space distorted for a moment before returning to normal. Luin appeared in the distance and looked back, but he still could not see anything. However, the feeling of being followed had disappeared, and he relaxed. Just what was following him? He was not too worried, as the other party had not made a move. Even if they did, he should be able to withstand it with his defenses. His miniature armor could defend against an attack with a power level of nearly 900,000, and he did not believe that any random enemy would be that powerful. If that was the case, then he could only blame himself for being unlucky. Luin retracted his gaze and continued walking forward. Far in front of Luin, there was another pile of rubble, but there was a large piece of rubble. From the back, it did not look any different from the other rubble, but from the front, one could see that the rubble extended inwards, forming a set of battle technique movements. Every movement was very clear, as if someone had used the rubble as a template and imprinted their own battle technique onto it. At this moment, there was a middle-aged man standing in front of the rubble, his eyes burning as he stared at the battle technique imprinted on the rubble. His body unconsciously followed suit. There were 69 movements on the rubble, and the middle-aged man tried to perform them consecutively. His movements became faster and faster until they actually overlapped. There was a corpse at the middle-aged man's feet, but it was not a corpse from the graveyard. Instead, it was someone who had just died. It was obvious that this person had been killed by the middle-aged man. There were two more people hiding in the distance. One of them was an old man who looked at the middle-aged man's back in fear. His eyes were filled with killing intent, as if he was plotting something. The other person was a girl with a fish on her head. It was Xianxia. Xianxia covered the fish's mouth with all her might to prevent it from speaking and exposing their location. The fish continuously flapped its fins. It had been stifled for a long time and needed to speak, or else it would suffocate to death. After waiting for a while, the middle-aged man became more and more familiar with the battle technique. The old man could not take it anymore and stepped forward, distorting the void. His body took on a strange shape, and with one finger as the center, he viciously charged towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man suddenly turned around. "I've been waiting for you for a long time. Stop hiding." A circular weapon appeared in his hand and he threw it at the old man. The old man flipped his finger and kicked out with his right leg. "Get out of my way. Old thing, you're courting death." An imprint appeared behind the middle-aged man's back and easily blocked the old man's kick. He then struck out with his left hand, and a dark green light appeared on his palm. The old man reacted quickly and retrieved a shield-like object from his cosmic ring. With a bang, the old man's body was sent flying while the middle-aged man retreated at the same time. The two were evenly matched. Xianxia's eyes widened. Both of them were in lighters, and she hoped that they would both be injured. Otherwise, she would be in trouble. She did not believe that they had not discovered her. "You're from the Sixth Mainland?" The old man was apprehensive. The middle-aged man sneered. "So what if I am?" The old man angrily rebuked, "The graveyard belongs to my fifth mainland. Are you trying to start a war by trespassing?" The middle-aged man did not seem to mind. The graveyard's door is not only open in the innerverse, but also in the outerverse. Why? Can't people from the sixth mainland enter? Enough with the nonsense. I'll send you on your way. He then raised his hand and made a pose that the old man had not expected. It was the same battle technique as the graveyard's battle technique. The old man's pupils shrank, and he turned to leave. The sixth mainland had the advantage against the fifth mainland's cultivators, and his most powerful trump card was the shield. However, it had caved in after being struck by this person's palm. It was obvious that the shield would not be able to withstand the next attack, and if the old man insisted on fighting, he would only be courting death. Trying to run? The middle-aged man suddenly charged forward and used the graveyard's battle technique. His body turned into multiple afterimages that overlapped and struck out with a palm. This attack caused the old man to despair, and he immediately rushed towards Xianxia, attempting to throw her over as a scapegoat. Xianxia cried out and tried to flee, but with her strength, she was unable to escape from two enlighters. Xianxia was grabbed and thrown backwards by the old man, and her face turned pale. Regardless of whether it was Xianxia or the old man, the middle-aged man had to die. He struck out with his palm, and he was confident that this attack would not only pierce through the woman, but it would also kill the old man. The battle technique within the graveyard's graveyard allowed him to display power that was several times his own. At this moment, he knew that his future was different, and he could definitely join an even more powerful organization, such as a cosmic imprinter's family or even the Dowsource sect. Xianxia watched as the middle-aged man's palm approached her, and the fear of death made it difficult for her to breathe. At the critical moment, the cheap fish jumped out and stood between the middle-aged man's palm and Xianxia. With a bang, Xianxia and the cheap fish were both sent flying and smashed into the rubble. However, they were unharmed and were only pushed away. The middle-aged man's palm had been ineffective. The old man looked back and was astonished. He had never expected that this little girl would be able to block this man's palm. The middle-aged man landed and looked at the cheap fish in disbelief. What had happened? His palm had been blocked by that fish? It hurts. You hateful two-legged beast, kneel before Lord Fish. You actually dared to touch Lord Fish's noble body. Do you want to be enslaved for 10,000 years? 10,000 years, the cheap fish shouted and jumped back onto Xianxia's head. Xianxia rubbed her shoulder. It hurt to have smashed into the rubble, which was very hard. The middle-aged man stared at the cheap fish. You can actually talk? The cheap fish pointed at the middle-aged man with its pectoral fins. Kneel before Lord Fish, and Lord Fish will consider reducing your enslavement by 1 month. Lord Fish is so angry that you actually dared to touch Lord Fish's noble body. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. No, Lord Fish will enslave you for 1,000,000 years, no, 10,000,000 years. Kneel before Lord Fish. Behind them, the old man looked deeply at Xianxia and then fled without looking back. The middle-aged man snorted and ignored Xianxia as he chased after the old man. You won't be able to escape today. You will die. The old man gritted his teeth. I won't argue with you anymore. Why must you be so ruthless? This is your fate. The middle-aged man used the rubble battle technique once again. He slammed his palm through the air, and the force from his palm pierced through the void as it slammed into the old man's back. The old man had already placed his shield behind him, but he had guessed correctly. The shield was unable to block the palm, and his body was pierced through. Blood splattered across the rubble as he crashed to the ground, dying with his eyes wide open. The middle-aged man glanced at the old man and saw that he was deader than dead. He turned around to find Xianxia and looked down at her. Little girl, what's up with this fish? Xianxia's face was pale, and she touched her cosmic ring, deciding to take a gamble. Two-legged beast, didn't Lord Fish tell you to kneel? Be careful that Lord Fish's underlings will kill you. Xiao Bai, Xiao Wang, Xiao Lu, where are you? Get over here and kill this two-legged beast, the cheap fish yelled as he jumped. Xianxia's face was filled with bitterness. A cold glint flashed through the middle-aged man's eyes. You don't know what you're talking about. As he spoke, he bluntly struck out with his palm, wanting to slap Xianxia to death. Suddenly, another person appeared in front of him, and the palm that he had used to slap Xianxia with was grabbed by this person, rendering him unable to move. The middle-aged man was aghast as he looked at the young man who had suddenly appeared in front of him. When, with a blood-curdling scream, the middle-aged man's arm was crushed. He roared, "Let go of me!" As he spoke, a palm imprint appeared on his back. His other hand used the shattering stone battle technique to strike out, but it was also easily caught by the young man. Not a bad battle technique, but it's a pity that it's useless against me. As he spoke, he used an inconceivable amount of strength to fling the middle-aged man away like he was trash. He then turned around to look at Xianxia. What a coincidence. Xianxia blankly stared at the young man as she cried tears of joy. Big brother Lu. The person who had appeared was naturally Luin. He had just arrived when he saw that the middle-aged man was about to slap Xianxia to death, so he had immediately used the planned secret art to move and block the middle-aged man. Eh? What a familiar two-legged beast. You must be here to pay your respects to Lord Fish. Hurry up and kneel down, and Lord Fish will give you a chance. As long as you serve Lord Fish well, Lord Fish will teach you an unparalleled battle technique. Back then, Xiaobai begged Lord Fish for a long time, but Lord Fish refused to teach her. Hurry up, Lord Fish has high hopes for you. Xianxia was helpless, and her head was about to be hit. She was already used to it, and she didn't care about concussions at all. Luin looked at the fish, as this fish's mouth was still as foul as ever. If only Kuwei was here, the two of them would have been able to bicker for half a day. What's going on? You came in as well? Xianxia nodded. I happened to run into the burial garden's gate while searching for source boxes, and it insisted on letting me in. She then pointed above her head. Luin found it funny. You're really obedient. Xianxia pursed her lips and mumbled, if I don't listen, I'll die from the noise. Two-legged beast, Lord Fish is talking to you. Hurry up and pay your respects to Lord Fish. Lord Fish is giving you a chance. The fish was very excited to see Luin. Luin couldn't be bothered with it. Behind him, the middle-aged man who had been flung away stared at Luin, and he finally remembered who Luin was. So, you're the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance master. Luin turned around and looked at the middle-aged man. That's me. The middle-aged man was apprehensive. I've learned a lot today. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. He then turned to leave. Luin casually tapped out, and a strong wind pierced through the middle-aged man's neck. The middle-aged man had not expected Luin to kill him, and he clutched his neck as he slowly collapsed to the ground. The man's eyes were filled with hatred, and Luin recalled the scene when Autumn Frost Qing and the others had gone to Frostwave Weave. He did not want to keep an enemy like this around. Without the strength to directly contend with him, this person would resort to petty tricks. It was very annoying, and it could easily lead to an irreversible situation. There were too many situations like this in the universe, and Xianxia was already used to it. She excitedly brought Luin over to the broken stone. Brother Lu, look. This is a battle technique. That middle-aged man learned this battle technique, and his strength increased tremendously. Luin looked at the battle technique within the broken stone in amazement. He moved along with it, but then he shook his head. You can learn it. It's useless to me. Xianxia made an O sound as she studied the battle technique very seriously. This battle technique was only effective against enlighters, but Lu Yin's true strength was enough to contend against an emissary. This battle technique would not benefit him much, but it was different for Xianxia. Luin looked around. Were such opportunities easy to obtain in the burial garden? First, it was the human blood fruit, and now, it was this battle technique. He believed that there would be even more opportunities in the future, and if that was the case, then why didn't the burial garden seek them out on their own? Why had it been opened up? Since it had been opened up, why hadn't it been opened up earlier? Was it just because of the human demon? Impossible. Xianxia was a fast learner, and she finished learning it in less than half a day. The battle technique had been of great help to her, but it had been looked down upon by the despicable fish. It's just the most basic movements for training the body. Lord Fish can teach you 100 of them, and you're acting like you've obtained a treasure. How embarrassing. If Lord Fish's companions knew that Lord Fish's mount was so embarrassing, where would Lord Fish put his face? Lord Fish wants to change mounts. Thank you, Xianxia could not help but reply. The despicable fish continuously slapped its fins. What did you say? Say it again? Do you believe that Lord Fish will slap you to death? How many people dream of being Lord Fish's mount? Back then, those fellows wanted to be, but Lord Fish didn't even give them a chance. Do you know how much of an advantage you've gotten? Lord Fish. Luin rubbed his ears. The despicable fish glanced over. Two-legged beast, you have to listen carefully to Lord Fish's words. Lord Fish is teaching you how to behave. Back then. Brother Lu, I'm sorry for troubling you to bring me along. Xianxia was embarrassed. Luin smiled. Since we have no destination in mind, let's just take it as a stroll. Xianxia acknowledged softly. Things were different now, and as Lu Yin's status and cultivation had increased, the gap between the two of them had become even greater. When they had first met, they had been about the same level. Even Casanova had been able to surpass Lu Yin, but now? Even the 10 arbiters could not keep up with Lu Yin's pace. This person was truly amazing. Brother Lu, you're a boundless advanced lockbreaker, right? Xianxia asked. Lu Yin replied, yes, it's more difficult to advance. I'm a 2-star boundless advanced lockbreaker. That's amazing. I'm still far from it, and I haven't been able to advance much. Xianxia was dejected. The despicable fish smacked her head. Embarrassing, embarrassing. You're embarrassing, Lord Fish. So what if you're a 2-star boundless advanced lockbreaker? With Lord Fish's nurturing, you'll become a lockbreaker ancestor sooner or later. Don't embarrass Lord Fish. Come, shout with Lord Fish. I can do it. Hurry up and shout, I can do it. Xianxia was sad. I can do it. Shout again. I can do it. I can do it. Look, the more you shout, the louder you get. Again, I can do it. I can do it. Xianxia shouted with all her might, her face flushed red. I can do it. I can do it. Lu Yin was speechless. He now knew why the despicable fish was so insistent on following Xianxia. Only Xianxia would listen to it. If it were anyone else, Lu Yin would feel a chill run down his spine when he thought about the despicable fish shouting above his head. It was as terrifying as the Qi and Shi duo's mushroom heads. The two traversed through the rubble for several days before finally seeing a patch of greenery in the distance. They were in a good mood. While in the rubble, he had been most worried about the feeling of being followed, but he only relaxed after leaving the rubble. Why does it feel so familiar? The despicable fish asked. It raised its head and looked at the greenery in front of it before looking back at the rubble. Strange. Lu Yin interjected, try to recall. Maybe you'll remember something. The despicable fish pointed at Lu Yin with its pectoral fins. Two-legged beast, Lord Fish always felt that you looked familiar. Come, let Lord Fish pat you, and maybe I'll remember. Right, your ancestor might have been Lord Fish's mount. Xianxia's face turned purple when she heard this, and she hurriedly covered her mouth. She looked at Lu Yin in fear, afraid that he would become angry. Lu Yin pursed his lips. This despicable fish should not have spoken to him. I'm sorry, Brother Lu. I'm sorry. Xianxia could only apologize. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. Not long after they entered the greenery, Lu Yin's domain sensed that someone was heading in their direction. It was someone familiar, Zhu San. Zhu San was from Wang Qianqing's Zhu family, and he had once coveted Wang Qianqing. Wang Qianqing had then joined the Great Eastern Alliance, and the Zhu family had followed suit. The main family of the Zhu family was the 7 Quartz Su family. Lu Yin's secret had been taught to him by Mr. Mu through the Zhu family's bloodline. Zhu San was not walking normally, and he seemed to be avoiding something. He bumped head-on into Lu Yin's domain, and he instantly felt as if he had sunk into a swamp. His entire body felt unwell, and he fearfully looked around. Who is this senior? This junior has been rude. Please show yourself. Lu Yin led Xianxia towards Zhu San, and it did not take long for Zhu San to see the two of them. When he saw Lu Yin, it was as if he had seen a ghost, and he was filled with panic. The Zhu family belonged to Wang Qianqing, and they had once said that they would join the Great Eastern Alliance. However, when Lu Yin had gone to the Cosmic Tree, the Zhu family had left Wang Qianqing and sought refuge with the Neoverse family. From then on, they had severed all ties with Wang Qianqing. Now that he was facing Lu Yin, he felt as if he was facing his former master. Long time no see, Lu Yin smiled faintly at Zhu San. Zhu San bowed deeply. Alliance Master. Just call me Alliance Master Lu. The Zhu family has already returned to the Su family, and they no longer belong to my Great Eastern Alliance, Lu Yin said. Shiqi watched curiously. Third Zhu replied bitterly, the Zhu family originally belonged to the Su family, and they were the ones who arranged for us to stay in Myriad City. We returned to the Su family because we were following orders, and we didn't intend to betray the Alliance head. I know. What are you doing? He seems to be hiding from something. Zhu San suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, Alliance Master Lu, your alliance's Lu Tianmu is in danger, and he's in the direction that I came from. There's an opportunity there, and some powerhouses from the 6th mainland are fighting over it with Lu Tianmu, including an emissary. Lu Yin's expression changed when he heard this, and he left with Zhu San and Shiqi. An emissary was definitely not someone that Lu Tianmu could fight against. Now that the Sword Sect had joined the Great Eastern Alliance, Lu Tianmu was one of his people. Since one of his own was being bullied, he naturally had to rush over. What's the strength of the emissary? Zhu San replied, it's an imprinter. Lu Yin nodded, as this was good. As long as Lu Tianmu was not at the level of a world imprinter, Lu Yin would be able to take action. He hoped that Lu Tianmu would be fine. A moment later, Lu Yin arrived at the place mentioned by Zhu San. In front of him, sword chi crisscrossed as Lu Tianmu fought against two opponents by himself. Not too far away, there were two other people fighting. One was Hui Santong, and the other was the 6th mainland's former realmling, Fan Shun. As for the imprinter mentioned by Zhu 3, he didn't make a move. Instead, he was drinking tea. Shiqi's eyes widened as she looked at the elegant elder drinking tea in the distance. Was this a place to drink tea? Cheap Fish was stunned. The elder sipped his tea while instructing the 6th mainland's cultivators in their battle against Lu Tianmu. Fan Shun and Hui Santong's battle did not require him to instruct them. One of them possessed the wood world and grasped many secret techniques, while the other possessed extraordinary intelligence and was constantly observing. Their battle was far less exciting than Lu Tianmu's. One of Lu Tianmu's opponents was a youth who was merely a hunter. Since he was qualified to fight against Lu Tianmu, he should be a realmling. The other youth also looked very young, but he was an enlighter, so his seniority definitely surpassed Lu Tianmu's. It was precisely because the other person had intervened that the hunter youth had not been cut down by Lu Tianmu's sword. Otherwise, he would not have been able to withstand a single strike. Not bad. With one of the 5th mainland's former 10 arbiters as your sparring partner, your battle experience will increase even faster. The position of realmling hasn't been filled yet, and grandfather hopes that you'll be able to fight for it. You also have the foundation to do so, the old man slowly said as he gave some pointers to the hunter realm youth. Lu Tianmu slashed out with his sword, and the young hunter hurriedly tried to dodge, but he was unable to do so. Fortunately, he was blocked by another enlighter. The enlighter looked at Lu Tianmu with a gaze full of fear. Lu Tianmu truly lived up to his reputation as one of the 10 arbiters. Even the enlighter did not dare to underestimate the might of Lu Tianmu's sword, as he had a power level of over 300,000. Lu Tianmu's face was cold as he stabbed out with his long sword. The tip of the sword flipped as it went from the 5th sword to the 11th sword. The enlighter cultivator flicked out a hidden weapon at the elder, but it was destroyed by Lu Tianmu's 11th sword. Lu Tianmu's 12th sword was about to begin. In the distance, the imprinter who was drinking tea shouted, I'm telling you that you're not allowed to use this kind of sword technique. Otherwise, you'll be killed without mercy. Do you not understand? As he spoke, a tyrannical power burst out from Astral Source Universe and forcefully broke Lu Tianmu's longsword. Lu Tianmu turned around and used her star energy. She transformed into a sword and faced the imprinter. She slashed out with the 13th sword. She had been brave enough to challenge Luyin, who had defeated an emissary, so how could she be afraid of this imprinter? The elder was enraged, and he took a step forward before vanishing. Lu Tianmu's gaze turned cold, and the star energy sword in her hand dissipated and turned into a black longsword. This was Lu Gui's sword, and it was a different kind of 14th sword. She had been waiting for the elder to walk out of Astral Source Universe and make her move. Just like when she had taken the risk to challenge Luyin, she had hoped that Luyin would be able to withstand this sword. This sword had nothing to do with cultivation. The elder walked out from behind Lu Tianmu, and Lu Tianmu turned around to slash at him. However, the elder suddenly disappeared before Lu Tianmu could even turn around, as he had not been hit by the sword. Lu Tianmu's expression changed, as the elder had actually dodged in advance. Against a junior like her, who was also an enlighter, this imprinter had actually dodged in advance. Be careful! Hui Santong shouted. Behind Lu Tianmu, the enlighter raised his hand and shot a hidden weapon at Lu Tianmu's shoulder. Lu Tianmu's arm immediately went numb, and her longsword fell to the ground with a soft thud. The hunter smiled maliciously and quickly approached Lu Tianmu to grab her. I'd like to see just how powerful the fifth mainland's Lu Tianmu is. He reached for Lu Tianmu's neck, and the imprinter walked out from behind Lu Tianmu. He was calm and composed, but the enlighter kept a close eye on Lu Tianmu. After being hit by his hidden weapon, the girl was unable to move. Just as the hunter's hand was about to touch Lu Tianmu's neck, Lu Tianmu's entire body distorted. The imprinter was shocked. Not good. Retreat. He then used his astral source to disperse the surrounding star energy in an attempt to prevent Lu Tianmu from retaliating. Unfortunately, it was too late. The sword sect's 13 swords contained a domain from the second sword onward. Lu Tianmu did not need to use star energy, and her domain transformed into a sword that directly severed the youth's arm. At the same time, her domain slashed at the youth like 1,000 sharp blades. The youth screamed as his body was covered in countless sword wounds, blood spilling onto the ground. The imprinter was furious. Bitch, you're courting death. Lu Tianmu's eyes were cold as she stared at the elder. She was unable to move, and she was unable to retaliate against the elder's attack. However, even if she could move, it would be useless, as she was still unable to challenge an emissary by herself. After all, not everyone was Luyin. Above her head, Hui Santong's golden meteor descended, coincidentally smashing into the spot where the elder had attacked Lu Tianmu. The elder snorted and waved his hand, causing the golden meteor to shatter. His astral source swept out and sent Lu Tianmu flying. She crashed into the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Hui Santong was also in danger at the same time. When Fan Shun's reincarnation technique descended, Hui Santong's pupils shrank. The secret art of wisdom, myriad destruction, had been extremely dangerous. He had managed to find an opening in the secret art of reincarnation and evaded it. However, he was immediately bound by a tree and was unable to move. Little girl, this old man will make you beg for death. The imprinter glared at Lu Tianmu, his eyes filled with cruelty and malevolence. I'll cripple your arms first. As he spoke, he stomped down. Lu Tianmu's expression did not change, but her gaze towards the elder was filled with murderous intent and unwillingness. Suddenly, the elder's foot stopped just as it was about to step on Lu Tianmu's arm. It wasn't just him, as Fan Shun and the 6th Mainland's enlighter cultivator all stopped at the same time. It wasn't that they didn't want to move, but rather that all of them had been enveloped by a terrifying domain that made them feel as if they had fallen into a swamp. This domain was so powerful that even the imprinter was shocked. He slowly turned around, as he was the only one who could move. Luyin quietly stood a distance away from the imprinter. 1,000 meters away, Luyin clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the imprinter. When the imprinter saw Lu Yin's face, his pupils shrank. He retracted his foot and stared at Luyin. Alliance leader Lu from the 5th Mainland. Lu Tianmu turned around and sighed when she saw Luyin. Coincidentally, her spectacles had fallen off, and she appeared in a rare, naturally dazed state. Luyin was astonished. Of the 10 arbiters, only Ling Gong had a delicate appearance, which was why he wore armor. Lu Tianmu actually had such a side to her, which was why she wore spectacles. All of them were disguising themselves. Even further away, Fan Shun was finally able to move. When he saw Lu Yin, his heart sank. If this had been during the sovereign tournament, he would not have been afraid of Lu Yin. This was not because he could defeat Lu Yin, but rather because there were imprinters here. However, things were different now. Lu Yin had disappeared after the sovereign tournament, and when he reappeared, it was rumored that he could fight against an emissary or even defeat one. There were quite a few emissaries in the Great Eastern Alliance, and this person's strength was unfathomable. He was someone who was qualified to speak with a world imprinter or even a cosmic imprinter. They were no longer on the same level. Who gave you the guts to touch my people? Lu Yin looked at the imprinter and calmly asked. The imprinter's eyes narrowed. Young man, don't be so arrogant. I know that you have powerhouses protecting you, but this is the graveyard, and anyone who enters will be scattered. Will the powerhouse protecting you be able to arrive in time? Lu Yin's lips curled up. What is a powerhouse to you? Is the one who defeated you a powerhouse? Then, I'm also a powerhouse. The imprinter clenched his fists and disappeared. He entered the astral source universe and immediately attacked. In the distance, Zhu San's face paled. This was an emissary. He did not know how to fight against such a powerhouse. Shiqi's eyes were filled with excitement. Although she was a little dazed, she could clearly see that Lu Yin was not someone who would try to be brave. Since he had dared to come, then he must be confident. Above Lu Yin's head, Cheap Fish continuously slapped its fins. Beat him up, beat him up. Two-legged beast, beat him up. Lu Yin quietly stood in place. The imprinter had entered the astral source universe, so he could see Lu Yin, but this kid definitely could not see him. This was the greatest difference between an emissary and an enlighter, and even more terrifying was the fact that this kid's star energy was completely useless against an emissary. This kid was definitely not a match for the imprinter. Although his domain was powerful, it was not enough to threaten the imprinter. Even though the imprinter thought this way, he was a very steady person. He had avoided Lu Tianmu in advance, let alone Lu Yin. Lu Yin still had his hands clasped behind his back, and he did not look at the imprinter. Instead, he looked at Lu Tianmu, who was lying on the ground. You've picked the wrong opponent. That old man is too steady, and he won't be able to take on your 13th sword. Lu Tianmu calmly replied, even if he's hit by the 13th sword, he won't be defeated. The 13th sword isn't invincible. At most, it'll injure him. Have you learned the 14th sword yet? Lu Yin asked. Lu Tianmu's eyes flickered. Not yet. Bitterness is also a type of emotion. You have the foundation of the 13th sword, so you can definitely learn the 14th sword, Lu Yin said. Now that the Sword Sect had joined the Great Eastern Alliance, his relationship with Lu Tianmu had changed. In the past, he could ignore the Sword Sect and Lu Tianmu, but that was no longer the case. Lu Tianmu was an elite of the Great Eastern Alliance, and if possible, Lu Yin was willing to nurture him. Lu Tianmu looked at Lu Yin. What about you? You also know the 13th sword. Lu Yin smiled and raised his hand. Lu Tianmu's sword, which he had obtained from Lu Guai, disappeared and then reappeared in his hand. He then slashed down at the empty space. The 14th sword, bitterness. The imprinter was still observing from the astral source universe, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Who would have thought that Lu Yin would suddenly attack him? How had Lu Yin seen him? And could his attack break into the astral source universe? There was no point in thinking too much about it. The imprinter wanted to dodge, but Lu Yin's sword fell and he could not. The 13th and 14th swords were unavoidable, and anyone within the attack range would be hit. The void distorted, and the imprinter staggered out. His footsteps were light, and his face was pale. He clutched at his heart and stared at Lu Yin. He then spat out a mouthful of blood and slowly squatted down. The pain that came from the bottom of his heart made him despair. Pfft. He spat out another mouthful of blood, and his clothes were stained with blood. His entire body trembled. Lu Yin lowered his sword. Did you see it clearly? Lu Tianmu was not surprised that Lu Yin had defeated the imprinter in one strike. This imprinter had sought stability, which was why he had hidden in the astral source universe. He had not displayed his true strength, as he had underestimated Lu Yin. If he had used his full strength from the start, then he would not have been defeated in one strike. I keep having the feeling that this sword cannot be considered the true 14th sword. There are no fundamental changes, Lu Tianmu said. Lu Yin tossed the sword to Lu Tianmu. He had the same feeling, as the 14th sword indeed surpassed the 13th sword, but it was still based on emotions. The Lu Emperor believed that he had created the 14th sword, but Lu Yin had long since felt that it was just an advanced version of the 13th sword, just like Lu Gui's unique 13th sword. Not too far away, the Enlighter looked at Lu Yin in horror. He did not know what to do. Escape? He could not escape. Attack? He was not Lu Yin's opponent, and he gradually sank into despair. Hui Santong broke free from the woodworld's suppression and panted heavily. He looked at Fan Shun. Again. Fan Shun ignored him and instead looked at Lu Yin. He could truly understand what Lu Tianmu and the others were feeling. This guy was too terrifying, and he was no longer on the same level as them. Zhu San helped Lu Tianmu up, and the cheap fish on Chi-Chi's head continuously praised Lu Yin. Lu Yin was considering how to deal with these people. Actually, it was best to just kill them all. At that moment, the imprinter coughed and stuttered, "Alliance leader Lu, I want to buy my own life." Lu Yin was surprised. "You're buying your own life?" The imprinter wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "I know what Alliance leader Lu needs. I have quite a few things in my cosmic ring, enough to trade for my own life. After I kill you, I'll use your blood to open my cosmic ring, and the items inside will still be mine." The imprinter removed his cosmic ring. "Alliance Master Lu, you can try. I'll self-destruct the moment you attack. Although I'm not your match, given my strength, I should be able to evaporate every single drop of blood after I self-destruct." "Alliance Master Lu, are you dashed?" Just as he finished speaking, his body trembled as a palm imprint appeared on his chest. It was an empty palm, and even the imprinter was unable to react to the invisible palm imprint. Lu Yin's emptiness palm was enough to instantly kill a heavily injured imprinter. The imprinter slowly fell to the ground. He walked over, picked up the cosmic ring, and used his blood to open it. "I don't like being threatened." Not too far away, the Enlighter was terrified and turned to flee. Lu Tianmu, who had recovered some of his strength, raised his sword and attacked. Under normal circumstances, the Enlighter would not have been hit so easily. Even if it was the 13 swords, he would still have the qualifications to receive and dodge. However, because of Lu Yin, the Enlighter was panicking and did not pay attention to Lu Tianmu. Mu had been decapitated by Lu Tianmu. As for the youth who had been heavily injured by Lu Tianmu's domain, he was already dead. At this point, only Fan Shun was left on the 6th mainland. Hui Santong looked at Lu Yin with a playful expression. Fan Shun was calm. "Alliance leader Lu, I also want to buy my own life." Lu Yin took out the items from the imprinter's cosmic ring, but when he heard Fan Shun's words, his eyes narrowed. "You want to threaten me as well?" Fan Shun raised his head. "It's not a threat. It's a deal regarding the Azure Realm." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The Azure Realm had been created by Guru Qinghua. "You want to use Guru Qinghua's secrets in exchange for your own life?" Fan Shun replied, "That's right. I know that Alliance leader Lu has interacted with Guru Qinghua in the past. Actually, my 6th mainland isn't that different from your 5th mainland. You have the Astral Beast domain, the Technocracy, and the Human domain as your enemies, and so do the 3 progenitor domains. Even the secret progenitor domain, the Brahman domain, the Eastern domain, and the Stone domain have fought each other before. The Brahman domain was once the largest family in the Brahman domain, and they had the cosmic imprint." Lu Yin was tempted, as he still cared about one of the 6th mainland's 4 sovereigns, Guru Qinghua. "Tell me. If I'm satisfied with the information, I can spare your life. You can trust my promise." Fan Shun replied, "All right, I trust you." Not long after, Fan Shun left, and Lu Yin released him. Hui Santong's heart itched, and he leaned over. "Brother Lu, what did Fan Shun tell you?" "He actually told you to let him go." This place had attracted Lu Tianmu and the 6th mainland's imprinter because of the opportunities that had appeared. Letting Fan Shun go would likely attract the 6th mainland's powerhouses, and Hui Santong did not believe that Luyin did not know about this. Even so, Luyin still wanted to let Fan Shun go. Clearly, the secret that Fan Shun had used to protect his own life was no small matter. Luyin glanced at him. "It's none of your business." Hui Santong did not give up, and his skin was thick. "My Hui family is famous for being smart. Brother Lu, perhaps you've been tricked. Tell me, and I'll help you. Actually, my family also has people in the 6th mainland who know a lot of information. I can make a deal." "Sure, but tell me first." Luyin was solemn. Hui Santong grinned. "Madame Red has disappeared. Do you know where she is?" Lu Yin's brows twitched. "What does that have to do with me?" Hui Santong was pleased. "Don't think that we don't know that there's some animosity between you and Madame Red. She once attacked the Sea King's dome in the Starfall Sea and captured the Sea King before capturing the giant bloodline. Brother Lu, don't you care about her whereabouts?" "Alright, I care about her." "Where is she?" Luyin asked. Hui Santong leaned over with a shrewd look in his eyes. "Tell me what Fan Shun told you first." "Tell me about Madame Hong's whereabouts first," Luyin said calmly. Hui Santong was certain that Luyin cared more about Madame Red. Lu Yin's current appearance was just an act. Trying to trick him? Dream on. "Tell me first. Then forget it." Luyin was very straightforward, to the point that Hui Santong began to doubt himself. He stared blankly at Luyin as he checked the resources in the imprinter's cosmic ring. Did this guy really not care? That was impossible, as his analysis had been absolutely correct. This guy had a huge conflict with Madame Red, but there should be some other relationship between them. How could he not care about Madame Red's whereabouts? That shouldn't be the case. This was definitely an act. Brother Lu, Madame Red. Her current situation is not ordinary, and only my Hui family knows where she is. Do you really not want to know? I'll only ask once. Hui Santong wanted to keep Luyin in suspense. Luyin was currently in a pretty good mood. This dead imprinter had left him 120 million star essence, and he hadn't expected this guy's cosmic ring to be so big. After all, he had been an emissary. Now, he had over 100 million in assets. Although it wasn't much, it was still better than nothing. Brother Lu, Madame Red's whereabouts are related to a celestial imprinter. My Hui family is absolutely certain. Don't you want to know? Hui Santong was unwilling to give up and asked again. Luyin looked at Hui Santong. What did you just say? Hui Santong's jaw dropped. That was impossible. He was Hui Santong, a descendant of the Hui family. Just like their surname, the Hui family represented intelligence. Every member of the Hui family was very intelligent, and they tested themselves by analyzing other people's personalities rather than just strength. He had analyzed Luyin, or rather, the entire Hui family had analyzed Luyin, and this person's reaction was off. This person should not care about Madame Red, but what was wrong? He really did not seem to care. That was impossible. Could the entire Hui family's analysis of this person be wrong? Of course, it wasn't that Luyin didn't care about Madame Red, but he knew more than Hui Santong. Hui Santong's words clearly indicated that they did not know Madame Red's exact whereabouts. At most, they had guessed that she was related to Old Man Sungqiong, but their information was outdated. Luyin was increasingly convinced of the importance of having timely information. A stone pillar would appear here, and at the top of the pillar would be a piece of jade. That was an opportunity. Lu Tianmu was the first to arrive, followed by the people from the 6th mainland. It had to be said that the youth from the 6th mainland who wanted to compete for the position of Realm Ling was very lucky, as he had actually run into someone from his own family, the imprinter. In the end, Lu Tianmu had been used as a sparring partner. Hui Santong had not discovered the imprinter when he arrived, and neither had Fan Shun. Everyone had been completely suppressed by one imprinter. The only lucky person was Zhu San, who had also been discovered, but he had slipped away, and the imprinter had not paid much attention to him. This old guy's death proves that you have to remove the roots when you're cutting weeds. Don't underestimate anyone, even if they're an ant, Hui Santong sighed. Zhu San glanced at him and cursed inwardly, your whole family is full of ants. Of course, he only dared to curse inwardly and not out loud. The Hui family was an existence that was on par with the Su family, and he could not afford to offend them. However, one day, when he was strong enough, he would not be afraid of anything. He was someone who had cross-dressed, so who in the universe could compare to him? For some reason, he even felt a little proud. Leaking information will attract powerful enemies. Brother Liu, you shouldn't have let Fan Shun go, Hui Santong added. Hey, two-legged beast, you look very familiar, the despicable fish spoke up. It had been staring at Hui Santong for a long time. Hui Santong pursed his lips. He had experienced this despicable fish before, but he had no interest in dealing with it. Shi-Chi hurriedly moved away, but the despicable fish slapped her head until it turned red. Brother Liu, are you really not interested in Madame Red's whereabouts? Hui Santong did not give up and asked again. Lu Yin seriously answered, not interested. Hui Santong's face turned bitter, as Lu Yin's attitude made him doubt the wisdom of the Hui family. There had to be something wrong somewhere, and this should not have happened. Thank you for your support, brothers. By the way, I heard that your ancestor has returned home. Hui Santong's expression turned unnatural, as this sounded like an insult. However, there really was an ancestor who had returned home. Ancestor Hui Kong? I remember that Brother Liu met him in the technocracy. Lu Yin nodded. It's good that Brother Hui Kong is back safely. Hui Santong's eyes twitched. The ancestor mentioned Brother Liu. We hit it off right away. The ancestor asked the Hui family to help Brother Liu if possible. That's very kind of you. Hui Santong's face turned purple. He had called him the ancestor, but this fellow had called him brother. This bastard was clearly taking advantage of him. By the way, this is the wisdom root that the ancestor gave to Brother Liu. I came across Burial Garden on the way to the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, Hui Santong said as he handed the wisdom root to Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he was very happy. Thank Brother Hui Kong for me. Tell him that I won't be polite. The wisdom root that the Hui family had planted was far inferior to the one that the ancestor had left behind. It couldn't even be considered a wisdom root, it was just a natural treasure. However, Lu Yin was already very satisfied. He could try to improve it or plant it. In any case, there was more than one method that he could try, and he urgently needed a true wisdom root to help him improve his strength. Hui Santong was disgusted, but he looked around and decided to leave. In any case, that jade stone wouldn't be his if he stayed here. Coincidentally, the stone pillar that had appeared before appeared once again. Lu Yin's eyes lit up as he looked at the towering pillar that had suddenly appeared. Have you tried to take it? Lu Tianmu had not recovered from his injuries, and his face was pale. I tried, but the pillar disappeared before I reached the top. So fast? Lu Yin was shocked and subconsciously wanted to charge up. However, before he could move, someone appeared at the top of the pillar and grabbed the jade stone. Lu Yin immediately slapped out with his palm, but this attack was meaningless. His expression changed. Not good, an expert. The pillar disappeared, and the person who had taken the jade landed gently on the ground. The moment he touched the ground, an unparalleled might shook the void and pushed Lu Yin and the others away. Lu Yin saw the newcomer's face, and his eyes narrowed. Xia Yi? The newcomer was the head of the 7 Quartz Xia family, Xia Yi. Lu Yin had met this person twice before, once outside progenitor Chen's tomb, and the other time in the Cosmic Sea. Xia Jiuyo was this person's son, and he had joined forces with Xia Luo to scheme against him. Although Xia Luo was also considered this person's son, this person was obviously biased towards Xia Jiuyo and had a grudge against Lu Yin for killing his son. During the battle at the Cosmic Sea, this person had even ambushed Lu Yin in an attempt to use him to control the situation at the Cosmic Sea. This person's power level was over 700,000, and he was the head of the Xia family. However, he did not have the demeanor of a senior, and he was willing to launch a sneak attack while concealing his identity. Lu Yin was most wary of such people. He didn't expect this person to appear here. Hui Santong was astonished. He did not expect to encounter Xia Yi. Xia Yi looked at Lu Yin, his eyes filled with hatred and murderous intent that made Lu Yin apprehensive. Santong greets Uncle Xia. Hui Santong bowed. Xia Yi looked at him and nodded. He then looked at Luyin and said coldly, "You attacked me just now." Luyin was apprehensive. "I didn't know that it was Senior Xia, or else I wouldn't have acted." "Is that so?" "You didn't act because it was useless. If you did, you would have acted, right?" Xiaoyi asked coldly. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "I don't understand." Hui Santong hurriedly bowed again. "Uncle Xia, why are you here? Did the burial garden's door also appear in my 7 quartz?" Xiaoyi looked deeply at Luyin and said, "It's everywhere in the human domain. It's not strange." Hui Santong frowned. "The burial garden is as famous as us, so why would their door appear in my 7 quartz? Could it have been set up in the past?" Xiaoyi looked at him. "Go back and ask your father." He then turned to Luyin. "This is the first time. If you attack me again, don't blame me for being merciless." With that, he vanished. Luyin couldn't see where Xiaoyi had gone. Xiaoyi and Song Zhou were both powerhouses with power levels over 700,000, but they were fundamentally different. One was the master of Chaos God Mountain in the Innerverse, while the other was the head of the Xia family in the 7 quartz. Even if their power levels were similar, there was still a difference in power. Song Zhou couldn't compare to Xiaoyi at all. When they saw Xiaoyi leave, Luyin and Hui Santong relaxed. If Xiaoyi had insisted on attacking Luyin, Luyin wasn't sure if he would have been able to escape. The Xiao family's 3-blade intents were too sharp, and his miniature armor might not have been able to withstand the third strike. "Brother Lu, you're lucky that I'm here. Otherwise, Xiaoyi might have attacked you," Hui Santong sighed, unceremoniously taking all the credit. Luyin was puzzled. Xiaoyi is the head of the Xia family. Why would he enter the burial garden? Is there no one else in the Xia family? Hui Santong shrugged. Xiao Jiuyo was replaced by Xiao Luo. That old man from the Xia family isn't happy with Xiaoyi and is looking for trouble everywhere. He doesn't live up to his title as the head of the family. What else could he have done other than try his luck here? Luyin understood. No wonder a family head had been forced into the burial garden. Xiao Ji was unhappy with him. How pitiful. He's the head of the 7 quartz, but he's in such dire straits that he has to find his own destiny. He probably hates Xiao Ji to death, and all of this. Hui Santong looked at Luyin. Almost all of this is related to you, Brother Lu. Be careful. He didn't attack you when I was around, but that might not be the case when I'm not around. Luyin felt a chill run down the back of his head as he recalled the time when Xiaoyi had ambushed him in the cosmic sea. That guy might have done something like that. That jade is gone, just like that? Shiqi asked softly. The stone pillar in front of them had disappeared. Luyin felt that it was a pity. It's gone. It's not ours. It doesn't belong to us. Cheap Fish slapped him. Idiot. Snatch it all away. It's all Lord Fish's. Two-legged beast, snatch it back for Lord Fish. Lord Fish wants to build a treasury. Hui Santong scratched his head. I'm leaving to prevent that Fan Shun from attracting the 6th mainland's experts. He might think that we were the ones who took it. That would be an injustice. Before he left, he waved at Luyin. Brother Lu, take care of yourself. Xiaoyi isn't a magnanimous person. That guy is famous for being vengeful, and he's shameless. Lu Yin's eyes twitched, and he looked into the distance. He had to find a way out of the burial garden as soon as possible. Hui Santong hadn't gone very far when he returned at an even faster speed. His face was pale, and he looked extremely unsightly. He looked depressed and helpless, and he had the urge to slap himself. His words had come true. In the distance, ripples appeared in the void as a middle-aged woman slowly walked over. Her expression was icy. Every step she took pushed the space in all directions. Lu Yin's expression turned serious. Although he couldn't see her rune lines, this woman gave him a very bad feeling. His domain couldn't even get close to her. Yes, she was an emissary, and not just any emissary. She brought him a sense of crisis. Lu Tianmu, Zhu San, and Shiqi immediately retreated, as they also felt that something was amiss. Their eyes stung as they looked at the woman. As she pushed the void apart, the star energy within their bodies began to leak out uncontrollably. This was a terrifying phenomenon that only occurred when facing an emissary. "Brother Lu, I'll leave this to you," Hui Santong muttered softly as he retreated behind Luyin. Although he couldn't see through an emissary's strength, he felt that this woman was much more difficult to deal with than the old man from before. Luyin had the same feeling. The woman looked at Luyin and said indifferently, "Fifth Mainland, Alliance Master Lu." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "Someone from the Sixth Mainland?" The woman raised her head with an arrogant expression. "Daosor sect, Jiao Han." Lu Yin's expression changed. "Jiao? You're a descendant of the martial ancestor?" Jiao Han was indifferent. "It's good that you know. Hand it over." Lu Yin shrugged. "You're too late." Xia Yi took it. Jiao Han frowned. "Xia Yi? The head of your Fifth Mainland Seven Courts Xia family?" Lu Yin didn't hesitate to reveal Xia Yi's identity. "That's right. He didn't go very far. Why don't you chase after him?" Jiao Han sneered. How could the head of the Seven Courts possibly enter Burial Garden? Even if there were people from the Xia family, they would at most be elders. "Alliance Master Lu, you're messing with me." Lu Yin was helpless. It really was taken by Xia Yi. "I can't explain the Xia family's matters to you." "Right." He stepped aside and pointed at Hui Santong. "He's from the Hui family. Ask him." Hui Santong's face paled, and when he saw Jiao Han's gaze sweep over, he cursed Lu Yin for being a bastard. It really was Xia Yi. "I can swear on it." Jiao Han's tone was cold, and she didn't care about Hui Santong. She continued to stare at Lu Yin. "It doesn't matter if it's Xia Yi or not. Pour out everything in your cosmic rings. I want to check everything." Lu Yin and the others' hearts sank. This was a robbery, especially Lu Yin. This was something he often said, but someone else had actually said it today. Thus, emptiness palm. Because he was afraid of Jiao Han, Lu Yin hadn't tried to fight with her from the start. He had even mentioned Xia Yi's name because he didn't want to fight. If the item really wasn't with him, then fighting with Jiao Han would be equivalent to taking the blame for Xia Yi. Lu Yin couldn't accept this, but this woman clearly wanted to rob him. The emptiness palm was extremely fast, and an invisible palm print directly landed on Jiao Han's body. She hadn't expected Lu Yin to attack without any warning. Furthermore, it was a battle technique like the emptiness palm. She couldn't react in time, and her abdomen was struck, sending her flying. Lu Yin's eyes trembled, as he hadn't been able to avoid the emptiness palm. This woman's power level definitely didn't exceed 700,000, which was around 600,000. She could even fight against a descendant of a martial ancestor. A shattering sound rang out from Jiao Han's body, and she only reacted after being sent flying. She had actually been struck by a palm, and her defensive power vessel had even been shattered. This palm's power level exceeded 500,000, and she was furious. Her figure flashed into the astral source universe, and Lu Yin appeared in the next moment. "I told you to go find Xia Yi, but you didn't. Today, I'm going to take your cosmic ring." He then imprinted his arm with golden battle force and sent another palm strike. This one was much stronger than the previous one, and it carried battle force. Jiao Han's eyes widened. As a descendant of a martial ancestor, she was above millions of people in the Sixth Mainland. She spent most of her time in the Daosor sect, and even universe imprinters treated her with respect. She had never been ambushed before, and she had only entered the burial garden by chance. She had never expected to be beaten up by a junior. To Jiao Han, this wasn't just a provocation, it was also an insult to her dignity. Thinking of this, Jiao Han screamed, "Little bastard, I'll kill you." With a bang, the emptiness palm struck again. This time, Jiao Han was prepared, and water ripples appeared where the emptiness palm struck. The emptiness palm struck the water ripples, leaving behind 5 palm imprints. However, it was unable to break through the water ripples and attack Jiao Han's body. Lu Yin's pupil shrank. It was ineffective? Lu Yin's hollow palm was rarely ineffective against a powerhouse with a power level of 600,000. He looked at Jiao Han solemnly. This woman was definitely one of the best of her generation, and she had even been a realmling when she was younger. After all, she was a descendant of a martial ancestor. Jiuhan stared at Luyin coldly. In this astral source universe, the martial ancestor raised his right palm in a familiar posture. Luyin suddenly recalled Wu Taibai's attack during the sovereign tournament. It was the seal of mountains and rivers, a secret technique created by the martial ancestor that ignored spatial distance. Bang! Luyin was also struck and sent flying out of the astral source universe. Jiuhan had thought that the seal of mountains and rivers would be enough to heavily injure Luyin, but she had not expected him to only be sent flying out of the astral source universe without being injured at all. Her gaze was fierce as she stepped out of the astral source universe and appeared in front of Luyin. Bastard, let's see how many times you can block my attacks. She then raised her hand again and used the seal of mountains and rivers. Luyin sneered, this woman's attack was ineffective against his miniature armor. He allowed the seal of mountains and rivers to strike him again as he raised his hand and unleashed an empty palm. Seal of mountains and rivers. Empty palm. Seal of mountains and rivers. Empty palm. The two continued to fight, but the seal of mountains and rivers could not break through Lu Yin's miniature armor and the empty palm could not break through Jiuhan's ripples. The two continued to exchange blows. Zhu San and the rest were stunned as they watched the space shatter and the shockwaves spread out. They exchanged glances and hurriedly left. Jiuhan grew more and more sullen as the battle went on. Using the secret technique too frequently was a burden to her, but the empty palm was a regular attack against Luyin. She could not understand how he could have such terrifying attack power. His star energy had been suppressed, but he could still use it. His pure physical strength could not only enter the astral source universe, but it was also unaffected by her suppression. Not even the martial ancestor. No wonder he was called the supreme of the younger generation. Even if the Daosource three heavens joined forces, they would still be no match for him. This person must die. Jiuhan's gaze turned cold, and he suddenly waved his hand. The void trembled, and the water in the surrounding space suddenly condensed into balls of water. A chessboard appeared beneath Lu Yin's feet, and he began to move. On the spot where he stood, the void suddenly shrank, and a water ball also formed. Lu Yin appeared in the distance and watched with apprehension. This woman's ripples were not a power vessel, but rather an innate gift. She had relied on her own strength to block the hollow palm, and as an imprint ancestor, she had the ability to fight against someone with a power level of 700,000. Coupled with her secret techniques and unpredictable power vessels, even Lu Yin found it difficult to deal with her. I've already said that Xianxia stole the jade. If you have the ability, then go find him. Lu Yin shouted. Jiuhan no longer cared about the jade. She was completely focused on getting rid of Lu Yin. As long as this young man was alive, the sixth mainland would be suppressed. In the future, he would definitely be able to dominate the sixth mainland. Once he became a progenitor, he would be even more invincible. It was no wonder why the old ancestor had personally interfered in the sovereign tournament. She had originally wanted to prevent that prime clear from the Hall of Honor from breaking through, but in the end, that brat had become a sovereign. With another wave of her hand, Jiuhan pushed her innate gift to its limits, attempting to drain Lu Yin of all the water in his body. This was a terrifying technique that many people possessed. They all had an innate gift of water, and many knew this technique as well. However, not many were able to fully utilize it. Lu Yin's body contorted as his organs shrank, and he could not help but cough up blood. Jiuhan was trying to drain him of all the water in his body, but this was not something that an external object like the miniature armor could withstand. Little bastard, I'll turn you into a desiccated corpse just like the corpses in this cemetery. Lu Yin's eyes widened as the 9,300 stars circled around him, enveloping Jiuhan within. He then combined the cosmic sword technique with the 14th sword and slashed out. Jiuhan was unable to dodge, and even her ripples could not be avoided. She was struck by the 14th sword and violently coughed up blood. Jiuhan wanted to use her innate gift to drain Lu Yin of all the water in his body, but Lu Yin countered with the 14th sword that could not be avoided. Both of them were injured at the same time. Lu Yin took this opportunity to erupt with his spiritual force, using the day-night salute. The scene around Jiuhan disappeared, and she looked up. The first person she saw was the martial ancestor. Everything that had just happened was forgotten, and she could not help but kneel down. Jiuhan greets the old ancestor. The martial ancestor looked down at Jiuhan from above, raising a hand and pressing down with a single palm. Jiuhan did not dare to move, as her life came from the martial ancestor. Even if he wanted to take her life, she could not resist. Just as the martial ancestor's palm was about to strike her, the scene suddenly shattered. Jiuhan's body trembled as her thoughts returned to her. Her face was deathly pale, she had actually fallen into an illusion. She looked up. Luyin was half kneeling on the ground, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. Behind him, a ray of light flashed past, and with a thud, Luyin was pressed into the ground. Jiuhan looked into the distance, but she could not see anyone. However, someone had indeed attacked Luyin. Beneath the ground, Lu Yin's back was in intense pain. Even with the miniature armor's protection, that attack had almost broken his tendons and bones. It had been Xiayi, one of the Xia family's 3 styles of blade intent. The day-night salute easily controlled Jiuhan, but Luyin had not expected it to be that easy. This woman's spiritual force resistance was far weaker than he had expected. If not for Xiayi's sneak attack, he would have been able to defeat Jiuhan, unless she had a power vessel to protect herself. He had not expected to fall short of success. Xiayi had definitely been hiding in the shadows all this time, and he had only acted when he saw that Jiuhan was about to be defeated. Luyin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and clenched his fists. He would remember Xiayi. His body suddenly twisted. Not good, it was Jiuhan's method of draining him dry again. The stars around Luyin reappeared, and he wanted to use the 14th sword of Sirius again. However, it was not so easy this time. Jiuhan had used her astral source to wipe out the stars. Sirius was based on star energy, and without it, Sirius could not be used. Another sharp ray appeared from another direction, it was Xiayi again. Luyin released his force field and extended it endlessly, finally finding traces of Xiayi behind him. Xiayi snorted and slashed out, followed by 2 more. The Xiao family's 3 styles of blade intent were very easy to recognize. Lu Yin's force field was torn apart by the blade intent, and he took out his splitting heavens array and released it in the direction of Jiuhan and the 3 styles. 2 points and a line, splitting heavens. A black line flashed past, and Jiuhan's body flickered with ripples that blocked splitting heavens. The 3 styles of blade intent also collided with splitting heavens, and Luyin used this opportunity to move the star-scattered chessboard under his feet. He did not flee, but instead moved closer to Xiayi and threw out a square to Xiayi's astonishment. This was the power vessel that he had obtained from the frigid immortal sect's hidden treasury. It could trap envoys, and after Luyin upgraded it, it could trap someone with a power level of nearly 800,000. Xiayi Qiu he was caught off guard and trapped by the treasure. He tried to cut it off, but he found that it was very difficult to do so. Luyin looked at Xiayi deeply before looking at Jiuhan. Jiuhan had also found him, and she took out a power vessel from her cosmic ring. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he headed in a certain direction without looking back. While the treasure could trap Xiayi, it would not last for long. Xiayi was the Xia family's patriarch, and he had many power vessels and battle techniques. Luyin did not know what methods he had, and Jiuhan was a descendant of the martial ancestor. Luyin did not plan on fighting head-on, so he decided to avoid her for the time being. "You can't escape, you bastard!" Jiuhan barked and chased after him. Xiayi continuously attacked the treasure, wanting to kill Luyin. This was a rare opportunity, and he did not want to give it up. Jiuhan was fast, but Luyin was not slow either. Jiuhan constantly tried to drain him of his energy, but he was already prepared for this. He even used splitting heavens, which made Jiuhan wary. After chasing for half a day, Luyin saw a burial garden gate in the distance, and there was another person standing there. Luyin recognized this person. It was one of the transformed envoys from the Hall of Honor who had gone to the technocracy with him. Luyin was delighted and looked back at Jiuhan. "Old woman, that's an emissary from the Hall of Honor. You still dare to chase after him?" Jiuhan stopped and looked at the emissary standing outside the burial garden gate. She then looked back at Luyin and gritted her teeth. "Count yourself lucky, you bastard. I'll kill you the next time we meet." Luyin raised his head. "Likewise." If not for the sneak attack, you would have been dead. He then looked past Jiuhan and into the distance. He could vaguely sense Xia Yi's gaze, and it was filled with killing intent. If not for Xia Yi, Lu Yin would have wanted to compete with Jiuhan to see who had more tricks up his sleeve. Jiuhan retreated. She had to admit that it would be difficult to deal with Lu Yin and an emissary. Lu Yin did not know if Xia Yi was still far away, but now that he was here, he had room to advance and retreat. Not every burial garden gate could lead to the outside world, and Lu Yin had only known of Yima planet before entering. He slowly walked to the burial garden gate, where the transformed emissary opened her eyes and looked at Lu Yin. I want to leave, Lu Yin said. The transformed emissary closed her eyes and did not reply, but she did not stop him either. Why are you here? Did the Hall of Honor send you to guard this place? Lu Yin asked. The transformed emissary did not speak, just like how she had remained silent when she had gone to the technocracy. Lu Yin pursed his lips and walked to the burial garden gate. He then looked back. Lu Tianmu and the others should be fine, as they had left while he had been fighting with Jiuhan. Without further thought, Lu Yin stepped through the burial garden gate. The burial garden gate was just a gate, but it seemed to travel through time and space. Lu Yin walked out of the burial garden gate and saw the bottom of the sea. Dozens of people were staring at him. Lu Yin was not surprised, as all the burial garden gates were being guarded, and the burial garden gate within the Great Eastern Alliance was the same. However, he did not know which power controlled this burial garden gate. Lu Yin's eyes turned into runes as he looked around, and his heart calmed down. There were no emissary-level rune lines, which meant that this power was very weak. Who are you? State your identity, a voice shouted, and a stout man walked out from the crowd. He had a strange appearance, and his stomach was several times larger than a normal person's. He was not fat, but rather looked like a different kind of creature. Was this a merman? Lu Yin looked at the man in surprise. You're a merman? The man glared at Lu Yin. Tell me who you are. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and looked around. Lu Yin. The man frowned. Lu Yin? What a familiar name. The surrounding people also found the name familiar. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, Lu Yin? The Alliance Master of the Great Eastern Alliance and a paragon of the same generation? As soon as he said this, everyone recalled what had happened, and they all looked at Lu Yin in disbelief. Their eyes were filled with curiosity, fear, and wariness. The man's eyes widened. You're Lu Yin? Lu Yin nodded. Where are we? For the current universe, Lu Yin's name represented his identity. There was no need to say anything else, this name would appear in everyone's mind. As long as one was in contact with a space civilization, whether it was a normal person or a cultivator, many would know this name. The man gulped. Lu Yin's name represented more than just status, it also represented war. Many wars had broken out in the outerverse and innerverse because of Lu Yin, and it was the same in the cosmic sea. This is Universe Ocean, the man said nervously. Lu Yin wasn't surprised. So you're saying that you're cultivators from some island, or are you part of some battle group? The Unyielding Legion, a loud voice called out from afar. Lu Yin looked over and was shocked to see that it was actually him and Xianxia, one of the 4 unequaled Lemeters who had once been on the same level as him. At that time, Lu Yin had faced off against Ling Ke and Mu Rong, and he had only lacked Xianxia. Later on, when the 6th mainland had invaded, Lu Yin had seen Xianxia take action. However, there was already a gap between the two of them at that time. Xianxia had also appeared during the Sovereign Tournament, but now, the gap between the two of them was even greater, and they could no longer be compared. Xianxia's opponent in the Sovereign battle was none other than Fan Shun. Who would have thought that through the gate of Burial Garden, they would actually arrive at the Unyielding Battle Group's location? Xianxia hadn't expected Lu Yin to appear either. They had only just discovered this burial gate, and they were still debating whether or not to enter when Lu Yin had appeared. Alliance Master Lu, it's a pleasure to meet you, Xianxia said in a clear voice as he looked at Lu Yin calmly. Lu Yin smiled, nice to meet you, Commander Yi. I've heard a lot about you. Xianxia smiled. They can't compare to Alliance Master Lu, and the Unyielding Battle Group can't compare to the Great Eastern Alliance. I didn't expect to come to the Cosmic Sea. Captain Yi, Do you welcome this uninvited guest? Luyin asked with a smile. Xianxia made an inviting gesture. I couldn't ask for more. I've wanted to have a chat with Alliance leader Lu since 10 years ago. That's perfect. I wanted to have a chat with Commander Yi as well, Luyin said. Please. The Unyielding Legion was a very small legion in Universe Ocean. Aside from the 4 major legions, there were many other smaller legions, such as the Arrow Legion. However, the Unyielding Legion paled in comparison to the Arrow Legion. When Luyin had first heard of Xianxia's name, he had wondered how Xianxia had managed to survive in the Cosmic Sea, but he still couldn't figure it out. The Cosmic Sea is a dangerous place, and it's not a good place to explore. If you're unlucky enough to run into another battle group, you might be wiped out. Xianxia told Luyin many things about the Cosmic Sea. If that's the case, then why are you staying in the Cosmic Sea, Brother Yi? Xianxia sighed helplessly. The regiment was not founded by me, but by my father. Luyin raised a brow, as he hadn't known about this. Everyone had said that Xianxia had founded the Unyielding Legion. My father founded the Unyielding Battle Group and befriended the Fishmen, leaving behind a team for me. In order to live up to my father's efforts, I took over the Unyielding Battle Group after my father passed away. The reason I was able to roam the world is all thanks to the Fishmen, Xianxia said. The Cosmic Sea's surface is filled with many great battles, but the ones who truly control the Cosmic Sea are the merfolk. They're good at observing the weather, finding routes, and avoiding risks. It's a pity that they don't have any top-notch experts, or else the Cosmic Sea wouldn't be ruled by humans. Luyin said, I remember that Leon's armada has a merfolk legion. Xianxia nodded. The merfolk legion's commander, Brother Hao, is considered the #1 merfolk expert in the Cosmic Sea. It was through him that I met Haizij Leon. He then looked at Luyin, as everyone knew about Lu Yin's relationship with Leon's armada. Brother Yi, feel free to speak your mind, Luyin said. Xianxia replied, Haizij Leon has always wanted to incorporate my Unyielding Legion, but I never thought of joining. This is my father's blood, sweat, and tears. My father was proud and never bowed to anyone. He would rather die than join the Immortal Legion. That's why they wanted to kill him. Your father died at the hands of the Immortal Legion? Luyin was astonished. Xianxia nodded, stood up, and solemnly said, the Immortal Legion was destroyed thanks to Alliance leader Lu. Xianxia, thank you. He then bowed deeply. Luyin supported him. The Immortal Legion wasn't destroyed to avenge your father. There's no need to thank me. Xianxia bitterly replied, if not for Alliance leader Lu, I wouldn't have been able to take revenge in this lifetime. Regardless of whether or not Alliance leader Lu acknowledges me, I, Xianxia, owe you a favor. After chatting with Xianxia for a while, Luyin learned that several burial gates had appeared in the Cosmic Sea. However, the burial gate that the Unyielding Legion was currently guarding had not been leaked, as it was a burial gate that could be exited. Actually, guarding a burial gate is very dangerous. If the one who exits isn't you, Alliance leader Lu, but one of our enemies, then we'll be in trouble. Xianxia sighed. He had great ambitions. Part of the reason why the Unyielding Legion had not joined Leon's armada was because of his father, but part of the reason was also because of his own pride. However, many years had passed since then, and he had watched Luyin grow from a group of 4 unparalleled meters to his current height. Xianxia had no choice but to admit that he could not take revenge on his own. This was something that he would never have said 10 years ago. Luyin was not in a hurry to leave the Unyielding Legion. Instead, he contacted Wang Wen. Before entering the burial gates, Luyin had asked Wang Wen to calculate the number of burial gates within the Great Eastern Alliance's territory. There are a total of 89 burial gates within the Great Eastern Alliance's territory, and 16 of them can be exited. This is the current data that we've gathered from the Sword Sect, Lingling Clan, and other major powers. Luyin asked, excluding the 8 great flow zones leading powers, how many burial gates do we have that can be used to exit? Wang Wen replied, 6. 10 of the 8 great flow zones leading powers have burial gates that can be used to exit? That's the case for now, but there should be more in the future. It's possible that some burial gates have yet to be discovered. Luyin solemnly said, try to destroy 3 of the burial gates that can be used to exit. Let Chen Huang and the others guard the remaining 3. Detain anyone who exits from those gates. If anyone encounters an invincible powerhouse, retreat. Are you sure? Those are burial gates, the gates to the burial gardens. If we destroy them, won't we provoke the burial gardens? Wang Wen was apprehensive, as the 3 dark hands were not to be trifled with. They were confident that they would be able to contend against them in the future, but not now. Even if the Innerverse and Outerverse were unified and the Great Eastern Alliance had 12 emissaries, they would still not dare to provoke the 3 dark hands. There was no need to even mention the Neo-Human Alliance. When the 7 sky gods appeared, even the 6th mainland feared them, and even the Hall of Honor could not contain them. The 7 courts had a half-progenitor, and they definitely had more than one powerhouse with a power level of 1,000,000. They all had secret techniques, and the most mysterious of them all was the burial gardens. If they could stand alongside the 7 courts and the Neo-Human Alliance, then they would definitely not be easy to deal with. The Great Eastern Alliance's power was expanding day by day, but it was still far from being able to contend against these 3 powers. Lu Yin solemnly said, "We can't care about that anymore. If a powerhouse from the 6th mainland who is hostile to us enters the Great Eastern Alliance's territory through a burial gate, then it'll be a devastating disaster for us. We can't defend so many gates, but we're confident that we can defend 3 of them. Furthermore, we can leave a baseline number of people who can exit." "What about the 8 flow zones?" Wang Wen asked. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "I'll talk to them." Although he did not know the true meaning behind the burial gardens opening, based on the current situation, there were many opportunities within the burial gardens. Lu Qianjue and the other old foxes would definitely not give up so easily, and they would be more than happy to open up as many burial gates as possible. That way, once someone left the burial gardens and entered their territory, they would be able to seize all of the opportunities and seize them for themselves. To the various great powers, this was one of the ways to obtain the opportunities within the burial gardens. What Lu Yin needed to do now was to wake them up. Lu Qianjue, Ling Qiu, the mountain god, and the weasel prince all appeared, and Lu Yin contacted them at the same time. "Everyone has just joined my Great Eastern Alliance, and I had originally planned to hold the first official meeting after unifying the Innerverse. However, there have been some changes in the times, and the burial garden has opened. I have no choice but to have a chat with everyone in advance," Lu Yin said with his hands clasped behind his back. Ling Qiu asked, "Does Alliance Master Lu have anything to say?" Her tone was not very pleasant, as they had all been forced to join the Great Eastern Alliance. "Is it about the burial gates?" Lu Qianjue asked. Lu Yin nodded. "I know that burial gates have appeared in everyone's territories, and some of them can be entered and exited. Snatching the opportunities of cultivators who leave the burial gardens is the best way for everyone to obtain opportunities. Alliance Master Lu, we're not snatching, we're exchanging." Ling Qiu rolled her eyes. Lu Yin smiled. "Regardless of whether we're snatching or exchanging, I'm aware of everyone's intentions. That's why." His expression was solemn. "I hope that everyone can think of a way to destroy the additional burial gates that can be entered and exited freely." Lu Qianjue and the others looked at each other, and the mountain god said in a low voice, "The items obtained from the burial gardens can increase the strength of each family, and increasing our strength will increase the strength of the Great Eastern Alliance." "What is Alliance Master Lu worried about?" Lu Yin seriously replied, "I went to the burial gardens, and I'm currently in the cosmic sea. I just exited through a burial gate." They were all astonished. "How was it?" Ling Qiu hurriedly asked. Lu Yin explained, "There are indeed opportunities within the burial gardens. The area is ancient, and you might be able to obtain unexpected treasures. However, there is also the possibility of disaster. For example, I went to the burial gates in the cosmic sea, and the guards around the gates were very weak. If I wanted to, I could easily erase them. None of you wish to be erased by others, right?" The mountain god said in a deep voice, "Who can erase us?" "Alliance Master Lu, you're underestimating us too much. Although we can't compare to the Great Eastern Alliance, we're not so easily bullied. I was ambushed twice while I was in Burial Garden. The first time was from an emissary, and the second time was from a descendant of the 6th mainland's Daosaur sect's martial ancestor. That person joined forces with Xiaoyi to attack me, and if those two leave Burial Garden's gate and come to where you are, how will you resist them? Not only did you fail to obtain the items in the graveyard, but you're also the one who got robbed. That's not what you want to see, right? They fell silent. Ling Qiu replied, the Lingling clan is confident in dealing with him. Lu Yin looked at her. But I don't want to take the risk. The Lingling clan has you, clan leader Ling Qiu, and ancestor Ling Taizu. If the two of you work together, we can guard one entrance to the burial grounds. However, if there are two entrances, then it won't be safe. Ling Qiu was displeased. Alliance Master Lu, do you think that I'm not strong enough to guard a single portal? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and his tone grew colder. Negotiating with all of you is a form of respect, and I do not wish to force you to do so. I hope that you can give me some face as the alliance leader. Ling Qiu wanted to speak, but she was stopped by Lu Qianjue's gaze. Regardless of whether he was willing or not, Lu Yin was still the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance master. Since they had already joined the Great Eastern Alliance, they had to give him face. Even if they had the ability to deal with Lu Yin, they could not act now. Otherwise, who would trust them in the future? The universe was a place where the strong preyed on the weak. This was the law of the universe. However, there were many other unspoken rules under these 4 words. Since they had joined the Great Eastern Alliance, they could not immediately rebel, nor could they openly oppose the alliance master. Otherwise, if another Great Eastern Alliance were to appear in the future, they would not be subdued, but directly exterminated. Some rules could not be broken unless it involved the bottom line. Alright, since the alliance master has spoken, we agree to leave only one entrance to the burial garden, said Lu Qianjue. Lu Yin's gaze swept across the group. The Weasel Prince had not spoken since the beginning, as he did not have the right to speak. He had only appeared to listen, and that was all. That's right, Alliance Master Lu, you mentioned that you were attacked by Xiaoyi earlier. Is this Xiaoyi the patriarch of the 7 Courts Xia family? Did he go in too? The mountain god suddenly asked. That's right. Lu Qianjue and the others looked at each other again. The Court of 7 Names was placed side by side with the burial garden. Even the head of the Xia clan had entered the burial garden. Perhaps the heads of the other clans would enter as well. This meant that the burial garden indeed contained great opportunities. Should they enter as well? I'd like to remind everyone that I'm allowing you to freely enter the burial garden based on your current strength. If you enter the burial garden and I determine that you don't have the ability to protect a door, then that door will also be destroyed, Lu Yin said. Lu Qianjue and the others didn't retort. The call ended quickly, and Lu Yin contacted Wang Wen. I've already told them, but those old foxes will definitely keep their doors shut. I'll check. How's the destruction of the portal? Wang Wen was vexed. The burial gate isn't easy to destroy, but Chen Huang was able to destroy one. Lu Yin replied, looks like you'll need the power of an emissary. Don't worry. There shouldn't be too many people going in for the time being. However, there will definitely be more in the future. Be careful, said Wang Wen. Lu Yin grunted an acknowledgement before ending the call. Right now, the burial garden was lacking a huge opportunity. As long as it appeared, it would attract a large number of people. That would be the time to truly fight for the opportunity. Since he was already in the Cosmic Sea, Lu Yin wanted to pay Leon's armada a visit. However, after asking Yi Xingchen, he found out that Leon's armada was very far away. Due to the climate, even if the two parties knew each other's location, it wouldn't be easy for them to meet unless Heizage Leon personally came to pick him up. Lu Yin thought about it and decided to forget about it. He'd go in the future. He bade Yi Xingchen farewell and stepped through the burial gate. Before he left, he reminded Yi Xingchen to avoid the gate. The unyielding legion simply couldn't defend such a gate. In fact, he wanted to suggest that Yi Xingchen destroy the gate, but unfortunately, the unyielding legion didn't have any powerhouses who were stronger than an emissary. Lu Yin entered the burial garden once more, and when he looked around, he was at a loss. Was this really a burial garden? Dense trees blocked out the sun, and through the trees, he could see a mountain range in the distance. It was lush with greenery, and small rivers flowed around the hills. If he hadn't confirmed that he had entered the burial gate, he would have thought that he had arrived on a planet suitable for human habitation. This place was like a paradise on Earth. Luyin walked out of the forest and looked around. The mountain range wasn't very tall, and it was covered in greenery. In front of him, there were tea trees planted on the hills, and the fragrance of tea was refreshing. Luyin couldn't help but walk towards the hills. He soon arrived at the foot of the hills, and just as he was about to walk up, he vaguely heard something. He followed the sound to the right, where it seemed to be coming from. Luyin walked in the direction of the sound, and a few meters away, there were tea trees arranged neatly. He couldn't see any living creatures, but there was a sound that was getting louder and louder. Save me. Save me. Please, save me. Luyin searched for a long time, but he still couldn't find anything. His eyes accidentally swept across the tea leaves, and he suddenly turned back to stare at the center. His pupils shrank, and he was filled with shock. He rarely felt this way, but at this moment, he seemed to have seen something inconceivable. There was a human face on the tea leaves, and it was very lifelike. It was weakly muttering to itself, and the sound was coming from this face. Luyin's eyes widened, and he looked down the tea leaves. There was no body, only a face. There wasn't even a head. What was going on? Had the tea leaves gained sentience? At that moment, the face weakly opened its eyes and met Luyin's gaze. Luyin's hair stood on end, as he could see the complex emotions that only humans would have in those eyes. There was despair and pleading, and then excitement. Alliance leader Lu, is that you? Luyin stared at the face, which was that of a middle-aged man. He was very weak, and his face was deathly pale. Luyin couldn't make out anything other than his face. You know me? The face was excited. I am in Liang from Watermoon Villa. Luyin was astonished. Watermoon Villa? And Xiaohua's man? Yes, I'm in Xiaohua's uncle, and Liang. Alliance leader Lu, please save me. I'm from Watermoon Villa, and I'm also from the Great Eastern Alliance. And Liang weakly pleaded for help, and his eyes were filled with hope and excitement. Luyin was confused. How did you become like this? Where's your body? And Liang was terrified, and his eyes kept flickering. His pupils suddenly dilated, indicating that he was extremely terrified. It was that corpse. That corpse planted me as a tea leaf. It was that corpse. Luyin's face twitched. What are you talking about? And Liang fearfully looked at Luyin. Alliance leader Lu, please save me. Save me. I don't want to be planted as a tea leaf. I don't want to become fertilizer. Luyin's face paled, and a chill surged up from the soles of his feet. He suddenly turned around, but there was nothing except for the flowing stream. Alliance leader Lu, save me, save me. And Liang painfully groaned, and his entire face was distorted. It was abnormally terrifying. You're saying that a corpse planted you as a tea leaf? Luyin asked again. And Liang struggled. Yes, it was a corpse with a bamboo basket on its back. Luyin's entire body went cold, as this wasn't a feeling of imminent death. Instead, it was a feeling of incomprehensible strangeness. It was just like when he had been treated as white meat on Driftcharge Planet, or when he had seen that person in the Eternal Kingdom whose organs had been hollowed out. The disgust and terror that came from the bottom of his heart swallowed him up. He hurriedly retreated and looked around, not even daring to casually release his domain. He had encountered more than one corpse in the burial garden, such as that one-legged old man, the little girl who had been constantly slapping at the void, the person who had fused with the secret art of plan, and even progenitor Chen, whose fate was unknown. He guessed that the corpses that had survived until now weren't simple, and they definitely weren't existences that he could deal with. He had originally thought that these corpses weren't a threat, and they weren't even aggressive. However, Liang's encounter had refreshed his understanding. The burial garden wasn't as safe as the outside world thought it was. The opponents here weren't just humans, but also these corpses. Lu Alliance leader Lu, save me, save me. And Liang was still groaning. Luyin looked at the other tea leaves and saw that they were all human faces. They all looked dead, and there was no reaction. He retreated a few more steps and then quickly rushed into the forest. When he looked back at the tea leaves hill, he was filled with unprecedented apprehension. He still hadn't found the corpse that had planted the tea leaves, and he was at the edge of the cliff. He felt like he was being watched at any moment. At that moment, another person appeared out of thin air from another direction. It was a man with a confused expression, and he looked around in the same manner that Luin had when he had first appeared. Luin looked at the man and didn't say anything. This person had also entered the burial garden through the burial garden's gate and randomly arrived here. The man's cultivation wasn't weak, and a single step caused the void to distort. He appeared at the foot of the tea hill and then stepped onto it. Just as the man stepped onto the hill, a figure stood up from the center of the tea mountain. It was an old mummy with a hunched back and a bamboo basket on its back. It faced the man, and under the man's confused gaze, the mummy waved its hand and the man's body flew towards the old mummy. The old mummy caught the man and plunged him into the ground. Then, an earth-shattering scream rang out in all directions. Lu Yin's jaw dropped as he stared at the scene in shock. The man's limbs gradually withered and then turned into tea leaves. His tendons, bones, and blood all became nutrients for the tea leaves. Only his face was left looking up at the sky. His gaze was still blank, but there was an additional trace of extreme pain and despair. Within the forest, Lu Yin left without looking back. The star-scattered chessboard appeared beneath his feet, and he kept moving, and moving. He kept rushing into the distance, not daring to stay for long. The man had been turned into a tea tree in an instant, and this scene left a deep psychological shadow in Lu Yin's heart. What was up with that old corpse? It was too cruel and too strange. Lu Yin didn't even have the slightest intention of investigating the situation. It was impossible for him to do so. All he wanted was to get as far away from that tea hill as possible. He didn't want to see such a strange and terrifying scene ever again in his life. His experience at Tea Mountain had filled Lu Yin with dread towards the burial gardens, and he was very careful with every step he took. In the blazing mist flow zone, a burial garden gate had been destroyed by Luo Huang's attack. In the distance, the army from the planet where the gate had been located watched as the gate was destroyed. The leader of the army smashed a table with his fist. Such a great opportunity is gone in the blink of an eye. The Great Eastern Alliance is too tyrannical, and they're cutting off our chance. The leader of the army was a man with a rough appearance. He was a cruiser who could roam the universe freely. Although he was not considered an expert in the universe, he was still considered a high-ranking figure within the Great Eastern Alliance. However, he was helpless against Lu Yin's order to destroy the burial garden gate. "General, are we just going to watch?" A youth behind the man angrily asked, his gaze full of hostility. Suddenly, the Luo Huang's gaze swept over, and the youth's heart trembled as he hurriedly lowered his head. It wasn't just him, the cruiser also lowered his head, not daring to meet Luo Huang's gaze. The Luo Huang retracted his gaze, as he did not care about what the people of this planet thought. They believed that Lu Yin was cutting off their opportunity to increase their strength, but in reality, Lu Yin was saving them. How many people in the universe had entered the burial garden gate? There were many experts within the Great Eastern Alliance, and there were many who surpassed the cruiser realm. This was even more so in the Cosmic Sea, the Neoverse, and the Sixth Mainland. If an expert who was hostile to the Great Eastern Alliance walked out of the burial garden gate, it would be a devastating blow to the entire planet. These people were not aware of this. At that moment, his gadget beeped. "Lord Luo Huang, it has been confirmed that the burial garden gate on Earth can be exited. Someone has already walked out and is currently being controlled." The Luo Huang followed the coordinates and headed towards Earth. Lu Yin's orders were to maintain 3 burial garden gates within the Great Eastern Alliance's territory. The one on the planet just now was the 4th, and it had already been destroyed. The one on Earth was the 5th, and it had to be destroyed as well. The Great Eastern Alliance did not have that many experts stationed there. Lu Yin wanted stability, and even the Luo Huang did not have the qualifications to guard a burial garden gate on his own. When the arcane sovereign arrived at the earthen planet, what appeared before his eyes was a planet that had long been reduced to rubble. Countless people were wailing in agony. Many spaceships around the planet had been reduced to rubble, and many corpses were floating in space. They belonged to the Great Eastern Alliance's first coalition army. The most shocking thing was that a giant had died, and his corpse was also floating in space. The average strength of the Great Eastern Alliance's allied forces was too low, which was why Luin had temporarily assigned the giants to them. The giants that were qualified to be assigned were all Enlighters. But here, an Enlighter realm giant had actually been killed. The Luo Emperor's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly landed on the shattered planet. He saw that the Gate of Burial Garden was unscathed and was gradually exposed to space. Without the strength of an emissary, it was impossible to destroy the Gate of Burial Garden. Someone must have caused the Earth and Star to become like this. Moreover, it was definitely an expert who had walked out of the Gate of Burial Garden. His eyes flickered as he began to investigate. What he was most worried about now was that the person who had acted would re-enter the burial garden. If that was the case, there would be no way to investigate. Not long after, Luo Huang headed in a certain direction, as he had discovered some clues. The person who had attacked was an Enlighter who had been able to kill the giant, and his power level was estimated to be close to 300,000. The Luo Emperor followed the traces of the attack as he notified the Great Eastern Alliance to seal off the entire blazing mist flow zone. At the same time, he sent people to rescue the people on Earth and Star. The giant's death, as well as the countless lives on Earth and Star, could not be easily forgotten. This was Lu Yin's goal. Half a day later, the Luo Emperor landed on a meteorite that was flying south. On the back of the meteorite, there was a man who was excitedly looking at an object in his hand. It was a man with a sallow complexion, and the object in his hand was an irregular metal fragment that looked like a fragment of some sort of weapon. The man sighed in amazement as he looked at the fragment. Uncanny craftsmanship, uncanny craftsmanship. Even a fragment of a fragment still has a complete sourcebox array. If this weapon was complete, who knows how many sourcebox arrays it would have? It's unimaginable. The man looked at the weapon fragment with a scorching gaze. He had coincidentally obtained this weapon fragment after entering the burial garden, and he had used it to casually kill someone with a similar cultivation to himself. He had killed that person for no apparent reason, and he had only done so to verify the sourcebox array. The result had left him rather satisfied. No, he was even excited. The sourcebox array on this weapon fragment allowed it to move around without a trace. Even the man himself was not clear about the weapon fragment's trajectory, he only knew where it would end up. With this item, I can even fight against that old freak whose power level exceeds 400,000. I might even be able to use this item to increase my lockbreaking level and become one of the upper echelons of the lockbreaking world. Ha 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 ha, the sallow-faced man excitedly muttered to himself. The Great Eastern Alliance actually wants to detain me, and they even want to take my items. Dream on. How can those trash take my, Xianxia's, items? He did not realize that the Luo Emperor was standing less than 5 meters behind him as he spoke. Xianxia excitedly put away the weapon fragment and looked into the distance. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine, and he turned around to see a pair of red eyes. A corpse king? No, it was a cyborg? You're the one who destroyed Earth and Star and killed the giant, the Luo Emperor said coldly. Xianxia's eyes narrowed as he stared at the Luo Emperor. His gaze was filled with apprehension and fear. An expert, an absolute expert. He had been so close to Xianxia, but Xianxia had not sensed him at all. And you are? The Great Eastern Alliance's Luo Emperor. Xianxia's heart sank, and he retrieved the weapon fragment from behind his back. So you were once the ruler of the Ross Empire. You once controlled a region, so why are you willing to serve a puny Luin? You're even helping him? The Luo Emperor's gaze remained the same, and no one could tell what he was thinking. Hand over the item and follow me back to the Great Eastern Alliance. Xianxia raised his head. I'm a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker from the Neoverse lockbreaking world, and I'm a member of the Lockbreaker Society. What right does the Great Eastern Alliance have to detain me? And you want me to hand over the item? Luin is also a member of the Lockbreaker Society. You should ask him if he dares to do so. The Lockbreaker Society was very protective of its members, and touching one would provoke a whole group of them. Luin had often used the Lockbreaker Society to intimidate others, and at this moment, the Luo Emperor was similarly intimidated by the Lockbreaker Society. Follow me back to the Great Eastern Alliance. Xianxia sneered. I won't go back with you. You can leave. I want to return to the Lockbreaker world. If Luyin has any objections, tell him to contact me directly through the Lockbreaker network. The Luo Emperor repeated, follow me back to the Great Eastern Alliance immediately. Xianxia was furious. Luo Emperor, I respect you as an emissary, but don't think that the Lockbreaker Society is afraid of you. Ask around and find out that there's more than one emissary in the Lockbreaker Society. Even if you're an emissary, you can't act recklessly against me. The Luo Emperor did not intend to waste any more words. However, Xianxia's gaze was cold as he raised his hand. The weapon fragment appeared and then disappeared. He could not see it at all, and he only knew that it had shot towards the Luo Emperor. However, in the Luo Emperor's eyes, the weapon fragment actually broke through the astral source universe and shot towards him. He raised his hand to grab the weapon fragment, and a teeth-numbing cutting sound rang out from his palm. Sparks flew in all directions as his hand was severed. His body had actually been sliced apart by the weapon fragment. Xianxia was aghast. He wasn't dead. He was done for. The Luo Emperor stared at the weapon fragment in his hand in shock. What kind of material could be so hard? Luo Emperor, return it to me. Xianxia bellowed, but he did not dare to attack. He was only an enlighter with a power level of 300,000, and he had relied on this weapon fragment to kill the giant. How could he dare to attack an emissary? The Luo Emperor put away the weapon fragment, grabbed Xianxia, and returned to the Ross Empire's stronghold. Luo Emperor, let go of me. Do you want to start a war with the Lockbreaker Society? I don't have the guts to do that. Xianxia shouted as he furiously attacked the Luo Emperor. However, he was stunned by the Luo Emperor's punch. Not long after, on a planet within the Sword Sect's territory, a cultivator walked out of the Burial Garden's gate. This person was rather unlucky and was immediately detained by the Sword Sect. Even his clothes were stripped and searched. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. This sort of thing happened all over the universe. Wherever there was a Burial Garden's gate, there would definitely be someone guarding it. Some of the guarding powers were destroyed by the people who walked out of the Burial Garden's gate, while others managed to successfully steal something from the Burial Garden's gate. The commotion caused by the Burial Garden's gate grew bigger and bigger, but the desiccated corpses' pursuit of the primordial bloodline did not stop there. It was as if the opening of the Burial Garden did not affect them at all. The entire universe went from calm to tumultuous. A few days after Luyin entered the Burial Garden from the Cosmic Sea, a piece of news spread from the Burial Garden that shocked the universe. A primordial giant's corpse was walking in circles while carrying a palace on its back. Along the way, it had dropped many natural treasures that could be used to avoid danger, as well as weapons that could be used by enlighters. There were even inherited techniques that had been dropped. The source of this news was very difficult to find, as it seemed to have spread like wildfire on the network overnight. The news only remained on the network for 2 hours before it completely disappeared. Someone important had interfered, and to be able to block this news from the entire network meant that the person who had interfered was definitely someone from the Neoverse, and there was a 90% chance that they were from the Hall of Honor. This made people believe in the accuracy of the news even more. The various great powers continuously sent people into the Burial Garden to search for this primordial giant. A few days later, Luyin stood atop a mountain range and stared into the distance with a dumbfounded expression. He saw an incomparably large figure staggering along with a hunched back. Every step it took left a footprint that was as large as a city, and every step caused the mountains and rivers to tremble. The clouds were only around the figure's waist, and through the clouds, Luyin could see that the giant was carrying an even larger palace on its back. After experiencing the strange and terrifying scene at T Mountain, Luyin's impression of the Burial Garden had completely changed. What he saw now left him in disbelief. Was this a giant carrying a palace on its back? Luyin's eyes flickered as he stared at the giant. Although the giant seemed to be fatigued with every step was very long, and it quickly disappeared. Luyin hurriedly chased after it. No matter what, the palace on the giant's back was still very attractive. Furthermore, if he was not mistaken, that giant was also a corpse that walked around the Burial Garden. This type of corpse had a professional name, a wandering corpse. The burial grounds were different from the Neo-Human Alliance, and these wandering corpses were also different from the Corpse Kings and the desiccated corpses that hunted down ancient bloodlines. However, there were some similarities between the two. Luyin slowly approached the wandering giant, not daring to get too close. The scene at the tea mountain had frightened him, and he was afraid that he would attract the wandering giant's attention. Reality had proven that the wandering corpses in the burial grounds were not simple. After following the wandering corpse for half a day, Luyin decided to circle around and take a look. Suddenly, he stared at the palace on the wandering corpse's back. There were a few people fighting inside, and they seemed to be fighting over something. Luyin's eyes widened, and his pupils turned into runes. He saw a few cultivators fighting at the palace's entrance, and from their cultivation, it seemed that they were not even enlighters. They seemed to be fighting over something, and not long after, one of them used a strange method to kill the others. He then jumped off the palace and flew into the distance. Luyin was about to chase after him, but the wandering giant suddenly raised its hand and swatted the cultivator to death as if he was chasing away a mosquito. Not even his corpse was left behind. Luyin's scalp went numb. He had not seen wrongly. When the wandering giant had swung its arm, it had seemed to tear the void apart and reveal the astral source universe. The powerful pressure was like the collapse of the heavens, and it made people panic and despair. The wandering giant was definitely a powerhouse with a power level of 1,000,000. Luyin felt that it might even be on the same level as the 6th mainland's celestial imprint, which was around 1.2 million. With such a level of combat power, even a simple wave of his arm was not something he could block. Every time he waved his arm, his movement was extremely fast. It was like a human waving his arm to drive away mosquitoes. As long as he saw it, he would be able to hit it. That cultivator had been swatted to death just like that. Luyin walked forward and found the cultivator's bloody corpse. He found a cosmic ring in the pool of blood and used his star energy to lift it up. He opened it, and a pile of items fell out. Most of them were useless, at least to Luyin. Only a strangely shaped item that looked like a weapon fragment piqued his interest. He had not seen wrongly, this was the item that this person had used to kill the others outside the palace. Luyin picked up the weapon fragment and felt a bone-chilling cold. He casually swung it, and it tore through the void and entered the astral source universe. He was shocked that a weapon fragment could tear through the astral source universe. It was no wonder why this person had been able to kill the others. How could they have withstood an attack from the astral source universe? This person was really unlucky. He could have taken the item and left in victory, but he was still slapped to death. This person was very cautious. He knew that if he stayed, there might be strong people coming. He might not even be able to keep the weapon fragment, so he left early. What a pity, but even if the giant zombie didn't kill him, he wouldn't be able to escape from his hands. Putting away the weapon fragments, Luyin carefully circled to the front of the zombie giant and looked up. He thought it was a giant, but when he saw the giant's head, he was shocked. This giant was not a giant, but a giant beast. The one dragging the palace was not a human, but a creature with the body of an ape and the head of an eagle. Upon closer inspection, the creature's body was covered in long hair, and it seemed to have wings on its back. The palace was pressing down on it. Luyin watched the giant beast walk and then looked up at the palace above the clouds. His desire to explore the palace had vanished the moment the cultivator had been killed, but he decided to follow the giant beast. If someone else went in to explore the palace, they would hand over whatever they found to him when they returned. Like those who wait outside the gate of the burial garden, there was no need for him to take the risk. A day later, another person arrived. After thinking for a while, he rushed into the palace. The giant zombie didn't interfere when they entered. Luyin followed behind the giant zombie, waiting expectantly. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Even on the 4th day, that person still didn't come out. He was either dead or unwilling to come out, so Luyin continued to follow. Soon, more people came looking for him, and there was more than one of them. They all rushed into the palace excitedly, as if they knew that there was such a place. This time, the people who entered quickly came out, but they were all killed by the giant zombie. Luyin wanted to pick up some scraps, but where was the cosmic ring? No? He was disappointed. Cosmic rings weren't indestructible, and he could easily crush another's. The only reason he had managed to keep the one from a few days ago was because of luck. Luyin continued to wait for more. Half a day later, more people rushed out, and more people went in. These people were fighting inside the palace, and even outside the palace, they were still fighting fiercely, but most of them were killed by the giant beast zombies. Only one guy was lucky enough not to be killed, but he was severely injured by the impact of the fall, and his whole body was stuck in the ground, unable to pull out. Luin squatted beside the hole and looked at the half-broken woman. "Do you need help?" The woman wailed in pain. "Brother, please save me. I'm from the Neoverse Flower City." Flower City? Luin had heard of it before. There were many heavenly cities in the Neoverse, and Flower City was one of them. It was built on top of a large blue flower, and although it looked strange, it was actually very ordinary. "I can help you pull it out, as long as you hand over the things you obtained from the palace." Luin smiled. Half of the woman's body had been shattered, and a cold glint flashed through her eyes when she heard Lu Yin's words. She then frowned and weakly said, "Of course, big brother. I can give you everything I have. Please save me." Lu Yin's lips curled up, and he casually pulled her out. The woman clutched her right shoulder and coughed as blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She bowed to Lu Yin. "Thank you for saving my life." Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly attacked and spat out a mouthful of blood at Lu Yin. The blood exploded in midair and turned into a red mist that covered the sky. Lu Yin's expression changed as the red mist infected his body. His skin started to fester at a speed visible to the naked eye before melting away. In the end, his entire body turned into a skeleton that fell to the ground. The woman panted and sneered, "You want to steal from me? Why don't you look in the mirror and see what you're made of? Trash." She turned to leave, but when she turned back, her expression changed as if she had seen something inconceivable. Behind her, Lu Yin was standing there unscathed, his expression calm. The woman could not believe her eyes, and she looked down at her feet. The pile of bones was still there, and they were gradually melting away. "How? You?" Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. "You're vicious. I saw you kill 2 people at the entrance of the palace before rushing out. You do have some tricks up your sleeve." The woman gritted her teeth, her face pale. "You're a man, yet you have the nerve to bully a half-crippled woman like me. Let me tell you, if you dare to attack me, Flower City will not let you off. You're dead." Lu Yin laughed. "You don't recognize me?" The woman was about to mock him when her expression suddenly froze. She stared at Lu Yin's face, and her eyes flickered. At first, she seemed to be confused, but then she seemed to remember something. Her mouth fell open, and she looked terrified. Lu, you're Lu Yin?" Lu Yin's lips curled up. "I thought that you didn't recognize me." The woman was overwhelmed, and her body went limp. "Sovereign Lu, I didn't mean to offend you. Please forgive me and let me go this once. I'll do whatever you want me to do." She was truly terrified. She had thought that the person in front of her was just a nobody who could be intimidated by the name of the Neoverse. Who would have thought that it was actually Lu Yin? This was Lu Yin, a sovereign of his generation and the leader of the Great Eastern Alliance. It was rumored that not only could he fight against an emissary as an enlighter, but he could also control the Hall of Honor's board of directors. His background was enormous. Not just her, but even the entire Flower City was worthless in his eyes. It was laughable that she had even threatened him with Flower City. She truly felt despair. Lu Yin flicked his finger, and the woman's forehead was struck, causing her to fall to the ground. This woman was vicious, and Lu Yin did not have a habit of sparing his enemies. He took out the woman's cosmic ring and used her blood to open it. Most of the items inside were useless, but there was a flower that was shaped like a box. Lu Yin opened the box and saw a blood-stained shirt. It was black and made of ordinary material, but the moment he saw it, he couldn't help but recall the scene of him absorbing death energy in the Mysterium sect. He had seen a lone person sitting on the ground with a black scythe by his side. His back was bleak, and that person's clothes were the exact same color as the blood-stained shirt. The blood-stained shirt reminded Lu Yin of that person. Could it have come from that person? Lu Yin guessed that that person was the Grim Reaper. Did that mean that this blood-stained shirt had come from the Grim Reaper? He stared blankly at the blood-stained shirt in the petal box, and then he reached out to take it. The moment his fingers touched the blood-stained shirt, his brain rumbled, and the death energy in his body flowed out uncontrollably to form a figure behind him. The figure wore a black cloak and floated in midair. It suddenly raised a hand, and a black hook appeared in the void and slashed out. The entire burial garden seemed to tremble. The zombie trembled and then knelt down, causing the entire palace to shake. Somewhere in the burial garden, the mausoleum keeper suddenly looked up. The Grim Reaper's power has been activated. Someone has already connected to the ancient legends? I hope that someone will be able to accept the ancient inheritance. The Grim Reaper's power had come and gone quickly, and even though it had caused a huge commotion in the burial garden, the cultivators who had entered hadn't been able to detect it. Luin instantly retracted his finger, feeling as if his fingertips had been electrocuted. He seemed to have seen that figure again, easily suppressing an incomparably large monster. That figure had been filled with loneliness, and it was definitely the same person he had seen when the Mysterium sect had absorbed death energy. This bloodstained shirt had also come from that person. Luin quickly put it away and looked up. Eh? Why was that zombie kneeling down? He approached curiously. It didn't take long for the zombie to get up and continue walking forward. Every step it took caused the ground to tremble, and from time to time, items would fall out of the palace. Luin checked every item that fell out. On this day, a terrifying aura swept through the area. Luin knew that a powerhouse had finally found this place. It was an envoy-level powerhouse, but he didn't know if it was from the 5th or 6th mainland. He watched as the figure above him stepped out of the void and easily entered the palace. Lu Yan's gaze turned cold. That was the uniform of a blacksmith family. This person was from the War Martial Realm's blacksmith family. The 6th mainland's blacksmithing family had been an extremely powerful family, and their forefather had been a celestial imprinter. They had been one of the 6th mainland's Dowsor sect's 4 sovereigns, but they had been destroyed by the symbol progenitor's power during the invasion of the 5th mainland. When the blacksmithing family had been at its peak, aside from the celestial imprinter's forefather, there had also been world imprinters and world imprinters. There were many experts in the family, and the War Martial Realm had been ranked according to the blacksmithing family's blacksmiths. The martial progenitor had not interfered with the blacksmithing family's blacksmithing family, and the martial progenitor had not interfered. The family's weapon wielder had also been a realmling, and he had been extremely arrogant to the point that Wendy Yushan had not been able to control his sword. Now, the blacksmithing family had lost its glory, and this person was perhaps the only imprinter left in the family. Luin did not know how high that imprinter's cultivation was, and he did not want to take the risk of fighting with that person. He only hoped that this person would be slapped to death by the astral beast. However, Luin was disappointed, as that imprinter did not come out. Several days passed, and people would occasionally rush out of the palace, but that imprinter still did not come out. Luin had been following the astral beast for more than 10 days now, and there were times when he was tempted to enter the palace to take a look. More than one person had been lucky enough to escape the fate of being slapped to death. Even if those people could not escape him, he still resisted the urge to enter. He was determined not to go. On this day, a certain distance to the right of the astral beast's corpse, a pale-faced man was shuttling through the void. He would occasionally look back, as if he was trying to avoid something. For a long time, nothing happened, and the man's expression did not relax. Instead, it became even more serious. Suddenly, the man's body froze, and his skin dried up as if water had been sucked out of it. He took out an umbrella to cover his body, and only then did that state disappear. As long as you tell me how this umbrella is used and where it came from, I'll let you go. How about it? A cold voice traveled over, and a woman walked out from behind the man. Her expression was gloomy, and her gaze was icy. She was filled with killing intent and arrogance. You're an emissary, but you're toying with an enlighter like me. Don't you feel ashamed? The man asked coldly. The woman sneered. I fought with an enlighter a while ago. Who was younger than you, but he escaped. Enlighter. Johan. The man frowned. Are you talking about Luin? Johan's eyes narrowed. Tell me where the umbrella came from and what it's used for. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving this place alive. As soon as she finished speaking, she looked into the distance in shock and saw the giant zombie carrying the palace on its back. She was completely dumbfounded, as this scene was extremely shocking. The man also saw it. His pupils constricted, and then he sped up. Jiuhan snorted coldly. That umbrella can prevent me from extracting the water from your body, but do you think it can block my attack? As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the space beside the man trembled as he was flung away. After all, Jiuhan was an emissary, and not just any ordinary emissary at that. The man was only an enlighter, and his power level did not even reach 300,000, so there was no way he could resist her. There was only one Luin in the entire universe. The man did not suffer any injuries. On the surface of his body, 3 streams of qi coiled around him and transformed at the same time. Jiuhan sneered. I've already experienced the 3 suns' ancestral qi, and it's indeed an invincible battle technique. Unfortunately, it can't make up for the difference between us. The Xiao family's progenitor Chen formed from the 3 suns' ancestral qi merged with the illusory progenitor Chen and slashed out. On the other side, progenitor Hui, formed from ancestral qi, flitted past Jiuhan and laid down a sourcebox array. Jiuhan raised a finger and tapped out. A martial seal revolved around her fingertip, and the array easily shattered the progenitor Chen. The progenitor Chen's combined blade technique was also easily neutralized. She was not an ordinary emissary, but someone with a power level of over 600,000. She was one of the top powerhouses in the same realm. Enough playing. Hand over the umbrella. Jiuhan barked. She descended in front of the man and pressed down with a single palm. This attack was merciless. The man raised a hand. Banish, but it was useless. Jiuhan was only forced back a step by the secret technique, and her palm had already landed on the man's forehead. The man thought that he would definitely die, but Jiuhan's palm did not land. Instead, she grabbed the man's neck and dragged him towards the giant zombie. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I remember that you're called Xianxia, and keeping you alive is more useful than killing you. Actually, I'm more interested in knowing what the 3 suns' ancestral qi is. Jiuhan's voice became much gentler as she looked at the man. This was her true goal. When she recognized the man, the first thing that came to mind was the 3 suns' ancestral qi. During the sovereign tournament, the 3 suns' ancestral qi had displayed its brilliance and suppressed everyone in the same generation, including the 6th mainland's Daosource 3 skies. Xianxia had even wanted everyone to surround and attack him in order to force out the 3 suns' ancestral qi's potential, but the martial progenitor had stopped him. If not for Lu Yin's sudden appearance and display his legendary strength, Xianxia would have been unstoppable among his peers. Jiuhan had also watched the sovereign tournament from the Daosource sect, and she had been filled with curiosity and desire for the 3 suns' ancestral qi. She had not expected to run into Xianxia in the burial garden, so she had naturally acted. She did not care about the consequences, and she had the martial progenitor's support. So what if she killed Xianxia? Even if she captured him, the Hall of Honor would not know. Xianxia was not surprised that she wanted to learn the 3 suns' ancestral qi. You won't be able to learn it. Jiuhan sneered, and her gaze landed on the spirit void umbrella in Xianxia's hands. What exactly is this umbrella? It can actually prevent me from extracting the water from your body, so it's definitely not an ordinary item. You have quite a few secrets, just like that Luin. It's a pity that he escaped, or else the 2 strongest people in the 5th mainland would have fallen into my hands. Grabbing Xianxia, Jiuhan caught up to the astral beast's wandering corpse. When she saw the beast's true appearance, she was just as shocked as Luin. It's actually a beast. The burial garden really does have everything, Jiuhan muttered to herself. Behind them, in the distance, Luin stared blankly at Jiuhan, who had appeared in front of the astral beast's wandering corpse. Xianxia? Luin saw Jiuhan, but she was completely focused on the astral beast's wandering corpse and did not notice him at all. Jiuhan did not notice Luin, so he quickly lowered his head and hid himself even deeper. He was not afraid, as Xiaoyu was not around, and Jiuhan alone was not enough for him to hide. More importantly, there was still Xianxia. He had to think of a way to rescue Xianxia. Jiuhan had not become an emissary through cultivation alone. Anyone who wanted to become an emissary had to go through many trials and tribulations, even if they were descendants of the martial ancestor. She was a cautious person, and even when she saw the palace, she did not immediately rush in. Instead, she held on to Xianxia while waiting, just like Luyin. Luyin could only stay even further away to prevent her from discovering him. Not long after, someone else appeared. This person did not immediately enter the palace and instead also planned to stay far away. Jiuhan was unhappy, and she appeared in front of that person and threw him in. That person was only a hunter, and he was as powerless as a child in front of Jiuhan. Jiuhan sneered when she saw that the person was unharmed after being thrown into the palace. She moved her finger, and that person had intended to rush into the palace, but he was unable to be stopped. The astral beast's strength pulled him back, but at that moment, the astral beast's wandering corpse waved its arm and smashed that person into a pool of blood. Jiuhan and Xianxia's expressions changed at the same time, and they both looked at the astral beast's wandering corpse fearfully. This thing could actually attack? There were clearly ancient items within the palace, and Jiuhan wanted to obtain them, but she did not want to take the risk herself. She looked at Xianxia and decided that this would not do. This person was related to the ancestral qi of the three sons, and his value was too great. She could not take the risk, so she could only keep a distance. She decided that if someone entered the palace, she would wait, and if that person obtained something and was slapped to death, it would belong to her. Her thoughts coincided with Lu Yin's. At this moment, Lu Yin circled around and arrived in front of the astral beast's wandering corpse. He then set up a sourcebox array according to the path that Jiuhan had followed the astral beast's wandering corpse. He rejoiced that the astral beast's wandering corpse had attracted all of Jiuhan's attention. Otherwise, she might have been able to discover him. 2 hours later, Jiuhan grabbed Xianxia and continued to follow the corpse while waiting for someone to find it. Suddenly, Jiuhan's eyes trembled as she sensed a fluctuation of star energy. She looked up and saw a pool of blood in the distance. There was a cosmic ring in the pool of blood, and the fluctuation of star energy was coming from there. She was puzzled, how could someone have died there? And it looked exactly the same as when the astral beast had been slapped to death. Even though it was strange, she did not think too much about it. She grabbed Xianxia and walked over to the pool of blood. Just as she was about to lower her head to retrieve the cosmic ring, Xianxia suddenly disappeared and reappeared 1,000 meters away. Jiuhan was shocked. Not good. A sourcebox array. She stepped into Astral Source Universe to prevent any sneak attacks. Suddenly, Lu Yin used the secret art of scheme to appear behind her. Golden Battle Force imprint appeared as he unleashed his emptiness palm. Jiuhan had not expected it to be Lu Yin, and she subconsciously used a ripple to block in front of her. She reacted quickly, and the emptiness palm landed on the ripple, sending her flying out of Astral Source Universe. Lu Yin's eyes trembled as his spiritual force erupted. The Jiuhan imprint's majestic power swept through the area, completely dispersing Xianxia and Lu Yin's star energy. She could disperse star energy, but she couldn't disperse spiritual force, nor could she disperse the emptiness palm. The last time they had fought, Lu Yin had learned that Jiuhan's greatest weakness was her spiritual force. Coincidentally, his strongest point was also her spiritual force. He was the strongest against the weakest, and Jiuhan was immediately struck. Under Baiye's imprint of the martial progenitor, her entire being sank into oblivion. She saw the martial progenitor descend, and she saw herself learn the ancestral qi of the three sons. However, all of this was illusory as the martial progenitor sent a palm towards her. This palm landed on her, and from what Lu Yin knew, the illusory attack within Baiye's imprint of the martial progenitor was enough to heavily injure or even kill Jiuhan. However, he had underestimated the martial progenitor's descendant. Jiuhan's forehead blossomed with light as a martial seal appeared. Not only did it break through Baiye's imprint of the martial progenitor, but it also attacked Lu Yin. If Lu Yin had seen Jiu San's battle with the corpse god, he would not have been surprised. Jiu San was the martial progenitor's third grandson, and he had relied on the martial seal that the martial progenitor had left within his body to kill the corpse god. Jiuhan also had an inherited martial seal, and even if its power was less than 1% of Jiu San's, it was still a fatal threat to Lu Yin. Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and with a wave of his hand, the spirit void umbrella appeared in Xianxing's hand. He opened it up and aimed it at the martial seal. There was a loud bang as the void was torn apart, and Lu Yin was sent flying. The shockwaves from the void's explosion swept through the surroundings, kicking up a cloud of dust beneath the feet of the astral beast corpse. After a while, when the dust settled, Luin lowered his arm. The spirit void umbrella was undamaged, and Johan's face went pale. Impossible. The martial seal came from the martial progenitor. How could this umbrella withstand it? Luin was glad that he had the spirit void umbrella, or else he might not have been able to completely defend against it with just his micro-armor. This was the martial ancestor's martial seal, and based on Johan's limits, it might have exceeded 900,000. This was not something that he could withstand, and the spirit void umbrella had come from the spirit void temple's ancestor Ku, which was also a progenitor item. There are many things that you don't understand. Let's see if you still have a martial seal. Luin barked as his spiritual force swept towards Johan once more. Johan's expression changed, and she waved her hand in a futile attempt to drain the water from Luin's body. However, Luin had the spirit void umbrella, and all of her attacks were blocked. Under Baiye's praise, Johan endured unimaginable pain. The martial ancestor could protect her once, but not twice. Within the illusion, the martial ancestor's palm finally landed. Johan spat out a mouthful of blood, and her forehead cracked open. She glared at Luin with a pitiful expression. I'm the martial ancestor's descendant. You dare kill me, Luin? Lu Yin's eyes widened. So what if you're the martial ancestor's descendant? It's not your place to act like a tyrant in the Fifth Mainland. Johan shrieked and pulled out all sorts of power vessels from her cosmic ring in an attempt to save her life. One of them was a defensive power vessel that took the form of a martial seal that wrapped around her entire body. She then charged into the distance. Little bastard, I'll remember this. I'll make you pay with your life in the future, and your Great Eastern Alliance can forget about surviving in the Outerverse. Lu Yin's expression was icy, and his gaze was icy. You really think you can escape? The astral chessboard appeared beneath his feet, and he moved. Johan broke into the astral source universe in an attempt to escape, but Luin did the same. He raised a hand and summoned a general appointment platform. In my name, I summon a general. The next moment, the death aura in Lu Yin's body rapidly decreased, and he formed Songzhou. He aimed it at Johan and ignited flames. Songzhou was a powerhouse whose power level exceeded 700,000, and his attacks caused Johan's defenses to distort. She was terrified. Luin, stop. Do you want to start a war with the Sixth Mainland? Do you want to start a war with the martial ancestor? Luin was unmoved, and he attacked with an empty palm. In less than 10 seconds, Johan's defensive power vessel shattered, and she was shocked. Luin, I'm the martial ancestor's descendant, and there are many powerhouses. If you dare to kill me, you'll die. The martial ancestor won't let you. Luin took out the weapon shard and casually waved it. The weapon shard sliced into Johan's neck, and a thin, blood-red line could be seen clearly. Xianxia stared blankly as Johan's corpse fell to the ground. Johan's eyes were still wide open, filled with unwillingness and hatred. This person was dead. Luin walked out of the astral source universe, exhausted as well. Johan was not easy to deal with. Even if her spirit was her weakness, she still had the protection of the martial seal that the martial ancestor had given her. If not for the spirit void umbrella, he would have been in trouble. As a descendant of the martial ancestor, he had a lot of good stuff. Fortunately, he had more tricks up his sleeve. The earth shook, but the giant zombie was not affected by the battle. It continued to carry the palace forward step by step. Luin walked over to Johan's corpse and looked at it quietly. After killing the martial progenitor's descendant, the enmity between him and the martial progenitor was irreconcilable. However, he did not intend to do so. After all, the enmity between the Sixth Mainland and the Fifth Mainland was irreconcilable. Although they were both humans, and their greatest enemy was the Eternals, Progenitor Chen had massacred the Sixth Mainland's progenitors, the symbol progenitor had carried an entire civilization against the Sixth Mainland, and Progenitor Hui had schemed against time and almost sacrificed the entire Sixth Mainland. All of these proved that the Sixth Mainland had done something that the Fifth Mainland could not forgive. If not for Progenitor Hui's schemes, which had led to the collapse of the Sixth Mainland and the invasion of the Eternals, the Sixth Mainland would have been annihilated. In Lu Yin's heart, the sixth mainland was an enemy that was second only to the Eternals and the four cardinal scales. If he killed them, then so be it. The spoils of war were the most important. Lu Yin's gaze landed on the cosmic ring on Johan's finger, and he eagerly picked it up. Xianxia arrived, and he was speechless when he saw Lu Yin's actions. Lu Yin looked at him and reluctantly tossed the spirit void ring over. This is good stuff. Xianxia caught it and stored it in his cosmic ring. I got it in the ruler realm. Thank you. Lu Yin's mouth twitched. Then give me more star essence. Xianxia nodded. Alright, I'll go back and get some. Lu Yin did not take this to heart, and his attention was focused on Johan's cosmic ring. He used Johan's blood to open the ring and poured everything out. He was stunned. Aside from the woman's personal items and some pills, there wasn't much else. Where were the power vessels? Where were the legacy techniques? At the very least, there should be star essence, but there was none. Lu Yin thought that he had not emptied everything, so he poured everything out as much as he could, but there was nothing left in the ring. He gritted his teeth, as he had not gained anything from this huge battle. Right, he took out the general appointment platform again. In my name, I appoint a general. Unsurprisingly, Johan was appointed and became a brand on the platform. This was Xianxia's first time seeing Lu Yin appoint a general, and he was very surprised. Lu Yin glanced at him and thought about the spirit void umbrella. Based on his temperament, he would have just taken that toy away. He had saved this guy's life, but no matter what, this guy had gone through thick and thin with him in the cosmic trees, so he felt a little embarrassed. Forget it, he would just pretend that he had never seen the spirit void umbrella. Don't tell anyone, Lu Yin said, referring to the general appointment platform. Although Elder Chan already knew about it, the outside world had not heard of it. Xianxia was surprised. Is this your innate gift? You don't know? Lu Yin was puzzled. Xianxia shook his head. I should know. Lu Yin recalled that everyone in the cosmic tree's memories had been sealed, and they could not actively recall anything related to the Lu family. The general appointment platform was the symbol of the Lu family, so naturally, no one dared to speak of it. The fifth mainland also had no records of it, and only a few people like Elder Chan knew about it. Although Xianxia was second only to Lu Yin in his generation, he was still young and did not have the qualifications to know too much. That woman is called Johan, and she's a descendant of the sixth mainland's martial ancestor. Lu Yin casually replied, I know. We've fought before. I heard her mention it before, so I knew it was you. Aside from you, no enlighter can escape from her, Xianxia replied. Lu Yin looked at him. Is that a compliment? Xianxia did not deny it. Once news of her death spreads, it will definitely attract the attention of the sixth mainland's martial ancestors' descendants. Did anyone see her chasing you? Lu Yin asked. Xianxia and Lu Yin looked at each other. I don't know. Lu Yin frowned, but he did not say anything else. Xianxia's expression was calm. Even if someone finds out that her death is related to me, it doesn't matter. Even if the martial ancestor descends, he might not dare to enter the Neoverse. My fifth mainland has the power to restrict progenitors, and the Aeonian kingdom was able to injure the mystery progenitor, which is a huge blow to the sixth mainland's three ancestors. There's also the symbol progenitor's power that injured the martial ancestor, Lu Yin reminded him. Actually, he really wanted to ask about the Hall of Honor. What kind of power was the Hall of Honor hiding that the seven sky gods were so afraid of? The seven sky gods were all half-progenitors, and the entire human domain's seven half-progenitors had to join forces to contend against them. The Hall of Honor alone would not be able to withstand them, and if the seven sky gods joined forces to attack the Hall of Honor, the other half-progenitors might not have the time to rescue them. Even so, the seven sky gods had never joined forces to attack the Hall of Honor. Back then, an ancient god had been able to destroy the node from Elder Chan. Even if the node had been set up by the Hui ancestor, it also proved that Elder Chan might not have been able to completely stop the ancient god. The Hall of Honor definitely had some kind of background that the seven sky gods were afraid of, but Xianxia should not know about it, so Lu Yin did not ask. Lu Yin and Xianxia hurriedly chased after the corpse as it walked away. Why are you following it? Lu Yin glanced at Xianxia, and his tone was not very friendly. Was this guy trying to snatch the treasures from him? He was too bold. Xianxia calmly replied, "We're just following it. Don't worry, everything is yours." Luyin pursed his lips. Did that even need to be said? If he dared to snatch it, he would break his hand. Xianxia was curious about the origins of this astral corpse beast as well as the situation in Burial Garden. After all, it was one of the 3 dark hands. Right, does Elder Chan allow you to enter Burial Garden without worry? Luyin asked as he recalled something. Xianxia calmly replied, after the sovereign tournament, many people's thoughts changed. Previously, they wanted to use the safest method to nurture me, and they wanted me to cultivate to the half-progenitor level without harming my life. But now, things are different. After losing to you after the sovereign tournament, many people changed their minds, especially Elder Chan. He allowed me to go out and train on my own. Even if I die, I want to die on the road. Luyin felt strange. What a strange way of thinking. Who would go out and train just for the sake of training? It's all because they have no other choice. If possible, I'd rather be kept in captivity as long as they give me enough star essence. That's not a funny joke, Xianxia said. Luyin was very serious. I'm not joking. As long as you guys can satisfy my appetite, I won't go anywhere. Xianxia did not believe him at all. Besides Luyin himself, no one else would believe him. It was just like when Star Sibyl had asked him how to become stronger, and he had answered that he could become stronger with money. This answer had angered Hai Dashao so much that he had almost slapped him. However, this was Lu Yin's answer. This was his path, and no one else could replicate it. Lu Yin followed them for 2 days, and quite a few people arrived during this time. Some entered the palace, while others followed Lu Yin and Xianxia, intending to pick up scraps. In Lu Yin's words, these people were too wretched, and they were forced by Lu Yin to explore the palace. If they were lucky, they would be able to find something, but if they were unlucky, they would be slapped to death. Lu Yin obtained a few things from these people, but they were not of much use. Some items seemed ancient, but they would shatter with a single touch. Some items were enough for an emissary, but they were of no use to Lu Yin. Do you want this? I'll sell it to you. Lu Yin handed over an ancient-looking power vessel to Xianxia and asked expectantly. This power vessel had the power to topple mountains and overturn seas, and it could even push away an emissary. However, to Lu Yin, it was not even as useful as a hollow palm. Even if he could upgrade it to the max, this sort of area of effect attack would not be of much use. Xianxia took it. How much? What do you think? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Xianxia thought about it for a while and then gave Lu Yin a white Mavis bank card. The Hall of Honor gave this to me. They said that it's enough for me to use, so you can withdraw it. He then told Lu Yin how to withdraw the money. Lu Yin was excited. A white crystal card was second only to a top-grade gray crystal card. How much? I don't know, Xianxia replied. Lu Yin accepted the card expectantly. The two looked up at the same time and saw a person rush out of the palace, only to be swatted to death by the corpse. They had seen such a scene many times, and they were already numb to it. All of a sudden, the giant zombie beast stopped moving. Lu Yin and Xianxia exchanged glances, but the corpse never stopped moving. The next moment, the palace tilted, and the corpse straightened its back. Then, many items fell out of the palace, most of which were corpses. Lu Yin and Xianxia were stunned. Was this a stretch? A corpse could stretch? The corpse only stretched for a short while before it continued to stagger forward, leaving behind a pile of items on the ground. Lu Yin and Xianxia hurried over. In another direction, not far away, someone looked up at the corpse as it walked past. The person stood there quietly and seemed to be about to leave. At that moment, Lu Yin's domain happened to cover the person, and the person paused before slowly turning around. Lu Yin, who had been picking up the leftovers, was suddenly startled. He stepped into Astral Source Universe and disappeared. Xianxia was flabbergasted. What had caused Lu Yin to not pick up the items? Xianxia knew Lu Yin well enough to know that something big must have happened. He wanted to chase after Lu Yin, but when he looked around, he did not know where Lu Yin had gone. In the distance, that person looked up at the corpse as Luin stepped out of Astral Source Universe. You're still alive? Starsabil. This person was Starsabil. Many people had thought that she was dead, and the Starsabil sect had disappeared. No one had expected her to appear here. Starsabil looked at Luin and smiled. Her smile was devastatingly beautiful. Brother Lu, we meet again. Luin looked at Starsabil's smiling face. I thought you guys were dead. Starsabil smiled. The Neo-Human Alliance needs us to find something for them. Why would they kill us? So you're saying that the Starsabil sect was destroyed by you guys? Luin asked. A light breeze brushed past her face, causing her hair to flutter. She tucked it behind her ear, revealing her snow-white neck. That's the only way to avoid being captured by the Neo-Human Alliance. Why not ask the Hall of Honor for help? Does Brother Lu think that the Hall of Honor can protect us? Or would Elder Chan appear personally? Although my Starsabil sect has some influence, we are still unable to request the protection of a half-martial ancestor powerhouse. How can we compare to Brother Lu? After the Autark tournament, the Sage Celestial Master personally appeared to protect you, and you've turned misfortune into fortune many times. Starsabil was envious. Where are you now? Luin asked. Starsabil bowed slightly. The Eternals are too powerful. Even if Brother Lu has the power to protect himself, he might not have the power to protect my Starsabil sect. I hope that Brother Lu will not ask too many questions and allow my Starsabil sect to remain in peace. When the day comes that Brother Lu needs help, my Starsabil sect will definitely assist you with all of our strength. I also hope that Brother Lu will not forget our previous agreement. Back then, Luin had asked the Starsabil sect for a divination, and Starsabil had asked Luin to promise that he would preserve the Starsabil sect's last bit of hope when the human race faced a great calamity. This was the promise that Luin had made to the Starsabil sect. I haven't forgotten, but what exactly is it? Luin was curious. Starsabil shook her head. I don't know either. A great calamity will definitely come, but I can't predict what it will be. Then what makes you think that I can preserve the seed of your Starsabil sect? I might not even be able to protect myself. Starsabil's eyes lit up as she looked at Luin. Brother Lu, do you still remember when you were a part of the Starsabil Academy? Do you remember the Astral Combat Tournament and the Tournament of the Strongest? Luin nodded. Of course. Those two tournaments had made his name known throughout the universe to a certain extent, so how could he forget? He had also met Wang Yun in the Tournament of the Strongest, which had caused his identity as the Cosmic Tree to be exposed. Starsabil's lips curled up beautifully. Back then, I wanted to divine Brother Lu's future, but Brother Lu wasn't within the scope of my divination. Thus, I divined the results of the Tournament of the Strongest and used them to check Brother Lu's future. Luin was astonished. Check the future? What do you mean? Starsabil shook her head. It's hard to explain. This is a point that I divined myself. The person who used this point to divine me back then should have been Starsabil, Astral One's leader, who studied with me in the Astral Combat Academy. She's one of my 9 clones. So you're saying that you thought of me as someone who could be entrusted to you back then? Luin was bewildered, and his tone was filled with distrust. Starsabil smiled. Of course not. It's just a point, or rather, a variable. I want to use you as a variable to perform more divinations. But you once helped Knight King Jinwu, Luin said. Starsabil looked at Luin. When Brother Lu fought with Knight King Jinwu, I told you that that day was the most glorious day of his life, but it could also be the darkest day of his life. I also told you that I can't divine his future. Luin stared at her. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. So you didn't just use me as the point for your divination, but also Knight King Jinwu? More accurately, I used you as the point and Knight King Jinwu as a reference to make a second divination because I couldn't directly divine you, Starsabil explained. Luin did not understand Starsabil's words at all, but he knew that Starsabil had divined his future many times. The only difference was that she had not directly divined his future, but rather his enemies. This was also the reason why he had gotten close to Knight King Jinwu. The first time was the Tournament of the Strongest, and the second time was Knight King Jinwu. What was the third time? Luin asked. He did not like being schemed against by others, but Starsabil had never schemed against him before. She had only divined his enemies, which gave him a strange feeling. Starsabil bowed again. The Tao of divination cannot be explained clearly. Brother Lu, I have no ill intentions towards you, and I've even helped you in the past. I've even entrusted the future of the Starsabil sect to you. If Brother Lu needs anything in the future, the Starsabil sect will do our best to help. I hope that Brother Lu will treat us with sincerity. Luin muttered to himself for a moment. Help me find a word. Please tell me, Brother Lu. Luin answered, turbid. Starsabil did not understand. Turbid? What does that mean? Luin replied, just this word. Turbid means divination. Senior Zhu, please help me with the divination and tell me the results of your divination. Starsabil nodded. Alright, since that's the case, I'll take my leave. By the way, Brother Lu, the burial garden gate is dangerous, and the Neo-Human Alliance will definitely do everything they can to destroy it. The burial garden implicates ancient secrets and even inheritances, and the Eternals will not allow it to exist. Brother Lu, be careful. Luin fell into deep thought as he watched Starsabil leave. If possible, he wanted to force Starsabil to tell him everything she knew, but some people could not be forced. Furthermore, the Starsabil sect had indeed helped him several times, and he was not the type to bite the hand that fed him. He hoped that they would be able to divine some information about Turbid, but Luin did not hold out much hope. Even Mr. Mu could not find anything, so how could he count on the Starsabil sect? That was impossible. He just wanted to see how powerful the Starsabil sect was. What could Turbid possibly lead to? When Xianxia had divined for him, it had caused him to vomit blood. The Starsabil sect still had some ability. The surface of the lake was too calm, and nothing could be seen from the outside. Luin would have to throw a rock in to see if he could draw anything out. Luin planned to stir up a pool of spring water, and he hoped that the rock that was the Starsabil sect would be able to stir it up. He returned to the area where the astral beast corpse had been stretching. Xianxia was waiting for him, and there was also a cultivator squatting beside her, looking uneasy. Luin ignored the cultivator and picked up the rest of the loot. Most of the items that had dropped were corpses and weapons, but they were all very ordinary. It was obvious that they had been looted from a fight within the palace. Luin checked the cosmic rings of the corpses one by one and found 2 weapon fragments. Not bad, it seemed. That he had not waited in vain. Can I leave now? I didn't pick up anything, the cultivator squatting on the ground asked in a trembling voice. He recognized that one of the 2 was called Xianxia, and he represented the Hall of Honor. The other was even more terrifying, and he was the leader of the Great Eastern Alliance, Luin. He cultivated in the western region of the Innerverse, and even though it was quite a distance from the Great Eastern Alliance, it was said that even the Chaos God sect had joined the Great Eastern Alliance, so it was only a matter of time before they joined. Luin glanced at the cultivator, and his gaze sent a chill down the cultivator's spine. He hurriedly said in fear, Alliance leader Lu, I didn't pick up anything. I only heard that there was a giant carrying a palace around, and I just happened to see it, so I came to take a look. I was caught by this lord as soon as I arrived. I really didn't pick up anything. You heard? Who said that? Luin asked in surprise. The cultivator replied, it's all over the outside world. Some people say that there's a giant carrying an ancient palace around the graveyard, and that it often drops precious treasures such as weapons, power vessels, and even legacy techniques. Luin frowned. When did that happen? The cultivator thought about it. A long time ago. The graveyard opened not too long ago, so it should have been around 10 days ago. 10 days ago, Luin had not seen this corpse, which meant that this place had already been exposed before he had arrived. At that moment, a figure walked out of the palace on the corpse's back, tore through the void, and stepped out. Luin recognized this person, it was the 7th stage blacksmith. He hadn't died? He had been inside for quite some time. The 7th stage blacksmith was an envoy, and he could use the astral source universe to travel through the void. However, this was meaningless to the corpse, as it could shatter the void with a casual wave of its hand. Even if the blacksmith had tried to escape through the astral source universe, it would have been useless. Lu Ying felt a chill run down his spine, but the cultivator could not understand what had just happened. He had only seen the corpse casually wave its hand, and the void had exploded like a mosquito, causing blood to scatter everywhere. Alliance leader Lu, sir, I really didn't pick anything up. I just wanted to take a look. I swear that I will never spread the news that you two are here. Right, I can also use information to buy my life, the cultivator said in a panic. Xianxia was curious. Information? The cultivator nodded and gulped. Not far from where I came from, there's a graveyard gate. Lu Ying turned to look at him, his eyes shining. A graveyard gate that leads to the outside? The cultivator nodded. Yes, but it's been occupied by an expert. If you want to leave, you have to hand over your cosmic ring. Lu Ying and Xianxia exchanged glances. An expert? To them, only someone at Jiu Han's level could be considered an expert, and that was an envoy. How many envoys were there in the universe? And how many of them had stepped into the graveyard gate? Hold on, Lu Ying suddenly thought of something and stared at Xianxia. Just as he was about to speak, he paused and slapped the cultivator unconscious. He then turned back to Xianxia. Is it someone from the Hall of Honor? Xianxia didn't understand. Why do you ask? I found a burial gate that can be used to leave the Hall of Honor, and it's being guarded by an emissary. Xianxia shook his head. I'm not sure. I wasn't notified. Lu Ying didn't say anything else and quickly walked over to the pool of blood where the seventh phase blacksmith had been slapped to death. He suppressed his disgust and used his star energy to pick up the cosmic ring, open it, and pour out the contents. His harvest this time had been pretty good. There were quite a few weapons in the ring, and Lu Ying didn't know if they belonged to the blacksmith or someone else, but they were all of decent quality. Aside from the weapons, there were also hundreds of millions of star essence, all sorts of bottles, jars, and broken pieces of jade. They looked like legacy techniques, but they were already damaged and useless. Aside from these, most of the rest were useless items like the tokens of a forging family. Only one item piqued his interest, a map. He spread it out and was surprised to find that it was a map of the palace he'd been in. No wonder this guy had been inside for so long. He had been drawing a map, but what was the point? Lu Ying didn't even know who he was drawing it for. The map depicted the various locations of the palace in detail, and the dangerous areas were specifically marked out. Lu Ying glanced over the map, but he didn't plan on exploring any of them. He wasn't confident that he could escape the giant zombie's arms, and even the secret plan or a greater teleportation array might not be useful. Suddenly, Lu Ying stared blankly at a diagram in a corner of the map. It wasn't a palace, but rather a creature that had been drawn by the blacksmith. It was more obvious than any of the other markings. More importantly, Lu Ying had seen this creature before. It was a strange creature that had no eyes, no limbs, and no eyes, ears, mouth, or nose. Its body seemed to be surrounded by hills that went up in layers. It didn't exist in any of the known life forms, but Lu Ying had seen it before, and it had left a deep impression on him. When he had been absorbing the death energy in the Oddity sect, Lu Ying had seen a man who seemed to be the Grim Reaper easily suppress a creature that looked exactly like this diagram. Since then, Lu Ying had taken some time to investigate, but there was no such creature among all of the known life forms. It didn't belong to this era, and it only belonged to the era of the figure that Lu Ying had seen. If that figure was really the Grim Reaper, then the life form that dared to attack the Grim Reaper was likely a progenitor. The blood-stained robes he had obtained earlier confirmed his suspicions that the figure was the Grim Reaper. In that case, he looked up at the palace. It wasn't strange for this creature to be depicted in the palace, as they were from the same era. However, if it really was an era, how was this palace preserved? Too much time had passed. What was the origin of this burial garden? Even these things could be preserved. It was as if they had crossed through time and space, connecting to the ancient times. This map? Xianxia came and asked. Lu Ying put the map away. There's no map. Just now. There's nothing. You're mistaken. Xianxia was speechless. It's not like I'm going to steal it. Lu Ying's gaze turned dangerous. You'll be finished if you try. Xianxia didn't know how to reply. Don't forget, you still owe me money. Xianxia, didn't I give you a crystal card from the Mavis Bank? He asked uncertainly. That's for buying power vessels, Lu Yin answered matter-of-factly. Xianxia pursed his lips, not knowing how to communicate with Lu Yin. After thinking about it, he decided to just treat it as compensation for saving his life. Xianxia then went out to find a way to get some money for Lu Yin. Are you still going to follow this corpse? Lu Yin looked at the corpse walking away and shook his head. No, it's easy to enter, but difficult to exit. I don't want to die yet, and following it takes up too much time. Xianxia replied, I won't be following it either. He looked around. The burial garden is huge, and I want to explore it more. What about you? I'm going out for a bit. Don't die. Even if you do, you have to pay back the money you owe me before you die, Lu Yin emphasized. Xianxia smiled bitterly. Got it. Don't worry, brother Lu. Goodbye. Goodbye, Lu Yin replied, and the two parted ways. One headed south, the other north, while the corpse headed east. In the inner verse, the organization at the helm of the Beast Tamers Flow Zone was the Divine Grade Hall. Under the Divine Grade Hall were the First Grade Hall and Second Grade Hall, both of which controlled the entire Beast Tamers Flow Zone. There were many astral beasts in the Beast Tamers Flow Zone. Unlike humans, astral beasts did not need to be explorers to be able to roam the universe. Many astral beasts could do so at birth. For this reason, the Beast Tamers Flow Zone had come up with a method to create a shell similar to a spacecraft's exterior. This could protect the beast masters and allow them to accompany the astral beasts as they traveled through space. The Second Grade Hall was located in the outermost region of the Beast Tamers Flow Zone, and they were the gatekeepers of the Divine Grade Hall. In the past, there had only been 2 enlighters overseeing the place, and they had both been the most ordinary of enlighters. For example, Karthika, who had died at Lu Yin's hands, had been from the Second Grade Hall. Ever since burial garden gates had appeared in various parts of the universe, 3 had appeared within the Second Grade Hall's territory. The Divine Grade Hall had constantly sent disciples in to explore the burial gardens. However, none of those disciples had been able to contact the Divine Grade Hall. As a last resort, the Divine Grade Hall could only send enlighters to explore the burial grounds. Within the Beast Tamers Flow Zone, there was only one burial gate that could be used to enter and exit the Beast Tamers Flow Zone. When Lu Yin had ordered that the 8 great flow zones could only maintain one burial gate, the mountain god had not minded since they only had one. However, a few days ago, someone had suddenly walked out of a burial garden gate within the Second Grade Hall's territory. It had been confirmed to be the second burial garden gate that could be accessed freely. This had excited the mountain god, and he had not taken Lu Yin's words to heart. How could he possibly destroy one? News about the burial gardens had spread like wildfire on the internet, and no one knew where the news had come from. In short, there were all sorts of ancient inheritances within the burial gardens. Some people had obtained ancient power vessels, some had obtained ancient pills, and some had even obtained blood-red fruits that had greatly increased their strength after consuming them. The Hall of Honor had not stopped the burial gardens from appearing. This made many people believe that the burial gardens contained a great opportunity. The mountain god was certain of this because the first burial garden gate that could be accessed had brought him a legendary creature's feather, the sky-devouring goose. According to legend, there had been a sky-devouring goose in ancient times that fed on the void and drank astral sources. Ordinary people could not see it, and its body covered the sun, moon, and stars. Its cry could even shake the universe. Although it was large, its feathers were special and illusory. It could freely travel through the void without touching anything, and it could even become illusory within the astral source universe. It was a mysterious creature. The mountain god had obtained a sky-devouring goose feather, and he had faintly heard the bird's cry. This cry had given him a vague sense of space, and this feeling had given him a new understanding of cultivation. It was precisely because of this experience that he firmly believed that the burial gardens contained an ancient opportunity, and that was indeed the case. How could he bear to destroy another burial garden gate that he could freely enter and exit? He wished that the Beast Tamers Flow Zone had a few more burial garden gates so that the Divine Grade Hall could seize more of the opportunities within the burial gardens. It was not just the mountain god, Lu Qianjue and the others also thought the same. They had only destroyed the burial garden gate for show, so how could they bear to give up on the opportunities within? Misfortune soon followed. The second great hall had been massacred, and several enlighters had died. Countless disciples had died, which shocked the mountain god. The mountain god was furious, and he immediately rushed towards the second great hall. When he arrived, he discovered that many planets had been destroyed, and even the burial garden gate that could be accessed freely had been destroyed. More than 10,000 people had died in the Beast Tamer's flow zone, and all of them were elite disciples. Only elite disciples were qualified to guard the burial garden gate, and these elite disciples were not from the second great hall, but rather the divine great hall. The loss of these elite disciples caused the divine great hall to have a gap in power. Only a few of the younger disciples had survived because they had gone out to train. The mountain god wanted to track down the culprit, but it was too late. The culprit's methods were ruthless, and it was obvious that they had been sent as a warning. The culprit's strength was not ordinary, and even if they were not an emissary, they were definitely an expert that was infinitely close to becoming one. They were also adept at concealing their tracks. A day had passed since the mountain god had received the notice and arrived at the second great hall, which was more than enough time for the culprit to escape. Not only had the burial garden gate been destroyed, but the divine great hall had also lost many disciples, which infuriated the mountain god. However, the mountain god still issued a gag order that this matter could not be spread. Otherwise, he would not be able to explain himself to Luyin, as a normal burial garden gate could not possibly be guarded by so many experts. At this point, anyone who left the burial garden gate had to be extremely cautious. Some people did not even have time to observe their surroundings after exiting the burial garden gate, and they immediately fled as fast as they could. This was because there were countless people watching the burial garden gate. There were very few people who could enter the burial garden gate in search of opportunities and leave with them safely. No one would stop others from entering the burial garden gate, and they would only stop those who exited from escaping. Only an expert at Lu Yin's level would be able to walk out of the burial garden gate without fear. Lu Yin followed the direction that the cultivator had pointed and found a burial garden gate that could be used to leave. There was indeed someone guarding it, and it was a middle-aged man with an arrogant expression. He also had an imprint, and it was obvious that he was an expert from the sixth mainland. However, he had not become an emissary and was only an enlighter with a power level of 300,000. This kind of person could not even withstand a single slap from Lu Yin. Thus, when he saw Lu Yin arrive, he immediately tried to flee. However, Lu Yin kicked him to the ground and forced him to hand over his cosmic ring. The man was indignant, as he had thought that the burial garden had only opened recently and that there would not be many experts entering. With his enlighter cultivation level of 300,000, he would be able to run amok for a while. However, reality proved that there were not many experts, and he had managed to steal some things. Unfortunately, he had run into Lu Yin too early, and all of his efforts had been for naught. Lu Yin was very happy, and he even praised this person. Keep watching and keep working hard. You have a bright future ahead of you. This person had actually contributed a tribulation crystal to Lu Yin. Lu Yin had not expected that the burial garden would actually have tribulation crystals. Although there were not many and they were useless to him, they could still be sold for quite a bit of money. These things were always in short supply, and anyone who sold them would want them. Aside from the tribulation crystal, this person only had less than 10 million star essence and a piece of jade that contained a cultivation technique. It was useless and did not come from ancient times. Eh? Lu Yin was shocked. This person actually had a source box, and it was even in the shape of a human. Where did the source box come from? Lu Yin asked with a solemn expression. The person replied bitterly, a young man contributed it. I asked him, and he said that he accidentally pulled it out from underground. Where is it? Lu Yin regretted the question as soon as he asked it, as who knew where it was in the burial garden? The middle-aged man did not know how to answer, and he only looked at Lu Yin in fear. The human source box made Lu Yin uncomfortable, so he put it away and kicked the middle-aged man away. He then entered the burial garden and exited. Lu Yin was still very vigilant when he left. Although he was confident in his own strength, who knew if he would run into some old freak with a power level of 1,000,000? There were also burial gardens in the outerverse, and he had not forgotten that many of the sixth mainland's experts were in the outerverse. they would definitely be watching the burial garden. Thus, Lu Yin's footsteps were very small, and he held the blood-red bell in his hand. As soon as he sensed that something was wrong, he would ring the bell and return to the burial garden. Fortunately, he had worried too much. After exiting the burial garden, he did not see a single person, let alone an expert. Lu Yin looked around and saw that the trees were so tall that they reached into the clouds. He was in a dense forest, and his eyes transformed into runes as he looked around. His expression changed, as he could not see any rune lines. Was he not in the fifth mainland? Lu Yin cautiously gripped the blood-red bell and released his domain. It spread out and gradually covered a great distance. With his current strength, his domain could cover a very wide area. However, even with such a wide range, there was not a single person in sight. What was even stranger was that he kept feeling that this place was very familiar, as if he had been here before. Since he had such a feeling, he could not be wrong. Lu Yin simply stood next to the burial garden and tried to recall everything that had happened in the past. He wanted to find the source of this sense of familiarity, but he could not find anything even after a long time. There was one thing that he was certain of, and that was that there was no one around. There was actually no one guarding the burial garden's burial garden. Could it be that no one had discovered it? That was impossible. He used his domain to envelop the area once again. This time, he searched even more carefully as he wanted to find any traces of human activity. He was certain that he was not the only person who had come out of the burial garden, so where did all the others go? Very quickly, he found traces of blood. He followed the traces in a certain direction and extended his domain in that direction. Finally, he found a corpse. Lu Yin walked over to the corpse and was about to check the cosmic ring when he suddenly remembered something. No wonder this place looked so familiar, it was the place where they had once fled. This was the Greyweed continent. Back when the sixth mainland had invaded, the Starfall Sea had almost been conquered, and Lu Yin had inadvertently arrived at the Greyweed continent. He had fled from the Lightning Dojo to the Great Mountain Dojo, and he had taken this path. It was no wonder why it looked so familiar. Since this was the Greyweed continent, it meant that this was now the territory of the Eternals. No wonder there were no rune lines here. When he thought about this, Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine, and he subconsciously wanted to return to the burial garden's gate and escape. However, after thinking for a while, he looked to the east. The Chongshan Dojo was there. In that case, he could go and find the fist mark that Lan Si mentioned. The importance of the empty palm to him was self-evident, and the empty palm was only a battle skill brought to Lan Si by the 10 stacks fist seal. There were still 100 stacks above it. Strength, 1,000 stacks, what kind of battle technique would it bring? Lu Yin was proficient in the overlaying stacks path and multiplier attacks, so he was most suitable for this type of battle skill. However, the Greyweed continent was now the territory of the Eternals. Given his cautiousness, he should return to the burial garden instead of going to the Great Mountain Dojo. What if he was discovered? Lu Yin was caught in a dilemma. On one hand, he had to choose the battle skill that was most suitable for him, and on the other hand, he had to return safely. Even he did not know how to choose. More importantly, Lu Yin had come into contact with the 100 stacks fist seal, but he had not comprehended any battle skill. He had also come into contact with the 10 stacks fist seal, and many disciples of the Great Mountain Dojo had come into contact with it. Lan Si was the only one who had comprehended the empty palm. Some battle skills depended on luck, not ability. Even if he successfully reached the Great Mountain Dojo and arrived in front of the 100 stacks fist seal, he might not be able to comprehend any battle skills. After thinking about it for a long time, Lu Yin decided to go to the Great Mountain Dojo to take a look. Even if the possibility of comprehending a battle skill was slim, he still wanted to give it a try. This type of battle skill was too suitable for him. At worst, he would run away as soon as he saw a corpse king. Although the Eternals had occupied the Starfall Sea, it did not mean that there were corpse kings everywhere. That was impossible. It was just like when the sixth mainland had occupied the Greyweed continent, they had still been able to escape. The Greyweed continent was huge, and there were no corpse kings around the gate of burial garden that he had walked out of. In that case, there might not be any in the Great Mountain Dojo. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Lu Ying took a deep breath and mustered his courage to head towards the Great Mountain Dojo. This place was not far from the Great Mountain Dojo. Along the way, Lu Ying did not see any corpse kings. Soon, he saw the gravitational landmass of the Great Mountain Dojo. There were 20 pieces of land formed from the bottom to the top, and each piece was connected by 100 stone stairs. They could be seen from afar. Lu Ying did not move quickly as he was afraid that he would attract attention. Fortunately, he still did not see any corpse kings when he arrived at the Great Mountain Dojo. The Great Mountain Dojo seemed to have been abandoned for a long time, and there were weeds everywhere. Lu Ying carefully approached the gravitational landmass and leaped up. He directly landed on the 10th layer, which was the layer where the 100 stacks fist seal was. Back when Lu Ying had been an explorer, he had been able to walk on the 10th layer. Now, the gravity of the 10th layer did not affect him at all. When he arrived at the 10th layer, Lu Ying walked directly to the fist seal and pressed his fist against it with a nervous expression. After waiting for a while, there was no reaction except for the vibration technique of the 100 stacks. He was disappointed that he had not comprehended it. He had touched this fist seal before, but there had been no reaction. It was the same now. Could it be that only Lan Si could comprehend it? Lu Ying refused to believe that there would be no reaction. He took out his fist, then probed it again, then took it out and probed it again. Suddenly, an idea came to him, and he used his fist to imitate an emptiness palm. He pressed his fist into the seal, and in the next moment, there was a strange vibration. Lu Ying could vaguely see a palm seal appear and strike at him, pulling out everything he had. His domain, spiritual force, and overlaying stacks all erupted at once. Lu Ying took a few steps back and took a deep look at his palm. A message appeared in his mind. He had comprehended the hollow palm. The follow-up to the hollow palm was called the hollow palm. The hollow palm gathered the strength of the overlaying stack's path, and it used an invisible palm seal to unleash a peak attack. The hollow palm was a step further. Not only did it include the overlaying stack's path, but it also included all of one's battle force, domain, spiritual force, and spiritual force to form a single palm. This palm was even more indiscernible than the hollow palm. It was all-encompassing, and even if the opponent had the corresponding physical strength, they would still be injured if they did not have a domain, spiritual force, or spiritual force that could match the palm's attack. In other words, the hollow palm was the purest attack that gathered all of one's strength, and it included the hollow palm. It was even more straightforward and powerful than the hollow palm. Lu Ying could not help but look up at the top floor, where there was still the 1,000 stacks fist seal. He did not know what it contained, but was it even stronger than the hollow palm? Since he had comprehended the hollow palm, there was no need for Lu Ying to stay any longer. He turned to leave, but the moment he turned around, an indescribable terror caused him to subconsciously use the planned secret art to avoid his original position. A pair of scarlet eyes flashed past, and a terrifying gale tore through the void and cut open the sky. Lu Ying appeared 100 meters away, and there was now a corpse king where he had been standing. When did this happen? The corpse king stared at him with its scarlet eyes, bent its legs, and suddenly charged forward with a punch. Lu Yin's eyes widened. He did not seem to move, but his right palm suddenly appeared in front of him. The hollow palm. Boom! A shockwave exploded, shattering the void. The corpse king and Lu Ying broke into the astral source universe at the same time, and a terrifying power spread along the palm. There was another explosion, and Lu Ying was forced back 5 steps. The clothes on his arm had been torn to shreds, and his entire right arm was numb and unable to move. The corpse king, on the other hand, was unharmed. This corpse king definitely had a power level of over 600,000, and its strength and physical body had exceeded Lu Yin's expectations. More importantly, his domain, spiritual force, and spiritual force were not very effective against this corpse king. The hollow palm had already displayed the power of battle force, but it still could not deal a strong blow to this corpse king. This corpse king was very unusual. The corpse king stared fixedly at Lu Ying and slowly raised its arm. Its muscles seemed to be alive as they twisted and twisted together, forming blocks of a deeper color. Lu Yin's face paled. This was an innate gift. This corpse king had a strange innate gift for muscles. Combined with its power level of over 600,000, it could display even more terrifying power than a Corpse King at the second transformation. This was going to be troublesome. There was a whoosh, and the Corpse King stepped forward and sent a palm towards Luin. Its fighting style was simple and straightforward. Luin kicked the Corpse King away and turned around. Stars appeared in his left hand, and the stars transformed into a sword as he slashed out with the 14th sword. Just as the tip of the sword was about to descend, Lu Yin's star energy rapidly disappeared. Luin knew that things weren't good. This Corpse King had actually forcefully depleted his star energy. It was rare to encounter a Corpse King whose star energy had been depleted. Corpse Kings were not humans, and Luin did not know how they had reached the level of an emissary. However, the fact that their star energy had been depleted proved that they also had astral cyclones. Since that was the case, he could not use any battle techniques that had to do with star energy. Luin quickly retreated, but the Corpse King chased after him and attacked with its right palm once more. The muscles that extended from the palm of the Corpse King's arm twisted, making it look sinister yet incomparably powerful. If Luin did not have his micro-armor, he definitely would not have wanted to be hit, but with it, he could withstand the attack. Bang! Lu Yin's chest was struck by the Corpse King's palm, but he responded with a palm of his own, using the hollow palm. The Corpse King was forced back by the hollow palm, but Lu Yin's entire body was sent flying. His chest hurt, but fortunately, his micro-armor had been able to withstand the Corpse King's attack. The Corpse King did not retreat very far before its legs bent once more and it suddenly charged forward. Its right arm was bent backwards, and all of its muscles were stretched and twisted. Its entire arm had grown by more than one size. Luin was on high alert as he retreated continuously. The Corpse King's right arm continued to expand as a terrifying power gathered within it. Unfortunately, this place was occupied by the Eternals, so he couldn't see the Corpse King's true strength through the rune lines. Otherwise, he would have been able to kill this Corpse King with the help of the Aeon Evolution True Scripture. As he watched the Corpse King's arm grow thicker and thicker, Lu Yin's thoughts raced, and he suddenly descended. In an instant, the Corpse King punched out, its power covering the sky and causing the entire world to collapse. The punch landed on Lu Yin's body without any surprise, causing the void to distort as the terrifying power shattered the earth and almost pierced through the Greyweed continent. Not long after, the Corpse King landed, and a bottomless pit appeared on the ground. It covered a wide area, and one could not see the end of it with the naked eye. There were bloodstains and crushed bodies in the pit. The Corpse King stared at him for a while, then raised his head, took a step forward, and left. It was only after the Corpse King had left that Luin reappeared. He had indeed been hit, but because of his miniature armor, he was unharmed. The body that had been shattered was naturally the corpse from before. Given the corpse's strength, it was impossible for it to have survived the Corpse King's attack. Luin had grabbed the corpse the moment he'd been struck by the Corpse King, and he'd used the secret art to throw it away. That was how he'd managed to trick the Corpse King into thinking that it had killed him. He heaved a sigh of relief and rubbed his right hand, which was still numb. The Eternals were very different from humans, and their fighting styles were completely different as well. Humans had many different ways of fighting, such as battle techniques, cultivation methods, secret techniques, innate talents, treasures, lock-breaking methods, and even beast taming, goo worms, and so on. The Corpse King's fighting style was much more direct. It was a combination of innate talents and one's own battle prowess. At most, there was the Corpse King transformation, which increased one's own battle prowess. Lu Yin's fighting style was similar to the Corpse King's, especially when facing an emissary. He could only rely on his physical strength. "I'm sorry, but I couldn't even leave your corpse intact after you died." Luin felt helpless. He looked at the blood on the ground and suddenly thought of something. Not good. He quickly rushed towards the gate. He quickly arrived at the burial gate, but it had already been destroyed. The Corpse King's attack had covered too much ground, and the burial gate had been affected as well. It was as if a layer of the ground had been shaved off. Luin felt helpless and bitter. The gate to the burial garden had been destroyed, so how was he supposed to return? The Greyweed continent was vast, and the Starfall Sea was even larger. There should be more burial garden gates. He could only hope that he could find one that wasn't guarded by the Eternals. Otherwise, he might not be able to return. According to his memories, Luin walked towards the Heavenly Fire Dojo. In any case, he didn't know where the Burial Garden's gate was, and walking around aimlessly wasn't a solution. Therefore, he decided to go to the Heavenly Fire Dojo to cultivate. He remembered that the Heavenly Fire Dojo existed in the Heavenly Fire Dojo. It nurtured the Heavenly Fire Stone and formed the entire Heavenly Fire Dojo. It made the Heavenly Fire Dojo an existence second only to the Great Mountain Dojo among the 72 dojos in the Boundless Continent. Luin hoped to find a flame in the Heavenly Fire Dao field that could speed up his cultivation, and the power of that flame had to be able to threaten him. Although it wasn't easy to find, he could only try. This time, he walked even more carefully. Because he was too excited to comprehend the emptiness palm, he was careless and was discovered. He did not want to make the same mistake twice. A few days later, Luin searched for the Burial Garden's gate while following his memories. Eventually, he arrived at the Skyfire Dojo. Looking at the Heavenly Fire Dojo in front of him, which had been abandoned like the Chongshan Dojo, Luin felt rather emotional. Back then, he had almost been left behind by Madame Hong. Also it was here that he had fought with Lan Si for the first time and obtained the Heaven Fire Stone, which had helped him reach his current level. The Heavenly Fire Dojo was even more abandoned than the Chongshan Dojo, but fortunately, the Earth's core flames had not disappeared. Luin directly jumped into the flames and headed down, searching for a high-temperature heaven fire that could threaten him. The further down he went, the higher the temperature of the heaven fire became, but it still did not pose a threat to Luin. Luin did not know how far down he had gone, but he suddenly saw something strange out of the corner of his eye. Was that a rock? With his experience with the Qi sect, Luin would not underestimate any rock, especially a rock. This was a heaven fire that could threaten an enlighter with a power level of 400,000, so there was a rock here? That was strange. What kind of rock could withstand such high temperatures? These heaven fire were enough to turn a planet into dust. Luin walked over to the rock and reached out to touch it. The void distorted, and his body disappeared. Luin stared blankly at the scene in front of him, and then he smiled in an abnormally happy manner. This was a hidden space in the void, and just like the Blaze Realm, the Day-Night Clan, and other powers, the Heavenly Fire Dojo had also placed their resources here. Looking at the neatly stacked star essence and various other resources, Luin licked his lips and put them all away. They were all his. Strange, when the Heavenly Fire Dojo had been destroyed, hadn't the Sixth Mainland ransacked it? That should have been the case, so what was this place? It couldn't be Tian Yanzi's personal collection, could it? This void was hidden under the high temperature of the heaven fire, and the only person in the entire Heavenly Fire Dojo who could enter was Tian Yanzi. When Madame Hong had chased after Luin and the others to the Starfall Sea, she might have forgotten about it, or she might have disdained to search for it. Thus, this collection had been forgotten. There were 200 million star essence here, which was not a lot, but it was not bad. Luin only had a little more than 200 million star essence on him right now. The Blaze Realm's powers had occupied the 8 great flow zones and traded with the Astral River Arc, which was why they had been able to accumulate so much wealth. After being attacked by the Sixth Mainland, they had lost more than half of what they had, but that was all they had. The Heavenly Fire Dojo did not have a source of funds, and most of what they had was due to Tian Yanzi's efforts. As expected of an envoy-level powerhouse. What a pity, if only he had more. Luin was currently an enlighter who had gone through 39 cycles, and breaking through 40 cycles would require 200 million star essence. Breaking through 41 cycles would require more than 200 million star essence, which meant that he would be out of money again. If he had enough money, and the temperature of the heaven fire in the depths of the Heavenly Fire Dojo was high enough, he would be able to reach the level of an emissary. The more he thought about it, the more regretful he felt. Luin took everything and returned to the Heaven Fire Dojo. He descended to the very bottom of the dojo, where the high temperature of the Heaven Fire Dojo was making him feel rather uncomfortable. However, he still did not achieve the desired results. Whatever, it was still barely enough. Luin took out a Heaven Fire stone and began to frantically absorb the Heaven Fire. The stone had absorbed enough heat, and he raised his hand, causing his dye to appear. He tapped it, as he needed 4 pips. When the die slowly stopped at 3 pips, Luin pursed his lips. It would not appear when he needed it, but it would appear when he did not need it. He did not have any money. On his second try, the die slowly stopped at 5 pips. Luin sighed and tried again. On his third try, it was 1 pip. The item had just fallen to the ground when it was vaporized by the high temperature. In all honesty, Luin did not even see what it was. He tried again. This time, he was more successful, and he rolled 4 pips. The scene in front of him changed, and he appeared in the time-stop space. He had collected all his star essence. Luin took it out and released the high-temperature heaven fire. 9,300 stars revolved around him and began to absorb the star energy. No matter how much time passed in the time-stop space, only 1 second passed in the outside world. The scene in front of him changed, and Luin returned to the real world. His realm had risen to 41 cycles, and he had used all his remaining star essence to extend his time. This allowed his serious art to reach 10,000 stars as he recited the primogenitor scripture. 10,000 stars and 9,300 stars did not make much of a difference to Luin. If he wanted to cultivate the serious art to the 5th level of completion, he would need to circulate 99,000 stars. Right now, he only had 10,000 stars, which was 9 times more than that. If he had enough star essence, he would have gone into seclusion for a few years, but he did not have that right now. He was still short of money, and he would always be short of money. Luin thought of the Mavis family again. Back in Gu King City, Yuehua Mavis had solemnly invited him to visit the Mavis family as a guest. Unfortunately, some things had happened, and the invitation had not been put on the agenda. When he returned, he would have to greet the Mavis family as soon as possible. He could offend anyone, but not the Mavis family. As long as he could squeeze out a little bit of money from them, it would be enough for him to use. At the same time, a group of people arrived outside the Skyfire dojo. There were both men and women, and aside from an old woman, the rest were all youths. The one walking in the middle was a beautiful woman in blue clothes. She had a heroic look on her face, and she held a long sword as she slowly walked towards the Skyfire dojo. "This is the Skyfire dojo? Senior, we haven't seen it before," someone exclaimed. It was a very cute girl. The man next to her was disdainful. The Skyfire dojo was once prosperous, but it's now in decline. Our Water God dojo is the only one that can continue. That's right. The Skyfire dojo will eventually turn to dust, just like the Taishan dojo. They don't know how to restrain themselves, someone else agreed. The old woman frowned. Be careful with your words. The Skyfire dojo was once glorious, and it's not up to you juniors to spout nonsense. The man said, Junior is right. Regardless of whether it's the Skyfire dojo or the Great Mountain dojo, they don't understand the principle of decline after reaching the peak. Our Water God dojo cultivates the concept of water, so we understand this principle. No matter how far into the future, our Water God dojo will definitely stand tall in the universe and never fall. The old woman sneered. Since you know the principle of decline after reaching the peak, why aren't you humble? Do you think commenting on an abandoned dojo will raise your status? The man was just about to retort. The beautiful woman in the middle spoke up. Don't you know how our Water God dojo has been preserved? Don't you know how Tianyanzi died? Don't you know how Dao Master Lan, Dao Master Lei, and the others died? It's not up to you to slander them. The man seemed to be even more afraid of this woman, and he didn't dare to say anything else. Xiao, don't say such things in the future, the old woman reminded her. The group of youths fell silent and followed the woman into the Skyfire dojo. Xiao looked at the ruined Skyfire dojo with a complicated expression. In the past, the Boundless Continent had 72 dojos, and they had all been glorious. The Great Mountain dojo had been the strongest, followed closely by the Skyfire dojo, Sankui dojo, and so on. Her Water God dojo had been second only to the Skyfire dojo, and they had always competed for the second position. It was a pity that her master's strength had been unable to break through to become an emissary and could not stand shoulder to shoulder with Tianyanzi. Otherwise, the Water God dojo might not have been inferior to the Skyfire dojo. One was fire, the other was water. Water and fire were incompatible. Many of the water god's disciples were excited when they saw the destruction of the heavenly fire dojo, but they did not know that without the sacrifice of the heavenly fire dojo, how could they have been saved? Dao Master Lan, Tianyanzi, Thunder Dao Master, and Song Dao Master had all sacrificed themselves for others, and they should not be slandered. Shower, let's go. We've seen enough, so it's time to go back, the old woman said. Shower walked over to the heavenly fire dojo's core and looked down. A sea of flames had once burned the sky. There had once been a fire dragon here that liked to spit out flames and burn clothes. This had once been the place that the water god's disciples feared the most and had wanted to conquer the most. Now, she was standing right next to the heavenly fire dojo's core. Senior sister, let's go, the cute girl said. She was afraid of the heavenly fire dojo's core, as the temperature was so high that she was about to be roasted dry. Shower nodded and turned around. Just as she was about to leave, her foot slipped, and her entire body seemed to be dragged down by an invisible force as she fell into the core. The old woman hurriedly acted, but a wave of heat surged up and forced her back. Her skin was scorched, and if she had not retreated quickly, she would have been reduced to ashes. The other disciples of Water Goddess Dao Right were all stunned. Senior apprentice sister? Senior sister? Save senior sister. Below, Shower watched helplessly as she fell into the heavenly fire dojo's core. She gritted her teeth, and a stream of water surrounded her body as she tried to escape. With her hunter realm cultivation, the heavenly fire dojo's surface could not do anything to her, but for some reason, her stream of water was useless. An invisible force dragged her into the heavenly fire dojo, and she instantly disappeared. She could still vaguely hear someone call out to her from above. Shower thought that she was doomed. A gentle voice sounded out. Wake up. You're not dead. Shower's eyelids twitched, and she slowly opened her eyes. She saw a young man looking at her with interest. She was shocked and hurriedly retreated. If you retreat any further, you'll be burned to ashes. He smiled. Shower's face had turned red from the high temperature, and she looked around. Her pupils shrank. This is the deepest core of the heavenly fire dojo. It's enough to burn an emissary to ashes, Luin said as he grinned at Shower. Shower stared at him in a daze. Her lips parted. Lu, who are you? Were you the one who captured me? The word catch doesn't sound nice. You fell down here, Luin said. Shower's fingers trembled. Who exactly are you? Luin was flabbergasted. She didn't recognize him? Now that he thought about it, it made sense. When he first came to the Starfall Sea, he hadn't made much of a name for himself. Then, he was attacked by the Sixth Mainland. During the battle for the Star Tower, he wasn't as famous as the people from the Neoverse. After the battle for the Star Tower, the Starfall Sea was occupied by the Eternals. It was normal that the people here didn't recognize him. I'm from the Skyfire Dojo, Luin replied. Shower obviously didn't believe him. My Water God's Dojo has been fighting with the Heavenly Flame Dojo for a long time, but I've never heard of someone like you from the Heavenly Flame Dojo. Luin laughed. With your rank, no, I should say with your master's rank, you don't even have the qualifications to know of my existence. Shower's eyes flashed. She couldn't believe it. Luin raised his hand, and a heaven fire stone appeared in it. Shower was shocked. Heavenly Flamestone? She looked at him in disbelief. You're really from the Skyfire Dojo? Yes, Senior. You should call me Senior. I've been in seclusion for too long, and no one recognizes me. Shower didn't understand. But your appearance. Lu Yin's lips curled up, and he beamed at her. Shower stuck out her tongue. Appearances could be changed, and with her strength, it was impossible for her to determine this person's skeletal age. She slowly bowed. Water God's Dojo disciple Shower greets the Skyfire Dojo Senior. Luin nodded. I've been in seclusion for too long. What happened in the outside world? When I came out, I discovered that the Skyfire Dojo was in ruins, and there wasn't a single person there. Also, his expression turned solemn. There were corpse kings from the Neo-Human Alliance roaming the outside world. The Greyweed continent has changed. Xianxia's face darkened, and her voice became sorrowful. Yes, the Greyweed continent has changed. The entire Starfall Sea has changed, and it's all because of. Xianxia spoke for more than an hour, and Luin finally understood the current situation in the Starfall Sea. He had originally thought that behind the horizontal black hole, the Starfall Sea would be filled with corpse kings from the everlasting race, and that the humans would either be slaughtered or transformed, just like the battlefield behind the astral tree domain. However, the actual situation was much better than he had imagined. The everlasting race had not massacred the humans. Instead, they had built many human cities in the Starfall Sea, the largest of which was the Eternal Kingdom. The everlasting race had also built an Eternal Kingdom in the Starfall Sea, and its original location had been the Sea King's Dome. The everlasting race had transformed the Sea King's Dome into the Eternal Kingdom, but it was different from the Fifth Mainland's Neoverse. The Eternal Kingdom here was divided into two cities, one east and one west. The western city was filled with corpse kings, and humans could enter and leave freely. The eastern city was filled with humans, and corpse kings could not enter or leave. Not only that, but the lives of the humans living in the various cities of the Starfall Sea were no different from before. They could still cultivate, explore, and roam freely without any restrictions. For example, the disciples from the Water God's dojo could travel from the Eternal Kingdom to the Greyweed continent to cultivate and explore their former dojos. It would not be a problem even if they were discovered by corpse kings. Luin began to doubt himself. Since when had the everlasting race been so friendly to the humans? The more he listened, the more he felt that something was amiss. There was a sense of unease in his heart, and he knew that something was definitely wrong. The humans were living as they had always been, coexisting with corpse kings, and this should not be the case. The situation within the Neoverse Eternal Kingdom was normal. To the humans, that place was hell, and that was the reason why the Eternal Kingdom had to be destroyed. Who's the one who controls all the corpse kings in the Starfall Sea? Luin asked. Xianxia solemnly answered, He Wuxian. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He Wuxian was someone he was familiar with. He Wuxian had been the first to find him, but he had been destroyed by Mr. Mu. Luin had never thought that He Wuxian would be the ruler of this place. Have you seen He Wuxian? Luin continued to ask. Xianxia shook her head. No. He Wuxian controls all the corpse kings of the Neo-Human Alliance in the Starfall Sea. Even my master can't see him. Only City Lord Yang can. City Lord Yang was the City Lord of the Eastern City of the Eternal Kingdom. Xiao's master, Dao Lord Si, was second only to City Lord Yang, and she was also an envoy. Just the Eastern City alone had 2 envoys. As for City Lord Yang's cultivation, Xiao had no way of knowing. Do you know about the burial gate? Luin asked the key question. He had captured Xiao to understand the situation in the Starfall Sea. He had not expected that these people would be able to enter the Skyfire dojo so easily without showing any signs of panic. This piqued his curiosity, and he also wanted to ask about the burial gate. Only by entering the gate could one leave the Starfall Sea. Xiao was confused. What's the burial gate? Luin drew an image of the gate in the void. Xiao was surprised. Isn't this the death gate that the Neo-Human Alliance failed in their experiment? Why does Senior call it the burial gate? Death gate? Lu Yin's brows rose, but he was not surprised. The Neo-Human Alliance could not possibly announce that this was the burial gate. Otherwise, once the gate was discovered, the people of the Starfall Sea would immediately flee, and the corpse kings would not be able to chase after them. To them, the burial gate was a forbidden area, and entering it meant certain death. What did the Neo-Human Alliance tell you? Xiao replied, the death gate was triggered by an experiment. Once someone enters, they'll immediately be transformed into a mindless corpse king, and they won't even have the ability to move. If they're allowed to continue existing, they'll gradually expand and turn everything around them into nothingness. That's why we contacted the Neo-Human Alliance the moment we discovered the death gate. She then looked at Luin in confusion. Senior, what do you mean by the burial gate? Luin calmly replied, this is not the death gate. The Neo-Human Alliance is lying to you. This gate leads to a mysterious place, and there's a passage to the inner verse there. Sea Shower was shocked, but then she was overjoyed. The Innerverse? Is that true? Are you willing to be ruled by the Corpse Kings? Luin suddenly asked as he stared at Sea Shower. Sea Shower's body trembled, and an extreme unwillingness appeared in the depths of her eyes. Finally, it turned into a deep sense of helplessness. It's not up to us to decide. We know that the entrance to the Innerverse from the Starfall Sea has been blocked by a progenitor. Even a progenitor couldn't enter the Starfall Sea to rescue us, and instead, he threw us to the Neo-Human Alliance. What can we do? Luin frowned. This was what the people of the Starfall Sea who had been ruled by the Corpse Kings were truly thinking. They had been abandoned, and if they didn't want to be ruled, did they have to seek death? Besides, their current lives were no different from before. Even her master, the envoy-level powerhouse Tao Master C, was not willing to be ruled, let alone Sea Shower. No one could blame them, and no one wanted to be ruled by another species. However, they had no choice. If there's a day when we can return to the Innerverse, we'll fight for it, even if there's only a sliver of a chance, Sea Shower said softly, but her voice was resolute. The burial gate was your chance. Unfortunately, most of it was destroyed by the Neo-Human Alliance, Luin said helplessly. Sea Shower was puzzled. Senior, weren't you in seclusion? This burial gate only appeared recently, and how did you know that it leads to the Innerverse? She wasn't stupid, and she knew that she had to get to the bottom of this. This matter concerned their lives, and if the Neo-Human Alliance hadn't lied to them, then entering the burial gate would be equivalent to death. No one would be willing to be a guinea pig. Luin said, when I was young, I also appeared in a burial gate. I just happened to see it when I woke up, but unfortunately, it was destroyed by a Corpse King. Sea Shower was helpless. That's right. The Neo-Human Alliance destroyed many of these burial gates. Unless they're hidden very well, there shouldn't be any in the 72 training halls. Luin was speechless, and he finally understood why he had been discovered. The Corpse King hadn't been looking for him, but rather for the burial gate. He had just happened to be at the Heavy Mountain Training Hall. Since the Neo-Human Alliance was searching for and destroying the burial gate, the chances of the Greyweed continent discovering it were very low. But no matter how low, he still had to search. He had no other way to leave, and the entrance to the 5th mainland from the Starfall Sea was guarded by the 6th mainland's 3 ancestors. Even if the Eternals did not stop him, he would not be able to enter the 5th mainland under their watch. The martial ancestor was eager to kill him. Luin did not trust the 3 ancestors either. Senior, what do you plan to do next? Sea Shower asked. Luin answered, find the burial gate and head to the Innerverse. I'm not willing to be ruled by a Corpse King. But the burial gate should have been destroyed, right? Sea Shower was uncertain. Luin was resolute. Even if there's only a sliver of hope, we still have to try. Sea Shower pursed her lips. I'm willing to take you to search the Greyweed continent. Otherwise, if you meet a Corpse King alone, your identity will be easily discovered. After all, your strength is extraordinary, and even my master might not be your match. Luin smiled. He's definitely not my match. Sea Shower was stunned. Why was he so confident? What do you say if you meet a Corpse King? Luin asked. Sea Shower thought about it, and her eyes lit up. Senior, do you have a way to drain some of the water from your body? Our Water God Training Hall has a battle technique that can directly drain the water from an enemy's body, but it requires a long time to practice. If you meet a Corpse King, just say that you're my junior brother who's been practicing this technique. Luin was puzzled. Drain water? Who taught you that? He had met Johan a while ago, and she had also drained him dry. That feeling had been very uncomfortable. Sea Shower replied, it's a battle technique passed down by my ancestors that involves water. Most of them have similar battle techniques. Luin nodded. I'll send you up. Wait for me. He then grabbed Sea Shower and tossed her up. The heavenly flames above Sea Shower's head were torn apart by Lu Yin's strength, and she fell outside the core of the heavenly flames without even feeling a trace of warmth. The Water God Training Hall's disciples had long since left, and she had stayed underground for quite some time. Luin used Ancestor Ku's inheritance, things move in the opposite direction. If he wanted to deceive an envoy-level corpse king, then he would need to have his body completely drained of water. Xiao's strength was not enough to do that. The only way to pass off the fake as the real corpse king was to do so in the opposite direction, and Luyin was also interested in this battle technique. As long as he was attacked, he would be able to replenish himself. The stronger the attack, the faster he would recover, and the more power he would be able to accumulate. Since Luyin did not know when he would be able to return to the inner verse, this battle technique was most suitable for survival in the Starfall Sea. Furthermore, no one would be able to recognize him even if he transformed into a mummy. This was not a disguise, but a real mummy. Not even a half-martial ancestor would be able to recognize him. Xiao stayed outside the heavenly flame Earth's core for more than 3 days. She didn't get impatient and continued to cultivate. The opposite of water was fire. In her opinion, using fire to roast water might be able to stimulate the cultivation of water. Behind her, the void distorted, and Luyin walked out. Xiao turned around, and her expression changed drastically. She was scared silly. You? It's me. Xiao stared at Luyin in shock. Senior? Lu Yin's current appearance was truly frightening. His entire body had turned into a mummy, and not even Ming Yan would be able to recognize him, let alone Xiao. It was as if his bones had been wrapped in muscles. This was Lu Yin's current appearance. Let's go and find the door. Lu Yin's voice was very hoarse. Xiao grunted in acknowledgement. She was still a little afraid of Lu Yin, but his current appearance made it seem like he had been drained of all his water. As expected of a senior, he was very thorough. Right, don't tell your master. I'm from the Heavenly Flame Dojo, Lu Yin reminded her. Xiao nodded. Okay, I know. Xiao was slow, and Lu Yin could not move too quickly in case a corpse king saw them. They followed the Heavenly Flame Dojo and headed west, specifically looking for a dense forest with no signs of human habitation. It was even better if they were in a forbidden area. Forbidden area? There aren't any. The 72 dojos have divided the Greyweed continent, and there aren't any forbidden areas. Even if there were, they would have been explored long ago. The Greyweed continent still could not compare to the Innerverse 8 Great Flow Zones. The Gu Flow Zone had the Scarlet Hell, and even young Empress Qing did not dare to casually set foot there. Her strength was enough to suppress the entire Greyweed continent, and only the Sea King could match her. Have any doors appeared in the Eternal Kingdom? Lu Yin asked. Xiao nodded. They did, but they were destroyed. No one wants to go in and take a look? No. Do you really trust the Neo-Human Alliance that much? It's not trust. No one wants to throw their lives away. Lu Yin and Xiao chatted along the way, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. They did not find anything during that time, and 2 days later, they saw a destroyed burial garden gate. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity. Senior, let's look for another place, Xiao said. Lu Yin nodded. Don't call me senior either. It'll be easy to be exposed. Then how should I address you? Lu Yin thought about it. Call me 7th bro, but what if we meet a corpse king? Xiao asked. Lu Yin thought about it. Call me 7th junior brother. I have a 7th junior brother. Then call me 7th bro, Lu Yin was unhappy. Xiao stuck out her tongue. Alright. A few more days passed, and one day, Lu Yin's body paused. It's here. Xiao was at a loss. Above them, darkness enveloped them as the void distorted. A figure descended and smashed into the ground. Xiao and Lu Yin were sent flying by the force of the crash, and it took them a great deal of effort to stabilize themselves. A corpse king had appeared in front of them, and it was the same corpse king that Lu Yin had fought at the Zhongshan training ground. Lu Yin saw it, but his expression did not change. Xiao's face was pale, and she was somewhat frightened. The corpse king's scarlet eyes swept past her before looking at Lu Yin. Who are you? Xiao gulped. My junior brother. The corpse king stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes flickered, and he lowered his head, not daring to meet the corpse king's gaze. Greetings, my lord. The corpse king arrived in front of Lu Yin, grabbed his arm, and squeezed it. Luyin winced in pain. My lord. Xianxia panicked as well. My lord. The corpse king released his grip. What are you two doing here? Xianxia hurriedly replied, exploring a training ground in the Greyweed continent. This place is very close to the Warwing training ground, so we're heading there. The corpse king looked up, took a step forward, and disappeared. A full minute after the corpse king left, Xianxia sighed in relief. Her forehead was covered in sweat. Luyin was also surprised. Fortunately, he had used the opposite effect technique. His seemingly loose muscles had a terrifying upper limit, and the corpse king had not used much strength. Otherwise, he would have noticed the problem. Are we all right now? Xianxia asked nervously. Luyin asked, are you afraid? Xianxia bitterly replied, if I wasn't, I wouldn't have survived until now. Luyin looked at her deeply. Let's go. From the corpse king's attitude towards Xianxia, Luyin confirmed her words. The Eternals were looking for a way to coexist with the humans, but they had a deeper goal. Back in the Neoverse, the Eternal Kingdom had terrified Luyin, but that was normal. Now, the Eternals' actions made him more vigilant than ever before. They were trying to break down the humans' will to resist and use this to enslave him. This was even more terrifying than a massacre, and Luyin believed that there would be a group of people in the Starfall Sea who were unwilling to resist the Corpse King. They would rather accept the Corpse King's rule. That would be the worst possible outcome. While Luyin was searching for Burial Garden's gate in the Greyweed continent, something huge was happening in the graveyard. Someone had pulled out a bugle horn from the depths of the Burial Garden. And this bugle horn was actually made from the skin of an ancestor. When the bugle horn was blown, the entire Burial Garden began to shake. It was like a massive ancient creature was rushing out, trampling through the heavens, trampling through the starry skies of this part of the universe. The appearance of the horn caused many people to fight over it, but no one knew who ended up with it. All that was known was that the moment the news spread, the number of guards outside the graveyard's gate increased by several times. The person who had stolen the horn would definitely flee and leave through one of the graveyard's gate. It was possible for any one of the graveyard's gates, as that was a progenitor item that even half-ancestors were tempted by. Aside from the progenitor item, the person who had excavated the horn was also eye-catching. That person had an ancient's bloodline. It was rumored that the graveyard had buried countless powerhouses from ancient times to modern times, and it contained the most ancient inheritance that could only be opened by someone with an ancient's bloodline. This rumor made many powers in the universe jealous, and they targeted those with ancients' bloodlines. The corpses that chased after them were quickly destroyed, and those with ancients' bloodlines were controlled into the graveyard. Some were poisoned, while others were controlled by techniques. On Yima Planet, a cultivator from the Great Eastern Alliance made up his mind to enter the graveyard in search of an opportunity. He knew that all the Burial Garden's gates were being guarded, and he also knew that even if he obtained an opportunity, it might not be his. Even so, he still wanted to try. How many opportunities were there in the universe? There were countless cultivators, and how many of them could stand out among their peers? The competition was too fierce, and he wanted to try his luck. If he obtained an opportunity, even if it wasn't his, with his status as a member of the Great Eastern Alliance, he might be able to sell the opportunity. If he was lucky, he could directly exit the graveyard's gate within the Great Eastern Alliance's territory. Even if the opportunity was taken away, the Alliance would definitely compensate him. As long as he could obtain an opportunity, he could change his fate. This was not only his idea, but also the idea of countless other cultivators. Therefore, the number of cultivators in the graveyard increased by several folds every day. No one stopped these people from entering the graveyard, as this was an unspoken rule. Someone had to enter the graveyard in order for someone to obtain an opportunity. However, in addition to opportunities, there were also dangers in the graveyard. Many of the cultivators who entered the graveyard died tragically. This didn't scare these cultivators, and they would rather try their luck. After this cultivator made up his mind, he suddenly rushed towards the graveyard's gate. He was so fast that even he couldn't stop himself. He wanted to press forward with indomitable will. Just as he was about to enter the graveyard's gate, a person walked out of the graveyard's gate and collided head-on with him. With a bang, that cultivator was knocked silly. He fell to the ground and fainted. Around them, the cultivators from the Great Eastern Alliance who were guarding the area all stared at the person who had walked out. One of them shouted, "This area belongs to the Great Eastern Alliance of the Blazing Mist Flow Zone. Put down your weapons and hand over your cosmic ring, and we won't harm you." The person who came out sneered, "A bunch of trash." As he spoke, his eyes widened, and the void shattered. A terrifying gale swept out in all directions. In front of him, the Luo sovereign rushed out from the astral source universe. He raised his hand and aimed at the person, shooting out a beam of light. With a casual wave of his hand, this person extinguished the Luo Emperor's light beam. The Great Eastern Alliance? Just slaughter them. Emperor Luo stared at the newcomer in fear. "You are Xiayi?" The person who had walked out of Planet Yima's burial gate was Xiayi. He had never expected that he would end up in the blazing mist flow zone. The astral source in Xiayi's hand transformed into a saber and slashed out. The Great Eastern Alliance? Since he couldn't kill Luin, he could take care of these small fries. The Luo Emperor was shocked. Xiayi was no ordinary emissary. He did not even think about taking the blow head-on. He tried to dodge it. However, the difference between Luo Huang and Xiayi was too great. Xiayi's combat power was over 700,000 while Luo Huang's combat power was only over 500,000. Half of the arcane sovereign's body was split open by the saber. Xiayi raised his hand and slashed out again. Above his head, a huge shadow loomed over him. It was Chen Huang. Xiayi and Emperor Luo were tasked with guarding the burial gate on Yima planet, while the other two gates were left to Emperor Lu and the Second Night King. The Second Night King had accompanied Lu Yin into the burial garden and gotten separated, but with his strength, he was able to quickly find the entrance to the burial garden. If not for Lu Yin's coercion, he would not have wanted to leave burial garden at all. With Chen Huang and Luo Huang's strength, guarding a gate of burial garden would not be a problem. However, they did not expect to be so unlucky as to encounter Xiayi. As the blade swept past, Chen Huang's huge body was cut open, causing blood to flow down from the sky. Even if the two of them joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to fight back against Xiayi. Xiayi turned around and destroyed the gate to Planet Yima's burial garden. His body flickered as he appeared outside of Planet Yima. He raised his blade and said, "I'll make you all disappear." The blade flashed past, but it was stopped halfway by a long spear. The body of the spear emitted an indescribable pressure and vibration, and forcibly repelled Xiayi's blade. Xiayi's expression changed drastically as he stared ahead. The void distorted, and the Sea King walked out of the astral source universe to face Xiayi. Xiayi frowned. The Sea King? The Sea King also stared at Xiayi. 7 Quartz, head of the Xia family, Xiayi. Rumor has it that you were taken away by the Sword Sect and merged into the Great Eastern Alliance. Were you released? Xiayi asked. The Sea King raised his spear. This has nothing to do with you. Leave. Xiayi's expression turned cold. You think you can stop me? Give it a try. In the next moment, the sound of an intense collision shook the starry sky. The aftermath of the fierce battle swept out in all directions. The Ocean King and Xiayi were evenly matched. Suddenly, Xiayi unleashed 3 types of blade will and slashed in one direction. There, the sword edge swept past and cut the 3 types of blade will horizontally, followed by another sword. Xiayi's pupils constricted. Not good, a peerless expert. He turned around and fled without thinking. However, as a sword came from the void and slashed through Xiayi, Xiayi coughed up blood and fell down. The 14th sword, Emperor Lu's sword, was not something that Xiayi could withstand. The Sea King sighed as he looked into the distance. Emperor Lu walked over and took Xiayi away, but he did not speak to the Sea King. On Yima planet, Emperor Luo walked out in an abnormally sorry state. Half of his body had been torn apart, and he looked like he had been seriously injured. He walked up to the Sea King and expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your help, Your Excellency. May I know why you've come to Yima planet? The Sea King put away his spear and stared at Emperor Luo. Where's Wang Wen? Emperor Luo was confused. Wang Wen? The Sea King's expression turned ugly. That brat actually dared to flirt with my daughter. He's dead. He then vanished into the void. Emperor Luo's mouth fell open, but he did not know what to say. This seemed to be a family matter. However, judging from the Sea King's attitude, Emperor Luo did not think that someone would actually die. After some thought, he contacted Wang Wen and Emperor Luo. At a fort in the Ross Empire, Wang Wen read the message from Emperor Luo on his gadget, and his expression changed. Not good. He had been exposed for flirting with the Sea King's daughter. He immediately contacted Luyin, but it was too late. The Sea King had already appeared above his head and landed in front of Wang Wen, grabbing him. Come with me, brat. Wang Wen was taken away by the enraged Sea King, and no one tried to stop him. Wang Wen prayed that Luyin would be able to save him. At the same time, Luyin was also praying that he would be able to find the hidden burial garden gate. In the blink of an eye, another half a month passed. Luyin had been in the Starfall Sea for a month, and he had spent most of that time with Xi Xiao in search of the burial garden gate. They had not found the gate, but they had seen many sights of the Greyweed continent. During this half a month, the burial garden had been shaken by the arrival of people with ancient bloodlines. There were many legends that had never been heard of in the burial garden before. Legend had it that a person with an ancient bloodline had walked through the burial garden and mysteriously obtained a piece of jade that had been passed down from the heavens. Legend had it that a person with an ancient bloodline had suddenly gone mad and revealed an obscure ancient truth that no one could understand. There was also another legend that said that a wandering corpse in the burial garden had been searching for an ancient bloodline. Wherever the ancient bloodline went, the wandering corpse would follow like a follower. Legend had it that a giant wandering corpse had dropped a plaque that had crushed many people to death when it stretched its back. There were ancient words written on the plaque. Legend had it that there was a tea mountain that had a wandering corpse that grew tea and liked to impart ancient battle techniques. With the arrival of ancient bloodlines, the entire burial garden had come to life. Many strange phenomena had appeared, and the wandering corpses had also gained vitality. Some people had even been bored enough to casually kick a stone and obtain a legacy technique. This could only be said to have shaken the universe, but what had truly attracted everyone's attention to the burial garden was a rumor that someone had seen Progenitor Chen. Progenitor Chen was the fifth mainland's most outstanding and most invincible progenitor. He had once suppressed the entire sixth mainland by himself, and his 9 clones technique had allowed him to challenge the 9 progenitors. He had been able to conquer the world at a young age, and he was a living legend that the sixth mainland refused to acknowledge. Everyone had assumed that Progenitor Chen had died, and that the 7 courts had been guarding his tomb. However, no one had expected that someone would actually see Progenitor Chen in the burial garden. Regardless of whether this Progenitor Chen was a wandering corpse or an illusion, as long as someone saw him, it was enough to attract a large group of people. Progenitor Chen's legend had indeed shocked many people, but what had attracted the Hall of Honor and the Sixth Mainland's Daosaur sect to enter the burial garden was not Progenitor Chen, but rather, a tribulation crystal pillar. No one had expected that someone would actually dig up a tribulation crystal pillar in the burial garden. This person did not recognize the pillar, nor did he know what it was used for. After digging it out, it was exposed and seen by others. The person who had dug it out did not recognize the pillar either, but that did not stop him from taking pictures and uploading them onto the network. This exposed the person to the Hall of Honor and the Daosaur sect. The Hall of Honor and the Sixth Mainland's Daosaur sect had not exposed themselves, and they had instead secretly sent experts into the burial garden to search for the person who had found the pillar while continuing to explore the burial garden. Astral One, or rather, Astral One used to be. Wu De blankly looked at the headmaster, as well as the other headmasters, and gulped. The former headmaster of Astral One had been an old woman with silver-white hair, and Wu De had never seen her before. It was not just him, even his seniors from the previous batch, the batch before that, and the batch before that had never seen her before. Astral One's headmaster was in seclusion all year round and did not care about worldly affairs. She had only come out during the Sixth Mainland's invasion, and she had easily killed one of the Sixth Mainland's imprinters and led Astral One safely out of harm's way. Even the other headmasters of Astral 2, Astral 5, and Astral 6 all respected this mysterious headmaster, let alone a student like Wu De. No one knew how powerful this old woman was. "You're called Wu De?" The silver-haired old woman asked kindly with a gentle smile on her face. Wu De gulped and nodded. He licked his lips and smiled. Yes, Wu De greets headmaster. The old woman smiled. Not bad, child. With that, she waved her hand, causing a screen of light to appear in the air. On the screen was a series of pictures of the cemetery, and many of them showed what people had obtained. One of them was a tribulation crystal pillar. The old woman pointed at the pillar. Did you take these pictures as well? Wu De nodded. What are they for? The old woman asked curiously. Wu De was embarrassed. I want to increase my fame by taking pictures of the burial garden so that I can establish my own company in the future. The old woman did not understand. Wu De explained, the burial garden is currently the most important event in the universe. Everyone wants to explore it and obtain opportunities, but I don't dare to dream about it. I also admit that I don't have the strength to do so, so I decided to take these pictures in hopes of becoming the only reporter in the universe to report on the burial garden. Wu De suddenly became excited. My dream is to become the greatest reporter in the universe. That was my dream before I graduated, and now that I've graduated, I still have this dream. For this dream, when I was still a melder, I reported on all sorts of battles in the Astral Combat Academy. The most famous one was Lu Yin's battle news. Now that I'm roaming the universe, I've never forgotten my original goal. The old woman did not interrupt Wu De as he talked about his dream. Instead, she just smiled and watched. The other deans rolled their eyes. From their point of view, a student who did not cultivate seriously was not doing his job properly. Since he had entered the burial garden, he had to have the heart to explore. If he did not even have the heart to explore and cultivate, then this student had no future. Wu De did not care about what others thought, he only wanted to report on the burial garden. The burial garden was too big, and he had only been to the tip of the iceberg. However, he wanted to take pictures of everything that he walked through. It was because of this mindset that he had not obtained anything in the burial garden and had only managed to survive because of his identity as a graduate of the Astral Combat Academy. The old woman looked at Wu De with admiration. Good child, having a dream is better than not having one. You can do whatever you like. She then gave him a power vessel. Keep it close to your body. No one will be able to tell. Use it when you're in danger. Wu De was excited. Thank you, Dean. Thank you. He then ran off. He had been recognized as the Dean of Astral One. This kid doesn't know how to control himself. What if he reports something even more important? Someone asked. The old woman replied, everyone has their own path. His path should be walked by himself, and other people's paths should be walked by others. There's no need to be responsible for others. The picture of the tribulation crystal pillar had come from Wu De, the man who had aspired to become the greatest reporter in the universe. In the Neo-verse, atop World Mountain, Elder Chan clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the gravekeeper on the screen. Was this within your expectations? Back then, Burial Garden did not open not only because the symbol progenitor's remnant power was blocking the sixth mainland, but also because the time was not right. You've been waiting for this opportunity for many years. The gravekeeper raised his turbid eyes. Not me, but Burial Garden. Burial Garden has been waiting for this opportunity for many years. An ancient bloodline. Elder Chan was certain. The gravekeeper sighed. Burial Garden was originally buried in ancient times. Only an ancient bloodline can awaken it. Why don't you look for it yourselves? Elder Chan was puzzled. The gravekeeper shook his head. We don't have a way to find an ancient bloodline. Only the Eternals can find it, so we can't cooperate with them. Elder Chan's expression was complicated. The Hui progenitor's schemes and Burial Garden's weight seemed to have been controlled by an invisible hand that targeted the Eternals. The mastermind could predict the Eternals' actions, their results, and what would happen in the future. Elder Chan could not help but ask, who made Burial Garden wait? The gravekeeper shook his head. I don't know. I only learned that Burial Garden had been waiting for an ancient bloodline ever since the day I became the gravekeeper. Is the ancient bloodline the ultimate goal of Burial Garden? Elder Chan asked again. The gravekeeper and Elder Chan exchanged glances. I don't know. Elder Chan frowned. The Hui progenitor had schemed against the sixth mainland in the Star Tower and used the Eternals to weaken their remaining power in the fifth mainland and take revenge. Then what about Burial Garden? Who had left Burial Garden behind? They had waited patiently for countless years, doing nothing but waiting for an ancient bloodline. Why did Burial Garden think that an ancient bloodline would one day be hunted down by the Eternals? Could the mastermind have seen that day? This day was the future for those who set up the game back then. Could it be that someone could really see the future? Elder Chan's thought of the Starsabil sect, and even the legendary god of fate. He could not get any more information from the tomb keeper. Elder Chan ended the call and found the chief of the Boundary Mountain. What? Enter the Burial Garden? Xianxia's first seat was confused. Elder Chan said solemnly, that's right. Enter the Burial Garden and keep an eye on those ancient bloodlines. Let's see what kind of ancient bloodline they can summon. Chief Xianxia's face twitched. Ancient times, this word was not easy to deal with. Others did not know, but he knew a little. What was the ancient times? Even Progenitor Chen's era couldn't be considered ancient. It was a legendary era. Although it couldn't be said that all half-progenitors were ants, there were quite a few progenitors in that era. Moreover, they had all become legends. For example, the Grim Reaper and Fate. If these things were involved, even half-martial ancestors would suffer a calamity. He didn't want to die. He had always been afraid of death. Well, I'm the first seat of World Mountain. It's my responsibility to protect World Mountain. I don't want to go to the Burial Garden. The first seat of World Mountain directly refused. Elder Chan spoke again. Let's go to the burial grounds. Xianxia's chief's heart sank. He smiled bitterly. I really don't want to go to the Burial Garden. Let Qing Ping go. He's much stronger than me. Elder Chan stared at him. Let's go to the Burial Garden. Xianxia's chief was speechless. Why don't we let Luin go? That kid is smart and can handle anything. Elder Chan continued to stare at him. In the end, Xianxia's chief agreed. If Luin wanted to go, then so be it. There was no other way. Why had there suddenly been so much trouble? The technocracy and the burial gardens appeared one after another, and the Hall of Honor was running out of manpower. Even the Hall of Honor's Xianxia's chief had been forced to go to the burial garden, and the Sixth Mainland's Daosaur sect naturally didn't remain idle either. The experts who had been cultivating within the Daosaur sect all entered the burial garden, including one of the four sovereigns, Mr. Guanqing. Many experts from the Outerverse had suddenly entered the burial garden, and the Sixth Mainland was very anxious to obtain the Tribulation Crystal Pillars. At the same time, they were also very concerned about Progenitor Chen's existence. If Progenitor Chen was still alive, then it wouldn't be good news for them. Less than 2 days after many experts from all over the universe were drawn into the burial garden, a piece of news shook the universe. The Neo-Human Alliance had attacked the Sixth Mainland's Daosaur sect, and rivers of blood flowed. Progenitor 93 had died, and his body had been dismembered. Many of the Daosaur sect's experts had been killed, and the Daosaur sect's hidden strength had been forced out. There had been a total of 4 half-progenitors, but Progenitor 93 had already died. This news caused the entire universe to be speechless. The Neo-Human Alliance was not someone who would not take revenge. The corpse god had been destroyed by the Sixth Mainland, and revenge had followed. However, no one had expected the Neo-Human Alliance's revenge to be so ruthless as to directly attack the Daosaur sect. The real Daosaur sect had already been destroyed by the Eternals in the Sixth Mainland, and the Outerverse Daosaur sect had been nothing more than a symbolic location. Now, it had also been destroyed, and the Sixth Mainland had been slapped in the face. In particular, Progenitor 93's death caused countless people in the Sixth Mainland to grit their teeth. 93 wasn't just a half-progenitor, but also the martial ancestor's third grandson. He was the only surviving member of the martial ancestor's direct bloodline, but now, he had actually died. The shock caused by this news was unimaginable. On the second day after the Daosaur sect's destruction, the martial ancestor's power swept across the universe, causing countless people to tremble. Another half-progenitor from the Sixth Mainland walked out and contacted Elder Chan, though no one knew what exactly had been said. In the outerverse Southern Weave, the sixth mainland's Daosor sect was located here. At this moment, the entire Southern Weave was immersed in silent grief and indignation. Everyone was holding their breaths, and they all wanted to seek revenge on the Neo-Human Alliance. At the very center of the Southern Weave was the Daosor sect. When the Eternals had launched a large-scale attack on the sixth mainland, the sixth mainland's Daosor sect had already been destroyed, and all of the Daosor sects on the six mainlands had disappeared. At this moment, the Southern Weave was merely a symbolic Daosor sect. Even so, this Daosor sect had still been established in an incomparably glorious and prosperous manner. There were 4 half-progenitors overseeing the Daosor sect, and the 4 10 elders had been there all year round to discuss the sixth mainland's matters. After 93's death, the remaining 3 half-progenitors had all walked out and spoken to the Hall of Honor. They would definitely take the greatest revenge on the Neo-Human Alliance. Everyone was waiting for the sixth mainland's revenge. This old man has been everywhere, and I've even peed in the ancestral home of the 4 cardinal scales, but I've never entered the Daosor sect. The Daosor sect has existed since ancient times, and it's the only ruler of the mainland. It's a pity that the 5th mainland's Daosor sect was destroyed a long time ago, and this is the only Daosor sect that this old man can infiltrate. Although it's also fake, it doesn't matter, as this old man can still be considered to have snuck into the Daosor sect, he. Outside the Daosor sect, Madame Red was curled up, and her face was filled with despair and indignation. This damned old man even wanted to enter the Daosor sect, but he had chosen to do so at such a critical juncture. What did he mean by saying that he had just been attacked, and that he was the least vigilant? She had not known that the Daosor sect still had so many half-progenitors. When those Eternals had invaded the sixth mainland, it had been said that all of the half-progenitors had died in battle, but there were still so many of them left behind. Where had these old monsters been living in the past? 3 half-progenitors. This damned old man wouldn't be discovered, right? Even if he did, he shouldn't sell her out, as she did not want to die, and she definitely did not want to become a traitor. This old man's guts were too big, too big. Damned old man, you should just die already. The person who had snuck into the Daosor sect was naturally Kui Luo, as he had long since coveted the Daosor sect. What could be more exciting than sneaking into the Daosor sect? This was a sect that had been passed down since ancient times, and it was the only ruler of the mainland, so it naturally had its greatest secrets. The Daosor sect was very attractive to Kui Luo. However, he knew that there were many powerhouses hidden within the Daosor sect, and it would be very difficult for him to sneak in without being discovered. Fortunately, the Neo-Human Alliance had just attacked the Daosor sect, and in his opinion, the Daosor sect's defenses should be the lowest. Everyone knew that there were 3 half-progenitors here, and no one would be foolish enough to provoke them at this time. Just as he had guessed, the Daosor sect's defenses were indeed low, and the sourcebox array had been destroyed by the Neo-Human Alliance. Half a day later, Kui Luo screamed as he rushed out of the Daosor sect. A shout came from behind him, "Die, thief!" The heavens exploded, and Kui Luo's hair was disheveled as he fled in a sorry state. His face had turned purple, and he spat out a mouthful of blood when he was far away from the Daosor sect. He looked back and patted his chest in relief. This old man is lucky to have so many life-saving treasures. Otherwise, I would have been killed by you old fogies. But who is that person? He's enshrined in the deepest part of the Daosor sect, and from the looks of it, everyone is worshipping him. The 3 progenitors shouldn't be worshipping him as well, right? Kui Luo felt a chill run down his spine, and he shook his head as he continued to flee. Kui Luo's sneak into the Daosor sect shook the heavens once again. When Elder Chan heard the news, he was also in disbelief. After the Neo-Human Alliance's attack, someone had actually dared to break into the Daosor sect and even succeeded. In the end, he had even managed to escape from 3 half-progenitors. This person was definitely a peak powerhouse amongst half-progenitors. There were only a few half-progenitors in the current universe, and although Elder Chan did not know much about the sixth mainland, he knew that this person was definitely not a half-progenitor. The only other half-progenitor left was the 5th mainland, and no other half-progenitor would dare to do such a thing. Could it be him? Elder Chan thought back to the half-progenitor who had come from the cosmic tree domain. That half-progenitor did not seem to be a decent person. He immediately tried to contact Luin, but he could not reach him. Luin and Xianxia were still wandering around the Greyweed continent. It's already been more than a month, and we still can't find it. We can't keep on searching like this. Luin was vexed. He could not move too quickly, or else he would be easily discovered. However, if he moved too slowly, he did not know how long it would take to search the vast Greyweed continent. The Eternals were also searching for a burial gate, and their speed was not something that the Eternals could compare to. If they really wanted to find a burial gate, their luck would have to be heaven-defying. Xianxia asked, "Is there any other way?" Luin shook his head. He had also thought about it, and he had run into some cultivators along the way. However, they were all locals of the Starfall Sea, and he also wanted to run into some cultivators who had come through a burial gate. These burial gates appeared without any pattern, and Luin did not know why they would appear in certain places. The most likely possibility was that they had been arranged beforehand. Otherwise, how could the burial gates have the ability to arrange gates throughout the universe? "Senior, I'm going back," Xianxia suddenly said as she stared at her gadget. Gadgets were not prohibited in the Starfall Sea, but there was no way for gadgets to connect to the inner verse. Still, there were no obstructions within the Starfall Sea. "What's the matter?" Luin asked. Xiao's expression turned ugly. "Xianxia challenged my master." Luin was confused. Xiao explained, "Xianxia is the son of Eternal Kingdom's Dongqing City's city lord. He's a talented young man who's an enlighter." Luin was shocked. "An enlighter? He challenged your master? Your master is an emissary, right?" Xiao nodded and said in a low voice, "My master only became an emissary a few years ago. This isn't the first time Xianxia has challenged him, but my master has always refused. This time, City Lord Yang personally requested it, so my master had no choice but to agree." Lu Yin's eyes flickered. "Your master isn't confident?" Xiao pursed her lips. "Xianxia is too strong. Although he's only an enlighter, even enlighters who are infinitely close to becoming an emissary can't last more than a few moves against him. My master admits that he's definitely not Xianxia's match before he becomes an emissary. Becoming an emissary is a qualitative leap. It's too difficult to defeat an emissary," Luin said. Xiao smiled bitterly. "It might be difficult for others, but not for Xianxia. He's defeated too many powerhouses from the older generation, and no one dares to fight him. Since City Lord Yang dared to let him challenge my master, he must be competent. Senior, you just came out of seclusion, so you might not know, but the human domain once held a supreme tournament. Experts from the Sixth Mainland, the Astral Beast domain, and the Technocracy all participated. The final winner was someone called Luin, and he was unrivaled among his peers. However, in our opinion, he was definitely not Xianxia's match. Xianxia was in seclusion at the time, and he was in the Starfall Sea, so he couldn't participate. Otherwise, Luin wouldn't have won the tournament." Luin was puzzled. "You've watched the Supreme Tournament?" Xiao shook her head. "We haven't seen it." "Then what makes you think that Luin isn't Xianxia's match?" Luin asked. Xiao was certain. Luin can defeat an enlighter who's far above him in a single palm. Can Luin become a boundless advanced lockbreaker at such a young age? Luyin's the Starfall Sea? Would Luin be able to challenge an emissary with his enlighter cultivation level after more than 30 cycles? There has never been such a genius in human history. Luin pursed his lips. This brat couldn't be praising him, right? Could she have recognized him? Xianxia can do what you just said? Luin was interested. Xiao nodded. What Luin can do, Xianxia can do as well. What Luin can't do, Xianxia can do as well. At most, Luin can be respected by his peers, but Xianxia can even challenge an emissary. That's the difference. Maybe that Luin doesn't even know about the Starsource universe. Luin blinked. He had been severely underestimated in the Starfall Sea. If Big Brother Lanci was here, he might be able to fight against Xianxia. What a pity, Xiao muttered to herself with a sad expression. Luin raised a brow. Lanci? Xiao replied, he's one of the younger generation's 10 arbiters. Senior, you're in seclusion, so you might not have heard of him. The 10 Arbiters are a title given to the top 10 experts of the younger generation. Brother Lanci came from Zhishan Dojo and is one of the 10 Arbiters. He might be able to challenge Yang Kong, but it won't be that easy for him to win. After all, Brother Lanci lost to that Luyin. Tell me. Are there any videos of Yang Kong's battles? Let me see. Luyin was getting more and more interested, but he was also a little unconvinced. Xianxia grunted. Yes, there is. She then activated her gadget, and a screen popped up to show a battle scene. Because the video was taken from too far away, Luyin couldn't see it clearly. This is a video of Yang Kong fighting against an enlighter who has gone through 42 cycles. He won in just 7 moves, Xianxia explained. Luyin stared at the video. The first 5 moves were nothing special, and the enlighter had been allowed to unleash his full power. The 6th move was Yang Kong's, and he had easily dissolved the enlighter's star energy before defeating his opponent in the 7th move. It had been very easy, and there was nothing special about it. The second video appeared, and this time it was a little clearer. This is Yang Kong fighting against an enlighter who has gone through 49 cycles. This time, Yang Kong also used 7 moves, Xianxia said apprehensively. Luyin watched the video and saw that Yang Kong was still able to easily dissolve his opponent's star energy. His figure then turned, and his appearance was clearly shown. Luyin's pupil shrank. Bukong? The person who had appeared in the video was Bukong, one of the 6th mainland's Daosor's 3 skies. He was someone who should have been dead by now. Luyin stared at the video, and his eyes flickered with disbelief. How was this possible? Wasn't Bukong dead? How was he still alive? The video quickly ended, and Luyin said, again, show me all of his battle videos. Xianxia did not understand why Luyin's tone had changed, and she continued to search for Yang Kong's battle videos. There were many videos, and Yang Kong's name was Zhang Yang. Every time he fought, he would make it known to everyone, as if he was afraid that no one would know about him. He fully displayed the arrogance and self-indulgence that a person of his age should have. Luyin watched the videos over and over again, and he finally confirmed that this person was Bukong. There was no mistaking it. Although he had not used secret subjugation or secret resurrection, he had used his innate gift of decomposition. When the 6th mainland had invaded, Bukong had been the youngest, and he had looked a little immature. It had been the same during the sovereign tournament. Now, Bukong's appearance had changed, and his figure was much taller. Even those who had watched the sovereign tournament might not be able to recognize him immediately. However, Luyin still had a deep impression of him. Back then, above the cosmic sea, Bukong had single-handedly defeated all of his peers. That scene was still very clear to this day. Bukong's death had been a loss to the 6th mainland, and Luyin had once felt pity for him. If Bukong had gone to the cosmic tree, he might have been able to accomplish something. Who would have thought that Bukong was still alive? If he was alive, then why was he dead? The mystery ancestor had even taken revenge for him and invaded the Aeonian kingdom. What was going on? Could the Aeonians have the ability to revive the dead? Luyin had a bad premonition. I'll go with you to the Aeonian kingdom, Luyin said to Xianxia. She was shocked. You want to go with me? Luyin nodded. There shouldn't be any more burial gates on the Greyweed continent. Perhaps there are some in the Starfall Sea, and there should be some in the Aeonian kingdom as well. Xianxia's voice was dry. You're not thinking of snatching the one in the west of the city, are you? There's one in the west? Luyin was pleasantly surprised. Xianxia nodded. These gates appeared in large numbers a few months ago. 2 appeared in the Aeonian kingdom, but 1 was destroyed. The other remains in the west of the city. You're not thinking of looking for that burial gate, are you? I advise you to give up. There are too many powerful corpse kings in the west, and it's impossible to get close. Luyin rubbed his chin. Didn't you say that the west of the city doesn't prohibit people from entering? But they still won't let us go as we please, Xianxia reminded him. She wanted to persuade him to give up on this idea. Otherwise, if he failed, he would implicate Water Goddess Dojo, and even if he succeeded, Water Goddess Dojo would be implicated as well. Luyin was helpless. Alright, you're right. The west of the city isn't a place I can barge into. Even the east of the city has City Lord Yang that I can't deal with. I don't want to court death. Xianxia sighed. But I'll still go with you to the Ionian kingdom. We'll find a place along the way, and maybe we'll find something. Xianxia did not doubt him. Normal people would not barge into the west of the city. Although this senior from the Heavenly Fire Dojo had reached the level of an envoy, there were still differences between envoys. He definitely would not court death. After deciding to return to the Ionian kingdom, the two changed directions and headed north. To return to the Ionian kingdom, they had to take a large spacecraft controlled by the Ionians. Other spacecraft could not be used in the Starfall Sea. This was one of the few things that was different from before. The Ionians did not forbid humans from moving about, whether it was adventuring, cultivation, or anything else. Even if there were conflicts between humans, the Ionians would not interfere. They had given the humans of the Starfall Sea the greatest freedom, but they were stuck in key areas such as how to travel and how to communicate. They were not far from the northern coast to begin with, and now that they were traveling at full speed, it only took them a few days to reach the coast. This was not Lu Yin's first time at the coast of the Boundless Continent. Whether it was the first time he had arrived at the Boundless Continent or when he had been chased by Madame Red, he had been here before. He still remembered that the Sea King and Elder Tianshan had been waiting here, as that had been the Sea King's backup plan. Now, things had changed, and everything had changed. Many people had gathered at the coast, waiting for the large spacecraft to arrive. "Senior sister," someone exclaimed. Quite a few people walked over from the distance. Lu Yin looked over and saw that it was the group from Water Goddess Dojo. Xianxia was pleasantly surprised. "It's you guys?" The old woman immediately walked over to Xianxia, her eyes filled with excitement. "Xianxia, you're not dead?" "Senior sister, we all thought you were dead." "Senior sister, how are you?" There were both men and women in the group, and they were all looking at Xianxia. They had also been waiting for the large spacecraft to arrive, and they had coincidentally bumped into her. Xianxia smiled. "I'm fine. The surface of Skyfire's core is still able to withstand the high temperature, but there was a heat wave that blew past. I was trapped, and it was very difficult for me to get out." The old woman asked, "Was it the heat wave that pushed me out?" Xianxia glanced at Lu Yin and nodded. Yes. She knew that the heat wave had come from Lu Yin, and he had stopped the others from saving her. He had clearly dragged her down on purpose, but he had said that she had lost her footing and fallen. The old woman was bitter. "I never thought that it would just be a heat wave. I thought that you were dead for sure, and I was planning to go back and ask for forgiveness. It's all good now that you're fine." She then looked at Lu Yin, who was not too far away, and asked with uncertainty, "Xiao, did you come here with this person?" Everyone else looked at Lu Yin as well. Xiao whispered, "I'll explain when we get back to the eastern part of the city. This person has a special identity." The old woman's eyes flashed, and she nodded without saying anything else. The rest of Water Goddess Dojo's disciples were curious about Lu Yin, as his image was too strange. It was as if his body had been drained of all water, and it reminded them of their own battle techniques. "How much longer?" Xiao asked. The old woman replied, "At least another day. We've already been waiting for half a month." Xiao replied, "Then we're just in time." The old woman pretended to be angry. "And you're acting like nothing happened." "We were scared to death and didn't even dare to tell the Tao Master." Xiao helplessly replied, "It was an accident. I'm really sorry." More and more people gathered, and soon, there were at least a few thousand of them. Were they all from the Starfall Sea? Could some of them have entered through the burial gate? Lu Yin scanned them one by one, but he didn't find anything out of the ordinary. However, even if there were, it would be useless to find them. They knew that this was the Starfall Sea, and only idiots would stay behind if they could return. Those who stayed behind could only mean one thing: the burial gate had already been destroyed. Lu Yin believed that there were many who had entered the Starfall Sea through the burial gate, but now that the burial gate had been destroyed, no one would come back. Only the burial gate guarded by the Eternals would appear. Luin rejoiced that he wasn't one of the unlucky people who had appeared directly at the burial gate in the western part of the city. A corpse king flew through the sky, and it was the same corpse king that Luin had fought before. Every time he saw the corpse king, Luin felt uneasy and afraid that he would be discovered. Fortunately, a day later, a super-large spacecraft appeared, and everyone boarded one after another. The spacecraft started moving towards the Sea King's dome, or rather, the Eternal Kingdom. As he looked at the grey-weed continent that was becoming more and more blurry, Luin didn't know when he would be able to come here again. The heavy mountain dojo still had the 1,000 stacks fist imprint, but he could only display less than 400 stacks at the moment. He would probably have to wait until he became an envoy. As for the battle technique that could display the 1,000 stacks, he didn't know what it would be like. Luin didn't show himself during the journey from the greyweed continent to the Eternal Kingdom, and he didn't even see Xianxia. The old woman asked Xianxia several times, but Xianxia didn't tell her who Luin was. She didn't know who he was either, only that he was a senior from the Skyfire dojo. The super-large spacecraft vibrated, signaling that they had arrived at the Eternal Kingdom. Luin opened his eyes and walked out. When he looked over, he was shocked. Was this still the Sea King's dome? Luin still remembered the shock he had felt when he had first arrived at the Sea King's dome. Back then, the heavens had not been dark, instead, a sky-blue radiance had replaced the darkness and enveloped a towering mountain. White clouds circled around the mountain as 7-colored radiance cascaded down, accompanied by a waterfall. Mist rose into the air, making it seem like a paradise. However, with the invasion of the 6th mainland, the Sea King's dome had been turned into a mine. Now, even the mountain was gone. It was as if the former Sea King's dome had been wiped off the map. What appeared in front of him was a huge city. Although it was bustling, it gave him a strange feeling of deathly stillness. Many people were smiling, but he could clearly see the helplessness, bitterness, and even despair hidden under their smiles. It was the same for Xianxia. It was more normal in the greyweed continent, but back in the Eternal Kingdom, it was like returning to a predetermined cage. The feeling of being restrained and suppressed made the sky darken. Even though the sky of Eternal Kingdom was bright, it wasn't light. Instead, it was darkness. "Shower, let's go. Yang Kong and the Dao Master are about to fight in the Eastern Plaza," shouted the old woman. Xiao's face paled, and she hurriedly got off the spacecraft and headed in a certain direction. All of the Water God's disciples followed her. It wasn't just them, as Luin looked around. Quite a few people were gathering in a certain direction. An enlighter challenging an emissary was unprecedented, at least in the Starfall Sea. It attracted a lot of attention, and Luin looked up. Perhaps He Wuxian, who controlled the Starfall Sea, was also paying attention. He lifted his foot and headed towards the Eastern Plaza as well. The road was now unfamiliar to him. The Eastern Plaza was located directly north of the eastern part of the Eternal Kingdom. With the destructive power of an emissary, they could easily destroy the entire Eternal Kingdom, let alone a plaza. Fortunately, this plaza wasn't located within the city. It was directly north of the city and bordered the Starfall Sea, which was why the Eastern Plaza had been confirmed as the location of the battle. Although it was said to be at the plaza, the actual location of the battle was the Starfall Sea. When Luin arrived, the plaza was already filled with people. Within the plaza, 2 figures stood facing each other with calm expressions. One of them was the Dao Master of Water God's training grounds, also known as Dao Master C. She was a middle-aged woman with blue hair and an ordinary appearance. Although she couldn't be considered beautiful, she was still pleasing to the eye. Opposite Dao Master C was Yang Kong, who had challenged her. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed when he saw the real Yang Kong. This guy was definitely not Kong. Although his appearance had changed slightly, his silhouette had not changed at all. That aura that resembled Zhang Yang's made Luin even more certain. "Dao Master C, I've been waiting for this battle for a long time." Yang Kong raised his head proudly. Dao Master C's tone was calm. "Advancing from the enlighter realm to the emissary realm is a qualitative leap. Are you so sure that you can defeat me?" Yang Kong was pleased. "Cut the crap. It's not like no one in history has ever done it, and there are people who can do it now. If he can do it, then so can I. I won't be any weaker than him." Dao Master C frowned. Then make your move. I'd like to see how you can defeat me. Outside the plaza, Xianxia and the other disciples of Water God's training grounds gritted their teeth and glared at Yang Kong. This bastard was using Dao Master C as a stepping stone to climb up, so it was normal for him to lose. An enlighter challenging an emissary could be praised for his courage and talent, but if he won, Dao Master C would lose all face. This person was detestable, but he was still so insufferably arrogant. With a bang, Yang Kong tore through the void and appeared in front of Dao Master C. He struck out with a palm. Outside the plaza, Luyin was shocked. His battle style had changed. In the past, Bukong had used his innate gift of disintegration to attack. Now, it looked like he was striking out with his palm, but he was using his physical strength instead of his innate gift of disintegration. Since when did Bukong have the confidence to deal with an emissary with his physical strength alone? Dao Master C remained calm as she faced Yang Kong's palm. She lifted her foot and disappeared, stepping into Astral Source Universe. This was the biggest hurdle for an enlighter to face an emissary. After entering Astral Source Universe, Dao Master C could see and attack Yang Kong, but Yang Kong was unable to retaliate. Yang Kong had expected this, and he waved his hand, using star energy to form a sourcebox array in the void. Dao Master C attacked, and a stream of water swirled around and swept towards Yang Kong. This sourcebox array was indeed powerful, and it instantly froze the flow of water. This was the same sourcebox array that Bukong had used on the general appointment platform. It was this sourcebox array that had knocked everyone off the platform. However, his opponent was not an enlighter, but rather an emissary. Emissaries used astral sources and could disintegrate star energy. This was the second hurdle for an enlighter to face against an emissary. Without star energy, how could an enlighter fight? Even if Lu Yin's control of star energy had reached the arcane creation realm and could use star energy to absorb attacks from anything, he still could not stably output star energy under the interference of an emissary. Yang Kong was even more so. His sourcebox array was forcefully disintegrated by the flow of water, which then wrapped around Yang Kong and transformed into a teardrop. Outside the plaza, someone cried out, "Water God's tear. This Yang Kong is done for. He'll definitely lose if he's trapped by Water God's tear, and it's a question whether he can even survive." Xianxia was excited, as Water God's tear was one of Water God Training Ground's top battle techniques. Although it looked like it was wrapped in water, it was actually filled with a powerful stirring force. As time passed, the stirring force would grow stronger until eventually, even the user of Water God's tear would be unable to control it. The cultivators of the Greyweed continent knew that when fighting against Water God Training Grounds disciples, they could not be trapped by Water God's tear. Otherwise, even Water God Training Grounds disciples might not be able to save them. All of the Water God Training Grounds disciples breathed heavily, as Yang Kong was done for. Luyin was surprised as well, as this Water God's tear battle technique was quite good. It was filled with complex transformations that constantly strengthened itself. It was like a source box, and if one wanted to break through it, they would either have to admit defeat before the transformations reached the user's limit and allow them to dispel the battle technique, or they could forcefully break through it. Even if one tried to break through it from the outside, it would still be easy to injure the person inside. Breaking through Water God's tear meant that one's attack had surpassed the limits of Water God's tear, and it also surpassed the limits of the person trapped by it. This was a battle technique that could transform itself. Pathmaster C walked out of the Astral Source Universe. If you admit defeat, I can dispel Water God's tear. Otherwise, it'll be too late. Yang Kong clenched his fists, and his clothes were torn apart. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked up at Pathmaster C without saying a word. Pathmaster C frowned. Do you want to die? If you delay any longer, even City Lord Yang won't be able to save you. Yang Kong sneered as his body was cut by the Water God's tear. Fresh blood flowed out, and the tear gradually turned from colorless to a scarlet color. Pathmaster C's eyes flickered. She did not want to kill this person, as that would offend City Lord Yang. Even though she was an envoy, she still felt a sense of fear when facing City Lord Yang. City Lord Yang was not someone she could match up to. Just as Pathmaster C was about to dispel the Water God's tear, a hand reached out with the scarlet tear, and to everyone's shock, it suddenly tore apart. The water god's tear suddenly exploded, and scarlet droplets of water scattered in all directions. Yang Kong walked out with a ferocious expression. His body was covered in blood, and his eyes had turned gray. Lu Yin was shocked. Gray eyes transformation? Pathmaster C cried out, Corpse King transformation? You? Yang Kong sneered. You're mistaken. He then leaped out and charged at Pathmaster C. Pathmaster C stepped into Astral Source Universe once again and disappeared. Yang Kong's body froze and remained motionless. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Astral Source Universe was a hurdle that only the fourth young ancestor of the Astral Tree domain could break through. Before him, no enlighter from the fifth and sixth mainlands had been able to break through this hurdle. Of course, that was with the exception of the older generation's powerhouses that he did not understand, as Lu Yin had rarely met any of the older generation's top geniuses. Whether or not Yang Kong could defeat Pathmaster C would depend on whether or not he could break through the hurdle of Astral Source Universe. With his gray eyes transformation, he had already broken through the hurdle of star energy suppression. Within Astral Source Universe, Pathmaster C took action again, and the water flowed out and transformed into the water god's tear. This time, the tear successfully enveloped Yang Kong, and the transformation was twice as fast as before. Yang Kong's eyes changed again, becoming green. His entire body seemed to have grown larger, and he tore the tear apart with both hands. He stared in a certain direction, took a step forward, and disappeared. Lu Yin's eyes trembled. He had broken through, and he could now enter Astral Source Universe. He had successfully broken through the barrier and become the second enlighter after Lu Yin to be able to challenge an emissary. This was something that even the Prime Clear had not been able to do, but Bukong had done it ahead of them. He had relied on the Eternal's Corpse King transformation. The Corpse King transformation was indeed a terrifying battle technique. In his opinion, this battle technique's value was no less than that of the Three Suns' ancestral chi, and it might even surpass it. In the Hall of Honor's long history, only the Shangqing had successfully cultivated the Three Suns' ancestral chi. As for the Corpse King transformation, it wasn't just a Corpse King that could cultivate it, even a human could cultivate it. For example, Zirong had also cultivated it. However, compared to Bukong, Zirong's Corpse King transformation was clearly different. Being able to step into the Astral Source Universe meant that Yang Kong was qualified to fight against Dao Master C. Dao Master C's expression changed for the first time, and she could no longer remain calm. She watched as Yang Kong drew closer and closer to her. She stretched out her hands, causing water to surge out and form two mountains that pressed down on Yang Kong. The two were nowhere to be seen in the plaza, and the next moment, they appeared above the Starfall Sea. The cliffs formed by the water pressed down on Yang Kong from both sides. Sea Shower bit her lip. Twin cliffs, Master has even used her innate gift. The old woman's expression turned even uglier. Although she couldn't understand the envoy's battle, she could clearly sense that Dao Master C had been forced out. The two cliffs formed by the water pressed down on Yang Kong. Dao Master C raised a finger, causing the water to turn into a thread that shot out and pierced through Yang Kong's shoulder. Admit defeat, or the next attack will be your head. Yang Kong's green eyes stared at Dao Master C, and then he smiled. I told you that you would definitely lose. He didn't do anything else, but his power level suddenly soared. At the same time, his injuries instantly healed, and he pushed aside the two cliffs and charged towards Dao Master C. Dao Master C's eyes narrowed, and Yang Kong pressed a palm against her abdomen. It's over. There was a thump as the water around Dao Master C's body surged, and her body crashed into the eastern city, cracking the ground. Water God's disciples hurriedly rushed over. Everyone else watched in shock. Yang Kong had sent Dao Master C flying? How had he done it? His aura, power level, and injuries had all changed in an instant, and no one knew what had happened. Lu Yin sighed. As expected, it was Bukong. Just now, Bukong had simultaneously used the secret subjugation technique, the secret resurrection technique, and the innate talent decomposition technique. If Dao Lord C hadn't held back and protected her body with water, she wouldn't have just been seriously injured. Her body might have been forcefully decomposed by Bukong, and there would only be one outcome, death. This person was Bukong, and had mastered the secret magic of the sixth mainland. His talent and personality were all the same. He wasn't dead. From the fact that he was able to use a secret technique, Lu Ying knew that his memories hadn't disappeared, and he even knew how to set up sourcebox arrays. What had the Eternals done to him? In the eastern part of the city, a large area of buildings had been destroyed. Dao Master Si lay on the ground, clutching her stomach, her face deathly pale. Si Xiao'er and the others gathered around her. Dao Lord Si waved her hand. It's fine. She looked off into the distance where Yang Kong stood towering over the Starfall Sea, looking at her with cold arrogance. Si Xiao'er and the others glared angrily at Yang Kong. You won, Dao Master Si admitted bitterly. The disciples of the water goddess Bodhisattva were indignant, but there was nothing they could do. Yang Kong was pleased with himself. I told you before that you're not my match. That's what I said during our first battle. Yang Kong, if it weren't for the Corpse King transformation, you wouldn't have been able to beat me. Dao Master Si was helped up, and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. She was also unwilling to accept this outcome. Yang Kong snorted. So what? The Corpse King transformation is also a type of battle technique. Can your Water God's dojo fight without using the Water God's tier? What a weakling's nonsense. Yang Kong, don't go too far. Si Xiao'er shouted angrily. However, Yang Kong ignored her. He was arrogant, and these people were not worthy of his attention. Dao Lord Si, you've lost. Remember what you promised me. With that, Yang Kong's silhouette vanished as he left. Si Xiao'er hurriedly asked, Master, what did you promise him? Everyone else looked at Dao Master Si. She bitterly replied, we'll talk about it when we get back. The battle between Yang Kong and Dao Master Si had shocked many people. An enlighter defeating an emissary was something that had never been recorded in the history of the Starfall Sea, but it had happened today. To those who lived in the Starfall Sea, this was inconceivable. As the spectators dispersed, news of this incident would definitely spread, and the entire Starfall Sea would know about it. In the eastern part of the city, at Water God's dojo, Dao Master Si had recovered somewhat, and her face was no longer as pale as before. The disciples of Water God's dojo all looked gloomy. Dao Master Si calmly said, victory and defeat are common. I've lost, but you guys just have to win it back for me in the future. There are too many geniuses in the universe, and Yang Kong is just one of them. Some people become successful when they're young, while others mature later. Back then, my Water God's dojo was suppressed by the Skyfire dojo to the point that we couldn't even breathe. Master, this disciple understands, Si Xiao'er said firmly. Dao Master Si nodded and waved her hand, dismissing everyone. She then looked at Lu Ying. He had been following behind Si Xiao'er the entire time, even after returning to Water God's dojo. He could choose not to follow her to Water God's dojo, but Dao Master Si was a powerhouse on the same level as the East City emissary, and her understanding of the Eternal Kingdom was much better than his wandering around alone. Who is this? Dao Master Si was puzzled. The old woman also looked over curiously. Si Xiao'er replied, this is a senior who lives in seclusion in Skyfire dojo. Dao Master Si was shocked. Skyfire dojo? She stared at Lu Ying, her gaze gradually sinking. Who are you from Skyfire dojo? Skyfire dojo and Water God's dojo had always been competitors, so she should have recognized him if he was from Skyfire dojo. Furthermore, Lu Ying looked like he had been drained of all his water, which seemed more like a disguise to her. Lu Ying was indeed in disguise. Skyfire dojo's Xianxia, Lu Ying said. Si Xiao'er blinked. Xianxia? This was the first time she had heard Lu Ying mention this name. Dao Master Si suddenly moved, surrounding Lu Ying with a stream of water. She spoke sternly, who are you? There's no one in Skyfire dojo named Xianxia. There is. Lu Ying was very certain. Dao Master Si barked, speak. Who are you? Xianxia. The old woman cried out, I remember now. There was indeed someone named Xianxia in Skyfire dojo's history. He once fought for the position of dojo master, but he failed and died. Are you Xianxia? Lu Ying was bewildered, there really was such a person? He had just casually mentioned it, and it didn't matter if his identity was real or not. Skyfire Dojo had already been destroyed, and Dao Master C couldn't verify his identity. Even if he was exposed as a fake, so what? He could just leave. Luin knew that he had to convince himself before he could convince others. He was convinced that he was Lai Yanzi, so how could someone from Water God's dojo refute him? This was Lu Yin's reasoning. Dao Master C naturally knew that there was someone named Lai Yanzi in Skyfire Dojo's history, but she was just probing. Besides, Lai Yanzi was already dead, so how could another Lai Yanzi appear? Lai Yanzi died many years ago, and Tian Yanzi wasn't even born back then. Why should we believe you when you say that you're Lai Yanzi? Dao Master C asked warily. More and more water flowed out, and once she confirmed that Luin was lying, she wouldn't hesitate to use Water God's tear. Luin. I didn't die back then, but I was heavily injured and went into seclusion. I stayed under Skyfire Dojo's core and only came out now. You can ask your disciple where she met me. Dao Master C looked at Xianxia. Xianxia recounted how she had met Luin. Luin took out the Skyfire stone. Dao Master C recognized the stone. This is Tian Yanzi's power vessel. Why do you have it? I don't know. When I came out, I was right under Skyfire Dojo's core, Luin answered. Dao Master C stared at Lu Yin's eyes and then retracted the water. She said sadly, it doesn't matter if you're Lai Yanzi or not. The Starfall Sea is now under the control of the Eternals. Since you're a human, then live on. There's no need to fight anymore. She still didn't believe that Luin was Lai Yanzi, but under the current circumstances, she couldn't figure out what benefits Luin could gain by pretending to be someone from Skyfire Dojo or what he could do against Water God's dojo. Although the Eternals didn't restrict human freedom, everyone knew that everything was under their control. Water God's dojo and even City Lord Yang were the same, so it didn't matter if another person from Skyfire Dojo popped out. Luin took up residence in Water God's dojo as a matter of course. He had leveled the Sea King's dome and established the current Eternal Kingdom. If the Sea King, Hai Chi-Chi, and the others knew about this, who knew how they would feel? The Eternal Kingdom here was very similar to the Neoverse Eternal Kingdom, with towering buildings that reached into the clouds. The architectural style was similar to that of Night King Planet, and it was filled with a monotonous, lonely, and oppressive atmosphere. Fortunately, compared to Night King Planet and the Neoverse Eternal Kingdom, this place was much livelier. It was full of people, and the architectural style was brought to a different level of hustle and bustle. This was the ability of humans. Given enough time, they could assimilate many things. Water God's dojo occupied a large area, and Luin had his own courtyard. The old woman would occasionally stare at his courtyard with a vigilant gaze. Xianxia had tried to look for Luin several times, but she had stopped her. Here, there was both day and night. When night fell, a giant crescent moon hung in the sky, as if it had risen and fallen from the Starfall Sea. It overlooked the entire Eternal Kingdom from the highest point of the tower, and it was like a pair of eyes that watched over everyone. Luin looked up and stared at the huge crescent moon, his thoughts unknown. Xianxia came over and sat beside Luin. Senior, are you really Li Yanzi? Luin nodded. Yeah. Xianxia propped up her chin. I don't know why, but Master and the others just don't believe me. Luin smiled. Li Yanzi is a dead person in the records, and it was a long time ago. It's normal for them not to believe me. Your seniority is higher than my master's. What was the Greyweed continent like when you were young? Xianxia asked curiously. Luin pursed his lips. How would he know what the Greyweed continent was like? Back then. He sighed, and Xianxia looked forward to it. I forgot. Xianxia blinked. What? Luin calmly replied, I forgot. Xianxia was confused. Forgotten? How could you forget? Luin was puzzled. How could you not forget? It's too long ago. Can you remember everything from when you were 3 years old? Xianxia shook her head honestly. That's right. It's only been a few decades since you were 3, but what about me? How many years have passed since then? There can be many of you, so isn't it normal to forget? Luin said matter-of-factly. Xianxia thought about it and felt that it made sense, but she still felt that something was off. She was a calm person, and she quickly figured out what the problem was. She was about to speak. What did your master promise Yang Kong? Luyin suddenly asked. Xiao's eyes dimmed, and she was in low spirits. Master promised to accompany Yang Kong through the burial gate. Luyin was shocked. The burial gate? Didn't the Eternals announce that it's a gate of death that forbids humans from entering? Xiao replied, Yang Kong knows that it's the burial gate, and so does Master. They need to enter the burial gate to complete a mission set by the Eternals. Yang Kong is the leader of this mission, and he wants to select a group of people. Is that why they took a fancy to your master? Yes. Master is an emissary and the number 2 expert in the Eastern City, second only to City Lord Yang. Naturally, he was chosen. However, Master refused at first, and the Eternals didn't force him either. Yang Kong then made a bet with Master. If Master won, he could do whatever he wanted, but if he lost, he would have to accompany him through the burial gate. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The Eternals had set a mission for Yang Kong that didn't force down Master C. This meant that Yang Kong was the leader of this mission, and he was very eager to complete it. He remembered that corpse kings couldn't enter the burial gate, as they would die without a doubt. This was something that had been discovered when the burial gate had first appeared, so why did Yang Kong dare to enter? He had clearly cultivated a corpse king transformation, so could it be that the Eternals' corpse king transformation had reached a level that ordinary people could cultivate? Since Yang Kong was a real human and hadn't been modified at all, this meant that there had been a huge problem with his death. He might not have been resurrected, and it was very likely that he hadn't died in the first place. Had he joined the Eternals or something else? If Luyin wanted to know the answer, he had to get close to Yang Kong. What Luyin wanted to do the most right now was to enter the burial gate. There was only one way to accomplish these two goals: enter Yang Kong's eyes and become one of the people who would accompany him on this mission. Is your master being controlled? Luyin asked. Xiao whispered, she's been poisoned. If she doesn't get the antidote within a certain period of time, she'll definitely die. Even an emissary can't do anything about it. This poison was developed by the Eternals, and humans have no antidote. A vitality poison? Luyin. Xiao shook her head. I don't know. How does Senior know? I met him when I was younger, Luyin replied before stretching lazily. Come with me to the west side of the city tomorrow. Xiao was shocked. West City? Senior, are you going to the West City? That place is filled with corpse kings. That's why I have to go and take a look. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win. During my time, corpse kings were very rare, and I never thought that the entire Starfall Sea would become the domain of corpse kings the moment I left seclusion. I don't know how you people of the later generations have managed to guard this place, but I want to see what the western part of the city is like and how many corpse kings there are. Not because of that door? Xiao was not stupid and probed. Luyin looked at her and smiled. Is that door in the middle of the road? Xiao shook her head. Then how can I see it? Force his way in? It's not like you're courting death. Alright, go back. He waved his hand and chased Xiao out. Xiao walked out of Lu Yin's courtyard when the old woman arrived. How was it? What did you find out? Xiao thought back to everything Lu Yin had said. I didn't get anything out of him, but he's heading to the west of the city tomorrow. The old woman was shocked. West City? What are you going there for? Did he tell you that? Xiao nodded. He wants me to go with him. No, absolutely not. The western part of the city is too dangerous. Those corpse kings are all imprisoned, and if they can really control themselves to not harm humans, then why would the western part of the city prohibit them from leaving? No humans would dare to enter the western part of the city. You can't go, but it's his business. Xiao bit her lip. I want to take a look. No. Xiao walked out of the void with a solemn expression. You're not allowed to go to the western part of the city. If he wants to go, then let him go. Xiao was stubborn. Master, I want to understand those corpse kings. Since there are 2 cities in the Eternal Kingdom, and the corpse kings in the western part of The city are strictly prohibited from leaving. It means that the Eternals really don't want to harm the humans in the eastern part of the city. We won't be harmed in the western part of the city either, so how can we deal with them if we don't understand them? Shut up. What do you know? Xianxia barked. She then turned to the old woman. Take her back. She's not allowed to go anywhere. Xianxia wanted to say more, but she was pulled away by the old woman. Xianxia looked towards Lu Yin's courtyard, and Lu Yin happened to be looking outside as well. They were separated by a wall, but the two seemed to be able to see each other's gazes. One had a weak personality who had submitted to a strong enemy and could only endure humbly. The other was overbearing, filled with a desire to explore and attack, and was adept at breaking through rigid structures. They were two completely different people. Lu Yin overheard their conversation, but he did not blame them. Pointless resistance would only lead to death. If he were in Xiao's shoes, he would not be willing to risk his life for someone of unknown origins. To them, a peaceful life was enough. Even if their dignity was trampled on, it was fine as long as they could survive. The next day, Lu Yin headed to the western part of the city with Xianxia by his side. He had secretly brought Xianxia out of the city, so he could have come to the western part of the city himself. However, since Xianxia wanted to come as well, he had brought her along. Xianxia knew that Lu Yin was powerful, but she had not expected him to be able to bring her out of Water God Training Hall without alerting her master. Senior, what realm are you at? Xianxia asked. Lu Yin casually replied, about the same as your master. I don't believe it. You were able to bring me out of Water God Training Hall, and you even went into seclusion to study Heavenly Fire Dao Training Hall's core. It's said that even Dao Lord Tianyanzi doesn't dare to enter the core. My master also said that those who can stay in the core are powerhouses whose power levels exceed 600,000, Xianxia said. Lu Yin paused. We've arrived at the western part of the city. The two were currently at the top of a mountain. The center of the Eternal Kingdom was separated by a short mountain that divided the eastern and western parts of the city. Lu Yin and Xianxia were currently at the top of the mountain, looking towards the west. The eastern and western parts of the city had similar architectural styles, but compared to the liveliness and prosperity of the eastern part of the city, the western part was deathly still. There were also many figures on the streets, but these figures were exactly the same as the ones in the Neoverse Eternal Kingdom. They were walking corpses without any signs of life, as if they were just walking for the sake of walking. There was no noise in the entire city, and there were only occasional sounds, which were hair-raising chewing sounds. Lu Yin had heard these sounds before in the Neoverse Eternal Kingdom. Has anyone entered the western part of the city? Lu Yin asked. Xianxia replied, I don't know, but City Lord Yang should have. After all, he's the city lord of the eastern part of the city. Lu Yin led Xianxia down the mountain and stepped onto the ground of the western part of the city. They were greeted by a corpse king. The corpse king stared at Lu Yin and Xianxia, its scarlet vertical eyes sending chills down their spines. Xiao's face paled, and she gulped. After a while, the corpse king left without saying a word. How were the two of them? Lu Yin led Xianxia into the western part of the city. With the Eternals' current plan, their safety was guaranteed. Lu Yin had entered the western part of the city out of curiosity, but also because he wanted to attract the attention of certain people. The people of the eastern part of the city did not dare to enter the western part of the city, but he had. This was enough to attract the attention of certain people, regardless of whether they were from the western or eastern part of the city. With his image, no one would be able to recognize him, and he did not need to hide any of his strength. He was Li Yanzi, an expert from the Skyfire Dojo who had failed to vie for the position of Dao Master. He had been in seclusion for countless years and had eventually become an emissary. Xianxia followed closely behind Lu Yin as they walked through the western part of the city. The buildings on both sides made her think that this was the eastern part of the city. They were almost identical, and she even saw the Water God Dojo's buildings. The corpse king passed by, sending chills down their spines. Chewing sounds came from its mouth as if it was swallowing something. Xianxia felt like a corpse king was staring at them. Lu Yin was much more casual. Don't worry. The Eternals spent so much effort to build the eastern and western parts of the city, and they also clearly stated that the corpse kings are not allowed to leave. They want to create a scene where the corpse kings coexist with humans. They won't let anything happen to us. Didn't you want to understand the corpse kings? Luyin suddenly raised a hand and grabbed a corpse king that was passing by. Xianxia was shocked, as she had not expected Luyin to be so bold. The corpse king was stunned as well, and its scarlet vertical eyes stared at Xianxia. It growled softly and struggled to break free, but it could not do so no matter how hard it tried. On the streets, many corpse kings were watching this scene. Xiaoxia's face paled. "Senior, let him go." Luyin tossed the corpse king away. The corpse king turned around and roared. It wanted to attack, but in the end, it held back. Lu Yan's gaze swept the surroundings, and he suddenly looked into the distance. There, a pair of scarlet vertical eyes gave him immense pressure. This was definitely an expert that he could not deal with. Luyin narrowed his eyes and stared at the scarlet eyes for a moment before turning around. "Let's go back to the eastern part of the city." Xianxia was confused. "Back? Do you still want to stay and chat with them?" Luyin asked. Xianxia hurriedly followed. Luyin had only come to the western part of the city to make his presence known. He had indeed attracted attention. Someone who dared to barge into the western part of the city and even attack a corpse king had attracted the attention of the upper echelons of the Eternal Kingdom. That night, Luyin was still looking at the crescent moon in the sky. His gaze shifted, and a figure walked out of the void behind him and attacked him with a palm. The palm's strength was fierce, and Luyin was not unfamiliar with it. It was Yang Kong. No, it was not Kong. This palm was no different from the first one he had used against Xianxia. Just as the palm was about to land on Luyin's body, Yang Kong thought that he would be hit. He looked at Luyin as if he was looking at a dead man. Luyin disappeared. He entered the astral source universe. Yang Kong's palm missed, and the palm's strength pierced through the ground and shook the eastern part of the city. The terrifying strength caused the ground of Water God Training Hall to crack apart. Many people in Water God Training Hall were affected, and some even had their legs crushed. She walked out and glared at Yang Kong. "What are you doing?" Yang Kong ignored her, and a terrifying aura spread out and broke through the void, distorting the sky above the Eternal Kingdom. His eyes turned green as he took a step forward and entered the astral source universe. Dao Lord C's expression changed. He was attacking that person. In the invisible void, flames burned and swept across the sky, illuminating the darkness of the Eternal Kingdom. A blazing sun rose into the sky, scorching the earth. Yang Kong left the astral source universe, and Luyin did the same. Compared to Yang Kong, Luyin's aura was much more chaotic. The scorching sun of Eternal Kingdom was shattered by an invisible force. That force was terrifying. Luyin looked up in shock. "Who is it?" "He's my father," Yang Kong said, looking at him in surprise. "Who are you?" Luyin and Yang Kong exchanged glances, their gazes filled with apprehension. "That's Xianxia from the Skyfire Dojo." Yang Kong frowned. "Heavenly Flame Dojo? Wasn't it destroyed? How can there be a Xianxia?" He looked at Dao Lord C in confusion. "You know him?" Path Master C said in a low voice, "I'm not sure, but he's definitely using the Heavenly Flame Dojo's battle techniques, and he also has Tian Yanzi's treasure on him." Yang Kong looked at Luyin again and sized him up. "What's wrong with your body? You ambushed me for no reason, and now you're asking all sorts of questions. Do you really think that you're in control of everyone in the Starfall Sea?" Yang Kong sneered. "You'd better answer me. Otherwise, if my father shows up, it won't be so easy to deal with." Luyin raised his head. "Then I'll ask City Lord Yang to step forward." "Xianxia, City Lord Yang won't appear for such a small matter. The entire Starfall Sea is now under the control of the Eternals. No matter who you are or what you've done in the past, it has nothing to do with the past. Just answer whatever Yang Kong asks you," said Dao Master C. Yang Kong stared at Luyin. He didn't care whether or not Luyin was Xianxia, as it had nothing to do with him. He was only concerned about this person's strength. This person's body was special, and it was a little strange. Luyin clenched his fists. "I'll be incinerated." Dao Master C was shocked. Yang Kong was equally puzzled. Transcending tribulation? Astral emissary origin tribulation? Lu Yin solemnly replied, that's right. It was an emissary's origin tribulation. As someone from the Heavenly Fire Dojo, I had to face flames during my tribulation. However, the flames of the origin tribulation were even more terrifying than the Heavenly Fire Dojos. All of the water in my body was roasted dry, and I almost turned into ashes. Even if I managed to survive and become an emissary, my body was unable to recover. No one could prove that this answer was wrong. Since ancient times, there had been many kinds of origin tribulations. No one could say for sure what they would encounter during their origin tribulations. Yang Kong looked deeply at Lu Yin. Li Yanzi, you're from the Skyfire Dojo. Back when the 6th mainland attacked the 5th mainland, even Tian Yanzi died. How come you're still fine? I've always been in seclusion at the core of the heavenly flames, he explained. Xianxia spoke up. I can prove that I met you at the core of heavenly flames. Yang Kong glanced at Xianxia and calmly said, everyone, back off. Dao Master Si waved her hand to get everyone to back off. There were many Water God Dao Hall disciples who needed treatment. The destructive power of an emissary, even if it was just the aftermath, was not something these disciples could withstand. The disciples of the Water Goddess Training Hall were not the only ones affected in the eastern city. Many people who lived in the surrounding areas were also affected. Fortunately, these people were mostly cultivators. Almost all the humans living in the East City were cultivators. Only Yang Kong, Lu Yin, and Dao Master Si were left behind. Accompany me on a quest, Yang Kong said. Lu Yin frowned. Are you talking to me? Who else? Yang Kong's tone was as arrogant as ever. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Lu Yin felt like he was asking for a beating. I'm not going, he refused. Yang Kong sneered. You don't have the right to refuse. This quest comes from the Eternals. If you go, you'll return with unimaginable resources. If you don't go, I'll have to use some methods to ask Dao Master Si. She didn't want to go either, but she agreed in the end. Lu Yin looked at Dao Master Si. Dao Master Si was helpless. I lost. I admit defeat. So you don't have to go as long as you win? Lu Yin asked. Yang Kong looked up. You can't beat me. Why should I? Lu Yin was annoyed. Based on that test, I can say with certainty that you can't beat me, Yang Kong said proudly. Lu Yin raised a hand and flames ignited on his palm, transforming it into a sword. Try it. Yang Kong shook his head. I'm only letting you accompany me on this quest because I think highly of you. What's the point of being stubborn? Isn't the point of cultivation to become stronger and live longer? As long as you succeed, you'll receive resources from the Eternals that will allow you to cultivate to a power level of 1,000,000. Lu Yin was stunned. A power level of 1,000,000? Resources? Yang Kong clasped his hands behind his back. It's not just you, Dao Master Si. Those who accompany me on this quest will also receive the same treatment. If they succeed and return alive, they'll receive endless resources from the Eternals in the future. As long as you have enough talent, you can even become a half-ancestor, let alone a power level of 1,000,000. Lu Yin lowered his hand, and the flames dissipated. Dao Master Si glanced at Yang Kong. She had also received this promise, but she had not been tempted by it. So what if she had endless resources? As long as she carried out this quest, she would definitely be standing against the humans, and she would only be able to work with those corpse kings in the future. So what if she could cultivate to a power level of 1,000,000? She had no choice but to go. Now, it seemed that this Li Yanzi had been tempted. She looked at Lu Yin with a cold and disdainful gaze. She had specifically investigated this Li Yanzi. This person had once been quite talented and had even fought for the position of Dao Master, but he had still been defeated in the end. He had even used despicable methods during the competition and had almost been expelled from the Skyfire Dojo. This person had been blinded by greed and was truly a despicable person. Seeing that this person had been tempted by Yang Kong, it did seem to match the historical Li Yanzi. Perhaps this person really was Li Yanzi. My cultivation has reached a bottleneck, and I lack resources. The Skyfire dojo has been destroyed, and I don't know where I can get more resources. Can you give them to me? Luyin asked as he looked expectantly at Yang Kong. Yang Kong's lips curled up. Of course. I'm talking about right now. I'll agree to accompany you on this quest, but you have to give me resources. Only then can I break through my cultivation so that I can accompany you on this quest, Luyin said. Yang Kong thought about it. Sure. What do you want? Luyin answered without hesitation, star essence. Yang Kong did not understand. You're an emissary. What do you need star essence for? Luyin helplessly explained, the battle technique I just used is called Skyfire Sunday. In theory, it can release limitless heat, and it can also be nurtured. However, it consumes too much astral source, and if I'm not careful, it might cause a backlash from the astral source universe. It's better to use star essence to nurture it. The more star essence I have, the stronger the Skyfire Sun will be. As long as I have enough star essence, I can nurture it to the point where it can threaten a powerhouse with a power level of 700,000. Yang Kong was shocked. It can threaten a powerhouse with a power level of 700,000? Luyin was certain. That's right. It should be helpful to you. Yang, this chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Yang Kong thought about it for a moment. All right. How many star essence do you need? How many do you have? There's still a few days before the mission starts. About 5 days. How many star essence can you use to nurture that battle technique in 5 days? How many do you have? Yang Kong raised a brow. Can you use as many as I have? Luyin clenched his fists. Definitely. I'm confident. Yang Kong nodded. All right, wait for me. He then vanished. Lu Yin's breathing quickened. Money, money. Finally, money. He had a premonition that there would be a lot of money coming this time. Yang Kong could not be blamed for being tricked, as there were battle techniques that could be nurtured. For example, the Hui family's golden meteor could be nurtured indefinitely. The Sixth Mainland also had battle techniques that could be nurtured, and Luyin had just used one. That battle technique was not Skyfire Sun, but rather Blazing Sun, which originated from the Blaze Realm. After defeating the Blaze Realm, Luyin had seen their battle techniques, and he knew all of them, including Blazing Sun, Karmic Flame Sword, and Poison Fire Palm. Since he was pretending to be someone from the Skyfire Dojo, using the Blaze Realm's battle techniques was naturally the most appropriate choice. Blazing Sun could theoretically be used with unlimited heat, so it was normal for Yang Kong to be tricked. Pathmaster C looked at Luyin. The Skyfire Dojo does not have a battle technique like Skyfire Sunday, I created it myself, Luyin replied. Pathmaster C's tone was gloomy. No matter what your goal is, don't think that you can take advantage of us. Since you agreed to this mission, you'll be poisoned. This poison comes from the Everlasting Tribe, and only they can cure it. She then turned and left. No one was a fool, and Yang Kong was no fool. It was impossible for him to give Luyin resources without controlling him. The poison was a form of control. Luyin had no other choice, as this was the only way to leave the burial garden. Otherwise, he would not have the ability to force his way into the Western District and enter the burial garden. He had gone to the Western District during the day for this exact reason. He wanted to see the Western District and attract attention, but he also wanted to see if he could enter the burial garden without attracting attention. However, that pair of scarlet eyes had made him give up on that idea. As for the poison, if it really was a life poison, then he would have to find Ming Yen. The white-haired Ming Yen was a great supplement for her, and if it was any other poison, then there should not be any stronger than a life poison. Otherwise, the Everlasting Tribe's research on poisons would be terrifying. Even if there was another poison, it would not matter, as the injuries caused by the poison were still within the limits of tolerance. This was where Lu Yin's confidence lay, and the shaman spirit god would not allow him to be poisoned to death. Let's see if he could avoid being poisoned first. Not long after, Yang Kong arrived and stretched out his hand under Lu Yin's expectant gaze. There were 2 drops of transparent liquid in his palm. One was clearly a life poison, and Luyin recognized it because he had come into contact with it many times. As for the other drop, he blinked and recognized it as well. Wasn't this the tears of the philanthropist? Back when he had been on the 9th floor of the Divine Gu Dynasty's pavilion, he had purchased a drop of poison that was said to be able to kill powerful emissaries. It was called the tears of the philanthropist, and it was also transparent and colorless. However, its insides resembled the flow of a galaxy, making it very easy to recognize. Although it was an extreme poison, it was not as colorless and tasteless as the Anitya Hellguards. Luin had not expected Yang Kong to take out the tears of the philanthropist. "Open your hand," Yang Kong said. Luin subconsciously opened his hand. The 2 drops of liquid were wrapped up by a gentle force and entered his palm. This is a poison developed by the Everlasting Tribe. Once it erupts, even emissaries will die without a doubt. Since you're on a mission, you have to be controlled, especially since you've been given so many resources in advance, Yang Kong said. But don't worry, as long as you don't betray us, this poison will not erupt. End of chapter. Luin looked at his palm and saw that the 2 drops of liquid had already entered his body. Don't think that others can cure you. This poison came from the everlasting race, and even the Hall of Honor can't cure you, Yang Kong reminded him. Luin looked at Path Lord C. Path Lord C nodded. What about my resources? Luin asked. Yang Kong looked at Luin with a much more relaxed expression after being poisoned, as if he was looking at one of his own. He had been too confident in this poison, but the more confident he was, the less confident Luin felt. That wasn't just the poison of life, but also the tears of Samaritan. Who knew what would happen when the 2 poisons were combined? But no matter how strong the poison was, it couldn't possibly be stronger than a progenitor's battle technique. The desolate ancestor was a progenitor who had grasped the secrets of eternal life. Things could be reversed when pushed to the extreme, and even a half-ancestor's injuries could be healed. Poison shouldn't be a problem for him. Follow me, Yang Kong said as he headed off in a certain direction. Luin hurriedly followed. Actually, Luin didn't know much about how the everlasting race cultivated or how they used their resources. Even though he had a premonition that he would be able to make a small fortune, he had never expected it to be so ruthless. Luin was stunned as he looked at the endless sea of star essence. This is... He had followed Yang Kong to the underground of the Everlasting Kingdom, thinking that it would be another place to modify corpse kings. He had never expected that it would be a storehouse for resources. The endless sea of star essence reminded Luin of Planet Junior progenitor in the cosmic tree realm. Of course, the amount of star essence here couldn't compare to that of Planet Junior progenitor, but it was still spectacular. There were probably tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of star essence here. Luin stared blankly, as if he had never seen the world before. Yang Kong replied, "Take whatever you want." Luin looked at him. "Are the everlasting race that rich?" Yang Kong answered, "Not the everlasting race. All of the resources here come from the Starfall Sea." Luin understood. No wonder there were so many resources here. If all of the resources in the Starfall Sea were combined, it would definitely be an enormous sum, just like the resources in the Innerverse. "Can I take whatever I want?" Luin asked. Yang Kong disdainfully replied, "Whatever." He then turned to leave. "I'll wait for you in the western part of the city." Luin was left alone. He couldn't believe that he could take whatever he wanted. Was there someone monitoring him? It shouldn't be possible. Luin could understand Yang Kong's thoughts. Yang Kong believed that as an emissary, there was no need for him to take too many star essences aside from battle techniques. It was meaningless. Furthermore, how many resources could he store in his cosmic ring? Luin licked his lips, and his eyes lit up. Since that was the case, then he wouldn't be polite. He thought about it and dove into the bottom of the star essence. If he wanted to take it, then he would start from the bottom to prevent anyone from noticing. Ever since he'd started cultivating, he'd never felt so full before. Everyone hoped that others would tell them to take whatever they wanted, but this was the first time Luin had experienced it after cultivating for so long, and he had to admit that it felt great. It was very difficult for him to maintain a decent level of resources, at least for him. He painfully took out another batch of star essence from his cosmic ring, and only then did he manage to cover up the fact that there was nothing left. There weren't as many star essence here as Luin had imagined, but because they were spread out so widely, it gave him the illusion that there was no end in sight. He had taken more than 30 billion cubic meters. It was more than 30 billion, not 300 million. This number made his heart tremble. He'd never stored so much money in his cosmic ring before. Ever since he'd started cultivating, it had been a question whether or not he'd accumulated enough resources, but now, he was full. There were more than 30 billion star essence, and Luin was already calculating how he was going to spend it. However, in the vast starfall sea, there were only so many star essence, which was still too little. There had to be some that weren't here. Luin took a deep breath and turned to leave. He hurriedly left to avoid attracting attention. When he saw Xianxia again, Luin found him pleasing to the eye. This guy was basically a god of wealth. Xianxia was puzzled by Luin's expression. Have you taken enough? Luin nodded. Not bad. Take more. As long as you perform well during the mission, you can use the resources there as you wish. Luin clenched his fists. Deal. He didn't need it since there weren't that many resources there. When he arrived at the western part of the city, Luin didn't wander around. Instead, Xianxia brought him to a corner where he saw the burial garden's gate. He almost couldn't resist the urge to charge in. This is the Death Gate, which is also known as the Burial Garden's Gate in the human domain. Once you enter, you'll reach the burial garden. You should have heard of the burial garden before, Xianxia calmly explained. Luin grew serious. One of the 3 dark hands? The burial garden has already opened, and there are many opportunities and inheritances within. Our mission is to hunt down and kill those who have obtained these inheritances and steal them. If we can't, we'll destroy them, especially those with ancient bloodlines. Luin was astonished. Ancient bloodlines? Xianxia explained how he had been hunted down by the mummies. There are ancient bloodlines in the Starfall Sea as well, but they've all been cleaned up. The continuation of these ancient bloodlines can open up inheritances that are detrimental to the Eternals, so you have to kill them. Every time you kill an ancient bloodline, you'll be rewarded. When the Eternals rule the 5th mainland, you'll be able to rise to the top with these contributions. Pathmaster C had never mentioned what her mission was, and C Shower hadn't been able to find out. Only now did Luin find out that it was to hunt down ancient bloodlines. The Eternals' corpse kings couldn't enter the burial garden, as it was a forbidden area that would result in certain death. Only humans could hunt down ancient bloodlines, and they were the Eternals' minions. Rule the 5th mainland? I heard that the 3 progenitors are guarding the 5th mainland. How can we get in? Luin suddenly asked. Xianxia answered, it has nothing to do with you. The Eternals will definitely rule the 5th mainland in the future, so your job is to complete your mission and kill as many ancient bloodlines as you can. Also. He then raised his head. If you meet a youth called Luin in the burial garden, keep an eye on him. Luin? Who's that? Luin feigned confusion. Xianxia coldly replied, it has nothing to do with you. Just keep an eye on him, but be careful not to be discovered. He's no weaker than any of you. Luin was shocked. An emissary? No, but he's more terrifying than an ordinary emissary. Xianxia was solemn, and his eyes flashed with excitement. Luin was serious. All right, I'll keep an eye on him. Xianxia snorted. And in lighter challenging an emissary among the 5th mainland's younger generation? I can do that as well. I'll definitely get back at him for the humiliation of my defeat. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Defeat? This guy was definitely not Kong. That's right, Lu Yin had never fought with this Xianxia before, so he was definitely not Kong. Although he had already confirmed this, Lu Yin was now certain that this person was definitely not Kong. When he thought back to what Xianxia had just said about the Eternals dominating the 5th mainland, Lu Yin thought of a very bad possibility. Clang. The sound of chains rang out, and Lu Yin turned around to see a group of people being dragged in by a corpse king. The corpse king's scarlet vertical eye met Lu Yin's gaze. It was filled with brutality and malevolence. Lu Yin watched as the chained people slowly approached. These people walked out of the burial garden and were captured by us. They can also be selected to enter the burial garden this time. Keep those who are useful, Yang Kong said coldly. Soon, those people were brought to the front. Luin stared at two of them in shock. One had disheveled hair, was dressed in green, and had a fierce gaze. Was this Lulu Mavis? The other was Kool-Aid. It was a small world. There were 16 people in total. Some were uneasy, some were calm, and some were angry. Pick a few and take them with you. Think of a way to get them to cooperate. If they don't cooperate, then kill them, Yang Kong said coldly. Luin did not hesitate to take Lulu, Kool-Aid, and Lulu away. He took a total of 4 people with him. There were only 4 days left before they entered the burial garden. Luin did not return to Water God's training grounds, as Pathmaster C did not like him. His identity was public, so there was no need for him to go there. The eastern part of the city was huge. Luin casually found a place and left Kool-Aid and the others to meet with Lulu alone. I won't help you, human traitor, Lulu said with disdain. Her gaze was fierce, and she gritted her teeth. Luin grinned. You're really unlucky to have come to the Starfall Sea. Lulu snorted, but she had no interest in talking. They probably don't know that you're from the Mavis family, Luin said. Lulu's expression changed, and she stared at him. What did you say? I said, you're from the Mavis family, Luin said slowly. Lulu was in disbelief. How? How did you know? When the 6th mainland had invaded, they had announced multiple times that they would capture Mavis family members alive. The Mavis family was very special in both the 5th and 6th mainlands. If Yang Kong knew that Lulu was from the Mavis family, he would not have given her to Luin so easily. Luin walked over to Lulu. There was no water on his body, and he looked like a desiccated corpse. He looked sinister and disgusting. Lulu subconsciously backed away, her eyes flickering with vigilance as she stared at him. Who are you? We had a deal. You lent me money, and I helped you get something from Astral 10. Do you still remember? Lulu, Luin said slowly. Lulu's eyes widened and her mouth fell open in disbelief. Luin? Luin smiled and opened his arms. Long time no see, Lulu. Come, give me a hug. Lulu cried out in shock. Lu Yin's current appearance was truly frightening, and her hair stood on end. You're really Luin? I'm the real deal. Luin smiled. Scaring this brat was quite interesting. Lulu shook her head and pouted. I don't believe you. How can you be Luin? I am. Who else would know about our deal? Actually, you still haven't told me what you want from Astral 10. Lulu was conflicted. You're really Luin? Definitely. Then tell me, have you returned the money you lent me? Yes. No, you haven't. Lulu shouted. Luin rolled his eyes. You're still a core member of the Mavis family. It's not good to go back on my word. I already said that I'll let you roam freely in the Great U Empire and search for the Undying Manual. That's why you went to Earth. Are you going back on your word? You're really Luin? Lulu was delighted to hear this. Are you sure? She jumped up and hugged him tightly. You're really Luin. That's great. It's really you, Luin. Luin hugged her. All right, you're so heavy. Get down. Lulu got down, her face flushed red. Why are you here, Luin? At this point, her expression changed drastically, and her gaze suddenly turned sharp. You betrayed humanity? Luin was speechless. What are you thinking? No one knows who I am. Don't spread the word. Lulu did not understand. No one knows who you are? Luin looked up. My name is Xianxia, and I'm from the Skyfire Dojo, one of the 72 dojos of the Boundless Continent. Don't forget to call me Senior Xianxia from now on. Lulu was confused. Xianxia? You? What's going on? Luin coughed. Why are you asking so many questions? Just don't call me that. If my identity is exposed, neither of us will be able to escape. Lulu suddenly understood, and she pointed at Luin. You're also one of the unlucky bastards who walked through the burial garden's gate? Luin rolled his eyes. I did it on purpose. It's risky and exciting, got it? You're just an unlucky bastard like us, but you weren't caught, Lulu said firmly. Luin pursed his lips. Alright, cut the crap and keep it a secret. Don't implicate me. Lulu nodded diligently. We'll return through the burial gardens gate in 4 days. Just pretend to lead the way, Luin said. He did not ask her what she had experienced in the burial garden. Lulu pouted. Do you think that guy is stupid? He'll definitely control us. I know, it's poison. I've already been poisoned. Lulu's expression changed. Then you're finished. No one can cure the everlasting poison. You're finished, Luin. Luin knocked her on the head. Who says I'm finished? I have a way to cure it. It might not be reliable, but there's hope. What about you? What do you plan to do? Do you want to risk being poisoned with me or wait to be slaughtered? You might expose your identity as a Mavis, but that guy might not kill you. Lulu did not hesitate. I want to be poisoned too. Aren't you afraid of being poisoned? Didn't you say you have a way? Not necessarily. There's nothing we can do about it. It's better than dying now. It's always better to fight. To Lulu, Lu Yin's appearance was like a ray of hope, just like how all of the students from Astral 10 had gone on adventures in the Chaos Flow Zone and the Starfall Sea. Even if they were about to be poisoned or even die, Lulu would still be happy. Kulei's feelings at this moment were completely opposite to Lulu's. You recognized me? This was the first thing Luin said to Kulei when they met alone. Kulei's eyes flashed. Who are you? I don't know him. Luin solemnly replied, the moment you saw me outside Burial Garden, your gaze changed. You can't hide it from me, and you can continue to hide it. But aside from me, no one else can take you out of this place. Your only fate is death or betraying humanity. However, the second option no longer exists, and you no longer have the chance to betray humanity. I will kill you right here and now. Kulei narrowed his eyes. A cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes, but he didn't say anything. Luin met his gaze. You still don't want to admit it? Looks like you're determined to die. Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. He then raised his hand and struck out with a palm. Just as his palm was about to strike Kulei, Kulei shouted, Luin. Luin stopped, and the wind from his palm blew away Kulei's hair, forcing him to take a few steps back. You really did recognize me. Kulei's eyes flashed. He knew that Luin was testing him, but based on his understanding of Luin, this person really could kill him. This person was both a cultivator and a ruler, he only had one life, and Kulei couldn't afford to gamble. How did you recognize me? Luin asked. He was truly curious, even the emissaries couldn't see his true face, and even Lulu, a former classmate of his, couldn't recognize him. However, Kulei had recognized him, even though they hadn't met often. Kulei's voice was low as he replied, You've cultivated a battle technique from your ancestor. If I'm not wrong, it should be the legendary when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. Lu Yin's eyes widened as he recalled that the Ku family was a descendant of ancestor Ku. You can recognize, when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction? Does the Ku family have this battle technique as well? Luin was surprised. Kulei shook his head and looked at Luin enviously. My Ku family doesn't have it, or else we wouldn't have fallen to the point where we don't even have the authority to deal with a single child. He was referring to Ku Wei. Back when the Ku family had wanted to punish Ku Wei, Luin had used his status as a lockbreaker to forcefully bring Ku Wei out. According to you, if the Ku family cultivates when things reach an extreme, they won't even give face to the lockbreaker society? Luin mocked. Kulei replied, although you've cultivated when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction, but you shouldn't understand this battle technique. Luin, let's make a deal. If you hand when things reach an extreme, my Ku family will give you all of our resources. Whatever you want, as long as we have it, we'll give it to you. Luin was amused. You think you can represent the Ku family? Ku Wei replied seriously, yes, as long as you return this battle technique to us. Luin raised a hand to stop Kulei. Return? That's not the right word. I didn't take anything from you, and I learned this battle technique by chance. At most, it can be considered Ancestor Ku's inheritance, and it has nothing to do with your Ku family. Ku Lei replied, no matter what, Ancestor Ku is my Ku family's ancestor, so it's only right that he should return his battle technique to us. Then it's only right that I kill you now. Who gave you the courage to argue with me? Lu Ying coldly retorted. Ku Lei was speechless. He fell silent for a moment before saying, let's make a deal, Lu Ying. You won't lose out in this deal. You've already learned when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. You can teach it to my Ku family in exchange for all of our resources. Don't you want star essence? My Ku family has plenty of them. Lu Ying replied, let's not talk about this for now. You just said that I don't understand this battle technique, and that if I cultivate it, your Ku family won't even give face to the Lockbreaker Society. Then tell me how powerful, when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction is. Ku Lei frowned. What, you're not willing to tell me? Then the deal is off. I need to know the value of this battle technique that I've learned. Don't try to brush me off. Back then, your Ku family didn't just give face to the Lockbreaker Society, but also President Xiaoming. Xiaoming is an origin array heavenly master, and his status is comparable to a half-ancestor's. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction, but your Ku family doesn't even need to give face to a half-ancestor. The Xiao family once produced Ancestor Chen, Lu Ying said slowly, his tone filled with disdain. Ku Lei had a strong ego, and he sneered when he heard Lu Yin's words. So what if he's Ancestor Chen? Ancestor Ku and the Xiao family's Ancestor Chen are both members of the 9 Mountains and 8 Seas, and their statuses are equal. Ancestor Chen's 9 clones are invincible, but Ancestor Ku isn't any weaker. The force of time. This was the first time Lu Ying had heard of such a thing. He remembered that back in the astral tree realm, someone had once said that the more powerful a progenitor was, the more they would be blocked in the outer regions. Ancestor Ku's spirit void temple was close to the top realm, so it shouldn't be very powerful. However, Ku Lei had said that it was one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. Lu Ying had once thought that the 9 mountains and 8 seas were just a cover left behind by Ancestor Hui to trick the Eternals and the 6th mainland. However, when he had been in the Daosor sect's ruins, he had indeed entered the 9 mountains and 8 seas, and he had even heard of their inheritance. Was Ancestor Ku one of their inheritors? If that was the case, then Ancestor Ku was not weak. What's the force of time? Lu Ying asked. Ku Lei hesitated for a moment, but he still answered, I'm not sure about the specifics, but there's one thing that my Ku family is certain of. During the Daosor sect's era, Ancestor Ku's status was not any lower than Ancestor Chen's. If Ancestor Ku's inheritance had been preserved, then the head of the 7 courts might not have been the Xia family. Honestly, Lu Ying did not believe this, as Ancestor Chen had beaten the 6th mainland to the point that they dared not record him. His invincibility was not something that anyone could compare to. However, if Ancestor Ku really had the force of time, then it would be hard to say. Ancestor Ku, Ancestor Chen, the symbol ancestor, and so on. There were so many absolute powerhouses, yet the 5th mainland had actually been defeated by the 6th mainland. Brother Lu, my Ku family sincerely wishes to make this deal with you, Ku Lei said as he looked at Lu Ying with an expectant gaze. Lu Ying did not agree, but he did not refuse either. The Wen family had been left hanging by a thread, and now, he wanted to leave the Ku family hanging. If he wanted to leave the Ku family hanging, then he had to let them know that Ku Lei could not die, and that he had to return. Put aside the battle techniques for now. If you can't even return, then there's no point in having battle techniques, Lu Ying said. Only then did Ku Lei remember that this was the Starfall Sea, and his life was still in the hands of the Eternals. He no longer had the time to think about how things could develop in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. There were only 2 outcomes for those who had entered through the Burial Gardens gate, they could either cooperate or die. In the end, Ku Lei could only choose to cooperate. However, Lu Ying did not mention anything about the antidote, as Ku Lei knew that he would definitely die. He only wanted to spread the news that things could develop in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. As for whether or not this would expose Yang Kong and the others, Lu Ying did not care. Yang Kong and the others' lives had nothing to do with him. He did not expect to rely on Yang Kong to obtain the antidote. The other two had also chosen to cooperate with him because they were afraid of dying. There were only 2 more days before they would enter the burial garden. The day before they entered the burial garden's gate, Lu Yin received a notification from Yang Kong that everyone who had left through the burial garden's gate would be dealt with. Lu Yin was stunned. Dealt with? What do you mean? Yang Kong replied, we don't need these people. But they were willing to be controlled by the poison. It took me a lot of effort to convince them, Lu Yin said. That's why we don't need them. These people will easily expose us. Deal with them. This is Father's order. Yang Kong then ended the call. Lu Yin felt that this might not have been an order from City Lord Yang, but rather from the Eternals. They were being too cautious. The Fifth Mainland had developed the Neo-Human Alliance, and the Astral Tree Society had developed the Redbacks. The Eternals were very good at hiding, and they had done a good job. Ku-lei planned to inform the Ku family that things could develop in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme, as well as that they were going to hunt down the ancients. Besides Ku-lei, there might be others with similar intentions. If Lu Yin was an Eternals, he would do the same. He would rather kill the wrong person than let them go. Lu Yin had no choice but to deal with the two who were willing to join the Eternals in order to hunt down the ancients. He had confirmed that they were truly willing to join the Eternals, and he didn't care about dealing with such people. He then went to find Ku-lei and Lulu. What's this? Lulu cried out in surprise as she looked at the half-meter-tall Mount Supreme. It looked like a model of a mountain. There's no other way. If you don't enter, you won't be able to return. Lu Yin shrugged and then smiled. But the good news is that you won't be poisoned. Ku-lei raised his brows. Why didn't you say that from the start? Lulu looked at Lu Yin as well. That's right. Wouldn't we have been able to return if we had been sucked in from the start? Lu Yin coughed. Don't worry about the details. You'll be able to return safely once you enter, but... He paused, and under the two's puzzled gazes, he continued, activating Mount Supreme requires a huge amount of resources. You know that. Ku-lei didn't understand. Lulu snorted. How much do you need? Lu Yin looked at her fervently. A lot. How much is a lot? How much do you have? Lulu went on guard. What do you mean? You want to activate this thing based on how much resources I have? Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. My Mavis family is rich, but we can't spend it casually. Lu Yin placed a hand on her shoulder and solemnly said, I saved your life. Lulu opened her mouth to say something, but no words came out. That was indeed the case. Without Lu Yin, she would have died. When she thought of this, she felt a little dejected. I have 20 million star essence here. Lu Yin's mouth twitched. He had thought that she had a lot of money, but she had wasted so much energy talking. Give it all to me. Let me tell you, it's not enough. Lulu was unhappy. Then how much do you need? Lu Yin snorted. This thing's internal defenses and power depend on how much star essence it uses. 20 million? That's not even enough to activate it. He then looked at Ku-lei. Ku-lei was embarrassed. I only have 10 million. Lu Yin was speechless. Even with the two of you combined, it's still so little? 30 million star essence was not a small sum to anyone, especially Lulu and Ku-lei, who were only enlighters. It was already quite good that they had so much money, and that was only because they had come from wealthy families. However, to the current Lu Yin, this amount of star essence was far too little. It wasn't even enough for a fraction of what he had. He exaggeratedly claimed that he had more than 30 billion star essence. However, he didn't tell the two of them because he didn't want to scare them. He was in a hurry to leave. Right, let me remind you that there are other people in Mount Supreme as well. Get along well with each other and don't cause any conflicts. Otherwise, you'll be the ones to suffer, Lu Yin said and threw Lulu and Ku-lei into Mount Supreme. There were a total of 5 people in Mount Supreme. Longxi, Wen First Scholar, Prince Guiqian, Yun Tingting, and Lu Hao. To put it bluntly, these people were all stronger than Lulu and Ku-lei. Mount Supreme didn't look big, but once you entered, you would know how big it was. They all knew that this was the mountain from the sovereign tournament. Luyin threw Lulu not too far away from Yuntingting. Yuntingting had a peaceful personality and wouldn't do anything to Lulu. Kulei was also thrown not too far away from Prince Guiqian. Kulei looked around at the gloomy surroundings and felt a little cold. "Who are you?" a low and furtive voice sounded out. It was Prince Guiqian. Kulei frowned and looked around, but couldn't find anyone. He snorted and opened his hand, causing lightning to sweep out in all directions. "Who are you? Show yourself." The lightning was powerful and exploded in all directions, but it was immediately extinguished by the aura of death. Kulei was shocked. Aura of death? Someone from the Spectre clan? Prince Guiqian opened his golden eyes and appeared in front of Kulei. His eyes met Kulei's, and Kulei's mind buzzed as an uncontrollable fear descended upon him. Kulei was very strong, and as the successor of the 7 Quartz Ku family, he was about the same level as the 10 Arbiters. Even though he had lost to many people, he was facing Prince Guiqian, who had broken through to the lower realm and was an expert whose realm surpassed Kulei's. Prince Guiqian was about as strong as Longxi and Nong Sanyang, and he was even stronger than the 10 Arbiters, let alone Kulei. Kulei was suppressed by the golden eyes, and he tried to use his 9-lined battle force to break free. However, he was suppressed by the aura of death and could not retaliate. "Who are you?" Prince Guiqian asked. Although he had suppressed Kulei, he had not been too ruthless. Being able to enter Mount Supreme meant that this person was someone that Luyin cared about, so Prince Guiqian did not dare to do anything. Kulei gritted his teeth and did not dare to meet Prince Guiqian's golden eyes. Beads of sweat dripped down his forehead as he panted heavily. Luyin put away Mount Supreme, as he was not worried about Kulei's safety. Prince Guiqian would not dare to do anything, so he could use this opportunity to suppress Kulei. This guy was sometimes too arrogant and ruthless, and Luyin could have just killed him. However, this guy was still useful, and he could use Kulei's mouth to let the Ku family know that when things reached an extreme, they would only move in the opposite direction. Furthermore, Kulei was unwilling to betray the human race, which was a bottom line that Luyin appreciated. The next day, Luyin arrived at the Western region's burial garden as promised. Aside from him, Pathmaster C and a few other enlighters were also present. These people were all experts that were infinitely close to becoming emissaries, and they were more than enough to hunt down someone with an ancient bloodline. It didn't take long for Yang Kong to arrive and distribute the Cloud Connection Stones. Luyin looked at the Cloud Connection Stone in his hand. This was a communication tool from the Cosmic Tree realm, and he was surprised to find one here as well. This is a Cloud Connection Stone, and you can use it to communicate within the burial garden. Gadgets cannot be used in the burial garden, Yang Kong said and explained how to use it. Luyin followed suit and pretended that this was his first time using it. Yang Kong quickly led the group into the burial garden. Even if 2 people were holding hands, they would end up in a random place after entering the burial garden. This time, Luyin appeared in a wasteland, and the moment he appeared, he happened to be face to face with someone less than a meter away. That person stared at Luyin blankly and blinked, hello. Luyin looked at this person and saw that it was a young man. No, this person only looked young, but his eyes were cloudy, so he should not be young. Hello, Luyin said. The person in front of him looked at Luyin with vigilance and a trace of fear in his eyes. Luyin's image was just too terrifying. Well, goodbye. He then rushed off in a certain direction without even looking back. He even used a battle technique to distort the void. He was very decisive. Luyin smiled and disappeared, reappearing in front of the person in the next moment. They were less than a meter away from each other again. The person stopped with great difficulty, but if he hadn't, he would have bumped into Luyin. When he saw Luyin appear, his expression turned ugly and his voice was hoarse. He subconsciously gripped his weapon and stared at Luyin. You are? A mummy? Luyin looked around. Where is this? The person gulped. I don't know, I'm just passing by. Can you not chase after me? I'm in a hurry. I'm in a hurry as well. The person smiled. Then why are you chasing me? The man asked with a bitter expression. I want to know what happened in the burial garden during this time, Luyin said. The person was stunned. You're not a mummy? Can mummies talk? Luin asked. Yes. Rumor has it that a mummy spoke, the person said with certainty. Luin was surprised. There are mummies that can talk? Yes, someone said so, the person replied. Luin pressed the person down. Come, tell me what happened in the burial garden during this time. The person looked at Luin with a horrifying gaze, but he did not dare to resist. The competition of speed from before was a good example, and he was definitely not a match for this monster. He helplessly replied, I don't know much. Tell me everything you know, Luin said. Half a day later, the person left at lightning speed. Luin fell into deep thought. While he had been in the Starfall Sea, the burial garden had become more and more lively, mainly because the influx of ancient bloodlines had brought out many inheritances. Someone had even seen Progenitor Chen, and it seemed that Lu Yin's encounter with Progenitor Chen had not been a hallucination. The influx of ancient bloodlines had opened up many inheritances, which had attracted many experts to the burial garden. As a direct result, the 6th Mainland's Daosaur sect had been attacked. There was one thing that Luin was concerned about, Obscurely. Legend had it that Obscurely had once obtained an inheritance and used his extraordinary strength to escape from an emissary. This had shocked many people, and this was only the second time that an enlighter had fought an emissary and escaped. The first was naturally Luin, but he had not escaped. Instead, he had defeated an emissary. Luin was curious, what kind of inheritance had Obscurely obtained? He had actually been able to fight against an emissary. Luin had reached his current level because of his extraordinary opportunities, but Obscurely had actually managed to catch up to him. The others must have been unwilling to be left out. The Cloud Connect stone trembled, and Yang Kong's image appeared. Li Yanzi, where are you? Luin replied, I don't know. Where are you guys? Yang Kong replied, go and complete your own missions. Remember, the more you complete, the more benefits you'll receive in the future. The resources you want are endless. He then ended the call. Luin was disdainful. Endless? He did not believe that. Even if he gathered all the star essence in the 5th mainland, he was not confident that he would be able to satisfy the Dai. What he needed to do now was find the burial garden's gate and leave. With that in mind, Luin headed in a certain direction, which happened to be the direction that Obscurely had left in. Since he did not know where to go, following that fellow would be the same. Blazing Mist Flow Zone, Ross Empire's fort. Wei Rong helplessly put down his gadget. I still can't contact him. Beside him, Xianxia rolled her eyes. It's fine if you can't contact him. Wang Wen brought this upon himself, so he should deal with it himself. Wei Rong smiled. It might not be a disaster. Who knows, maybe we'll have another powerful emissary in the near future. Beneath the Ross Empire's fort, Xiaoyi's limbs were bound, and his body had been pierced through by a spear. The tip of the spear had pierced through his body and nailed him to the wall. Xiaoyi's eyes were closed, and fresh blood dripped down the spear's body. At this moment, a figure walked out of the void and arrived in front of Xiaoyi. The dignified 7 Quartz, the head of the Xia family, has actually fallen to such a state. Xiaoyi opened his eyes, which were bloodshot. He viciously glared at the newcomer. Who are you? Someone who helped you. Xiaoyi stared at the newcomer and sneered. Help me? Why should I? Because I don't like the Great Eastern Alliance. Xiaoyi stared at the newcomer. You can save me? Don't waste your time. The Blazing Mist Flow Zone has powerhouses with power levels in the millions. You can't save me. I can help you recover to your peak in a short amount of time. The Great Eastern Alliance hasn't broken through your astral cyclone, so you can escape. The newcomer then raised a hand, and a green light enveloped Xiaoyi. 2 hours later, the Ross Empire trembled and then cracked open. Xiaoyi rushed out, his expression uncertain. He glanced around and then headed south. The Great Eastern Alliance sounded the alarm. Xiaoyi's escape was a threat to the Great Eastern Alliance. Once news of the Great Eastern Alliance imprisoning the head of the Xia family spread, the Xia family would not let this matter go so easily for the sake of their reputation. Since Luin was no longer with the Great Eastern Alliance, this matter needed to be suppressed. Wei Rong immediately contacted the Lu Emperor and the Second Night King, hoping that they would be able to stop Xia Yi. Wei Rong did not know if the two of them could stop Xia Yi, who was fleeing at full speed. Xia Yi was not an ordinary emissary, he was the head of the Xia family, so he had plenty of tricks up his sleeve. Xia Yi's escape shook the entire blazing mist flow zone, and the Lu Emperor and the Second Night King left the burial garden's gate to capture him. At the same time, in the Ross Empire's stronghold, outside the botanical garden, a figure walked out and looked into the garden. There was a large tree that was trying its best to escape. This person stepped over the defenses and arrived next to the fleeing tree. Through the branches, he saw the small sapling sleeping at the top of the tree. His eyes widened, and he reached into the tree's crown to grab the sapling. The sapling was completely unaware. Just as the human figure was about to grab the sapling, the tree that was originally running away twisted its branches and wrapped around the human figure. The human figure did not care at first, but the branches suddenly sent the human figure flying and he crashed heavily onto the ground. The ground shattered as a terrifying gale swept out in all directions. The botanical garden was in an uproar. Ballerer, who was guarding the botanical garden, was swept away by the gale and fell off his bed. He rubbed his head and looked outside. The botanical garden was in shambles, and when he saw the tree frantically fleeing, he quickly contacted the army within the stronghold. The crazy tree was very famous in the Ross Empire's stronghold. At this moment, everyone thought that the tree had gone crazy and escaped. No one saw that in the corner of the botanical garden, the figure looked in the direction of the tree in disbelief and coughed up blood. Within the graveyard, Luin was still unaware of what was happening in the outside world. He also didn't know that the giant tree had successfully broken out of prison and was frantically fleeing with the sapling. At this moment, he walked through the wasteland and arrived at an abandoned place. As far as the eye could see, there were dilapidated houses. This was a city that had long been abandoned. Luin entered the abandoned city and touched the walls, only to find that they had not turned to dust. There were footprints on the ground. He was not the first person to come here. He slowly walked through the city. For some reason, this feeling felt familiar, but he just couldn't remember where. Slowly, he reached the center of the city. Clang! Not far away, an abandoned spear fell to the ground. Luin glanced at it but didn't pay it any mind. He continued walking forward, but he didn't put his foot down. Instead, he slowly turned his head and looked at the spear once more. The body of the spear was full of bumps and hollows. With a single glance, one could tell that it had existed for a very long time. But, what was strange was that there were no signs of corrosion. Those bumps and hollows were not corrosion. Rather, it was as if the spear had fallen off naturally. This strange phenomenon reminded Luin of when he had first seen the runic rune civilization. There had also been a long sword there that had been bumpy due to the passage of time, but it had not rusted or corroded. That was because the runes had fallen off after such a long period of time. Everything in that place had been created by rune lines, and this spear was very similar. When he thought of this, Lu Yin's eyes turned into runes, and he looked around in shock. There were rune lines, but they were limited to this small city. This was the runic rune civilization ruins. Lu Yin's gaze was fervent. The runic rune civilization was a civilization created by the runic progenitor. He had cultivated the true scripture of Ian Flow, which had brought him many benefits and even saved his life. He wanted to continue cultivating the true scripture of Ian Flow, but he had reached a bottleneck. The only way to break through this bottleneck was to go to the home of the gods. Back then, the Z family of the Amethyst Trading Company had been ordered by the home of the gods to search for the runic rune civilization ruins in the Outerverse. They had found 4, and all of them had been taken to the Neoverse. Only the runic rune civilization ruins could allow him to break through with the true scripture of Ian Flow. Going to the home of the gods had been part of his plan, but Luin had never thought that there would be a runic rune civilization ruins here. In the entire small city, the place with the most rune lines was in the southeast corner. Luin slowly approached it, and it didn't take long for him to see a statue of a man with an ordinary appearance. There was nothing special about it, but the moment he saw it, the runes in Lu Yin's eyes involuntarily jumped, as if they were being drawn by something. There was a large group of people kneeling in front of the statue. They were also statues, and they seemed to be praying. Luyin was not unfamiliar with this scene, as he had seen many people praying in the runic rune civilization ruins. Those people had turned into skeletons, but they had still maintained their praying posture. However, the statue that had been there back then had only been half of its body, while the statue in front of him was complete. Luyin approached it step by step, afraid that if he used too much force, the statue and the praying people would turn to dust. The closer he got to the statue, the more indistinct it became. It was as if the person depicted in the statue was covered by a veil, and what he saw was not the person's appearance, but runes. Luyin's gaze swept across the kneeling and praying statues. Who had carved so many kneeling and praying statues in this place? Where had the people who had come to this small city gone? He looked at the bottom of his feet, and there were traces on the ground. Someone had been here before, but the footprints had disappeared. Disappeared? Luyin's heart sank. Could there be danger? He thought of T Mountain and turned around without hesitation. He would observe the situation first, and it would be best if someone could explore this place. However, it was too late. Luyin did not realize that the first statue was not a statue, but rather a mummy with a statue's outer shell. The moment Luyin turned around, the mummy moved and appeared in front of him without a trace. Luyin watched in horror as the mummy reached out to grab him. Luyin's pupils shrank, and he immediately took out the blood-red bell. He could only use his strongest technique against a mummy that he did not know anything about. However, the blood-red bell did not even have a chance to ring. His shoulder was grabbed by the mummy, and the world spun around him. By the time he could see his surroundings clearly, he could no longer move. Luyin's eyes darted around, and he wanted to move, but he could not. He looked in front of him and saw many kneeling and praying statues. Based on their positions, he understood that he had become one of the worshipping statues, and a statue's outer shell had formed around his body. These worshipping statues weren't made, they were people. It was no wonder that the footprints had disappeared at the previous location. Everyone who had come here had become a statue that would forever worship the statue of the rune progenitor. As for the blood-red bell fell to its original position. This place was no different from T Mountain. One treated people like camellias, while the other treated people like statues. He could dodge the first, but he could not dodge the second. Luyin wanted to move again, but he could not. His pupils turned into runes, and he looked around himself. The statue's outer shell was formed from rune lines, and he could not weaken it no matter how hard he tried. The mummy was clearly a top expert from the rune technology company, and his rune lines were not something that Luyin could weaken. Suddenly, Luyin's mind trembled, and his eyes became dazed as he stared blankly at the statue that was being worshipped. In that instant, he seemed to be able to see the statue's face clearly, and he saw a strange scene where rune lines surged. He saw the next realm of the true scripture of Xianxia, the knowing realm. During the sovereign tournament, someone had already reached the knowing realm of the true scripture of Xianxia, but Luyin still had no clue who it was. The true scripture of Xianxia was not like other techniques that could be comprehended by oneself. This was a completely different civilization that had been created by the rune progenitor, a legendary civilization that was not recognized by history. No one had the ability to comprehend it on their own, and they could only search for an inheritance. Luyin finally saw the cultivation of the knowing realm in these ruins. Did he have to reach the knowing realm before he could leave? Then what about the others who were trapped here? Or could it be that only those who cultivated the true scripture of Xianxia could leave? Luyin took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Now that he knew how to cultivate, he might as well cultivate here. Half a month quickly passed, and another statue appeared beside Luyin. It was also someone who had come here by chance, and the mummy had turned him into a statue that would be worshipped forever. Luyin was no stranger to the cultivation of the true scripture of Xianxia. The difficulty of the true scripture of Xianxia lay in the fact that one did not understand its mysteries. Once one understood it, cultivating it would not be too difficult. Perhaps this was the reason why the rune progenitor had single-handedly carried the entire rune technology company and fought his way to the sixth mainland. How many experts had the rune technology company had back then? Luyin did not dare to imagine. The sixth mainland had not been willing to record progenitor Chen because of his overwhelming power and invincible strength. They had not acknowledged the rune progenitor's existence, and the damage that the rune progenitor had caused to the sixth mainland had probably far exceeded progenitor Chen's. Another half a month quickly passed, and Luyin had been cultivating here for a month. He was gaining more and more insight into the knowing realm. Back then, Tianhe and Taishan had both reached this realm, and he could do so as well. 2 more statues were added to the group around him. 10 days passed, and then another 10 days passed. On this day, a man arrived and slowly approached the statue. From Lu Yin's perspective, he could see where he had been standing and the blood-red bell. He could also see a little further away. When he saw the man, his expression changed. It was him? Mr. Guanqing was one of the sixth mainland's 4 sovereigns, the head of the upper temple of the martial immortal realm, and Xianxia's master. Lu Yin had not expected this person to enter the burial grounds. It seemed that there was something here that had attracted the sixth mainland's attention, and even the 4 sovereigns had come. Mr. Guanqing saw the statue and the person worshipping it. He stood not far from where Lu Yin had been captured and did not move. Lu Yin's eyes flickered, but he did not know if he wanted this person to come in or not. He was not clear on the strength of the mummy that had captured him. If the mummy was not Mr. Guanqing's match, then they might be able to be saved, but that would not be good for Lu Yin. He knew about the cultivation of the knowing realm, but he did not know what the next level was. Perhaps there was one here, and if Mr. Guanqing destroyed it, it would ruin his opportunity. Furthermore, Mr. Guanqing would most likely attack him if he saw him. However, if the corpse could capture Mr. Guanqing and make him pay his respects, then Lu Yin would be happy, as the sixth mainland would have one less powerful enemy. To enter or not to enter? That was the question. Mr. Guanqing stood in place for a long time without moving. Lu Yin was disappointed, as it seemed that he had no intention of coming over. At that moment, a gust of wind blew past, stirring up the dust on the ground and revealing the blood-red bell that Lu Yin had dropped. Mr. Guanqing saw it, and his eyes widened as he walked over. Lu Yin blinked and grew anxious. This guy wouldn't take my blood-red bell away, right? That was a life-saving treasure and a symbol of status. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became, but there was nothing he could do. Mr. Guanqing walked over to the blood-red bell, bent down, and picked it up. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Don't pick it up, don't pick it up, don't pick it up. No matter how much he prayed, Mr. Guanqing still touched the blood-red bell. Lu Yin's heart sank, his treasure was gone. The moment Mr. Guanqing touched the blood-red bell, the rune technology ruins changed. The praying corpse disappeared and reappeared behind Mr. Guanqing, reaching out to grab him. Mr. Guanqing's eyes trembled. The astral source in his hand transformed into a sword, and a martial imprint appeared on the tip of the sword. A terrifying aura shook the world, and the might of the celestial imprint was displayed in this burial garden. The tomb keeper was only a half-step ancestor, and Mr. Guanqing knew that there should not be any powerhouses in this burial garden that could threaten him. However, as the tip of the sword continued to disappear, Mr. Guanqing was overwhelmed with shock and disbelief. His full-powered attack had been reduced to nothingness less than 10 centimeters away from the corpse. It had truly been reduced to nothingness, as if it had been erased. He could not understand this. The corpse pressed down with one hand, and the next moment, another praying statue appeared. The blood-red bell fell to the ground once more, ringing softly. Lu Yin had been watching the entire time, and Mr. Guanqing had not even been able to retaliate against that corpse. If Lu Yin's guess was correct, then that corpse was definitely an absolute expert at the level of a half-step ancestor. Furthermore, because it had cultivated the true scripture of Yin evolution, its strength was unfathomable, and it was almost invincible within the rune technology ruins. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he felt a little apprehensive. He wouldn't be trapped here forever, would he? Whatever, he'd just have to reach the knowing denial realm first. Another month passed, and Lu Yin had been trapped here for more than 2 months. On this day, he opened his eyes. The runes in his pupils were constantly changing with ecstasy. He had finally cultivated to the knowing and denying realm. Knowing or not, he knew how to negate the influence of certain things on the universe. Just like in the Supreme Tournament, when Qinghe fought Fan Shun, he didn't even dodge. He allowed Fan Shun's attack to descend without suffering any damage. It wasn't that his battle prowess surpassed Fan Shun's in all aspects, but because he was in the knowing or not realm, he negated the influence of Fan Shun's attack on the Earth. If the Earth wasn't affected, the power of the attack had to be extremely small. How could an attack that couldn't even harm the Earth hurt him? This was the knowing denial state. If one didn't cultivate the Aeon Evolution true scripture, they would never be able to understand what knowing or not was, and they would never be able to comprehend the mysteries of runic technology. Lu Ying believed that Master Guanxing's sword had been erased by the corpse, but he couldn't figure it out. A normal person wouldn't be able to figure it out. A person's attack could be blocked and broken, but how could it mysteriously disappear? Only the Aeon Evolution true scripture could. The moment Lu Ying cultivated the Aeon Evolution true scripture to the knowing and denying realm, he also learned about the next realm of the Aeon Evolution true scripture, limitless. This was an even more mysterious realm, and even with Lu Yin's current understanding of the Aeon Evolution true scripture, he still couldn't fully understand what limitless was. Still, if he didn't care about time, he was sure that he could cultivate to the limitless realm, but he didn't have the time. Going from the knowing and denying realms to the limitless realm was a huge leap that would take a very long time. He didn't want to waste any time here. As he thought about it, Lu Ying tried to use the Aeon Evolution true scripture's ability to erase the statue that was holding him in place and escape. An hour later, Lu Yin's face was pale, but because of the extreme, his complexion couldn't be seen. He couldn't escape, and even the knowing and denying realm couldn't escape. Did he have to cultivate to the limitless realm before he could escape? Or perhaps, he had to reach a higher realm? Lu Yin's heart was heavy, and he kept trying, but even with the knowing and denying true scripture, he couldn't shake the statue that was holding him in place. His idea of using the Aeon Evolution true scripture to escape had been destroyed, and his other methods were even less likely to succeed. Even Mr. Guanxing, who was a celestial imprint, had been trapped. Unless he was a half-ancestor, there was no way he could escape from these ruins. Lu Ying felt bitter, as he didn't want to be trapped in this place. Even if he cultivated the Aeon Evolution true scripture to the peak, so what? Too much time had passed, and the Great Eastern Alliance might even be gone. Suddenly, he thought of the primogenitor scripture. Whenever he encountered something strange, reciting the primogenitor scripture would be the correct answer. Reciting the primogenitor scripture would be of great help to his cultivation of the serious technique, but what about his Aeon Evolution true scripture? Lu Ying silently recited the primogenitor scripture, and at the same time, he tried to use the knowing and denying true scripture's ability to escape the statue's restraints. As he recited the primogenitor scripture, Lu Yin's praying statue started to tremble. Soon, all of the praying statues in the ruins started to shake, and in the end, even the statue of the rune progenitor that was being prayed to shook. Lu Ying was delighted, it was effective, and he continued to recite. Even though he was just silently reciting the scripture, a faint sound appeared in the sky above the rune technology's ruins, as if it was an ancient voice. In a corner of the burial grounds, a pair of eyes opened. The gaze was sometimes confused, and sometimes clear. It looked in the direction of the rune technology's ruins and let out an earth-shattering roar. The roar traveled through the void and descended upon the rune technology's ruins. The praying corpse opened its eyes and waved its hand, causing the roar to dissipate. The next moment, it faced Lu Ying and waved its hand again. The statue around Lu Yin's body shattered, and his body was swept out of the rune technology's ruins by a wave of energy. The moment Lu Ying was thrown out, he used the secret art to grab the blood-red bell. His body slammed heavily into the ground, and his bones almost broke. He looked up at the rune technology's ruins not too far away and laughed. He was out. The primogenitor scripture was indeed useful, and it had allowed him to escape. He put away the blood-red bell and panted heavily, but the smile on his face did not fade. He had reached the knower realm with the true scripture of Aeon Evolution, and he now had a slight understanding of the next realm, the limitless realm. This slight understanding might allow him to successfully break through in the future. Lu Ying was filled with lingering fear, apprehension, and joy. He was about to leave, but just as he stood up, he suddenly felt that something was amiss. He was well aware of how strong his physical body was, and that corpse had clearly only thrown him out. Even if he had smashed into a pile of weapons, he would not have felt any pain. But what had he smashed into? His bones had almost broken. Louis looked at the ground and saw something black poking out of the ground. It looked like a calf, and he frowned. He raised a hand and pressed down with a palm, causing a strong gust of wind to crack the ground. He could clearly see what he had smashed into. It was a corpse. It was a corpse that had been buried a few meters deep, and there was nothing strange about it at first glance. If he had not smashed into the ground, Louis would not have paid much attention to it even if he had discovered it with his domain. However, things were different now. Even with his powerful physical body, he had still felt pain when he had smashed into the corpse, and his bones had almost broken. This corpse, on the other hand, was completely unharmed. Even if an emissary with a power level of 700,000 had died, Lu Yin's body should not have hurt this much. Louis looked down at the corpse from above. He could not tell how long the corpse had been here. Its facial features were clear, and its skin was the same as a normal person's. It looked like it had just died, but its clothes were almost completely weathered, so it had to have been here for a long time. Louis tried to destroy it to see the limits of the corpse's physical body, but he could not. Neither the clear sky palm nor the 13 swords could damage the corpse in the slightest. What was even more terrifying was that he could not even damage its clothes. It was only then that Louis realized that the corpse's clothes could easily withstand his most powerful attacks. He tugged at them with all his might, but they did not budge at all. Instead, they were naturally weathered away. Louis sucked in a breath of cold air. This corpse's clothes were comparable to the defenses of 800,000 to 900,000 powerhouses, but for them to be naturally weathered to such an extent, it would be impossible for them to have been weathered away for less than 1,000,000,000,000 years. How long had this corpse been here? Why was it next to the rune technology ruins? He flipped through the corpse and found a cosmic ring. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he picked it up. It had an ancient style, or rather, it had no style at all. It looked like a cosmic ring that had been casually made from space. Since there was a cosmic ring, it meant that there was something inside. Louis was excited, and he tried all sorts of methods to destroy the corpse in an attempt to use its blood to open the cosmic ring. At that moment, someone arrived, and Louis brought the corpse away. Not long after, a man arrived, panting heavily. He was probably running away from his pursuers, and he would occasionally look back. Louis hid in the shadows and looked into the distance. Even further away, there was another person chasing after him. Both of them were only hunters, so Louis did not care. Not long after, the fleeing man entered the rune technology ruins, and as expected, he turned into a praying statue. The person chasing after him also entered the ruins and turned into a praying statue. Louis was not a bad person, but he was not a good person either. There was no need for him to warn these two. Everyone had their own opportunities, and since they had chosen to cultivate, their own lives were in their own hands. Perhaps these two would comprehend the true scripture of Aeon evolution after turning into praying statues, and they might be able to escape one day. Louis stored the corpse in his cosmic ring and left the rune technology ruins. A day after leaving the rune technology ruins, Louis was lucky enough to find a burial gate that could lead him out. He hurried over. In the distance, the burial gate was surrounded by more than 10 cultivators. A woman arrived and bowed respectfully. "I come from the Cosmic Sea. Seniors, may I ask if I can leave through this gate?" One of the people surrounding the burial gate spoke up. "This gate leads to the Outerverse Umbral Butterfly Weave. Are you sure you want to leave?" The woman's expression changed, and she bowed again. "If that's the case, then thank you for telling me. I won't disturb you any further." She then turned to leave. But before she could take more than a few steps, that person spoke up again. "Since you're here, leave something behind." The woman turned around, her face pale. "I didn't obtain anything in this graveyard." "Senior, please let me go." "You didn't obtain anything? Open your cosmic ring and let us check everything," the person barked. This was the norm in the graveyard. Now, it wasn't just the entrance that was being guarded, even the insides of the graveyard were being controlled. Anyone who obtained an opportunity had to have their cosmic rings checked, even if they hadn't obtained anything. This wasn't a good thing for the explorers of the graveyard, unless they were from a large organization or had sufficient strength. The woman was indignant. "Senior, I swear that I didn't obtain anything." I just saw through the dangers of the graveyard and didn't want to continue. Cut the crap and open your cosmic ring. Someone stood up from the side of the gate and quickly appeared in front of the woman, grabbing her cosmic ring. The woman's face flushed red, and she tried to resist, but her arm was broken the moment it came into contact with the person. The person grabbed the woman's cosmic ring and used his other hand to grab her neck. This person was ruthless and didn't care about the woman's life or death. In other words, this was his goal, as he could see a person's trump card at a critical moment. An opportunity might not necessarily be a physical object, but it could also be a battle technique. He wanted to force the woman and test whether she had obtained an inheritance. If she hadn't, then this attack would have been enough to kill her. The woman felt a chill run down her neck, and her face filled with despair. Was she going to die? She should have listened to her father and not come in. Not only had she not obtained anything, but she had also paid with her life. Suddenly, an invisible force swept over them. Regardless of whether it was the woman, her attacker, or the cultivators surrounding the entrance, they all felt their minds shake. Most of them fainted, and only one person barely managed to stay conscious. However, he was also sprawled on the ground, his vision blurry. Was this the power of a domain? Amidst the blur, a figure stood in front of him. The figure squatted down and asked, "Answer me, where does this gate lead to?" The person's consciousness was blurry, and his body was suppressed by the domain. He couldn't help but tremble, and his tongue was tied. Outerverse, umbral butterfly weave. He fainted as soon as he finished speaking. Luin stood up. These people were all from the Sixth Mainland, and this entrance led to umbral butterfly weave, which was now part of the Sixth Mainland. If he went out, he would be surrounded by the Sixth Mainland, which wasn't worth it. Furthermore, the outerverse was very far from the neoverse. It was better to continue searching for the next burial gate. He looked at the woman and waved his hand casually, throwing her a little further away. It could be considered that he had saved her life. At this point, many burial garden gates had been confirmed to lead to other places, and Luin was rather anxious to find a burial garden gate that led to the neoverse. During the 2 months he was trapped in the statue, Xianxia tried to contact him through the Cloud Connect stone, but he couldn't reach him. Luin didn't know how long it would take for the poison in his body to erupt. Even though he was confident that he could withstand it, he still didn't want to take the risk. Similarly, in the burial garden, Xianxia loosened his grip, and an old man slowly fell to the ground. There were several people around him who had died. This old man had the ancient bloodline. He had been chased by the mummy and was saved by someone. He had been controlled to enter the burial garden, and he had been very lucky. He had been walking around the burial garden well when he tripped on a stone slab. His head had been bleeding, and the words on the stone slab had entered his mind, giving him the power to control the words to attack. This matter was seen by others and spread. In the end, the old man was killed. The person who killed him was Xianxia. Slaughtering the ancient bloodline was the same as severing the connection with the ancient era. Xianxia wiped his hands and didn't seem to care. You're not free?" a weak voice asked. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and looked at the person who should have been killed. This person had surrounded the old man with others in an attempt to obtain the inheritance, but they had all been killed by Xianxia. "Not free? Aren't you dead? Why are you still alive?" The person couldn't believe it and couldn't understand it. Xianxia walked in front of the person. "Do I need to tell you? You're just a dead person." He then stomped on the corpse and left. The more ancient bloodlines there were, the more likely they were to bring about changes to the burial gardens. In outer space, there were even some organizations that weren't prepared to kill the mummies. Instead, they used them to fish out ancient bloodlines and explore the burial gardens. Luin did not know about any of this. His luck was pretty good, and it only took him a few days to find another burial gate. There was no one standing guard around this gate because it was located within an obvious sourcebox array. The more legends there were, the more opportunities within the burial gardens became known. At the same time, certain dangers were also discovered. Many people became even more cautious when entering the burial gardens, especially places like these that were obviously sourcebox arrays. They couldn't be carelessly touched, even if there was a burial garden gate inside. When Luyin arrived, he wasn't in a hurry to approach the sourcebox array. He could sense that there were quite a few people hiding around, waiting for others to explore them. This was similar to what he had experienced at Tea Mountain. 1, 2, 3, 4, there were 4 people in total. Luyin glanced over them, but none of them noticed him. Just as Luyin was considering whether or not he should toss these fellows into the sourcebox array to test it out, another person arrived within his domain. This person looked very young, and he had an uneasy expression on his face. His nose bridge was especially high, and he looked a little strange. The 4 people immediately jumped out, which gave the youth a fright. He subconsciously rubbed his nose bridge and licked his lips. Junior Huawu greets big brothers. I didn't know that big brothers were resting here, so I apologize for disturbing you. Please forgive me. He then poured out everything from his cosmic ring, as if he wasn't trying to hide anything. The 4 people looked at each other, and one of them smiled. You're quite honest, kid. The young man called Huawu smiled fawningly and said, It's just that I've been awed by your elegance after meeting you, big brothers. I know that big brother's time is limited, so I don't want to waste big brother's precious time. Maybe in this little bit of time, big brothers will be able to obtain an inheritance. If big brothers like it, please use it. These things are like pearls covered in dust in this little brother's hands. Only big brothers can use them to their fullest potential. If big brothers don't mind, this little brother is willing to become sworn brothers with big brothers and treat each other with sincerity. In the distance, Luyin was speechless. This guy was a chatterbox, and he was a bootlicker. Once he started talking, there was no end to it, and he didn't even repeat himself. Impressive. The people surrounding Huawu were stunned speechless, and one of them even felt embarrassed. How can we do that? What's yours is yours. How can we take it? Huawu pretended to be angry. Third bro, that's not right. How can it be mine? It's all yours. Please don't be so polite. Third bro? The one who spoke was confused. Huawu hurriedly replied, Of course you're third bro. Third bro is bold and powerful without losing his domineering aura. One look and I can tell that you're a forthright and straightforward person. That person was stumped and then laughed. Domineering? Not bad. Huawu faced the man in front of him. You're the big bro. You're a strategist, and your eyes are filled with wisdom. The man puffed out his chest. Big bro? Strategist? How did this brat know that I was smart? Huawu then faced the man on his right. Second bro, I admire your bearing. If there's anyone in the universe who's worthy of you, it would be Starsabil. The second bro's eyes lit up, and he flicked his long hair. You're right. Huawu was excited, and he finally looked at the man behind him. Fourth bro, when I saw you, I immediately thought of Luyin. May I ask if you're alliance leader Luyin? The man called fourth bro was stumped. I look like Luyin? Huawu shouted, Of course. If you're not Luyin, who else could be? Ha 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 ha, little bro, don't spout nonsense. Be careful not to let the people from the Great Eastern Alliance hear you, haha. I, Huawu, formally greet my brothers. Huawu took a few steps back and bowed deeply. The 4 people who had been surrounding him hurriedly helped him up. Fifth bro, there's no need to be so polite. Fifth bro, we're on the same side. There's no need for this. Yes, fifth bro. Luyin was dumbfounded. How was this possible? Were these people idiots? They had actually become sworn brothers after all this talk? No, their eyes showed that they really believed him. Why? Luyin did not believe that anyone could confuse someone. Not even Kue Luo could do that. Below, the 5 people greeted each other multiple times and were as polite as they could be. In the end, Huawu said something, and the 4 people who had surrounded Luyin and had been prepared to harm him all gave him gifts. They even watched as Luyin took the gifts and left. In the end, they did not remember why they had surrounded him. Luyin's eyes flickered, and he used his domain to observe Huawu while also observing the 4 people. These 4 people had originally planned to let Huawu explore the sourcebox array outside Burial Garden, but things had turned out this way. Something was very wrong. Once Huawu was some distance away, the four suddenly reacted. Where's that kid? What did we do? Bro, what's wrong? Scram. Who's your bro? We've been tricked. Go find that kid. He's gone. I can't find him. Bastard, he's gone. Go search for him. Second bro, save me. Scram. Who's your second bro? Lu Ying disappeared and chased after Huawu. In the distance, Huawu slapped his chest. Idiots. Fortunately, my cultivation isn't high enough. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to fool you. Screw your plans, screw Starsabil, screw Lu Ying, and screw fifth bro. If you want to scold someone, then so be it. It's not like Lu Ying has offended you, a voice said in Huawu's ear. He disdainfully replied, too many people have offended me. Even if Lu Ying is here, I'll still scold him. Just as he finished speaking, Huawu paused and stopped moving. He slowly turned around, only to see a withered face that looked like a mummy's. Huawu opened his mouth, ah. Lu Ying frowned and casually tapped him, causing Huawu to choke back his scream. His legs went soft, and he almost collapsed. He looked at Lu Ying in fear. Mummy? You chased me all the way here? Lu Ying looked at him calmly. What did you just do? Huawu's eyes flickered with fear and panic, but when he heard Lu Ying speak, his expression changed. Weren't you the mummy that chased after me? You have an ancient bloodline? Lu Ying was surprised. Huawu's eyes flashed, and he took a few deep breaths. A relaxed smile appeared on his face as he looked at Lu Ying. Of course not, I'm Huawu, an ordinary person. Brother, I feel a sense of familiarity when I look at you. Look at your muscles and your majestic figure. If I'm not wrong, you're Lu Ying, right? Aside from him, I can't think of anyone else who can be as valiant and heroic as you, big brother. Someone as talented as you must have a good outfit. As he spoke, he poured out everything from his cosmic ring. What's mine is yours, big brother. Only a hero like Big Brother is worthy of the universe's treasures. I'm blind, so I don't know if I've missed anything good. I'll have to trouble Big Brother's all-seeing eye to see if I've missed anything. If Big Brother needs anything, I won't refuse. Good things in this universe must. How many times have you said that? Lu Ying asked strangely. Huawu blinked. What do you mean, brother? I've only said this to you before, everyone else is trash in my eyes. Tell me the truth, brother, are you really Lu Ying? The moment I saw you, I thought of Lu Ying. Aside from Lu Ying, who else can be as heroic as you? I'm Lu Ying said calmly. Huawu was stunned. You're Lu Ying? Lu Ying nodded, that's right. Huawu's face twitched. What was going on? Wait, why didn't they believe him? Was the secret technique useless? Impossible, those four idiots had been fooled, so it should have been useful. However, this shameless brat had actually said that he was Lu Ying. If he was Lu Ying, then he was Lu Yin's father. So it's Alliance Master Lu who has arrived. Little brother greets you. I knew it. Other than the Great Eastern Alliance's Alliance Master Lu, who else could be as mighty as Big Brother? Little brother was right. Alliance Master Lu, I beg you to promote me. I am eternally grateful. Lu Ying placed a hand on Huawu's shoulder. I heard you scolding me. Huawu was taken aback. No. You did, Lu Ying said confidently. Huawu's mouth twitched, as this brat really thought that he was Lu Ying. Cough, cough, I really don't. Alliance leader Lu, brother Lu, you must believe me. My respect for you is like the gates to a cemetery that have been opened wide, and it's spread throughout the entire universe. My respect for you is the same as any other cultivator in the Great Eastern Alliance. What did you do to those four people? Lu Ying asked. Huawu was confused. What do you mean, what did I do? Lu Yin's lips curled up, and he grabbed Huawu. They tore through the void and headed towards the gate that was surrounded by the sourcebox array. When they arrived, they happened to see someone enter the sourcebox array. Lu Ying brought Huawu along and watched from a distance. The person who had entered the array was one of the four who had surrounded Huawu. It was OL4. OL4's face was full of fear as he stepped into the array. Within the array, he felt as if his entire body had been seen through. Sourcebox arrays were a legendary power, and someone like him had never come into contact with them. How many people in the entire universe had ever come into contact with them? Before the Sixth Mainland's invasion, they had never even heard of sourcebox arrays. However, after the Sixth Mainland's Luyin and the Sovereign Tournament began, the words sourcebox arrays had gradually spread. It was only then that they realized that such a terrifying battle method existed in the universe. Weren't sourcebox arrays rare? Even the powerful lockbreakers had not been able to grasp them, but there was actually one here. OL4 had been forced to enter and explore it, and he felt that he would most likely die here. Suddenly, the scene in front of OL4 changed, and he felt a sharp pain in his back as he slammed into the ground. Where was he? OL4 sat up with his back facing the sky. He grimaced and looked around, only to see Luyin and Huawu staring at him. When he saw Huawu, he glared at him fiercely. "It's you, brat." You dash at this moment, he saw Luyin standing beside Huawu, and he swallowed the words that he had been about to say. Huawu blinked. What was going on? A living person had been tossed so far away for no apparent reason? Luyin looked at the sourcebox array outside Burial Garden's gate. It was similar to a greater teleportation array, but it had been slightly modified. So that was what it was. Now that he knew what sourcebox array this was, things were much easier. Lockbreakers fought with the universe for their lives, and discovering and unlocking sourceboxes always brought with them unpredictable dangers. Along the way, they would occasionally encounter sourcebox arrays, and many lockbreakers had died while exploring them. Luyin did not like to explore by himself, but now that he knew what the sourcebox array was used for, things were much easier. He knew what had happened, but the three people outside the sourcebox array did not. When they saw OL4 mysteriously vanish, their faces went pale. They thought that OL4 had been completely wiped out. Their legs went weak, and they retreated. "Let's go. We'll never see each other again," one of them said before rushing off in a certain direction. The other two looked at each other and then simultaneously left in opposite directions. They did not dare to approach this area, as they were afraid that an expert would arrive and force them into the sourcebox array. That would be the end of them. OL4 also wanted to run, but Luyin waved at him. OL4 gulped. He was still some distance away from Luyin and Huawu, but he did not hesitate to turn around and flee. Luyin shook his head and moved his finger. Star energy descended, and it was as if the sky was collapsing. A giant spatial crack appeared in front of OL4. OL4's pupils shrank, as if he had seen something inconceivable. He slowly turned around and looked at Luyin. This person was an unimaginable powerhouse. Luyin waved at him again. This time, OL4 came obediently and respectfully stood in front of Luyin, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. "Say, Senior, you were looking for me?" Luyin pointed at Huawu. "Do you remember him?" OL4 and Huawu looked at each other and then became excited. "OL5, fifth bro, it's really you. It's such a blessing that you actually know such a powerful senior. I'm really happy for you, fifth bro." Huawu was bewildered. This guy must have thought that the imposter beside him was his backer, which was why he was behaving like this. How disgusting. "Since you know him, then you can all die," Luyin said coldly. Huawu was shocked. OL4 felt his scalp go numb, and he kicked Huawu to the side. "Senior, I don't know him. I definitely don't know him." He pointed at Huawu viciously. "This bastard just tricked us. I don't know what he did, but he actually made us believe some nonsense about becoming sworn brothers. Senior, this is definitely the second time we've met, so please investigate." Huawu grimaced in pain after being kicked. What a despicable person. Luyin waved his hand. "You can leave now." OL4 felt as if he had been pardoned, and he turned to run, not even daring to look back. Luyin looked at Huawu with interest. "Now, it's time for us to talk." Huawu rubbed his waist and smiled sheepishly. "Brother Lu, what do you want to talk about?" Luyin stared at him. "I don't believe that there are idiots in the universe who would unconditionally trust someone just because of a few words, especially a cultivator. Especially when there are 4 of them. How did you do it?" Huawu rolled his eyes and pointed at OL4, who was running away. Brother Lu, don't believe him. We've known each other since the beginning, but I want to hear the truth, and I don't want to waste any more time. If I don't believe anything you say next. Lu Yin's gaze suddenly turned cold. Then die. Huawu met Lu Yin's cold gaze, and his heart sank. He opened his mouth to say something, but his entire body went cold, and he felt like he was on the verge of death. Although he didn't know who this person was or why he was impersonating Lu Yin, cultivators were usually ruthless and decisive. Killing someone who had nothing to do with him wouldn't be a problem. Lu Yin's gaze grew even colder. Huawu had no choice but to close his eyes and sigh. When he opened them again, he bitterly said, "Secret technique, keep your word." Lu Yin was confused. What? Huawu seriously explained, "When I entered Burial Garden, I accidentally obtained an inheritance. It's a secret technique called Keep Your Word. It's effective on anyone as long as their cultivation doesn't exceed mine by too much. This too much refers to a huge gap, so it won't work on you. Senior, you're at least an enlighter." Lu Yin stared at Huawu deeply. "Are you toying with me?" Huawu's heart trembled, and his face turned pale. "Senior, this junior definitely didn't mean that. It's really a secret technique of keeping one's word. You saw what this junior did to those four, and you should know that others wouldn't be so easily convinced. That's a secret technique." Lu Yin still couldn't believe that there was such a boring secret technique in the world. Secret techniques were created by progenitors, and Lu Yin was familiar with all of the secret techniques from the 5th and 6th mainlands. However, in ancient times, there were still the 4 destroyed mainlands. How many progenitors had been born on those 4 mainlands? How many progenitors had been born over such a long period of time? To put it bluntly, if all of humanity's secret techniques were gathered together, it would be enough to fill a book with all sorts of secret techniques. However, Lu Yin still couldn't believe that there was such a boring secret technique. Which progenitor would be so bored as to create such a secret technique? Suddenly, Lu Yin thought of Kue Luo, and a strange expression appeared on his face. If Kue Luo had become a progenitor, what secret technique would he have created? Keep your word? Wasn't such a boring secret technique that could be used to prank others? Wasn't that what Kue Luo liked? Since there was a Kue Luo in the present, there might have been someone like him in ancient times. Which progenitor taught you the secret technique? Lu Yin asked. Huawu's expression turned bitter. I don't know. You don't know? Lu Yin raised his brows, and his gaze grew even colder. Huawu hurriedly knelt down. Senior, I really don't know. I only know that after learning the secret technique, my nose bridge became especially high. End of chapter 1824. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.